The multiverse refers to the existence of multiple distinct worlds, each possessing its own time, space, and set of relays, a phenomenon posited by quantum mechanics and fervently pursued for observation. Zhang addressed the assembly of distinguished investors and scientists seated before him. What I intend to discuss transcends the mere validation and observation of its existence. I am unequivocally convinced of its reality. My true aspiration lies in traversing these myriad worlds, a concept commonly understood as time travel. After years of rigorous research and experimentation, I have achieved preliminary results. I have succeeded in creating an aperture in the fabric of reality through energy manipulation, enabling the transference of matter and facilitating the departure of objects from our world. Forgive me for interrupting, Dr. Zhang. A voice suddenly emerged from the audience. A figure stood, speaking in halting Mandarin, and posed a question to Zhang. That is an excellent inquiry, and I'm grateful to Dr. Smith for raising it. Currently, we have only been able to substantiate the transference of objects through energy detection, as evidenced by the data collected during my experiments. As he spoke, Zhang projected the relevant data onto the screen behind him. However, due to the limitations of our existing equipment, we are unable to ascertain whether the transmitted objects have genuinely arrived in other worlds. This is precisely why I am here today. I hope that the esteemed entrepreneurs present can provide funding for my research, thereby aiding me in pursuing more effective studies. Zhang elaborated. At this moment, an investor rose to address him that if we can detect a new world, it equates to discovering an entirely new realm, one that may harbor anything, representing boundless possibilities. Furthermore, my initial funding requirement is modest, merely $200 million will suffice. Upon the conclusion of Zhang statement, a derisive chuckle emerged from among the investors and scientists present. One of the investors, laughing, addressed Zhang. After his remarks, he gestured for Zhang to leave the stage. Contrary to what one might expect, Zhang did not falter in the face of such ridicule. This was not his first encounter with such a situation. Though still in his early 30s, he remained unscathed by the experience, having weathered numerous challenges throughout his life. Descending from the stage with an air of composure, he did not linger, but instead strolled out of the venue. Just as Zhang believed the day's events had concluded and was contemplating a delightful meal at a fine restaurant, a voice called out from behind him. "Dr. Zhang, may I have a moment of your time?" A young man, appearing to be in his 30s, halted Zhang. Zhang turned to face the young man, who stood impressively tall, well over 190 centimeters, significantly towering over Zhang own height of approximately 170 centimeters. His hair bore a hint of gray, and his features, though somewhat wan, were sharply defined, exuding a striking handsomeness. Clad in a leather jacket, he did not appear particularly muscular, yet the definition of his physique was evident, suggesting he possessed the kind of allure that could captivate many admirers. "May I inquire your name?" "Greetings, Dr. Zhang. I am Lin Jianfeng. I am quite intrigued by the project you just presented and was wondering if you have a moment to discuss it further." Sure," Dr. Zhang responded, slightly taken aback. "Please, after you." At that moment, a car approached, and Lin Jianfeng ushered Dr. Zhang inside, signaling the driver to commence the journey. As the vehicle began to move, Lin Jianfeng inquired, "Dr. Zhang, I listened intently to your explanation and have a few points of confusion that I hope you could clarify." "Please, Mr. Lin, go ahead. You mentioned that you have experimented with the transmission of matter. How do you intend to substantiate that the matter has indeed been transported to the alternate world you described?" "I plan to develop a device capable of sending a unique signal, which will then be transmitted to this alternate realm. By locating this signal, we can ascertain the position of the alternate dimension and use it as a coordinate to construct a stable transmission platform, thereby facilitating communication between the two worlds." "And how long do you anticipate this research will take before realization?" "Well, it is rather difficult to estimate. This endeavor requires numerous experiments, and currently, I am unable to establish communication with other worlds. Most of my transmissions have been aimless, which is likely why investors and colleagues mock my efforts, Dr. Zhang remarked with a hint of self-deprecating humor. Would it be feasible, then, to create a one-time transmission instead of stable channel? Lin Jianfeng asked, his tone earnest and devoid of jest. Creating a mere random transmission should not pose much difficulty, however. Akin to the experiments I am currently conducting, there exists no substantiation to affirm its success. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee the repercussions of a purposeless transmission. Dr. Zhang, if I were to provide you with a coordinate, when could you accomplish the transmission? Lin Jianfeng inquired. With absolute financial backing, results could be achieved within 2 years. Just as Zhang Hua began to relax, Lin Jianfeng suddenly struck him on the neck with a swift motion, and in an instant, Zhang Hua felt darkness envelop him, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 2. The visitor from another realm. When Zhang Hua awoke once more, he found himself on the sofa of a villa, with an array of food laid out upon the coffee table before him. Seated across from him was Lin Jianfeng. Dr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize for bringing you here in such a manner. You must be quite hungry. This feast has been prepared for you. Please, do not hesitate. With that, Lin Jianfeng gestured towards the spread on the table. The moment he mentioned the food, Zhang Hua truly felt the pangs of hunger. In light of the circumstances, he cast aside any reservations and swiftly picked up the chopsticks that had been readied for him. Before long, he had devoured everything in front of him, setting down the chopsticks with a sense of satisfaction, allowing himself to recline on the sofa. In a tone that conveyed a sense of resignation, he inquired, How long was I unconscious? Less than 24 hours. May I ask if you could enlighten me regarding your intentions? Lin Jianfeng pondered for a moment, seemingly deliberating on how best to convey his explanation. Dr. Zhang, throughout your extensive research, have you ever truly encountered individuals or objects that have traversed from alternate dimensions to our realm? Never, at least not in my direct experience. However, I firmly believe in the existence of alternate dimensions. My research and experiments have led me to that conviction. Zhang Hua held Lin Jianfeng's gaze, and Lin Jianfeng returned the scrutiny. After a brief pause, Lin Jianfeng uttered a statement that would undoubtedly astonish Zhang Hua for the rest of his life. I can assure you that your research is indeed accurate, for I hail from another world. I am, as they say, a traveler between realms. Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's words, Zhang Hua, who had been slumped on the sofa, abruptly straightened his posture and sought confirmation from Lin Jianfeng. Is what you said true? After completing this exchange, Lin Jianfeng gazed at Zhang Hua, who had fallen into a state of stupor, and replied, Indeed, I hail from another world. I have been inadvertently transported to this realm for over 30 years. Lin Jianfeng elucidated to Zhang Hua. Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's revelation, Zhang Hua took a deep breath, gradually calming his agitated heart. He yearned to pose some questions to Lin Jianfeng, yet the multitude of inquiries overwhelmed him, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to articulate, You mentioned that the coordinates of a world you know correspond to your original world. Is that correct? Certainly, Lin Jianfeng responded. Observing the earnestness in Zhang Hua's demeanor, it was clear that his inquiry was not born of whimsy. Why? Zhang Hua pressed. It's quite simple. My motivation for conducting this research stems from a desire to traverse dimensions. This world holds little attachment for me. I yearn to experience new times and different lives. Especially after witnessing your remarkable abilities just now, I too wish to possess such power. After a brief pause, Zhang Hua lifted the cup of water from the coffee table, took a sip, and continued, Moreover, if I do not accompany you to your world, it is likely you would not choose to keep me here. Would you? Zhang Hua fixed his gaze on Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng responded with a cryptic smile. Very well, you are quite astute. Initially, I intended to dispose of you after utilizing your capabilities, for your existence in this realm seems devoid of sensation. However, as an outsider, I acutely perceive the dangers this world poses in contrast to my own. I cannot permit your continued existence as a potential threat. How perilous? Zhang Hua inquired with curiosity. The fundamental rules of this world diverge significantly from those of my own. The flow of time is also distinct, in my world, often considered a realm of cultivation. The highest attainment is the nascent soul stage. Although theoretically, higher realms exist, it has been ages since anyone achieved them. My current cultivation level is at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, merely a step away from the nascent soul realm. Yet, upon my arrival in this world, I can only manifest the powers of the chi refinement stage. As time progresses in this realm, my strength diminishes gradually. It has now dwindled to less than half of its former capacity, and I sense my lifespan rapidly dwindling. If I remain in this world, I fear I shall not survive for many more years, Lin Jianfeng elucidated to Zhang Hua. After absorbing Lin Jianfeng's words, Zhang Hua responded with excitement. Since your time is limited, let us commence without delay. Observing Zhang Hua's enthusiasm, Lin Jianfeng rose from his seat and approached a door. He opened it and said to Zhang Hua, "Please, allow me to show you the place where you will be working in the future." After concluding their conversation, Lin Jianfeng guided Zhang Hua to the rear of the villa. Upon exiting, Zhang Hua observed that they were situated on a hillside, not far from a substantial structure that resembled a factory-like laboratory. Lin Jianfeng led Zhang Hua to the entrance of this laboratory, where he opened the large door to reveal the most advanced physical research equipment currently available. Lin Jianfeng explained to Zhang Hua, "Based on my current research, opening a passage is not difficult. However, creating a stable corridor capable of transporting individuals is quite challenging. This endeavor necessitates numerous experiments. Moreover, we are lacking several essential pieces of equipment." Zhang Hua replied, "You need not worry about equipment or financial support. Over the years, I have managed to earn some money through my retained abilities. Is it possible to involve others to assist us?" Lin Jianfeng responded sternly, "No. While less critical research can be delegated to others elsewhere, the core investigation must solely be conducted by the two of us." Zhang Hua agreed. "Very well. Time is of the essence. Let us commence immediately." Chapter 3. The Journey Through Time on a Night 2 years later. Zhang Hua and Lin Jianfeng stood on the third floor of the villa, reflecting on the fruits of their labor over the past 2 years. The once vacant space between the laboratory and the villa is now congested with an array of equipment and machinery, while in the center, peculiar patterns formed by interconnected wires emerge. Viewed from above, these elements coalesce into a structure reminiscent of a magical array, an intricate fusion crafted by Lin Jianfeng, combining the array techniques of his original world with the scientific principles of this realm, resulting in a teleportation array. Over the past 2 years, both Zhang Hua and Lin Jianfeng have visibly aged. Zhang Hua has experienced a significant loss of weight, leaving him looking emaciated, yet his eyes radiate an extraordinary brightness, suggesting a commendable spirit. In stark contrast, Lin Jianfeng appears as though he has aged 30 years in merely 2, resembling a man nearing 70. His complexion pale, as if he has just recovered from a grave illness. Nevertheless, as he gazes upon the array before him, his eyes too shine with fervor, indicating that he, like Zhang Hua, is in a state of heightened exhilaration. For 2 years, they have devoted themselves tirelessly to their experiments, neglecting sleep and sustenance, channeling all their energy into this endeavor. During this time, Lin Jianfeng has felt his vitality diminish increasingly, allowing himself only a few hours of movement each day, with the remainder spent in a sealed energy replenishment chamber, which he and Zhang Hua had constructed together, diligently fortifying his own energy. At last, they have arrived at the final stage of their experiment, poised to embark on the ultimate teleportation together. "Let us go, old Lin," Zhang Hua says, their bond having deepened significantly through their shared experiences over the years. "All right, old Zhang," Lin Jianfeng replies, his voice quivering slightly with excitement. The two individuals arrived at the teleportation array, where an enormous machine loomed, a gigantic upright circular ring, its base intricately connected to a myriad of wires. Before the ring sat a contraption resembling a small spacecraft, the teleportation pod crafted by Zhang Hua. The pair ascended into the pod, and Lin Jianfeng donned an immense metal helmet, a cerebral amplifier designed to aid him in locating his own world. I am about to initiate the process. You must concentrate fully on communicating with your realm to ensure our trajectory remains unerring, Zhang Hua instructed Lin Jianfeng. As Lin Jianfeng began to channel his mental energy, Zhang Hua pressed the activation button. The myriad machines surrounding them sprang to life, igniting one after another, while the teleportation array commenced its operation. The colossal circular ring began to activate, forming a vast energy sphere that radiated outward. This formidable energy sphere shone with the intensity of a miniature sun, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. However, as the machinery continued its function, the brilliance of the energy sphere began to retract, revealing the emergence of a black hole within. Gradually, the black hole expanded until it exhibited the immense gravitational pull characteristic of a true void. Oldlin, are you ready? The portal has opened, but this state can only be sustained for less than a minute, Zhang Hua inquired anxiously. Do not worry, I will secure the coordinates promptly, Lin Jianfeng replied. Before the formation of the black hole, Lin Jianfeng could only vaguely sense the orientation of his world. However, after the black hole came into existence, this sensation suddenly became remarkably clear. He quickly pinpointed the final direction and said to Zhang Hua, "All right, I've locked it in." In an instant, the transmission pod shot into the black hole like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing into the darkness. Following the pod's disappearance, the surrounding equipment was overwhelmed by the surge of energy, resulting in a cascade of overloads. One by one, devices and instruments short-circuited in that fleeting moment. Some caught fire and experienced minor explosions. Subsequently, the black hole itself spiraled out of control, generating immense gravitational pull that rapidly drew in everything nearby. By the following morning, when curious onlookers came to investigate the peculiar glow that had emanated the previous day, the site had been entirely flattened by the black hole, leaving no trace of the world-shattering experiment that had taken place. As Zhang Hua and Lin Jianfeng plunged into the black hole, they both entered a state of profound transcendence. Zhang Hua felt as though his spirit had detached from his physical form, experiencing a complete absence of the conventional concepts of time and space, as if everything around him had become frozen in time. Gazing around, he found the surrounding phenomena beyond the capacity of language to accurately describe. It appeared as though endless luminous screens flickered in the vicinity, with images and sounds seemingly emerging from them. Yet, no matter how intently Zhang Hua concentrated, he could neither discern nor comprehend what those manifestations truly were. The duration of this state remained uncertain until a sudden sound, reminiscent of an eggshell cracking, pierced the air. The transport pod experienced a violent tremor, and at that moment, Zhang Hua heard Lin Jianfeng's voice urging him to awaken, for they were about to enter his original world. Through the display screen, one could glimpse the scene outside the transport pod, which appeared to have entered a tunnel of sorts. A luminous point emerged ahead, and Lin Jianfeng was deftly maneuvering the pod towards it. Before long, they arrived at this radiant point, and in an instant, the transport pod, along with Zhang Hua and Lin Jianfeng, seemed to stretch as they traversed through the small light into this new realm. Time passed unmeasured until Zhang Hua regained consciousness, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an open space, not far from a heap of scrap metal that had once been the transport pod. Lin Jianfeng sat beside him, cross-legged, recuperating his strength. "You're awake," Lin Jianfeng remarked, having sensed Zhang Hua's movements, his eyes fluttering open to greet him. "Awake," Zhang Hua replied, rubbing his aching head. "Old Lin, have we succeeded?" Chapter 4. The commencement of cultivation. It seems we have. Just now, as I channeled my energy, I discovered that the vital energy I had stagnated for over 30 years is now swiftly circulating as if resurrected from the dead, Lin Jianfeng exclaimed with excitement. "That is splendid. To what level does your power now equate?" Zhang Hua inquired. "I have expended an excessive amount of energy on Earth, significantly depleting my lifespan. Although I am still in the golden core stage, my current strength is akin to that of a novice at this level. Fortunately, my recovery is swift. At this rate, I should be able to regain my full golden core prowess in just 3 years." Lin Jianfeng spoke while channeling his energy, addressing Zhang Hua. I knew you would mention this. You have expressed a desire to learn on several occasions while on Earth, yet at that time, you lacked even the most rudimentary sensitivity to qi. Informing you then would have been futile. Upon concluding his words, Lin Jianfeng ceased his cultivation, reached into his robe, and retrieved a small notebook, which he handed to Zhang Hua. Upon receiving the notebook, Zhang Hua opened it to find the first page inscribed with the 4 characters, Bailian Jinjing. At that moment, Lin Jianfeng remarked, "This Bailian Jinjing is the cultivation method of the Bailian sect, where I once studied. It can directly lead one to the pinnacle of the Golden Course stage. Within, you will also find some essential cultivation guidelines and methods for refining artifacts. Begin your practice with this. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Once you reach the Golden Course stage, I will impart more advanced techniques." Understood, Zhang Hua responded, cradling the Bailian Jinjing as he sought a quiet place to begin his cultivation, while Lin Jianfeng resumed his own practice to restore his strength. It is worth noting that Lin Jianfeng was not currently practicing the Bailian Jinjing, but rather a more extraordinary technique he had acquired through his unique experiences, which ultimately led to his unexpected journey to Earth. At this moment, Zhang Hua embarked on the initial step of his cultivation journey, as delineated in the text, seeking to perceive the flow of vital energy. Every human body harbors true qi, yet the ability to sense and control it constitutes the foremost step in all forms of cultivation. Following the instructions in the book, Zhang Hua relaxed his body and mind, dedicating himself entirely to sensing the true qi within. After an indeterminate passage of time, he became aware of the true qi circulating slowly and irregularly within him. The next phase involved directing this erratic flow of true qi according to the method outlined in the Bailian Jinjing. After considerable effort, Zhang Hua managed to gather the true qi and execute the first small circulatory cycle in accordance with the teachings of the Bailian Jinjing. Upon completing this small cycle, however, Zhang Hua paused, perplexed, and ceased his practice. He retrieved the Bailian Jinjing to peruse it more thoroughly. The section dedicated to cultivation in this text was not extensive. Of the 100+ pages, only the initial 30 contained cultivation instructions, while the remainder comprised various methods for alchemy and artifact forging, along with general knowledge pertinent to this world, which Lin Jianfeng had thoughtfully prepared for Zhang Hua during his leisure in the earthly realm. Having initially skimmed through the segment on sensing the qi and circulating energy, Zhang Hua found himself intrigued upon revisiting it in detail. To his astonishment, he recognized the method of true qi circulation described in the text. It remarkably aligned with the meridian pathways outlined in traditional Chinese medicine's 12 primary channels. While on Earth, Zhang Hua not only dedicated himself to research on time travel, but also cultivated a profound interest in various other disciplines. He often pondered that should he ever truly traverse time, this knowledge would serve as his invaluable reservoir. Today, that very knowledge proved indispensable. Zhang Hua procured a branch and meticulously delineated the qi circulation pathways of the Bailian Jinjing on the ground, swiftly creating 9 human figures. Each figure bore intricate dots and lines, the connections of which depicted the complete sequence of qi cultivation from the 1st to the 9th layer, as recorded in the text. He discerned that the pathways from the 1st to the 9th layers corresponded to the hand Tien Lung meridian, the hand Yangming large intestine meridian, the foot Yangming stomach meridian, the foot Taiyang spleen meridian, the hand Taiyang small intestine meridian, the foot Taiyang bladder meridian, the hand Juyin pericardium meridian, the hand Shaoyang sanjiao meridian, and the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian. Notably absent were the pathways of the foot Shaoyin kidney meridian, the foot Juyin liver meridian, and the hand Shaoyin heart meridian. As Zhang Hua contemplated this perplexity, Lin Jianfeng, having concluded his cultivation, approached him. Lin Jianfeng had devoted several hours to his practice. Gradually opening his eyes to reveal a glimmer of vitality, he appeared considerably rejuvenated. The toll of his life force had initially bestowed upon him an appearance suggestive of a man in his 70s or 80s, yet he now seemed somewhat younger, with a few strands of black hair emerging amidst his previously white locks. After ceasing his cultivation, Lin Jianfeng rose slowly, intending to stretch his limbs. And noticing Zhang Hua's troubled demeanor as he scrutinized the drawings before him, he moved closer to discern the source of his friend's distress. Zhang Hua heard the footsteps of Lin Jianfeng and looked up at him, inquiring, "Old Lin, are you familiar with the 12 meridians in traditional Chinese medicine?" "Indeed, I am." "What have you discovered?" Lin Jianfeng asked Zhang Hua with keen interest. "Observe, the qi cultivation route you provided in the 100 Refinements Classic, though differing in sequence, follows the same path as the 12 meridians," Zhang Hua pointed out, indicating the illustration of the 12 meridians he had drawn. Lin Jianfeng glanced at it and remarked, "Have you ever examined the cultivation methods for the foundation establishment stage?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua hastily opened the section in the 100 Refinements Classic pertaining to the cultivation methods for the foundation establishment stage, only to find that the techniques indeed encompassed all 12 meridians. Zhang Hua looked at Lin Jianfeng with a puzzled expression. Lin Jianfeng began to explain, "In the qi training stage, one ascends in rank by unblocking a meridian. To reach the 9th level of qi training, one must unblock 9 meridians. However, attempting to unblock the 10th meridian after this can be exceptionally challenging, as it seems to be obstructed by some unseen force. Forcing it open may inflict damage upon the meridian. Consequently, individuals often seek external assistance, namely the foundation establishment pill. Upon consuming this pill, the remaining 3 meridians will become more pliable, allowing the practitioner to channel their true energy to break through. Successfully unblocking 1 meridian will lead to the foundation establishment stage. Once all 12 meridians are unblocked, one enters the mid-foundation establishment stage. The practitioner then gradually amplifies their internal true energy until it condenses into liquid form, achieving the late foundation establishment stage. Subsequently, one can solidify this into a golden core, marking the completion of the foundation establishment phase, often referred to as the false core realm. Ultimately, one may transform this false core into a true golden core, officially entering the golden core realm. Chapter 5. Regret for insufficient knowledge. When Zhang Hua finished listening to Lin Jianfeng's explanation, he curiously inquired, "Is it not possible to unblock all 12 meridians directly?" Lin Jianfeng replied, "It is indeed very difficult, though not entirely impossible. Generally, only individuals of exceptional talent can achieve this. Such individuals either possess naturally resilient and wider meridians that can withstand greater impacts, referred to as alien spirit meridians, or they are born with exceptionally permeable meridians, known as celestial spirit meridians. These individuals can cultivate to the foundation establishment stage without the aid of the foundation establishment pill, making them highly coveted resources among various cultivation sections. In this realm, are there individuals endowed with singular innate attributes, referred to as those possessing fire or water spiritual roots?" Zhang Hua inquired with curiosity, "Do you possess any extraordinary spiritual roots or veins? And look at me. Is there anything remarkable about me?" Zhang Hua asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Observing Zhang Hua's enthusiasm, Lin Jianfeng could only respond with a hint of resignation. "Indeed, I am somewhat different. I am innately attuned to the fire element, possessing a supreme fire spiritual root. It is precisely for this reason that I was favored by the 100 Refinements sect and ultimately admitted to their training. Within the sect, various methods for cultivating fire spiritual roots are available, and when it comes to alchemy and artifact forging, the fire element proves to be superior to others. As for your unique traits, I have yet to discern any. Perhaps as you cultivate further, you will uncover them yourself." By saying this, "You imply that you believe I lack any distinctive qualities," Zhang Hua retorted to Lin Jianfeng. "Do not be disheartened. Regardless of the type of spiritual root or body one possesses, their uniqueness can only support one until the golden core stage. Once that stage is reached, these roots and bodies do not confer significant advantages over ordinary cultivators. At that point, the primary determinants of strength and cultivation are magical artifacts and techniques. Wealth, companions, methods, and territory are fundamental. Lin Jianfeng articulated this to avoid dampening Zhang Hua's enthusiasm. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Zhang Hua resumed his meditation and cultivation. Though this time, he resolved to employ his own methods rather than strictly adhering to the teachings of the 100 Refinements Classic. Lin Jianfeng summoned his alchemical fire, skillfully dismantling the teleportation chamber into smaller fragments. He then proceeded to melt the assorted materials into individual metallic orbs, embarking on an experimental journey to discern the unique properties of each substance, seeking to determine their suitability for various creations. While Lin Jianfeng was engrossed in his tasks, Zhang Hua was equally occupied. He completed a full cycle of the Great Circulation, attentively observing the transformations within his body throughout the process. Initially, he sensed that impurities were gradually expelled from his system through respiration and perspiration, while some were directed towards his excretory organs, awaiting elimination. Although this cleansing process was not swift, it invigorated Zhang Hua immensely. As he guided his vital energy along the pathways of the 12 meridians, traversing the upper, middle, and lower dantians, he felt a profound sense of renewal upon the completion of the Great Circulation. Each cell in his body seemed to have undergone a thorough cleansing, leaving him feeling remarkably unencumbered. However, he soon experienced an unsettling sensation in his abdomen. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Hua hastily sought refuge behind a large tree, hastily disrobing to alleviate his discomfort. After a moment of relief accompanied by certain sounds, he was struck by a disheartening realization. He had forgotten a most essential item: toilet paper. Resorting to a few leaves plucked from the tree, he wiped himself and sighed, reflecting, it is only when one is in need that one laments the lack of preparation. Zhang Hua embarked on his cultivation journey, concentrating his entire spirit on the hand-tying lung meridian. He invigorated his vital energy, commencing a powerful surge to clear the meridian. The act of unblocking the meridians entails utilizing vital energy to expel excess impurities, allowing only the vital force to circulate within. This process not only widens and fortifies the meridians, but also enables them to accommodate a greater flow of vital energy, facilitating better communication with the dantian. Thus, when exerting force, the circulation of vital energy can be achieved more swiftly. As Zhang Hua's cultivation speed gradually increased, he ultimately reached a critical velocity of vital energy flow. He directed this surge into the hand-tying lung meridian, and in an instant, a warm current coursed through his arms, filling him with a profound sense of strength. At that moment, Zhang Hua successfully completed the first level of Qi refinement. Chapter 6. Flying Sword Now. Zhang Hua was eager to test the prowess of his newly attained first level of Qi refinement. He approached a tree with a trunk as thick as a water bucket and struck it several times with his palm, noting its sturdy resilience. Then, emulating the martial arts masters he had seen on television, he awkwardly assumed a horse stance, channeling his vital energy through the meridians. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right palm against the tree. The sound of a sharp crack resonated, and Zhang Hua found himself cradling his twitching right hand, gritting his teeth and drawing in a sharp breath of cool air. As he held his slightly swollen hand, he reflected on his fortune for not having struck with his fist. Otherwise, he would have surely fractured his bones. After the pain in his palm subsided slightly, Zhang Hua proceeded to examine the tree that had just been struck. He observed a distinct palm print marked on the bark, with the surrounding area showing signs of damage and sap oozing from the wounds, indicating that the bark had been penetrated in certain spots. As Zhang Hua gently peeled back the damaged bark, he discovered that the struck area had become detached from the tree trunk. Reflecting on the power of his strike, he pondered the consequences had it landed on a person. Surely, the individual would have suffered greatly. Zhang Hua mused. If such force can be exerted at the first layer of Qi refinement, how formidable would one be at the foundation establishment stage? Old Lin had just informed him of his current status at the Golden Core stage. What level of strength did that signify? Upon realizing the immense power of Lin Jianfeng, Zhang Hua felt a surge of admiration for him. At that moment, Lin Jianfeng, who was engrossed in refining a magical artifact, suddenly sensed a chilling presence, nearly ruining his work. After testing his current capabilities, Zhang Hua felt a pang of hunger. Upon reflection, he realized that he and Lin Jianfeng had not eaten for nearly 20 hours, which made his hunger quite reasonable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Back on Earth, he could simply order food through his phone, and it would be delivered to him at any time. Now, in this unfamiliar world, he knew such conveniences did not exist. Approaching Lin Jianfeng, Zhang Hua said, "Old Lin, I am hungry. I shall go in search of something to eat." Upon hearing Zhang Hua's words, Lin Jianfeng infused the final rune into the artifact he was crafting, thereby completing its preliminary refinement. He then addressed Zhang Hua, saying, "Do not search any longer. We shall depart." The artifact Lin Jianfeng had meticulously fashioned resembled an ancient, unadorned alchemical furnace, roughly the size of a pomelo. With his guidance, the furnace swiftly expanded to half his height, its mouth opening to absorb the remaining metals scattered on the ground. Once it had collected all the materials, the furnace gradually diminished in size until it returned to its original form. Lin Jianfeng then stored the furnace within his dantian, nurturing it with his golden elixir fire. After completing these tasks, Lin Jianfeng picked up a short sword from the ground and handed it to Zhang Hua, saying, "This sword is crafted for you." As Zhang Hua accepted the blade, he examined it closely. It was a modestly sized short sword, its blade measuring a mere 50 centimeters in length, polished to a mirror-like sheen. Upon closer inspection, he noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, likely the formations Lin Jianfeng had inscribed during the crafting process. The sword was complemented by a black metallic hilt, approximately 10 centimeters long, yet Zhang Hua could not discern the material of the hilt compared to the blade. It seemed Lin Jianfeng had employed a combination of materials in its creation. The sword felt remarkably light in his grasp, weighing only around 2 pounds. As Zhang Hua swung the sword a few times, he was struck by the sensation that it sliced through the air effortlessly, encountering no resistance whatsoever. He couldn't help but exclaim, "A splendid sword. Thank you, old Lin." Lin Jianfeng paid little heed to Zhang Hua's admiration. The sword before them was merely a trial piece from his early forging attempts. Although Zhang Hua regarded it as a remarkable weapon, it was wholly inadequate for a cultivator of Lin Jianfeng's caliber, who had reached the golden course stage. Lin Jianfeng then seized a pure black longsword. Forming a complex gesture with his hands, the sword suddenly enlarged, ultimately stretching to approximately 3 meters in length, and hovered in midair. "Flying sword," Zhang Hua exclaimed in astonishment. To accommodate Zhang Hua, a novice in the Qi refinement stage, the sword's flight was not swift, resembling a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. Standing atop the flying sword, Zhang Hua curiously surveyed his surroundings. They soared at a height of about 1,000 meters above a vast sea of clouds. After approximately an hour of flight, Lin Jianfeng's consciousness resonated in Zhang Hua's mind. "There is a small town below inhabited by mortals. Let us descend and procure some sustenance." With that, Lin Jianfeng maneuvered the flying sword downward, landing in an uninhabited area outside the town. The two then strolled into the settlement. The town was modest, reminiscent of ancient Chinese villages. They first sought out a tailor's shop, where each purchased a set of garments. Both were still clad in earthly attire, and throughout their journey, Lin Jianfeng employed a form of illusion to divert the attention of passers-by. At the checkout, Lin Jianfeng produced a piece of silver, aside from a few rare metals. His storage compartment contained primarily precious materials, and this silver was among them. After changing his clothes, Lin Jianfeng glanced at himself in the mirror, then utilized his vital energy to alter his appearance slightly. With his strength significantly restored, Lin Jianfeng's visage had already returned to what it was during his time on Earth. Although his hair had turned a silver gray, he still appeared quite spirited. Now, as he channeled his vital energy, a remarkable transformation occurred. While his features had only been subtly adjusted, his overall appearance underwent a considerable change, with his hair reverting to a deep black. Beside him, Zhang Hua observed with a mixture of envy and jealousy, marveling at such an ability that rivaled cosmetic surgery. If only he had possessed this talent back on Earth, perhaps he would not have struggled with his lack of romantic prospects. As Lin Jianfeng's appearance shifted, Zhang Hua began to sense something amiss. Rather than enhancing his attractiveness, Lin Jianfeng had chosen to render his appearance rather ordinary. "What are you doing, old Lin?" Zhang Hua inquired. "I wish to avoid drawing attention to myself. I still have a few enemies from my past," Lin Jianfeng casually replied. After leaving the tailor shop, the two sought out the largest restaurant in the city and entered. They ascended to the second floor, selecting a table by the window. Lin Jianfeng promptly ordered a lavish spread of delicacies. Zhang Hua, already famished, wasted no time in diving into the feast. Although the dishes did not compare to the abundance found on Earth, the ingredients were substantial, and the flavors were quite satisfactory. Despite Lin Jianfeng's current golden core stage strength allowing him to forego sustenance, the long habit of dining during his time on Earth proved difficult to shake. So he joined in the meal. As the two individuals were dining, two more people ascended from the staircase. These newcomers appeared youthful, likely in their early 20s. And upon seating themselves, they ordered an extravagant banquet. Lin Jianfeng observed them for a moment before communicating telepathically with Zhang Hua, who was still savoring his meal. "Do not focus solely on your food. Take a look at those two." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua lifted his gaze towards the pair. Lacking the ability for telepathic communication, he signaled Lin Jianfeng to continue with his thoughts. These two individuals were both practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, specifically at the 9th level of this realm. Lin Jianfeng poured himself a glass of wine and continued, "After we finish our meal, we shall follow them." In agreement, Zhang Hua nodded and resumed his meal. Soon, the table was cleared of dishes, and Zhang Hua felt a sense of increased appetite as he realized how much they had consumed. Once they had finished dining, Lin Jianfeng settled the bill and led Zhang Hua out of the tavern, heading eastward out of the city. After exiting, Zhang Hua inquired, "Old Lin, weren't we supposed to follow those two? Why have we left the city?" Lin Jianfeng explained, "Their cultivation is insufficient. Their telepathic communication is rather rudimentary. To someone of my caliber, it is akin to shouting through a megaphone. I overheard them mention they would be heading east after their meal. Hence we have come out early to await their arrival." Not long after leaving the city, Lin Jianfeng suddenly halted and remarked, "They are approaching." Zhang Hua came to a halt, turning to gaze behind him. After a brief moment, he spotted two figures emerging from the city, the very individuals he had seen at the tavern. Observing them closely, he noted that while they appeared to be walking, their pace was remarkably swift, akin to galloping horses. He turned to Lin Jianfeng and inquired, "What extraordinary ability is this? Is it the art of traversing distances in an instant?" "It is not something so profound," Lin Jianfeng replied. "They must have employed a swift travel talisman, enabling them to journey at such speed." As Zhang Hua conversed with Lin Jianfeng, the two figures had already approached them. Upon recognizing Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Hua, they halted, their expressions shifting to one of wariness. One of them questioned, "Might we ask what brings you both to wait for us here?" In an instant, their initial caution transformed into fear, and they adopted a posture of humility, bowing deeply. In unison, they introduced themselves. "We are Lu Chong and Lu Yu, disciples of the Lu family from Qingling Mountain. We pay our respects to the esteemed seniors and beg your forgiveness for our ignorance of your presence here." "There is no need for such alarm," Lin Jianfeng reassured them. "I have no intention of causing you distress. I have recently concluded a period of secluded meditation and have some inquiries for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong and Lu Yu hastily bowed once more. "What questions do you have, esteemed senior?" "We shall speak candidly. What year and month is it now?" Lin Jianfeng inquired further. He then asked, "Are there any practitioner markets nearby?" In his mind, he mused, "Could it be Yun Jinfeng? I recall that it belongs to the Baiyun sect. It appears that I am currently situated at the juncture of Yunzhou and Qingzhou. Through the orientation of Yun Jianfeng, Lin Jianfeng has discerned his present location. Thank you both for your elucidation. You may take your leave," Lin Jianfeng stated, stepping aside to clear the path. "It is an honor for us to assist you, esteemed senior. Since you have no further matters to attend to, we shall take our leave," Lu Chong replied, hastily bowing once more before he and Lu Yu resumed their journey. Once the two had distanced themselves, Zhang Hua inquired of Lin Jianfeng, "Old Lin, I noticed a change in your countenance just now. Is there an issue? Lin Jianfeng replied, Indeed, there is a concern. I initially believed I had been away for merely 30 years, only to discover that I have been absent for over 300. I cannot fathom the extent of change that has transpired in this world during that time. More critically, I sense that my lifespan is depleting in accordance with this world's passage of time, meaning I have already expended over 300 years. Furthermore, while searching for the orientation of this world, I have overdrawn significantly from my lifespan. Given the current circumstances, I must achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage within the next decade, or my life will reach its conclusion. I see. That is indeed a grave issue. Do you have confidence in achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage within 10 years? Zhang Hua queried. I am uncertain. I was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage back then, just a step away from the nascent soul. At my current estimation, I require an additional 2 to 3 years to regain my former strength. Following that, I must hasten to prepare for the tribulation. If I can successfully endure the heavenly tribulation, I will be able to break through to the nascent soul stage, Lin Jianfeng concluded, a note of concern evident in his voice. Rest assured, you have already accomplished the remarkable feat of traversing space to return to this world. Achieving the nascent soul stage is merely a matter of time, Zhang Hua encouraged Lin Jianfeng. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Hua's words, Lin Jianfeng felt a surge of spirit. Old Lin, could you enlighten me about some fundamental knowledge of this world? For instance, what you just mentioned about lifespan, as well as the cultivation families and sects? Zhang Hua inquired. Lifespan refers to one's longevity. Cultivators possess a certain awareness of their own lifespan. The higher one's cultivation level, the clearer this perception becomes. Generally speaking, those in the Qi refinement stage can live up to 180 years, while those in the foundation establishment stage may reach 300 years. In the golden core stage, one might attain 800 years, and most in the nascent soul stage can live up to 1800 years. However, these figures are merely theoretical. In practice, it is exceedingly rare to live to such an age. Throughout the cultivation process, as well as during conflicts and attempts to break through realms, one's lifespan can diminish significantly. Thus, very few individuals can reach such extraordinary ages. Lin Jianfeng further elaborated on the hierarchical structure of forces within this world. Through his explanations, Zhang Hua learned that the cultivation realm is primarily composed of sects, families, and lone cultivators. Lone cultivators refer to those without affiliation to any sect or family, whose strengths vary widely. Some skilled individuals among them may be recruited as guest elders by sects or families. Cultivation families are established by individuals whose strength has at least reached the golden core stage and are based on familial lineage. Both sects and families are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, determined by their strength. Any force lacking a golden core cultivator to oversee it does not qualify for ranking. Only a sect with a solitary golden core cultivator may be designated as a yellow-level sect. Most of the cultivation families belong to this echelon, such as the Lu family of talismans mentioned earlier. Typically, yellow-level sects opt to affiliate themselves with higher-ranking sects, allowing them to introduce themselves as branches of these esteemed establishments. A sect boasting multiple golden core masters is classified as a mystic-level sect, whereas one presided over by a yuaning master can be referred to as an earth-level sect. Naturally, such hierarchical powers are scarce in this realm, with merely a handful existing, including the Bailian sect and the Qingling Mountain, to which the Lu family is allied. Beyond these ranks lie the celestial-level sects, which are home to numerous yuaning masters. When Lin Jianfeng was present in this world, there were only 9 celestial-level sects: the 3 sects of the Immortal Gate, Tianjin sect, Ziqi sect, and Danxia sect. The 2 teachings of the Demon Gate, Changsheng sect and Huangquan sect, the Buddhist sects, Qianfo Temple and Ru Lixing sect, and from the demon clans, Longting. Chapter 8. Yun Jianfeng. Upon reaching this point, Lin Jianfeng paused, and Zhang Hua, noticing his sudden silence, inquired, Wait, old Lin, you mentioned there were 9 celestial-level sects, yet you've only listed 8. What about the last one? Lin Jianfeng, having gauged the interest of his audience, replied, "The last one is the soul cultivation family among the 9 great celestial-level sects, which is the imperial lineage of the mortal realm, the Huang dynasty, specifically the royal Lin family. However, the royal Lin family has evolved beyond a mere family, as it is now composed of numerous factions within. The intricacies of the matter are far too convoluted. I shall elaborate further at a later time. The Lin family. You imply that the emperor of this realm bears the surname Lin. Is it possible that you are indeed a scion of this illustrious lineage?" Zhang Hua inquired. Upon finishing his words, Lin Jianfeng reverted to his former demeanor, yet Zhang Hua sensed a heightened vigor emanating from him, akin to a blade unsheathed. "Ah, Lin, this is more like it. This is truly you. Now that you have regained your spirit, let us hasten our journey," Zhang Hua remarked. "Agreed," Lin Jianfeng replied. With that, he summoned his flying sword and, taking Zhang Hua by the hand, ascended upon it. In an instant, the sword soared into the heavens, heading eastward. For Lin Jianfeng, who wielded the sword with all his might, the distance of 800 miles was trivial. The two soon arrived at their destination, the majestic Yunjian mountain, which loomed high into the clouds. Rather than proceeding directly to the market, Lin Jianfeng deftly maneuvered the flying sword to descend gradually. "Stay close to me. This is a protective mountain formation that will obscure your sight and disorient you. You might attempt to circulate your true energy to enhance your vision, but your current cultivation is too low. Without my guidance, you would be unable to enter," Lin Jianfeng explained before leading Zhang Hua into the mist. Upon entering the mist, Zhang Hua beheld a world shrouded in a dense, white haze, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Even Lin Jianfeng, who was but a stone's throw away, appeared blurred. As he ventured deeper, he lost all sense of direction, relying solely on channeling his true energy to his eyes, allowing him to faintly discern Lin Jianfeng's silhouette. He followed closely in Lin Jianfeng's footsteps, mindful not to stray, and after approximately a quarter of an hour, they finally emerged from the enveloping fog. Once liberated from the mist, Zhang Hua discovered himself in a realm anew. Observing his surroundings with keen interest, he found himself before what resembled an ancient town in Jiangnan. As he advanced, he noticed the cobblestone street beneath his feet, flanked by pavilions and towers adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant paintings, exuding an air of opulence. Following the cobblestone path towards the mountain summit, he stumbled upon a mountain stream cascading down the slope, forming a splendid waterfall. Gazing upwards, he observed cultivators deftly maneuvering their flying swords and avian companions through the air, and at that moment, Zhang Hua felt as though he had stepped into a realm of immortals. In the nearby shops, artifacts and treasures radiating with ethereal light were on display. Zhang Hua paused at each storefront, captivated by the novelty of it all, yearning for each item. Noticing Zhang Hua's naive wonderment, Lin Jianfeng, seemingly unable to tolerate his uninformed demeanor any longer, grasped Zhang Hua's hand and soared forward. They soon arrived before a grand pavilion that stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. Zhang Hua looked up to see a plaque inscribed with the bold characters, Jushin Tower. "Let us rest here," Lin Jianfeng declared. Zhang Hua gazed upon the opulent decor of the restaurant, sensing an extraordinary grandeur akin to that of a 5-star hotel on Earth. Considering that, although they possessed a modest amount of gold and silver, they lacked even a single spirit stone for transactions among cultivators, he inquired of Lin Jianfeng, "Wow, with such magnificence, can we afford this establishment?" "Rest assured," Lin Jianfeng replied nonchalantly, "I am at the golden core stage. This expenditure is easily within my means." He then added, "Moreover, once we enter, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Simply follow my lead." With that, Lin Jianfeng ascended the steps and entered the grand entrance of the Jushin building. Immediately, they were greeted by a spacious hall. At this moment, Lin Jianfeng no longer concealed his golden core aura, releasing his presence into the surroundings. The other cultivators nearby instantly took notice, their gazes converging upon him. At that moment, a man swiftly approached Lin Jianfeng, clasping his fist in a respectful salute. "Welcome, esteemed senior." Your presence graces us, and I apologize for not receiving you properly. Please forgive my shortcomings. Not at all, Lin Jianfeng responded. I am Xian Yan, a wandering cultivator by the surname Lin. There is no need for such formalities. You must be the proprietor here, correct? I would appreciate your assistance in arranging a courtyard for my disciple and me. Indeed, I am Yinming, the proprietor of this establishment. Please, esteemed Xian Yan, follow me, he replied. As he spoke, Yinming guided Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Hua through the hall and out the back door, leading them into a vast garden. Before them loomed a mountain, upon which several small courtyards were constructed, each increasingly grand and lavish as they ascended towards the summit. Yinming guided Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Hua along the staircase to a mid-mountain location, selecting the most spacious courtyard available. He paused at the entrance, retrieved a string of jade talismans, and extracted one, illuminating the courtyard door, which then opened automatically. Zhang Hua, witnessing this, could not help but marvel. Truly, this is the realm of cultivation. How advanced it is. This is akin to a room key, isn't it? Chapter 9. Exceptional Spiritual Awareness. Yinming entered the courtyard, revealing several rooms within. To the left lay the alchemy room, equipped with a ground fire furnace for concocting elixirs and crafting artifacts. To the right were the quiet room and bedroom, designated for practice and rest. The central area served as the reception hall, a place for gatherings. The courtyard also boasted a pond, accompanied by a grove of bamboo behind the house, where the gentle breeze stirred the bamboo, creating a soothing rustle. I apologize, Senior Xian Yan, but the only 2 heavenly grade spirit courtyards we possess have already been reserved by others. This is the highest specification among our earthly grade spirit courtyards. I hope it meets your satisfaction, Yinming expressed apologetically to Lin Jianfeng. After surveying the courtyard, Lin Jianfeng found the layout to be quite agreeable. This is excellent. I will take it. Additionally, Yin, I have a matter I would like to trouble you with. Please, Senior, feel free to instruct me, Yinming replied. Could you kindly send an invitation to the storekeepers of the elixir and artifact shops within Yun Jianfeng, stating that I, Xian Yan Jinren, wish to invite them for a discussion tomorrow evening at our gathering of Immortals Pavilion? I have several business matters to attend to, Lin Jianfeng requested. That is a trivial task. However, may I inquire if the senior intends to purchase artifacts and elixirs, or to sell them? Yinming asked. I neither buy nor sell. I am merely a craftsman, with some insights into alchemy. My primary intention this time is to forge some spiritual artifacts and elixirs for the upcoming auction, Lin Jianfeng stated. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Yinming replied, handing the jade talisman for opening the door to Lin Jianfeng before exiting the courtyard and securing the gate behind him. Upon Yinming's departure, Lin Jianfeng affixed the jade talisman to the pillar of the main gate. Once hung, a shimmering aura enveloped the entire courtyard, forming a protective array designed to muffle sound, obscure sight, and prevent intrusion by others' consciousness. Should anyone attempt to infiltrate stealthily, an alert mechanism would activate. After completing these preparations, Lin Jianfeng turned to Zhang Hua and remarked, Now we may converse freely. Old Lin, you seem quite familiar with this sort of place. Have you often frequented it? Zhang Hua inquired, as he began to survey the courtyard and prepared to explore each room. The Juxian Tower is renowned throughout the realm of cultivation, akin to a 5-star hotel on Earth. Beyond dining and lodging, it is celebrated for its alchemical furnaces and meditation chambers, with branches established in nearly every major cultivation market, Lin Jianfeng elucidated. Zhang Hua chose a bedroom and leapt onto the bed, declaring, Old Lin, I can't discuss this any longer. I am utterly exhausted and must rest. Without waiting for Lin Jianfeng's response, he succumbed to slumber. Though it has been merely a little over a day since Zhang Hua arrived in this world, he has encountered an overwhelming array of new experiences, depleting his spirit to the brink of exhaustion. Finally lying down, the accumulated fatigue surged forth, and he fell into a deep slumber, unable to muster any further energy. Lin Jianfeng, on the other hand, sensed a wave of weariness as well. Yet his strength had significantly restored, allowing him to forego sleep. He sought a tranquil room, furnished with cushions, and settled onto one, adopting a meditative posture to cultivate his spirit and recover his vitality. As he practiced Tai Chi, he continued to circulate his vital energy, which enveloped his hands as if they were shrouded in an ethereal aura. Gradually, the energy flowed through his entire being, creating a faint yet palpable presence. Meanwhile, Zhang Hua appeared to enter a profound realm, where his vital energy burgeoned, swiftly reaching a critical juncture. With a soft sound, he unlocked the foot Yangming stomach meridian, ascending to the second layer of qi refinement. Just as Zhang Hua ventured out to commence his training, Lin Jianfeng emerged from his meditation. Observing Zhang Hua's movements as he began to practice Tai Chi, Lin Jianfeng was taken aback when Zhang Hua broke through to the second layer. Just the day prior, he had only just achieved the first layer, making this rapid progression decidedly unusual. Furthermore, Zhang Hua's circulation of vital energy was considerably swifter than that of an ordinary practitioner at the qi refinement stage. Generally speaking, such occurrences are typically reserved for exceptional circumstances, often involving prodigious individuals endowed with celestial-grade spiritual veins. However, after spending considerable time with Lin Jianfeng, Zhang Hua has not discerned any extraordinary talent within him, suggesting this is not the underlying reason. Furthermore, if one were initially at a higher realm, their cultivation would indeed progress more swiftly upon starting anew. As seen in cases of possession or reincarnation, yet this scenario appears improbable. While Lin Jianfeng contemplated these matters, Zhang Hua had concluded his cultivation, standing still with his eyes closed, allowing his mind to immerse itself in the meridians he had just unblocked. During this recent breakthrough, Zhang Hua felt once more that, aside from the impurities expelled from his body, a slight essence had been compressed into other meridians. This essence, akin to delicate cotton fibers, filled the meridians, remaining undetectable during regular cultivation sessions. It was only after the breakthrough that he could perceive this faint sensation. Nonetheless, it is precisely these substances that hinder the unobstructed flow of true energy within the newly opened meridians, preventing it from functioning as seamlessly as in the regular channels. Zhang Hua surmised that these substances were the key impediment that obstructed the complete unblocking of the 12 primary meridians during the qi refining stage. As Zhang Hua pondered these thoughts, Lin Jianfeng approached him and called out, "Old Zhang, I sense your true energy flows at an unusually rapid pace. Could you share with me any distinct sensations you experienced during your initial cultivation?" Subsequently, Zhang Hua recounted to Lin Jianfeng his observations regarding the cotton-like substance that could not be expelled from his meridians. After listening to Zhang Hua's description, Lin Jianfeng contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "Are you implying that you can now introspectively examine your own meridians? Can you see something resembling cotton fluff?" asked Zhang Hua. "Indeed," he replied. "Release your spirit. Allow me to investigate," Lin Jianfeng suggested. Upon uttering these words, Lin Jianfeng unleashed his spiritual consciousness, which then entered Zhang Hua's mind through his third eye, the location known as the Mud Pill Palace, the upper dantian within the human body, where the spirit and soul converge. Upon entry, Lin Jianfeng first noted the extraordinary size of Zhang Hua's upper dantian, significantly larger than that of an ordinary qi refinement practitioner. Next, he observed the formidable nature of Zhang Hua's spirit, which radiated like a miniature sun, emitting an intense brilliance. This indicated not only the strength and clarity of Zhang Hua's spirit, but also the presence of vibrant, multicolored glimmers that intermittently emanated from it, a testament to Zhang Hua's active spiritual consciousness. Lin Jianfeng endeavored to connect with Zhang Hua's consciousness and discovered its remarkable resilience and strength, rivaling his own. It was evident that this was no mere spirit of a qi refinement practitioner. It resembled that of a golden core stage adept, with a potency aligning with that of a late-stage golden core practitioner. Chapter 10, Visualization. However, contemplating the suppression of his own consciousness and cultivation to a profoundly low level during his time on Earth, Lin Jianfeng acknowledged that Zhang Hua, being one of the few scientists devoted to the study of the multiverse, was indeed much more intelligent than others. Thus, Zhang Hua's formidable spirit was not as astonishing as it initially seemed. With a lack of clear direction, Lin Jianfeng decided to set aside these thoughts and address Zhang Hua. "Please, come with me." Zhang Hua was led into the tranquil chamber, where Lin Jianfeng first settled himself upon a cushion, inviting Zhang Hua to sit opposite him. "I have just discerned that your spirit is remarkably potent. However, you currently lack the methods to harness it. Therefore, I shall impart to you some techniques for utilizing your spiritual awareness. Pay close attention," Lin Jianfeng stated with gravity. The concept of spirit can be interpreted as the soul or, in Taoist terms, as the three souls among the seven spirits. The three souls consist of the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the life soul, while the seven spirits encompass the corpse dog, the hidden arrow, the bird shadow, the thief swallower, the non-poison, the purifier, and the stinking lung. The three souls govern the mind, whereas the seven spirits govern the body. A robust three souls results in a formidable spiritual awareness, which can enhance your cultivation speed and ease your journey through various realms. Lin Jianfeng elucidated the significance of the spirit to Zhang Hua. Although your spirit is indeed powerful, you lack the knowledge to wield it effectively. I will first teach you the method of visualization. This method is divided into internal and external visualization. I shall begin with internal visualization. It primarily involves envisioning the 5 internal organs and the skeletal structure. By mastering internal visualization, you will attain inner sight. While you may currently perceive the phenomena within your meridians due to the strength of your spirit, this does not equate to true inner sight. If you can successfully cultivate the internal visualization technique, you will be able to distinctly observe the flow of your meridians and vital energy within, thus facilitating your training. Having concluded his explanation, Lin Jianfeng began to impart the essence of internal visualization to Zhang Hua. Following Lin Jianfeng's guidance, Zhang Hua commenced his practice, first visualizing the 5 internal organs, and subsequently envisioning the entirety of his skeletal framework. Due to Zhang Hua's formidable spirit, he swiftly completed the visualization. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive the condition within his body, including the state of his meridians. Indeed, there was a subtle difference between the opened and unopened meridians. The former not only appeared broader but also emitted a faint luminescence in his internal vision, while the latter seemed rather dim and contained impurities. Most notably, there were delicate, translucent filaments present, albeit in small quantity, yet undeniably existent. Zhang Hua attempted to use his consciousness to push these substances out of his body, but discovered that they remained impervious to his influence. Instead, some debris was expelled from the meridians. After accomplishing this, Zhang Hua realized it was already noon. Lin Jianfeng utilized a sound transmission talisman to summon a servant from the Gathering Immortals Tower to bring them food. Once they finished their meal, Lin Jianfeng commenced teaching Zhang Hua the technique of external visualization. Unlike the internal visualization, which focuses on oneself, the external method allows one to contemplate all things in the world, beings, objects, and even abstract sensory concepts such as space and time. However, Lin Jianfeng did not instruct Zhang Hua to visualize these. Instead, he retrieved the flying sword he had forged for him. Since Zhang Hua had no means to store this sword, Lin Jianfeng had been safeguarding it on his behalf. After discussing these matters, he left Zhang Hua in the quiet chamber to begin his visualization practice. Zhang Hua enveloped the flying sword with his consciousness, striving to lift it. Gradually, the sword began to quiver and float, rotating gently around him under his mental guidance. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Hua's excitement was palpable. However, just as he reveled in his achievement, he suddenly found it challenging to maintain control over his consciousness, causing the sword to plummet to the ground. At that moment, Lin Jianfeng entered, observing the scene and remarking, "You are too hasty." When manipulating the flying sword, one must concentrate and avoid significant fluctuations in mental focus. Once your strength has sufficiently developed, you can merge true energy with your consciousness, allowing for a more potent control of the sword during combat. While you can lift the sword now, you are still far from being capable of engaging in battle. Chapter 11. The Celestial Maiden of Initial Clouds. After speaking, Lin Jianfeng handed Zhang Hua a scabbard and added, It is already evening. The guests I invited on behalf of Ming should be arriving shortly. Let us proceed to the front. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua stood, accepted the scabbard, sheathed the sword, and secured it at his waist. When we meet these individuals, you must remain behind me and refrain from interjecting. Do you understand? Lin Jianfeng instructed Zhang Hua, who nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Jianfeng then proceeded to explain various courtesies expected among cultivators, ensuring that Zhang Hua would not embarrass himself later. Upon completing their tasks, the two individuals exited the small courtyard and made their way along the path to the esteemed Jushin Tower. As Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Hua arrived at the entrance, they were greeted by the proprietor, Ming, along with several others who were already awaiting their arrival. Noticing the two approaching, Ming promptly advanced to meet them. Performing a respectful gesture towards Lin Jianfeng, he exclaimed, "I extend my heartfelt welcome to the esteemed Xin Yan. I am grateful to fulfill your summons. The esteemed managers you requested are now present." With that, he gestured for Lin Jianfeng to follow him to where the others stood. In total, Ming had introduced 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. The men appeared to be in their 30s, exuding an aura of shrewdness and business acumen. However, the age of cultivators is often elusive to discern from mere appearance. The woman, in contrast, appeared notably youthful and seemed to hold the highest status among them. Ming proceeded to introduce the group, stating, "Esteemed guests, this is the Xian Yinzhenren I previously mentioned, Lin Zhenren." He then introduced each manager in turn. "This is Manager Huang from Mingjian Pavilion. This is Manager Yu from Qianji Pavilion. And this is Manager Zhang from Danzong Pavilion." After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the managers, Ming finally introduced the woman, saying, "Esteemed Xian Yan, this is our young master of Yunjian Shan, the enchanting Chuyun Fairy. The junior has had the honor of meeting the esteemed Xian Yan." The title of Chuyun Fairy was bestowed by certain well-meaning individuals, and I beg your pardon for any amusement it may have caused. If it pleases you, I would prefer to be addressed simply as Chuyun. My father, Li Feibai, the elder responsible for external affairs at the Baiyun sect, is currently preoccupied with preparations for the Yunjiangfang auction and is regrettably unable to meet with you in person. In his stead, I have brought some gifts to express our apologies. Once the auction has concluded, my father will certainly make it a point to visit you in person to offer his contrition. Having said this, Li Chuyun presented a small object resembling a sachet to Lin Jianfeng, who later learned that it was, in fact, a storage pouch. Upon receiving it, Lin Jianfeng remarked, "Elder Li is far too gracious. Please convey my regards to Elder Li. In due time, I shall make a personal visit." Lin Jianfeng then engaged in a few more polite exchanges with Li Chuyun. After introducing everyone, Ming suggested, "Elder Lin and esteemed shopkeepers, might we proceed upstairs for our discussion?" "Very well, very well." The shopkeepers nodded in agreement, accompanying Lin Jianfeng and Li Chuyun to the upper floor. Ming guided them to a spacious reception room on the top floor of Jushin Tower. As they entered, Zhang Hua noticed that the room was quite large, reminiscent of ancient Chinese pavilions. The center was occupied by a table, flanked by 2 grand armchairs, with an additional pair of armchairs positioned on either side at the front. As everyone took their seats, Lin Jianfeng occupied the main position, while Zhang Hua stood beside him at a slightly lower position. Ming arranged for the attendants to serve fragrant tea to all present, then remarked, "Senior Lin, if there are no further requests, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, please send word to me." Lin Jianfeng replied, "Thank you, Manager Yin. There are no other matters at hand. You may proceed with your duties." After Ming departed, Manager Huang of Mingjian Pavilion rose to inquire of Lin Jianfeng, "Might I ask what instructions you have for us, Senior Lin?" Lin Jianfeng spoke, "I am a craftsman of fine tools, traveling with my apprentice to enhance my skills. Along the way, I heard fellow practitioners discussing an upcoming auction hosted by your establishment, which is why I have come, eager to participate. However, my arrival was rather impromptu, and I have not prepared any items for auction. I find myself in need of materials for my craft, and thus seek your assistance in procuring some. This is a minor matter. May I inquire what materials you require?" "Senior Xinyan, Manager Huang asked once more. Lin Jianfeng produced a slip of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Manager Huang. Upon inspection, Huang noted that the list contained various common items, not particularly rare, yet the diversity was considerable, encompassing both crafting materials and medicinal herbs for alchemy. Regrettably, he realized that he could not gather such a collection from his own stock. After Manager Huang finished reading, he passed the note to Manager Yu, who then handed it over to Manager Zhang. Upon reading it, Manager Zhang inquired whether Fairy Chu Yun would like to take a look as well. However, Fairy Chu Yun gestured with her hand, indicating her disinterest. Only then did Manager Zhang return the note to Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng accepted it in silence, observing the others. The expressions of Managers Huang and others suggested that they understood it was time to take their leave. They politely bid farewell to Lin Jianfeng before departing. Just before leaving, Li Chuyin cast a glance at Zhang Hua, but refrained from speaking. Once everyone had exited the reception room, Zhang Hua turned to Lin Jianfeng and said, "Old Lin, have you already secured the deal? I noticed they didn't even mention a price or request a deposit before preparing the items. How much are those things you wrote worth?" "It's not much, merely around 100 mid-grade spirit stones," Lin Jianfeng replied nonchalantly. 100 mid-grade spirit stones? That's equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, is it not? Is that really not a substantial amount? Zhang Hua expressed his surprise. Lin Jianfeng looked at his lack of ambition and remarked, "For cultivators at the golden core stage, those spirit stones truly aren't significant. Besides, you, who managed to squander my several billion in just 2 years, should refrain from pretending otherwise." Chapter 12. Li Fei Bai after swallowing the food in his mouth. Zhang Hua took a sip of water and said, "Don't you recognize it? It's Tai Chi. Tai Chi. Are you certain that's what you've been practicing? Who did you learn it from?" Lin Jianfeng asked, puzzled. "I never learned it formally. I merely observed the elderly in the park practicing it," Zhang Hua replied. "Where did you learn that?" "Wudong Mountain." Zhang Hua inquired with keen interest. Lin Jianfeng, feeling somewhat disinclined to engage with Zhang Hua, took a sip of his drink and paused before responding. "Is your understanding of these traditional aspects of China solely derived from novels? Who informed you that practicing Tai Chi necessitates a pilgrimage to Wudong Mountain? Throughout my time on this earth, I have encountered genuine masters. One such individual, though unable to wield certain unique abilities as I can, bested me several times in our encounters. However, as we grew acquainted, we became friends, and I gleaned various martial arts techniques from him. Although I have not diligently practiced them myself, they are sufficient to teach you." With that, Lin Jianfeng rose to his feet, positioning himself at the center of the living room, inviting Zhang Hua to join him in learning, commencing with standing meditation, gradually instructing Zhang Hua in the art of martial practice. This instruction persisted for 2 hours until individuals dispatched by the 3 shopkeepers arrived with the items Lin Jianfeng had requested. The 3 shopkeepers presented the contents within a small storage pouch. Zhang Hua received the communication talisman, uttered a brief acknowledgement, and then retreated to the quiet chamber for meditation. Meanwhile, Lin Jianfeng entered the specialized workshop for refining tools. Upon entering, he examined the storage pouch sent by the initial cloud fairy. Discovering it contained only a few items, 3 boxes. One box held spirit stones, both low and middle grade, and upon a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Jianfeng discerned that the spirit stones within were precisely worth 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Another box contained various elixirs, primarily those designed to replenish spiritual energy and restore true qi. The final box, distinguished as the most valuable among the collection, contained a piece of metal that had undergone preliminary refinement, purged of its impurities. Lin Jianfeng recognized this metal. It was a precious material utilized in the crafting of elixir-grade artifacts and flying swords, true fire copper, a treasure that could be classified as earthly level among the finest materials. This particular piece, given its dimensions, held a value exceeding 30 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Chuyun approached the door of her father's study. After announcing her presence, she entered to find her father, Li Fei Bai, engaged in a cordial conversation over tea with Huang Qing, the esteemed elder dispatched by the Baiyun sect to maintain order during the auction. Although Li Feibai had surpassed 4 centuries in age, his appearance, bolstered by his golden core cultivation, rendered him seemingly in his 40s. He sported a well-groomed mustache that complemented his handsome visage, akin to a charming gentleman capable of captivating an array of unwitting young maidens on earth. Beside him sat Huang Qing, who, though slightly portly, bore no distinctive features. Yet his prowess eclipsed that of Li Feibai. Upon entering, Li Chuyan respectfully greeted the two, saying, "Yun'er pays her respects to Father and Master Huang." Li Feibai nodded in acknowledgement, while Huang Qing, smiling warmly, responded, "Yun'er, you have worked hard. Please, take a seat." Gratefully, Li Chuyan complied and settled down. Shortly thereafter, Li Feibai inquired, "Yun'er, please share the current situation with us." Li Chuyan recounted the circumstances of his meeting with Lin Jianfeng. Upon finishing, he produced a slip of paper and stated, "This contains the materials for alchemy and artifact refinement that the individual purchased, which were later handed over to me by the 3 shopkeepers." Li Feibai took the note, glanced at the items listed, and then passed it to Huang Qing. After examining it, Huang Qing remarked, "It appears that this Master Xian Yin is quite remarkable. The spiritual herbs mentioned here are primarily used for golden core stage elixirs, while the rest are essential for foundation establishment pills. This indicates that he is at least capable of refining foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment pills are indispensable for practitioners transitioning from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Although they are meant for qi refiners, their complex formulation typically necessitates the expertise of golden core masters. The ability to produce foundation establishment pills attests to this individual's proficiency in alchemy." Li Feibai struck the table and declared, "We must keep a close watch on this Master Xian Yin. If he is indeed capable of refining foundation establishment pills or crafting high-quality spiritual artifacts, we should engage with him. Our Yunjian workshop is in dire need of an artifact refiner." It turns out that Yunjian workshop is one of the larger cultivation markets in Yunzhou. The Yunjian workshop auction, held every decade, is a well-known event in both Yunzhou and the neighboring Qingzhou, and has evolved into a significant gathering for cultivators. The Baiyun sect is the largest faction in Yunzhou and is classified as a regional sect. Within its ranks resides a true monarch at the nascent soul stage. However, the Baiyun sect has recently encountered difficulties, primarily due to the abrupt cessation of cooperation from both the Tianwan sect and the Dantang sect, which had previously collaborated with them. This unexpected development left the Baiyun sect ill-prepared for their upcoming auction, nearly resulting in the cancellation of the event due to the absence of a headlining treasure. Had it not been for the sect master presenting a treasured item stored within the sect, the Yunjianfeng auction would have become a laughingstock among the cultivators of Yunzhou and Qingzhou, and as the master of Yunjianfeng, he would inevitably face repercussions. Thus, upon hearing that a gold core alchemist had arrived at the establishment, Li Feibai was filled with excitement. Instructing his daughter to promptly deliver a piece of fire-melting true copper as a gift to the esteemed Xian Yinzhenren. Chapter 13, Evil Blood and Truth. Li Feibai had initially intended to visit himself. However, considering his uncertainty regarding Xian Yinzhenren's alchemical prowess and the lack of knowledge about the individual's background, he opted for caution, delegating the task to his daughter instead. Li Feibai turned to Huang Qing and inquired, "Senior brother, have there been any developments regarding the sudden termination of cooperation between the Tianwan sect and the Dantang sect?" Huang Qing took a sip of tea before responding, "Junior brother, I am not fully informed about the specifics of this matter either. However, it would be prudent for you not to inquire too deeply. I have heard from the sect master that this situation pertains to the 9 great heavenly sects. We do not possess the standing to question it." With that, Huang Qing set his cup down and let out a sigh. Li Feibai let out an indignant huff, expressing his conviction that if it were not for the interference of the 9 great heavenly sects, the Tianduan sect and the Danting sect would not have abruptly ceased their collaboration. After all, every auction yielded considerable profits for them. "Brother, do you know which faction has taken action against our Baiyun sect?" Huang Qing hesitated, saying, "Well, it seems that no specific sect has chosen to target us. Rather, individuals from the two demonic sects unexpectedly arrived at the Tian-Duan sect and the Danting sect, forcefully acquiring all their existing stock. This includes the items we were to trade with our Baiyin sect. The Tian-Duan sect and the Danting sect had no choice but to halt the transaction due to their inability to refine new treasures within the stipulated time. Upon hearing this, Li Feibai was momentarily taken aback. He had initially believed there was a deliberate assault on his faction, only to realize that a minor maneuver from the opposition had left his side in disarray. The disparity in his emotions was quite profound. Having managed Yun Jianfang for many years, he quickly regained his composure. Brother's insight is indeed correct. It is I who was overly concerned, Li Feibai remarked, bowing respectfully to Huang Qing. After bidding farewell to Huang Qing, he gazed up at the luminous moon and lamented. If only our Baiyin sect possessed a few experts at the nascent soul stage, we would not suffer such indignities. Alas, without entering the nascent soul realm, we remain but ants. In the ensuing days, Zhang Hua devoted himself to cultivation within his small courtyard. Owing to the formidable strength of his spiritual awareness, his progress accelerated remarkably. Within a mere 10 days, he ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement, and he had made preliminary strides in unblocking the 12 meridians. Through his dedicated practice, Zhang Hua discerned that impurities within his body and meridians could be expelled through cultivation. However, hair-like entities residing within his meridians proved resistant to elimination. The rationale was straightforward. These entities, which he termed evil blood, were not external impurities, but rather substances generated internally by the body. Inherently present within human physiology, this evil blood could not be effortlessly expelled, due to their diminutive size. Ordinary Qi refinement practitioners found it challenging to identify them. As Zhang Hua unblocked more meridians, the accumulation of evil blood eventually congested the remaining unblocked meridians. This congestion necessitated external force for expulsion, specifically the use of foundation-building pills. Zhang Hua, possessing exceptionally strong spiritual awareness, discerned these entities early on. Thus, during his cultivation, he consciously directed the evil blood outward, and for those that resisted expulsion, he employed his true energy to refine them. Consequently, his cultivation remained unimpeded by this substance. Nevertheless, this method of cultivation was unique to Zhang Hua, as it required an extraordinarily high level of spiritual awareness, rendering it unattainable for most practitioners in the Qi refinement or even foundation establishment stages. After Zhang Hua reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, he ceased his deliberate pursuit of further cultivation. Instead, he began to conceive a novel method of practice that would allow him to expel or refine the malevolent blood from his body without relying on his spiritual consciousness. Over the following days, Zhang Hua engaged in various experiments. However, due to his limited cultivation experience, he made little progress. Nonetheless, his diligent practice significantly enhanced the quality of his vital energy, and the instability caused by his rapid advancement was greatly mitigated. At present, Zhang Hua has attained the ability to manipulate his flying sword through the synergy of vital energy and spiritual consciousness. Typically, a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement can control a flying sword within a 10-meter radius, and to achieve optimal attack efficacy, this range must be even smaller. Conversely, those at the 9th level can only maneuver their swords within a 15-meter sphere. However, due to Zhang Hua's formidable spiritual consciousness, he is capable of controlling his sword within a 40-meter radius, with a level of finesse that surpasses that of ordinary practitioners at the Qi refinement stage. This expanded range not only amplifies his attack capabilities, but, coupled with the superior quality of the flying sword crafted by Lin Jianfeng, enhances both its speed and power. Thus, despite Zhang Hua currently being at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he stands as a formidable figure among his peers. Nevertheless, his lack of combat experience renders the outcome of any confrontation uncertain. In recent days, Zhang Hua found himself at a loss during his cultivation, which inevitably led to a sense of frustration. Upon inspecting the alchemy chamber, he noticed flickering flames seeping through the door crevice, indicating that Lin Jianfeng was still engrossed in his crafting and would likely remain occupied for some time. Growing weary of the solitude within the courtyard, Zhang Hua resolved to take a stroll. Upon leaving the courtyard, he followed the path down the mountain until he reached the base of the Gathering Immortals Tower, where he observed several young attendants resting. Approaching them, one of the attendants stepped forward to greet him, inquiring, "Esteemed immortal, how may I assist you?" Most of the attendants in the establishment were mortals, uniformly addressing cultivators as esteemed immortal. Zhang Hua regarded the attendant and replied, "I have grown weary of the confines of the courtyard and wish to explore the surroundings. However, as I am unfamiliar with this area, I seek your guidance on any local attractions." The attendant responded eagerly, "You have indeed come to the right place. My companions and I were just discussing our plans to take a break and witness some excitement. You see, there is quite a spectacle happening in Yunjianfang these past few days." "What sort of spectacle?" Zhang Hua inquired, his curiosity piqued. He thought to himself, given his current boredom, it would be worthwhile to witness the event and observe the capabilities of the local cultivators. Chapter 14. Advertisements of the cultivation realm. Once Zhang Hua had ascertained the location of the arena, he departed from the Gathering Immortals Tower. Zhang Hua did not hasten his pace. Instead, he ambled along, taking in the beauty of his surroundings. In recent days, Yunjianfang had seen a significant increase in visitors compared to when Zhang Hua first arrived. Along the roadsides, several stalls had emerged, offering basic elixirs and magical artifacts specifically designed for practitioners at the Qi refinement stage, levels 5 and below. Zhang Hua pondered the possibility that there might indeed be a connection between this realm and Earth, especially considering Lin Jianfeng's unexpected journey into his world. It seemed plausible that the two worlds were not so disparate, allowing for mutual influence. Lost in thought, Zhang Hua found himself at the southern market of Yunjianfang, where he could already discern two platforms, each standing at half a person's height. One platform was larger and taller, intended for contests among Foundation establishment practitioners, though currently no competitors occupied it. The smaller, slightly lower platform catered to Qi refinement practitioners, and it was bustling with onlookers. At that moment, two individuals were engaged in a fierce duel atop the platform. Zhang Hua selected a vantage point to observe the combatants, who wielded flying swords in their contest. The exchange of blows was lively, with the two warriors occasionally engaging in close combat, summoning spiritual talismans as bursts of spiritual light erupted from their clashes, creating a visually stunning display. However, after a brief observation, Zhang Hua found the spectacle rather uninteresting. Although the two individuals appeared flamboyant, they did not exude an air of formidable prowess in his eyes. The speed of their flying swords paled in comparison to his own, and during close combat, their manipulation of the swords noticeably slowed. The talismans they employed lacked significant potency, and most critically, their movements decelerated at moments when a decisive victor could have been determined. While the display was visually appealing, it struck Zhang Hua as more of a performance than a genuine contest, devoid of the palpable tension typically associated with such duels. In reality, the two participants were indeed merely performing. One was named Lu Sheng and the other Wu Liang. Both were loose cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Their vigorous display on the stage was primarily an attempt to capture attention, hoping that their antics might attract the notice of individuals from the Baiyun sect or influential figures within the shops of Yunjianfang. They believed that such visibility could lead to advantageous opportunities, whether in joining a sect or becoming a steward in a prestigious establishment. However, the two had miscalculated. Even minor sects would find it challenging to accept them based on their qualifications alone. After approximately 2 more minutes, exhaustion set in for the two on stage. Their flying swords slowed further, and their prepared talismans were completely expended. With no other options, Wu Liang feigned a vulnerability, allowing Lu Sheng to swiftly close the distance and kick him off the stage, thus bringing this farcical display to an end. The audience erupted into a considerable applause. For the majority of those watching from below were mere mortals or lowly cultivators with limited horizons, merely here for the spectacle, seldom capable of discerning any flaws. Meanwhile, those of higher discernment occupied the tea houses and taverns flanking the arena, ensuring that none would expose the two participants. Indeed, some among them had even dispatched subordinates to contact these individuals, as reaching the 6th level of Qi training was no small feat, and having them as aides was deemed advantageous. After Lu Xing triumphed over Wu Liang, he did not remain to defend his position but rather descended from the stage, claimed his reward from a nearby individual, and departed hastily. Consequently, the arena fell silent. Zhang Hua, initially contemplating departure, was suddenly interrupted by a figure who soared onto the stage. With a bow, the individual addressed the crowd. "Esteemed guests, I am Lu Feng, an attendant from the Frost Pattern Shop of the weapon store in the Western Market of Yunjiang Square. I come not for mere competition today, but to present our signature weapon, the 9-pattern blade. This blade possesses the ability to sever gold and jade, and is priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones in our shop. Should anyone manage to defeat me, this blade shall be gifted to the victor. Even those who compete and lose may receive a discount voucher for purchases at my store, though the extent of the discount shall depend on how many techniques they can execute against me." Zhang Hua observed this individual on stage with a sense of amusement. This was not a contest, but rather an advertisement, akin to those in novels hawking miraculous potions. However, Zhang Hua did not find any fault with this form of advertisement. After all, the advertisements viewed on Earth far exceed this one, and such a format is indeed a rarity on the current Earth. Soon, a challenger stepped forward, and Lu Feng proved to be formidable, wielding his 9-pattern blade with such skill that he swiftly defeated the challenger in just a few moves. Following the victory, one of Lu Feng's companions handed the challenger a coupon. Observing this, the onlookers were enticed by the prospect of acquiring a coupon with minimal effort, prompting several others to take their turn. However, those who stepped up were of mediocre ability, all swiftly dispatched by Lu Feng. Zhang Hua found the spectacle amusing. This method certainly captivated a portion of the audience's attention. After Lu Feng had triumphed over several opponents, Zhang Hua felt a surge of competitive spirit and wished to challenge Lu Feng himself, believing their strengths to be comparable. In truth, Lu Feng possessed an impressive mastery at the 8th level of Qi refinement, making him quite formidable within that tier, and he had garnered a modest reputation within Yunjian Fang. Zhang Hua's perception of Lu Feng's abilities being similar to his own stemmed not from Lu Feng withholding his true prowess, but rather from Zhang Hua's own strength not aligning with that of an ordinary 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner. As another challenger fell to Lu Feng, Zhang Hua sprang forward, leaping onto the arena. Upon his arrival, he found Lu Feng preparing to leave the stage. Zhang Hua quickly called out, "Hey, wait a moment, Lu Feng. Where are you going?" Lu Feng had not noticed Zhang Hua until he heard his name called. Turning to face Zhang Hua, he clasped his fists in greeting and inquired, "What is it that you wish of me, fellow cultivator?" At that moment, Zhang Hua stood dazed upon the arena. Chapter 15, The Martial Arts Competition. While Zhang Hua was lost in thought, an individual approached from behind and leapt onto the stage, launching an assault on him. This person, seizing the opportunity presented by Zhang Hua's momentary distraction, aimed to gain an advantage through a surprise attack. Intending to knock Zhang Hua off the platform without any intent to cause him harm, thus, he refrained from employing his flying sword and opted for a direct confrontation instead. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Zhang Hua sensed the impending ambush and quickly turned to engage. However, he fell victim to the opponent's stealthy maneuver and was sent sprawling several meters away. This highlighted Zhang Hua's inexperience. Seasoned fighters typically avoid facing their adversary head-on during a turn, as this exposes them to swift attacks. Instead, they would create distance or sidestep to evade. Yet, the assailant acted hastily and misjudged Zhang Hua's capabilities, thus failing to send him tumbling off the stage. Realizing his initial strike had been ineffective, the attacker sought to close in for another attempt. However, before he could act, a flying sword suddenly darted toward him, Zhang Hua's own. The assailant hastily summoned his own sword to counter, but Zhang Hua's weapon was too swift. As the opponent barely managed to raise his sword, he found himself overwhelmed. And after a few clashes, he quickly declared, "I apologize, I concede." The individual hastily sheathed his flying sword and descended from the stage, his demeanor decidedly dejected. Once he had departed, Zhang Hua took a moment to rub the area where he had been struck, a sharp pain coursing through him. However, it was precisely due to this person's delay that Zhang Hua was unable to exit the stage in a timely manner. Now, another contender was ascending to challenge him. Observant spectators had already discerned that while Zhang Hua possessed considerable strength, he lacked experience. Consequently, several confident individuals sought to seize the opportunity, hoping that a victory would reward them with a modest prize after the bout. Although the reward was not substantial, it was deemed sufficient for those in the chi refinement stage. Furthermore, should one fortuitously achieve a series of victories, the rewards could indeed multiply, rendering the prospect enticing. The newcomer to the stage did not engage in a sneak attack as the previous challenger had. Instead, he clasped his fists respectfully and introduced himself. "I am Lu Tong. Please." With that, he commenced the duel with Zhang Hua. This opponent proved to be significantly stronger than the last. Although Lu Tong's flying sword was not as swift as Zhang Hua's, its manipulation was devoid of unnecessary movements, allowing Lu Tong to effectively parry Zhang Hua's assaults. Observing this, Zhang Hua no longer felt the urgency to determine the victor against Lu Tong. His primary intention for taking the stage was to gauge his own prowess. Having identified a notable deficiency in experience, he was eager to engage in further combat to enhance his skills. It is precisely due to Zhang Hua's intentions that the scene resembling the earlier encounter between Lu Sheng and Wu Liang has once again unfolded on stage. The two participants are engaged in a lively exchange, their duel marked by fervor. However, a significant distinction sets Zhang Hua apart from Lu Sheng and Wu Liang. The former is not merely performing, but is genuinely intent on determining a victor against Lu Tong. This spirited contest has drawn the attention of a group of individuals atop a nearby tea house, among whom Zhang Hua recognizes the young master of Yun Jianfang, the enchanting Li Chuyun. As the youthful master of Yun Jianfang and a disciple of Bai Yun's sect, Li Chuyun is accompanied by several fellow disciples, 3 of whom are her senior brothers, while the remaining 2 serve as her subordinates. The 6 individuals have come to observe the arena competition, for Yun Jianfang has its own motives for organizing such an event. Those engaged in commerce often seek opportunities to attract customers, and this arena serves not only to gather a crowd, but also to allow practitioners to showcase their skills. Should any formidable individuals emerge, they may be recruited into their ranks, while simultaneously providing an avenue for promotion. However, lacking the requisite strength makes such endeavors unfeasible. After all, hosting a contest carries risks, and any casualties would be detrimental. Therefore, each event is typically monitored by experts to avert any fatalities or serious injuries. This elucidates the reason for the current exclusive access to the competition platform for Qi refinement stage practitioners. Contests among Qi refinement cultivators merely necessitate the oversight of 2 foundation establishment experts. However, if foundation establishment practitioners were to compete against one another, it would require the arrangement of several foundation establishment or even core formation masters to preside over the contest, contingent upon the strength of the participants. Should a foundation establishment cultivator wish to engage in a match, the process cannot be as casual as that of Qi refinement practitioners. Instead, it necessitates prior coordination with the individuals within Yunjiangfang. At that juncture, representatives from Yunjiangfang would orchestrate promotional efforts and designate an appropriate time for the duel. Consequently, cultivators from various nearby sects, as well as numerous wandering practitioners, would converge upon Yunjiangfang. It is during this time that Yunjiangfang would arrange for esteemed experts to oversee the competition, serving both promotional purposes and stimulating the local economy. Most importantly, it would enhance Yunjiangfang's prominence and authority in the surrounding region, achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. Today, Li Chuyun, accompanied by her fellow disciples, has journeyed from Bai Yun's sect under the guidance of the esteemed Master Huang Qing. They have spent nearly a month in Yunjiangfang, having indulged in various activities. Upon hearing of the upcoming competition, they urged Li Chuyun to accompany them to witness the event. As both Li Chuyun and her fellow disciples are foundation establishment practitioners, They are not particularly concerned with the prowess of the qi refinement cultivators. Their primary intent is to enjoy the spectacle. However, when Zhang Hua ascended the stage, Li Chuyun took notice, recognizing him as the individual who had accompanied Lin Jianfeng at the Juxian building on that particular day. When Li Chuyun first encountered Zhang Hua, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. Later, upon inquiring with the proprietor of Juxian Tower, Yin Ming, she learned that he was a disciple of Lin Jianfeng. However, observing Zhang Hua's demeanor and actions in Lin Jianfeng's presence, Li Chuyun felt that he did not embody the characteristics of a disciple. Consequently, she paid particular attention to Zhang Hua's every movement, noting that he appeared remarkably at ease beside Lin Jianfeng, devoid of the self-awareness typically expected of a disciple. Many of his actions seemed to be prompted solely by Lin Jianfeng's reminders, leaving Li Chuyun with lingering questions. Chapter 16. The Martial Arts Competition 2. As Li Chuyun focused on Zhang Hua in the arena, a fellow onlooker noticed her unusual demeanor. Following her gaze, he discovered that she was intently observing Zhang Hua and inquired, "Junior sister, what troubles you?" Upon hearing his voice, Li Chuyun replied, "I apologize, senior brother Qian. I was momentarily distracted." "Oh, who is it?" interjected another nearby individual. This person was also Li Chuyun's senior, named Fong Man, a disciple of the same master, Huang Qingzhenren. Possessing considerable strength in the late foundation establishment stage, Fong Man's temperament contrasted sharply with the composed Qian Yushan, as he exhibited a somewhat impetuous nature. Hearing Li Chuyun mention a disciple of a weaponsmith competing in the arena, he quickly chimed in. After listening, Fong Man turned his focus to Zhang Hua and remarked to Li Chuyun, "Junior sister, it seems this Zhang Hua lacks strength. Although his flying sword moves swiftly, he exhibits too many superfluous actions, indicating a lack of combat experience." After Fong Man finished speaking, Qian Yushan nodded in agreement. Li Chuyun remarked, "This is indeed my first time witnessing his abilities. It aligns with what you, my senior, have described. However, having observed for a longer duration, I have noticed an intriguing aspect." Upon saying this, Li Chuyun paused, leaving the thought unfinished. Fong Man, anxious due to Li Chuyun's silence, implored, "Junior sister, what interesting observation have you made? Please, do share." Seeing Fong Man's eagerness, Li Chuyun smiled and replied, "Senior brother, if you observe closely, you will discern it yourself." After this, Li Chuyun ceased to speak further, although feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Fong Man redirected his attention to the duel between Zhang Hua and Lu Tong on the platform. Before long, Fong Man discerned a clue, exclaiming, "Zhang Hua's extraneous movements are diminishing. Indeed, not only are his superfluous actions lessening, but the speed of his flying sword has also increased," Qian Yushan interjected. At that moment, a quiet observer named Lung Yuan Shuang finally spoke up, "Senior brothers and sisters, please notice that this individual is deliberately prolonging his victory over his opponent, utilizing Lu Tong to refine his own techniques." Lung Yuan Shuang, a disciple of Li Feibai who had just completed the foundational stage, received a nod of approval from Qian Yushan. "Your observation is astute, junior brother Lung. Zhang Hua indeed harbors such intentions." While the four were engaged in conversation, Zhang Hua on the stage was preparing to conclude the match, primarily because Lu Tong was no longer capable of providing him with further improvement. Thus, Zhang Hua wielded his flying sword and launched a series of swift thrusts. Lu Tong felt an immediate increase in pressure and soon found himself unable to control his own flying sword, leaving him with no choice but to concede defeat. After vanquishing Lu Tong, Zhang Hua took a brief moment to recuperate before preparing to face the next challenger. Shortly thereafter, another contender ascended the stage. Yet he proved even less formidable than Lu Tong, swiftly being defeated and sent off the platform. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the upper tier observed the events unfold. Fong Man suddenly remarked, "Zhang Hua's flying sword possesses a certain intrigue. I cannot discern the material from which it is forged, and judging by its maneuverability, it must be of considerable quality." It was only upon Fong Man's observation that others began to recognize this peculiarity. Li Chuyun expressed particular interest. For since Zhang Hua was a disciple of the esteemed Xian Yinzhenren, the sword he wielded was most likely crafted by Xian Yinzhenren himself. Confirming the quality of this flying sword could offer insights into the formidable crafting abilities of Xian Yinzhenren. The two individuals accompanying Li Chuyuan, arranged by Li Feibai, were both at the 9th level of Qi refinement and among the stronger practitioners at that tier. After descending from the tea house, they initially observed the arena. Soon, they witnessed Zhang Hua defeating yet another opponent. The two then intervened to prevent several challengers from engaging Zhang Hua in a series of battles. One of them took it upon himself to leap onto the stage. Zhang Hua accepted the elixir, glancing at this individual in confusion as to why he was offering assistance. However, given the man's courteous demeanor and apparent goodwill, Zhang Hua relaxed his guard and proceeded to pour 2 pills from the vial into his mouth, swallowing them without hesitation. A few individuals in the audience initially contemplated creating a disturbance upon seeing Zhang Hua take his seat. Yet they promptly silenced themselves under the stern gaze of an individual among them. There is no need for such formality. You may simply address me as Li Da. The figure spoke. Li Da? This name likely isn't his true identity. He might well be a servant of some household. However, since he has taken the stage, it is evident that he intends to engage in a contest with me. Observing his imposing demeanor, I shall proceed with caution, Zhang Hua mused. Steadying his nerves, Zhang Hua addressed Li Da. I humbly seek your guidance. With that, he maneuvered his flying sword to thrust directly towards Li Da. To Zhang Hua's astonishment, Li Da neither flinched nor evaded. As the sword approached, he suddenly drew a blade from his waist, intercepting the flying sword with remarkable force, nearly causing Zhang Hua to lose control of his weapon. It became evident that Li Da's knife was not wielded as an enchanted sword, akin to Lu Feng's, but rather held in a manner akin to a common blade. Witnessing this technique, Zhang Hua thought to himself, I have encountered a formidable opponent. Chapter 17. A fortuitous victory. Recalling the previous matches, Zhang Hua realized that his victories had largely stemmed from his opponent's desire to engage him in a contest of flying swords, which happened to be his forte. Although he was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, his exceptional spiritual awareness rendered his control over the flying sword unparalleled among practitioners of the same realm. Coupled with the high caliber of his sword, his earlier adversaries had unwittingly played into Zhang Hua's strengths. However, the situation with Li Da was quite different. Instead of engaging Zhang Hua in a battle of flying swords, he wielded a long knife. Recognizing that Zhang Hua's speed with the sword was remarkable, perhaps even surpassing his own mastery of it. Engaging in a direct contest of flying swords could easily lead to him being outmaneuvered by Zhang Hua. Moreover, given that Li Chuyuan had specifically arranged for him to spar with Zhang Hua, he chose to combat him like an ordinary martial artist, wielding a long knife. Both individuals had ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement, standing just a step away from establishing their foundation. Once they achieved this milestone, they would formally enter the tutelage of Li Feibai, becoming his disciples. Li Quan possessed considerable strength, even surpassing Lu Feng to some extent, and his extensive combat experience allowed him to consistently thwart Zhang Hua's assaults at critical moments. This rendered Zhang Hua's attacks largely ineffective, forcing him to maneuver his flying sword around Li Quan, seeking any vulnerabilities. After some time, Zhang Hua discerned that Li Quan, who had provided him with elixirs upon entering the arena, exhibited no intention of attacking during their match. It seemed he was merely feeding him techniques. Thus, Zhang Hua gradually summoned his courage and launched a full-scale offensive. In this fervent assault by Zhang Hua, Li Quan found himself in a state of disarray. The reason for his unease was the exceptional quality of the flying sword crafted by Lin Jianfeng for Zhang Hua. Typically, swords of such caliber are wielded by cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage. Although Zhang Hua, being merely a Qi refinement stage practitioner, struggled to unleash its full potential. The current might of the flying sword still imposed considerable pressure on Li Quan, who was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. This was primarily because his own blade was not of any grade, even inferior to the 9-pattern knife used by Lu Feng. After a few clashes between the sword and the knife, Li Quan's blade bore several nicks, leaving him both pained and astonished. Though Li Chuyan had previously stated that he must not harm Zhang Hua, she did not mention anything about being defeated. Therefore, Li Quan resolved to take the offensive. In a swift maneuver, he turned the edge of his knife to intercept Zhang Hua's subsequent strike, surging forward and closing the distance between them in an instant. This sudden shift caught Zhang Hua off guard. As Li Quan drew near, he raised his blade vertically, preparing to strike Zhang Hua's side. In that moment of desperation, Zhang Hua recalled the sword he had envisioned to control the flying sword. Over the past 10 days in the courtyard, he had frequently visualized the flying sword, and at this point, the act had become instinctual. With a subconscious thought, Zhang Hua conjured an image of a flying sword and, using his spiritual sense, directed the imagined sword to thrust towards Li Quan. Li Quan suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his head, causing his previously swift strike to decelerate dramatically. At that moment, the flying sword controlled by Zhang Hua reached its target, coming to a halt at Li Quan's neck in the blink of an eye. After a moment of discomfort in his head, Li Quan gradually regained his composure. Upon noticing the flying sword hovering at his neck, he felt a pang of reluctance but ultimately conceded defeat. Just as Zhang Hua was about to depart, a staff member from Yunjian Fang, situated by the arena, intercepted him and invited him to a small pavilion beside the stage. There, a seemingly authoritative figure presented Zhang Hua with a roster, saying, "Congratulations, sir. You have triumphed in 5 consecutive matches at the arena. Kindly inscribe your esteemed name, and you shall receive some rewards courtesy of Yunjian Fang." Zhang Hua glanced at the roster before signing his name. The attendant then handed him a beautifully wrapped parcel, which was square-shaped and bore the character for 5. Upon opening the package, Zhang Hua discovered several spirit stones, 2 vials of elixirs, and a collection of discount vouchers for various shops. Upon entering the tea house, he found Li Chuyan and the other 3 awaiting him. He promptly bowed and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry for causing you embarrassment." Mississippi Li Chuyan reassured him. "It's nothing. Losing is merely a trivial matter. The important thing is whether you were able to ascertain the grade of that flying sword." Li Chuyan did not inquire about Li Quan's defeat. She assumed that Li Quan had intentionally held back to avoid injuring Zhang Hua. She could never have imagined that Li Quan had actually been wounded by a flying sword conjured through Zhang Hua's spiritual consciousness. The reason for this is that spiritual attacks necessitate an exceptionally high level of spiritual intensity. Not only was Zhang Hua merely a Qi refinement stage cultivator, but even the mightiest among them, Qian Yushan, could not achieve such feats. In this world, spiritual attacks were long considered the exclusive domain of Golden Core stage practitioners. Thus, she refrained from questioning Li Quan about his loss. Li Quan himself did not perceive his injury as a result of Zhang Hua's spiritual attack. He believed that Zhang Hua, being the disciple of a Golden Core stage master, must have been equipped with protective artifacts bestowed by his teacher. He surmised that his own attack had inadvertently triggered the artifact's defensive mechanism, leading to his defeat. Chapter 18. Spiritual Attack. Li Chuyan accepted the blade handed to her by Li Quan and observed that the entire body of the sword, both the edge and the spine, was riddled with sword marks, indicating that the quality of Zhang Hua's sword surpassed that of Li Quan's blade. Li Quan's blade is distinct from the flying swords typically wielded by cultivators. Due to his original identity as a martial artist, he has grown accustomed to using the long saber favored by practitioners of the martial world. This signifies that his weapon diverges from the ordinary flying swords or blades forged by cultivators. Generally, flying swords, regardless of whether they take the form of a sword or a saber, are crafted to be lightweight and slender in pursuit of speed. For instance, Zhang Hua's flying sword and Lu Feng's 9-pattern saber exemplify this trend. Some even forge flying swords into the shape of needles for enhanced maneuverability. However, their overly delicate nature renders them ineffective against Li Quan's formidable long saber. Yet, Zhang Hua's flying sword remarkably leaves numerous scars upon the blade, attesting to its superior quality compared to the saber. Currently, this saber has reached a state of disrepair. Li Chuyan handed the blade to Qian Yushan for inspection, then addressed Li Quan, saying, "You have worked hard. Please go to Mr. Liu, the overseer of the treasure pavilion, and have him select a yellow-grade weapon for you." Upon hearing this, Li Quan felt a surge of excitement and quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, Mississippi." It turns out that both flying swords and magical artifacts are graded in accordance with the hierarchical system of the sects, categorized by the elements of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. The yellow grade signifies an entry-level treasure. Li Quan's saber, originally classified as a subpar item, could only be referred to as a magical instrument and not a true magical treasure. Nevertheless, although this saber is merely at the magical instrument level, its construction is robust and substantial. This allows one to deduce that Zhang Hua's flying sword is likely at least of high yellow grade, potentially even reaching the mysterious grade. Sensing Zhang Hua's approach, Lin Jianfeng finally opened his eyes and addressed him. "I ventured out early this morning and, upon discovering your absence from the house, I set out to find you. You have made remarkable progress in your abilities." Zhang Hua chuckled modestly, about to downplay his achievements, when Lin Jianfeng continued, "However, you have committed a grave error." Zhang Hua paused, inquiring what error. Lin Jianfeng replied curtly, "You have drawn too much attention to yourself." "What do you mean?" Zhang Hua asked. "Your victories have attracted the notice of those within Yun Jianfang. The individual who will face you in the arena is a subordinate of the initial cloud fairy you encountered that day. Her aim is to assess my crafting proficiency through your flying sword," Lin Jianfeng explained. "Oh, I see now. That's why she showed such deference when she stepped onto the stage," Zhang Hua realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. "The most critical point is that you employed your spiritual consciousness to attack your opponent in the end. Do you understand how perilous that is?" Lin Jianfeng admonished Zhang Hua earnestly. Zhang Hua, looking bewildered, asked, "What danger?" Aware of Zhang Hua's profound lack of knowledge regarding the cultivation realm, Lin Jianfeng decided to elucidate these matters thoroughly. He guided Zhang Hua to a quiet chamber, and once seated, he stated, "Allow me to elucidate the dangers associated with spiritual consciousness attacks. When wielded adeptly, it serves as a formidable offensive technique. However, if mishandled, it can be detrimental to both the wielder and the target. Thus, spiritual consciousness attacks are akin to a double-edged sword. Due to your lack of experience, it is challenging for you to master the finesse of your mental attacks. Had you not acted hastily just now, the force of your strike might have severely injured or even killed that individual, thereby incurring the wrath of the people from Yun Jianfang. Moreover, the efficacy of your mental assault can be attributed to two factors. Firstly, your mental prowess greatly surpasses that of your opponent, and secondly, your unexpected approach caught them off guard. Had your adversary's mental strength been comparable to yours, your attack would likely have been ineffective, possibly leaving you vulnerable to counterattack. Even if your opponent's mental strength is significantly weaker, if they possess experience in countering such assaults, your efforts may still falter." Lin Jianfeng stated cautiously. "In that case, what should I do, old Lin? Should I refrain from using such attacks in the future?" Zhang Hua inquired. "Not at all. Your mental strength is too formidable to waste. I am now prepared to teach you the proper techniques for employing your mental abilities." Lin Jianfeng began to elucidate the key considerations surrounding mental strength. As Lin Jianfeng elaborated, Zhang Hua came to realize the paramount significance of mental prowess. It not only aids cultivators in swiftly channeling their vital energy during training, but also assists in manipulating magical artifacts and flying swords in combat, as well as in surveying the surrounding environment and detecting enemies. Moreover, during the processes of refining weapons and concocting elixirs, one can also discern the appropriate degree of heat required. Additionally, one may utilize their spiritual awareness to communicate with nearby cultivators. It can be said that spiritual awareness plays an immensely significant role throughout a cultivator's life. If one hones their spiritual awareness to a certain extent, it can transform into a formidable weapon for attack. With such potent spiritual awareness, it would be a pity not to make the most of it, remarked Lin Jianfeng. "I have entrusted the training of your spiritual awareness to you. You can cultivate it through visualization techniques. As for more advanced methods, I have yet to master them. Thus, it shall depend on your own fortuity. However, I do possess several techniques for spiritual attacks. Spiritual attacks, while termed as such, actually encompass three categories: spiritual offense, spiritual defense, and spiritual bewilderment. You have already experimented with spiritual offense, though what you attempted was merely the most rudimentary form. This type of attack is transient in nature, achieved by momentarily visualizing a weapon for the purpose of assault. Such an approach lacks both potency and can lead to a depletion of your spiritual awareness. There are two primary methods for cultivating genuine spiritual attacks. One involves continuously visualizing a weapon during your practice, akin to the technique I taught you for maneuvering a flying sword. First, you must envision the desired object and then consistently infuse it with energy. Eventually, it will manifest as a seemingly tangible entity. At that point, you must place it within your soul for nurturing until it attains a state akin to substance. Only then will the power of this spiritual weapon become formidable. Similarly, if one envisions a defensive treasure capable of safeguarding one's spiritual essence, it can be considered a form of spiritual defense. However, the crafting of such an artifact is exceedingly taxing on the spirit. Thus, an alternative approach exists: the refinement of one's spiritual awareness. Ultimately, when spiritual awareness and essence become as one, it allows for a harmonious balance between offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet, this method necessitates the externalization of the spiritual essence during an attack. Consequently, should the spiritual awareness sustain damage, the essence will likewise suffer. Once this occurs, restoration becomes a formidable challenge. Chapter 19. The enchantment of spiritual awareness. Lin Jianfeng further elucidated to Zhang Hua. Both spiritual offense and defense can yield certain effectiveness through prolonged, diligent practice. However, the most enigmatic art of spiritual enchantment demands inherent talent. The essence of spiritual enchantment lies in the ability to influence the spiritual awareness of another, with the magnitude of this influence varying greatly. In the midst of conflict, even the slightest alteration can determine the outcome of a battle. In this realm, the practitioners of the demonic sect possess unparalleled expertise in the study of spiritual enchantment. I shall now impart to you some subtle techniques of this art. Typically, these techniques are effective only against those with relatively feeble spiritual awareness. For instance, prior to our arrival here, I employed a subtle enchantment to divert the attention of the common folk from our peculiar attire. This represents a form of spiritual enchantment. However, such tactics should never be recklessly applied in the presence of cultivators, as they might inadvertently attract their scrutiny. This point must be firmly etched in your memory. Upon completing all his explanations, Lin Jianfeng began to impart subtle techniques to Zhang Hua, particularly offering a meticulous discourse on how to defend against mental confusions. By the time Lin Jianfeng finished, the hour had already drifted into the late night, and both he and Zhang Hua retired to their respective quarters for rest. The following day, Zhang Hua did not rise until nearly noon, and upon awakening, he discovered Lin Jianfeng practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Unlike Zhang Hua's flying sword, Lin Jianfeng's weapon bore a resemblance to a long saber akin to that wielded by the martial artists of the realm, suited for close confrontations. Observing this, Zhang Hua inquired, "Old Lin, why does your flying sword take the form of this long sword while I am given a short sword? Are you perhaps withholding something? Surely the long sword is superior." The latter part was meant in jest. Without pausing in his movements, Lin Jianfeng replied, "In the realm of cultivators, swords are classified into two categories. One type is specifically crafted for ease of manipulation, known as flying swords, typically wielded by those adept in long-range combat. The other is this long sword. While the long sword may lack the agility of a short sword in maneuverability, it proves more effective in close-quarter battles. Ultimately, the superiority of either depends on the strength of the combatants involved." After concluding his explanation, Lin Jianfeng ceased his practice and addressed Zhang Hua. "I have some items for you to deliver to the 3 shopkeepers from that day." With that, Lin Jianfeng retrieved 3 items from his storage pouch and handed them to Zhang Hua. Upon receiving them, Zhang Hua examined the contents and asked, "What are these?" The 3 items included a short dagger, a mirror, and a medicinal box. Lin Jianfeng remarked, These are the magical artifacts I have refined over the past few days. Please deliver these items to the 3 managers. They represent the transactions I have conducted with them. This dagger should be given to Manager Huang of Mingjian Pavilion, the mirror to Manager Yu of Qianjiguan, and the elixirs to Manager Zhang of Danzong Pavilion. Once you have handed these over, they will offset my debts for the items I purchased from them. Zhang Hua responded with an acknowledgement and was about to set off when he noticed Lin Jianfeng preparing to leave as well. He inquired, "Where are you headed?" Lin Jianfeng replied, "Having been here for quite some time, we have yet to pay a visit to the local master. I intend to pay my respects to Li Feibai." Both men exited the Juxian building simultaneously, with Lin Jianfeng taking to the skies on his flying sword, heading toward the residence of the Baiyun sect. Upon arriving at the Baiyun sect's abode in Yunjianfeng, Lin Jianfeng sheathed his sword and surveyed the premises. He observed that the residence was constructed akin to a grand estate of a wealthy family in the mortal realm. Complete with a gatehouse adorned with a plaque reading Baiyun Li Residence, the establishment appeared to encompass 5 or 6 courtyards, exuding an air of magnificence. Disciples stood guard on either side. Lin Jianfeng approached a few steps closer and addressed the Baiyun sect disciple stationed at the entrance, saying, "Could you kindly announce my presence? Inform them that the artifact master, Xian Yinzhenren Lin Daoxian, has come to pay his respects to elderly Feibai." The disciple initially intended to question the individual ascending the mountain on a flying sword. However, upon hearing the name he introduced himself with, Xian Yinzhenren Lin Daoxian, he was taken aback. The term Zhenren signifies a master of the Golden Core stage, and he immediately felt a sense of urgency, not daring to exhibit any signs of negligence. He promptly addressed Lin Jianfeng, saying, "Esteemed senior, please wait here for a moment. I shall report to our lord." After speaking, he hurried inside to inform Li Feibai, while Lin Jianfeng awaited outside. He soon observed 2 figures emerging from the residence, Li Feibai and Huang Qing. Having received the report from the gatekeeper, they hastened to welcome Lin Jianfeng in person. Upon seeing Lin Jianfeng waiting at the entrance, Li Feibai approached and bowed respectfully, stating, "Lin Daoyu, your presence graces us. I apologize for not receiving you at the door." The 2 exchanged pleasantries for a while until Huang Qing interjected, "Junior brother, why do you not invite Lin Daoyu inside?" Li Feibai seemed to have just grasped the situation, hurriedly responding, "My apologies for the oversight. Lin Daoyu, please. Do come in." With a gesture of invitation, he led Lin Jianfeng and Huang Qing into the interior. The 3 arrived in the parlor and took their respective seats. Lin Jianfeng then inquired, "Li Daoyu, who might this esteemed friend be?" He turned to Li Feibai, seeking clarification on Huang Qing's identity. Li Feibai quickly replied, "Lin Daoyu, allow me to introduce you. This is my senior brother, the master of Lingyuan Peak within the Baiyun sect, Zhenren Huang Qing." Lin Jianfeng discerned upon their initial encounter that Huang Qing's prowess and status surpassed that of Li Feibai. Thus, when he learned that the other party was the peak master of the Baiyun sect, he was taken aback. Generally, within formidable sects, the number of members tends to be substantial. To distinguish the affiliations of these individuals, most sects designate titles such as peak masters or island masters. These leaders are typically among the stronger practitioners at the Golden Core stage and are usually core figures within the sect, possessing the qualifications to vie for the position of sect master. The fact that this real person Huang Qing holds the title of peak master signifies that his standing within the Baiyun sect is significantly superior to that of Li Feibai. Lin Jianfeng hastily bowed and said, I was unaware that I was in the presence of peak master Huang. I beg your pardon for my earlier indiscretions." Chapter 20. Master of Artifacts. The reason Lin Jianfeng visited Li Feibai was not only to auction the magical artifacts he had crafted, but also to glean insights regarding the recent developments in the realm of cultivation from an elder of such a prominent sect. Lacking the latest intelligence from the world of cultivation was the most unsettling and challenging aspect for Lin Jianfeng. Individuals of the caliber of Li Feibai and Huang Qing, relying on their sect's intelligence network, are always a step ahead in acquiring information, which is why Lin Jianfeng sought their counsel. After exchanging pleasantries among the 3, Li Feibai first retrieved a flying sword from his storage pouch and handed it to Lin Jianfeng. Upon receiving the sword, Li Feibai examined it closely and remarked, "A fine sword, Taoist Lin. Might it be of earth grade?" Lin Jianfeng smiled and said, "Master Li, you possess keen insight. This sword is of the low-grade earth level, crafted through my relentless efforts over the past few days, and I am indebted to you for providing the fire fusion true copper. Without it, this sword would have been exceedingly difficult to forge." Li Feibai handed the sword to Huang Qing, who examined it for a while before exclaiming, "Friend Lin, you are too modest. The technique employed in forging this sword is remarkably exquisite. An ordinary craftsman would undoubtedly struggle to create an earth-level artifact with these materials. Could it be that your forging skills have ascended to the realm of a master craftsman?" Huang Qing, having reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, possessed a significantly enhanced spiritual sense compared to Li Feibai, who was only in the mid-Golden Core stage. Upon probing the materials with his spiritual awareness, he discerned that, aside from the fire fusion true copper, the other materials fell short of the earth level, thereby indicating that Lin Jianfeng had successfully forged an earth-level artifact using the minimal amount of earth-level materials. This achievement attests to Lin Jianfeng's forging prowess, which undoubtedly surpasses that of an average craftsman, potentially reaching the level of a master craftsman. In the realm of cultivation, craftsmen are categorized based on their expertise into forging craftsmen, master craftsmen, and grandmasters. Similar classifications exist for alchemists and array masters. Lin Jianfeng replied, "Haha, Master Huang, you flatter me. This successful forging was merely a stroke of luck, nothing more. I do not claim to be a true master. There remains a considerable gap between my skills and those of a true master craftsman." Lin Jianfeng's remarks were utterly absurd. His current skills in artifact forging already surpass those of an average master. Once he regains his former pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, he will possess capabilities that are almost on par with a grandmaster of artifact forging. At that point, the obstacles hindering Lin Jianfeng's achievements in this domain will no longer pertain to his skill level, but rather to his cultivation realm. Naturally, Lin Jianfeng would not disclose this to Li Feibai and Huang Qing. Huang Qing remained largely silent, while Li Feibai inquired, "Is it possible that you are presenting this sword with the intention of auctioning it at our Yun Jinfang's upcoming event?" Li Feibai was still preoccupied with the auction. For the greater the rarity and quality of the treasures sold, the more significant the auction's impact would be. Although this sword may not be the finest item at this auction, it is certainly a remarkable piece. Lin Jianfeng replied, "Since I have brought forth this sword, it is indeed my intention to participate in the auction. However, I would like to request a favor from you, Master Li." Li Feibai promptly responded, "Please, feel free to express your request." Lin Jianfeng continued, "I wish to entrust this sword to Yun Jinfang for the auction, but I hope Master Li can advance me 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Would you consider this?" Upon hearing this, Li Feibai feigned difficulty, pondering for a moment. "Well." Lin Jianfeng easily discerned his hesitation and interjected, "If this poses any trouble for you, please disregard my request." At that moment, Huang Qing interjected, "Junior brother, since Taoist Lin has spoken, even if you feel somewhat awkward, you ought not to feign such demeanor. Taoist Lin, I will take charge of this matter and arrange for someone to fetch the spirit stones." Upon hearing Huang Qing's words, Li Feibai hastily replied, My apologies, Taoist Lin. It was I, Li, who was being overly theatrical. Senior brother is correct. I shall promptly arrange for someone to retrieve the spirit stones." Lin Jianfeng discerned that these two were merely putting on an act, yet such matters should naturally remain unexposed. He handed the sword to Li Feibai and received 500 mid-grade spirit stones in return, negotiating that should the auction price exceed 500 mid-grade spirit stones, any surplus would be given to Lin Jianfeng. After completing these arrangements, Li Feibai invited Lin Jianfeng to dine together, intending to extend an invitation to Lin Jianfeng to become the resident weapon refiner at Yun Jinfang. In order to glean some insights into recent happenings in the cultivation world from Li Feibai and Huang Qing, Lin Jianfeng decided against departing too soon. While the three were engaged in conversation, a disciple suddenly entered, reporting to Li Feibai, "Master, Elders Du from Tianduan sect and Gao from Dantang sector here, waiting outside. Initially reluctant to meet individuals from Tianduan sect and Dantang sect, Li Feibai reconsidered, acknowledging that the current issue did not pertain to these two sects. And since he maintained a decent rapport with the visiting elders, he resolved to meet them. Please let them in. On second thought, I shall greet them myself. Senior brother and Taoist Lin, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Another figure from the Danting sect, Gao Russian, truly lives up to his name. Standing impressively tall, Lin Jianfeng, already of considerable height, finds himself overshadowed by this individual, who towers at nearly 2 meters. His physique is slender and tall, and as he walks, he appears somewhat unsteady, lacking the aura of a transcendent master from the cultivation realm. Lin Jianfeng discerned that he possessed dual attributes of water and fire in his true essence, indicative of an early-stage golden core cultivator. Together, these two, alongside Li Feibai, resemble living signals of communication. Li Feibai ushered them into the living room and introduced them. This is my senior brother, the esteemed Huang Qing, the master of Lingyuan Peak from the Baiyun sect. The two newcomers paid little heed and listened as Li Feibai continued. This is Xian Yan, a renowned artifact refiner. In Chapter 21, titled Spells, during the introduction of Lin Jianfeng, Li Feibai deliberately emphasized his status as an artifact refiner, not out of goodwill, but rather to convey a message to Du Chang'ing. Do not presume that the recent turmoil caused by the Tianduan sect and the Danting sect at the auction would allow me to easily move on. Observe, I have already begun seeking a new artifact refiner. Should you fail to demonstrate genuine sincerity, our future collaborations may be in jeopardy. The saying goes that peers are rivals. The Tianduan sect is well known for its prowess in refining within the cultivation realm and in the regions of Yunzhou and Qingzhou. One cannot discuss refining and alchemy without mentioning both the Tianduan sect and the Danting sect. Although the Baiyun sect also cultivates weapon refiners and alchemists, their standards are still difficult to compare with the specialized Tianduan sect and Danting sect. This is why the issues arising within the Tianduan sect and Danting sect directly affected the auction at Yunjianfang. Thus, encountering Lin Jianfeng, a weapon refiner, naturally drew the attention of Du Chang'ing. Upon hearing Li Feibai introduce himself, Lin Jianfeng deliberately emphasized his identity as a weapon refiner, understanding that Li Feibai intended this for Du Chang'ing's ears. Indeed, Du Chang'ing's gaze towards him shifted noticeably. At this juncture, Lin Jianfeng promptly bowed to Du Chang'ing and said, I have long heard of the illustrious name of the Tianduan sect. To meet Elder Du here today is truly a stroke of fortune for me, Lin. I am Lin Daoxian, a solitary cultivator. Although I often refine small items, my skills are quite limited, and before Elder Du from the Tianduan sect, I cannot dare to claim the title of weapon refiner. Elder Du, once the auction at Yunjianfang concludes, I would be honored to visit the Tianduan sect personally, and I hope you might impart your wisdom on the art of weapon refining. Du Chang'ing was momentarily taken aback by Lin Jianfeng's demeanor, as he had not frequently interacted with such individuals. However, he soon realized the ulterior motive behind Li Feibai's introduction. Observing the conduct of this Xian Yinjin run, it became evident that he harbored no intention of causing trouble for the Tianduan sect, which put him at ease. He replied, "What words are these, Xian Yinjinren? Once this matter is concluded, I sincerely hope you will visit our Tianduan sect. Let us take the time to engage in meaningful dialogue and exchange insights on the art of weapon refining." At this moment, Huang Qing tactfully stepped in to mediate, saying, "It is a rare occasion for all of you to gather here. I have arranged a banquet. Let us take our seats and enjoy some drinks while engaging in conversation." The others readily agreed, and they proceeded to the back hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Hua delivered the items, and upon receiving them, the three in charge graciously offered Zhang Hua additional spirit stones, indicating that the value of the goods surpassed the original material worth. Consequently, Zhang Hua received over 20 medium-grade spirit stones. Situated to the east of Yunjian Square, the nearby establishments are renowned for their excellence. Zhang Hua entered a shop dedicated to books, where an array of volumes lined the shelves on either side. Venturing further inside, he discovered a display case brimming with jade slips. Zhang Hua had come with the intention of purchasing texts on spells, though he had mastered the manipulation of flying swords. He was yet to learn even the most fundamental incantations. As Lin Jianfeng was currently preoccupied and unable to teach him, Zhang Hua resolved to self-study. Approaching the counter, the attendant greeted him. "Greetings, esteemed guest. May I inquire what type of books you are seeking?" The attendant continued, "We possess a comprehensive selection of spells, ranging from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. What level are you interested in?" Zhang Hua replied, "I seek methods for cultivating spells at the Qi refinement stage, preferably with ample detail." The attendant then presented several volumes, stating, "Please consider these." After perusing the offerings, Zhang Hua purchased 3 books for 50 low-grade spirit stones, which included Compendium of Elementary Spells, Basic Spell Analysis, and Essentials of Qi Refinement Techniques. After casually perusing through these 3 books, Zhang Hua initially selected several spells that resonated with his own level of understanding and embarked on their study. Due to the formidable strength of his spirit, he found these spells to be rather manageable, and in a short span of time, he mastered a few fundamental incantations, including one for manipulating fire that Lin Jianfeng had previously demonstrated on Earth. As he devoted considerable time to the practice of these spells, Zhang Hua began to feel a slight fatigue and thus transitioned to the method of visualization. He intended to follow the technique for honing one's spiritual awareness as explained by Lin Jianfeng, beginning with the visualization of a treasured object. Zhang Hua chose to envision a sword pellet, which, while appearing merely as a small orb, could transform into a sword at a critical moment under his command. This decision was inspired by a sword pellet he had observed in the Qianji Pavilion while waiting for Manager Yu. Lin Jianfeng, after letting out a belch, remarked, "Don't even mention it. Today, I went to meet Li Feibai, intending to hand over the flying sword I crafted for auction, while also inquiring about recent happenings in the realm of cultivation. However, 2 individuals arrived, elders from Tianduanzong and Danting men, insisting that we drink together, and I ended up overindulging." He then declared, "Enough of this. I need to rest," before staggering into his room to sleep. Zhang Hua, unable to seize the opportunity to inquire about cultivation methods from Lin Jianfeng, had no choice but to continue his exploration of the spellbooks. This time, however, his search yielded a genuinely promising approach. Chapter 22. The Extraordinary Meridians. At this moment, Zhang Hua was perusing a book he had recently acquired, which primarily elucidated various fundamental techniques and methods of counteraction. The purpose of this tome was to provide novice cultivators with a foundational understanding of the spells employed by different sections. Within one chapter that discussed the spells of the demon race, it was noted that certain small, untransformed demonic beasts could harbor a noxious energy within their internal organs. At critical junctures, they could release this energy to obstruct adversaries, thus granting themselves precious moments for escape. Although this noxious energy lacked formidable lethality, it was adept at corrupting magical artifacts. Should an artifact or a cultivator fall victim to this energy, it could result in the dissipation of the artifact's spiritual energy, potentially causing the cultivator to faint. If an unsuspecting Qi refining stage cultivator were to encounter this energy unprepared, they could indeed suffer grave harm. Zhang Hua, of course, had no intention of cultivating such a technique. However, the account served as a poignant reminder that the human body encompasses more than merely the 12 primary meridians. Beyond these 12, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels also require cultivation. Each of these internal organs possesses distinct functions, and should one maximize their potential, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for the body as a whole. Zhang Hua further realized that he had been overly focused on the 12 meridians, neglecting another vital system within the body, the extraordinary meridians. This system comprises 8 meridians: the governing vessel, the conception vessel, the penetrating vessel, the belt vessel, the yang linking vessel, the yin linking vessel, the yin heel vessel, and the yang heel vessel. Unlike the 12 primary meridians, these 8 are not directly associated with the internal organs and lack the paired relationship found in other pathways. Hence, They are referred to as the extraordinary meridians. If one were to liken the 12 meridians to rivers, then the 8 extraordinary vessels could be compared to lakes, serving as reservoirs for vital energy and blood. Among these, the Ren and Du meridians hold paramount importance. Thus, the 12 meridians, along with the Ren and Du, are collectively referred to as the 14 channels. Upon organizing these insights, Zhang Hua began to glimpse the path of his future cultivation. This method commences with the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, traversing through the limbs and bones, ultimately conditioning the entire body. Strikingly, Zhang Hua's thoughts resonated with those of the body cultivators within the realm of spiritual refinement. Seizing the momentum, he took this opportunity to experiment with his cultivation method, which soon yielded preliminary results. During the course of his experiments, Zhang Hua uncovered the principal components of the malevolent blood. It was revealed that this sinister blood was not confined solely to the meridians, but was present throughout the body, akin to the free radicals discovered by scientists on Earth, which are significant contributors to human aging. Free radicals are incessantly generated within the body, yet cultivation allows for their gradual elimination, which is one of the reasons behind the longevity of practitioners. However, merely eradicating free radicals does not guarantee eternal life, as these entities continually regenerate within the body. Furthermore, various conditions such as cellular aging and neural degeneration persist. Even those formidable practitioners who, upon physical demise, transfer their consciousness into another body, essentially seizing another's form, ultimately face the inevitability of death due to the aging of their spirit. As Zhang Hua could not perceive the free radicals, which were only as minuscule as atoms, he theorized that the malevolent blood must consist of free radicals and the cells oxidized by them. The expulsion of this malevolent blood from his body had become Zhang Hua's paramount challenge on his path of cultivation. He first employed his vital energy to fortify his internal organs, subsequently utilizing their inherent self-purification capabilities to expel impurities and malevolent blood from every part of his body through these organs. Although this process is easily articulated, its execution proves to be quite arduous. Fortunately, Zhang Hua possessed formidable spiritual awareness, enabling him to successfully undertake this endeavor. He secluded himself within a tranquil chamber, embarking on his cultivation journey, marking his inaugural retreat. Lin Jianfeng rose at noon the following day, only to discover Zhang Hua's absence. After a brief search, he found him in the tranquil chamber and chose not to disturb him, opting instead to venture out to visit Du Gao from the Tian Duan sect and Dan Ting sect, who had arrived at Yun Jianfang the previous day. During the banquet, Lin Jianfeng had overheard something particularly concerning. The recent activities of the two demonic sects appeared rather unusual. He resolved to investigate this matter today. As the auction at Yun Jianfang was imminent, the number of golden elixir stage experts had increased, and Lin Jianfeng made it a point to pay respects to these formidable individuals. From their conversations, he gleaned a wealth of intelligence. In recent days, Zhang Hua has experienced significant advancements. He first completed the preliminary enhancement of his internal organs, and subsequently, using this foundation, he underwent a comprehensive refining of his entire body, resulting in a substantial increase in his overall strength. Furthermore, he fortified the 8 extraordinary meridians, particularly successfully unblocking the Ren and Du meridians. This accomplishment distinctly set Zhang Hua apart from ordinary qi refining stage practitioners. It is not that typical qi refining stage cultivators are incapable of cultivating the 8 extraordinary meridians. Rather, due to the nature of their cultivation techniques, they are unable to achieve the unblocking of these meridians at an early stage. They must wait until they reach the golden core stage, at which point their true energy transforms into true essence, allowing it to circulate throughout their body and fully unblock the meridians. However, it is precisely this achievement of the golden core stage that causes true energy to convert into true essence, which possesses a quality so potent that, upon flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians, they naturally become unblocked. This leads golden core stage cultivators to believe that these meridians can only be unblocked at their stage. resulting in a lack of reconsideration of the qi refining stage techniques, a phenomenon known as cognitive bias. Only an outsider like Zhang Hua, unbound by the conventional wisdom of the cultivation world, can discern these anomalies. After unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, Zhang Hua's cultivation accelerated significantly, and the total volume of his true energy nearly doubled. He anticipates that should he unblock the remaining 6 meridians of the 8 extraordinary meridians, his total true energy could potentially increase exponentially. Chapter 23. The auction venue. As time progressed, Zhang Hua's cultivation advanced at an increasingly rapid pace. By the eve of the auction, he had successfully opened the 7th channel of the 12 meridians. According to the traditional assessment standards for cultivators, he had now reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. However, in terms of his current reservoir of true qi, he surpassed even the average practitioner at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, during his cultivation, Zhang Hua had to continuously employ his spiritual awareness to concentrate the impurities and malevolent blood within his body into the 6 internal organs. This process inadvertently honed his spiritual perception, and he had become remarkably adept at manipulating it. Had it not been for Lin Jianfeng calling out to him, Zhang Hua would have wished to continue his practice indefinitely. Upon concluding his first retreat, Zhang Hua hurried to the restroom. Upon emerging, he radiated a vibrant aura, appearing significantly younger than before. Lin Jianfeng carefully probed Zhang Hua with his spiritual awareness and exclaimed, "Curious, truly curious. I cannot discern your current level of cultivation. It seems you have indeed embarked on a unique path of cultivation. Pray, tell me how you have achieved this." In response to Lin Jianfeng's inquiry, Zhang Hua did not withhold any secrets, sharing with him all his recent discoveries in their entirety. After listening, Lin Jianfeng took a moment to digest the information before responding. "Your cultivation method is still rather rudimentary, and there are numerous aspects that require modification and refinement. While I am willing to assist you, my capacity to help is ultimately limited. You must exert your own efforts. However, there is one point I must emphasize. You must never impart this cultivation technique to others, at least not until you possess the ability to safeguard yourself." Zhang Hua, slightly perplexed, looked up at Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng continued, "Although this method seems to merely enhance the cultivation at the qi refinement stage, its repercussions could be immensely profound. If this information were to spread, it would fundamentally alter the cultivation practices that have prevailed in the realm for thousands of years. It could even lead to a dissolution of the boundaries between the immortal and mortal realms. While this could be an act of immeasurable merit, it may also incite new conflicts." Initially, Zhang Hua was lost in the joy of his breakthrough in cultivation, but as Lin Jianfeng spoke, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This discovery felt akin to the moment when the number 0 was uncovered in the mathematical world, ultimately having a monumental impact on the entire discipline. After expressing his understanding to Lin Jianfeng, he was informed, "The true energy circulating around you is quite conspicuous. Should a golden core expert take notice, they may uncover your predicament. Allow me to teach you a method to conceal your true energy. You must first contain it." As he began to instruct Zhang Hua on how to consolidate his vital energy, Lin Jianfeng guided him to temper his unruly essence to a level commensurate with the 7th stage of qi refinement. Subsequently, Lin Jianfeng procured various materials to craft a jade pendant for Zhang Hua, a talisman designed to obstruct the probing of spiritual consciousness, making it exceedingly difficult for others to discern Zhang Hua's true nature. After presenting the pendant to Zhang Hua, Lin Jianfeng advised, "Take a moment to rest. The auction will commence tomorrow at noon, and Li Feibai has arranged a premium seat for me. You should accompany me to witness the proceedings." Zhang Hua, intrigued by the prospect, expressed his eagerness, acknowledging that he had yet to attend an auction, especially one for cultivators, and wondered about the treasures that might be unveiled. He replied, "Very well, old Lin, I shall retire for the night." After days of seclusion, Zhang Hua had remained in a state of exhilaration, yet upon relaxing, he suddenly realized his fatigue. He promptly fell into slumber upon reaching his bed. The following morning, as Lin Jianfeng roused Zhang Hua, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and the auction was fast approaching. Zhang Hua hastily prepared himself, and together with Lin Jianfeng, they set out for the auction venue. Upon exiting, they encountered several cultivators descending from the mountain, led by a formidable elder from Qingling Mountain, a master of the Golden Core stage. Tall and robust, with sharp features and clad in a deep azure robe, he exuded an imposing presence that instilled a palpable pressure upon those in his vicinity. The individual is named Song Long, and he has attained the formidable stage of the Golden Core. Due to a prior acquaintance with Huang Qing, he accepted an invitation to attend the auction. Among the two celestial-grade courtyards of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion, one has already been reserved by him. Song Long has only recently arrived at Yunjianfang, and Lin Jianfeng has already paid him a visit, where they enjoyed a delightful conversation, agreeing to attend the auction together. Upon seeing Zhang Hua, Song Long inquired of Lin Jianfeng, "Is this your esteemed disciple?" Lin Jianfeng replied, "Indeed, this is my junior disciple. Come, do not delay in greeting your esteemed elder, Master Song." After a meaningful glance at Zhang Hua, the latter promptly bowed and said, "Your humble nephew pays his respects to Master Song." Song Long, clearly pleased, responded to Zhang Hua, "No need for such formalities. You are indeed worthy of your esteemed reputation. As a token of our first meeting, allow me to present you with a small gift." He then handed Zhang Hua a delicate object, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a finely crafted brush inscribed with the characters Qingling. Although Zhang Hua was unfamiliar with the significance of the brush, he felt compelled to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Song." Unbeknownst to Zhang Hua, the Qingling sect is renowned for its expertise in talismans, and the brushes crafted within the sect are considered precious tools among talisman masters. Had it not been for Lin Jianfeng's thoughtful gesture of preparing gifts for Song Long's disciples during his visit, Song Long would have been reluctant to part with such a fine brush. At that moment, Zhang Hua finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the three individuals behind Song Long, 2 men and 1 woman, all clad in azure garments. The style of their attire suggested that they belonged to the Qingling sect. Having spent considerable time engaged with talismans, they exuded an air of scholarly refinement. After their meeting, the group descended the mountain together, proceeding to the venue of the auction after exiting the Gathering Immortals Tower. The auction venue was situated at the very heart of Yunjianfang, where a towering edifice, constructed and managed by the Baiyun sect, stood. This building, known as Tingyun Tower, was the tallest in Yunjianfang, boasting 9 floors. The upper 3 levels were interconnected, while the 7th floor served as the main auction hall, featuring a stage for displaying and auctioning treasures, surrounded by seating arrangements. This floor was primarily designated for cultivators at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. The 8th floor was reserved for more advanced foundation establishment practitioners, with some seats allocated for esteemed Golden Core cultivators. The 9th floor was exclusively for VIP rooms, intended for the most skilled among the Golden Core practitioners, consisting of only 8 luxurious chambers. Although the tower occasionally hosted auctions for commonplace items, this particular event was a grand auction held once every decade, showcasing treasures of unparalleled distinction. Chapter 24. The auction begins as the attendees arrived at the auction venue. The event was already on the verge of commencing. The hall was teeming with people. However, Song Long, being an elder of the Qingling Mountain, and Lin Jianfeng, due to his esteemed status as a craftsman, enjoyed a higher standing than the average Golden Core cultivators. Thus, they were allocated to the 9th floor, which was considerably more tranquil than the 7th and 8th floors. Song Long and Lin Jianfeng were each assigned to distinct VIP rooms. Upon entering the VIP chamber, Zhang Hua was struck by the opulent decor, particularly the expansive viewing platform that faced the auction stage. From this vantage point, one could enjoy an excellent view of the proceedings. It appeared that the viewing platform was also ensconced in a concealment array, as peering through it into the other VIP rooms revealed nothing but darkness, obscuring any sight of the individuals within and leaving their activities a mystery. Zhang Hua mused to himself, "Is this not akin to one-way glass?" The longer he spent in this world, the more he discerned the striking similarities it bore to Earth. though the inhabitants wielded artifacts of the cultivation realm. Their functionalities mirrored those of the technologies found on Earth. Disregarding all distractions, Zhanghua focused his attention on the auction stage. At that moment, he observed an individual ascend the platform. The man, though advanced in years, possessed a youthful demeanor that exuded an ethereal grace. With 3 long strands of beard reaching down to his chest, this esteemed figure was the highest-ranking treasure appraisal master within Yunjian Feng, known by the name Hu Yan, affectionately referred to as Old Hu, a practitioner at the Golden Core stage. He was once a wandering cultivator, but was later invited to preside over Yunjian Feng by Li Fei Bai at a considerable cost. Despite the whimsical nature of his name, Old Hu was no ordinary man. Without his vigilant oversight, the auction would have likely witnessed a multitude of counterfeit items being sold, severely tarnishing its reputation. Thus, he was regarded as the very soul of the Yunjian Feng auction, revered by Li Fei Bai as an ancestor. With even his own daughter, Li Chu Yun, placed under his tutelage for cultivation. Upon taking the stage, he addressed the audience with a few words, assuring them that every item up for bid had been personally inspected by him, guaranteeing their authenticity. To this end, he had prepared a detailed description of the auction items, which could be found beneath the seats for attendees to peruse according to their interests. The auction was set to last 3 days, and he implored everyone to engage in rational spending. After concluding his remarks, he stepped down, and then a middle-aged man took the stage to facilitate the auction. This man was Hu Yan's son, named Hu Tianyang, who served as the auctioneer and possessed a perfected foundation establishment cultivation level, essential for maintaining order in such an event. The auction officially commenced, and Zhanghua located the manual for the auction items as mentioned by Hu Yan. The documentation within the VIP lounge differed significantly from the booklets Zhanghua observed through the observation deck, which were intended for qi refinement stage cultivators. The item he held was a small jade slip. To view its contents, one needed to employ spiritual consciousness. As Zhanghua immersed his consciousness into the jade slip, he discovered a list of over 100 treasures, each accompanied by detailed descriptions and even images, merely by directing his focus upon their names. This experience imparted a sense of grandeur to Zhanghua. He selected a few treasures of particular interest and noted the distinct categorization of these items. They were classified into 3 tiers. The first comprised treasures utilized by Golden Core stage cultivators, which were the least abundant, totaling only a dozen or so. Among these was the sword forged by Lin Jianfeng, which later garnered the request from Li Fei Bai for a name. Lin Jianfeng christened it Dazzling Rainbow. This sword was featured as the grand highlight of the first day of the auction, being the final item presented that day. The second category included treasures for foundation establishment stage cultivators, of which there were approximately 70 to 80. Lastly, there were treasures meant for qi refinement stage cultivators, numbering around 30. However, as Zhanghua observed the artifacts utilized by these qi refining stage cultivators, he found them rather peculiar. The reason for this was that amongst these items, 20 were crafted by a single individual, a cultivator of the Golden Core stage. Although these treasures were currently classified as low-grade yellow artifacts, with prolonged nurturing and refinement, they held the potential to evolve into profound-grade treasures. At that point, they would be suitable even for foundation establishment stage practitioners. The artisan behind these artifacts was known by the moniker Xian Yan. Zhanghua glanced up at Lin Jianfeng, who was leisurely sipping tea while casting his gaze upon the attendees of the auction below. Zhanghua inquired, "Old Lin, are these treasures all crafted by you?" Without raising his head, Lin Jianfeng replied, "Indeed. Do you think I have been idle these past few days? Aside from indulging in drinks with those Golden Core cultivators, I have been tirelessly promoting the treasures I have forged." It turns out that Lin Jianfeng had contemplated these matters when he initially approached the 3 overseers regarding his purchases. The materials he acquired for refining were of relatively low grade, which he subsequently transformed into yellow-grade magical artifacts through his own refining skills. In addition to presenting several high-grade artifacts to the 3 overseers and Li Fei Bai, Lin Jianfeng sent the finest of his yellow-grade creations to the auction house, while the lesser-quality items were placed in various weapon shops for sale. Moreover, He employed individuals to extol the virtues of his crafted treasures and arranged for them to compete in challenges, thereby elevating the recognition of his artifacts. Through this period of promotion, Lin Jianfeng's creations swiftly became coveted by qi refinement practitioners, leading to a flurry of purchases. In total, he fashioned over 100 yellow-grade artifacts. Apart from the 20 superior quality pieces sent to the auction, the remainder sold out completely. Furthermore, he orchestrated a campaign to hype these treasures, resulting in a steady increase in their prices. Over the past few days, these artifacts earned Lin Jianfeng more than 800 mid-grade spirit stones, and after deducting some expenses, he now possesses a total of 1,200 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's account, Zhang Hua exclaimed, "Goodness, Lin, your ability to generate income is truly impressive." Lin Jianfeng smiled and replied, "It's not particularly remarkable. The key lies in leveraging one's identity wisely and understanding the demands of the market." Zhang Hua, lacking expertise in commercial matters, did not pay much attention and inquired of Lin Jianfeng, "Old Lin, with so many spirit stones at your disposal, what do you intend to purchase?" Zhang Hua was aware that Lin Jianfeng's accumulation of these spirit stones was for acquiring something of considerable significance. Otherwise, he would not exert himself so diligently. Lin Jianfeng replied, "My cultivation has been progressing rather slowly. Thus I aim to acquire the most crucial treasure at this auction, which is the 10,000-year-old purple heart herb, to be auctioned on the final day." Chapter 25. The 10,000-year-old purple heart herb. Zhang Hua, still unfamiliar with rare treasures, asked Lin Jianfeng, "What is the 10,000-year-old purple heart herb?" Lin Jianfeng explained, "The 10,000-year-old purple heart herb is a remarkable celestial herb. While the purple heart herb itself may seem rather unremarkable and even commonplace, once it reaches a century of growth, it can be utilized to concoct the purple spirit pill, which restores true qi. After a millennium, it can be refined into the purple essence pill, suitable for those in the golden core stage. However, when it reaches the 10,000-year mark, its value escalates significantly. It can be used to create the purple heart pill, which not only replenishes one's internal spiritual energy, but also facilitates breakthroughs in cultivation. This pill can aid cultivators whose realms have been compromised, and it even proves beneficial to masters in the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the 10,000-year-old purple heart herb is indeed a rare find. Lin Jianfeng is currently in urgent need of restoring his cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Thus, he pays particular attention to such elixirs. Upon learning that the auction would feature the rare 10,000-year purple heart herb, he expressed his intention to purchase it to Li Feibai. However, due to the herb's exorbitant value and its publicized status as one of the highlights of the auction's final day, Li Feibai, despite being the lord of Yunjiang, lacked the authority to sell it directly to Lin Jianfeng. Consequently, Lin Jianfeng devised various strategies to amass spiritual stones in hopes of acquiring this treasure at the auction. Once he secures the 10,000-year purple heart herb, he anticipates restoring his cultivation to the great perfection of the golden core stage within approximately a year, thus having the time required under normal circumstances. Although he estimates that this endeavor will cost him over 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, the expenditure pales in comparison to the value of regaining his former prowess. At that moment, Zhang Hua was observing the auction below, where the item currently being auctioned was a high-grade yellow-tier magical artifact refined by Lin Jianfeng. The starting bid was set at 20 mid-grade spiritual stones, a considerable sum within the realm of yellow-tier artifacts. The primary bidders for this item were predominantly those in the foundation establishment stage. Ultimately, the artifact was sold for 38 mid-grade spiritual stones. Zhang Hua calculated the potential earnings based on this price. If all 20 artifacts fetched a similar amount, the total revenue would reach 760 mid-grade spiritual stones. He couldn't help but marvel at how lucrative it is to be a craftsman. Noticing Zhang Hua's thoughts, Lin Jianfeng remarked, "It's not as profitable as you imagine. It is unlikely that every artifact will command such a price, and Yunjiang will also deduct certain fees. Ultimately, it would be fortunate to net 600 mid-grade spiritual stones. That is quite sufficient, old Lin. Teach me the art of crafting." Zhang Hua exclaimed. Lin Jianfeng replied, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you may study the techniques of artifact forging and alchemy according to the 100 refinements true scripture I shall provide. However, this art requires a certain aptitude. I am uncertain of your inherent talent. The subsequent auction lacked any remarkable events, save for a peak in excitement when Lin Jianfeng's radiant rainbow sword was put up for bid, ultimately selling for 800 mid-grade spirit stones to a master at the Golden Core stage. On the following day, Zhang Hua did not accompany Lin Jianfeng to the auction. By the third day, when Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Hua arrived, the fervor of the auction had waned considerably. Many attendees had already acquired their desired items and departed from Yunjian Workshop, leaving only those of the foundation establishment stage to partake, as the third day's offerings consisted primarily of high-tier treasures. Once more, Zhang Hua followed Lin Jianfeng to the VIP chamber. The previous auctions had seen all the treasures crafted by Lin Jianfeng successfully sold, and Li Feibai had arranged for the spirit stones garnered from the auction to be delivered to Lin Jianfeng. He now possessed over 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, making his chances of procuring the 10,000-year purple heart grass exceedingly favorable. As the auction was poised to commence, the host was not the original Hu Tianyang, but rather Hu Yan, the chief appraiser of Yunjian Workshop. After taking the stage, the elderly gentleman addressed the assembly. I extend my gratitude to all esteemed guests for attending this auction. Today marks the final day of our event, and as per tradition, I shall preside over the proceedings. Now, let us present the first treasure. Upon this declaration, a servant gracefully carried a beautifully crafted wooden box onto the stage. Hu Yan proceeded to open the box, revealing a pearl that shimmered with iridescent hues. Hu Yan proclaimed, esteemed guests, behold. This pearl is the azure-tide pearl from the Eastern Sea. It was acquired by the current head of the Baiyun sect during his travels in the Eastern Sea, after vanquishing a malevolent clam demon that plagued the realm. This jewel possesses numerous mystical properties without the need for refinement. It can ward off both water and fire. When worn, even the flames of the Golden Core stage cannot inflict harm. Moreover, when cultivating, wearing this pearl enhances the gathering of spiritual energy and purifies the soul. Most importantly, placing this pearl within one's soul serves as a protective charm, providing defense for the soul in critical moments. The starting bid is set at 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Hu Yan's words, Zhang Hua remarked to Lin Jianfeng, this old man truly possesses the art of persuasion. His words make me want to purchase it myself. Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly, responding, indeed, this Hu Yan lives up to his name, truly capable of spinning tales and distorting truths. To claim that he slayed a clam demon that caused turmoil, if it were other beasts of the Eastern Sea, I might believe it. Yet, the clam demon tribe, to put it in earthly terms, consists of a bunch of reclusive individuals, spending their days in slumber at the seabed. How could such lethargic creatures possibly wreak havoc? Clearly, it was the current head of the Baiyun sect who took the initiative to slay this demon to obtain the pearl. Zhang Hua, bewildered, inquired, so, in this light, does that not imply this sect leader is not a good person? Lin Jianfeng remarked, you are mistaken. The cultivators in the realm of cultivation are merely a group of individuals driven by their own interests, with no clear distinction between good and evil. It is akin to the so-called good people you encounter on Earth. How many of them genuinely act out of benevolence? Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's words, Zhang Hua comprehended the sentiment, for he had witnessed numerous individuals on Earth who, while appearing to perform good deeds, were in fact engaged in malevolent actions behind the scenes. These individuals were often hailed as heroes by the masses solely due to their philanthropic acts, and even when their misdeeds came to light, a legion of those they had aided would rise to their defense. Conversely, there were those who dedicated their lives to virtuous pursuits, yet were irreversibly labeled as villains due to a single scandal, a stigma that proved nearly impossible to erase. Such realities were far too prevalent. Contemplating this, Zhang Hua chose to remain silent and continued to observe the throng as they bid for the precious orb. This Eastern Sea by Chao Pearl was ultimately acquired for 1,800 mid-grade spirit stones. Following the completion of the auction, Hu Yin instructed someone to present a wooden box, which resembled a small chest. Upon opening it, they discovered a flower pot containing a modest purple grass. At first glance, the plant appeared unremarkable, yet it occasionally emanated a radiant violet glow, which was precisely Lin Jianfeng's objective, the millennia purple heart herb. Chapter 26. The demonic sect's incursion. After Hu Yin finished speaking, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage on the second floor interjected, "What do you mean, bifaded person? It is clearly a wealthy individual. I offer 600 mid-grade spirit stones," he declared. Another voice chimed in, "What nonsense. I bid 650. The crowd at the auction was momentarily amused by the banter between the two individuals, which prompted a flurry of bids. However, this round of bidding was not as fervent as that for the previous EC by Chao Pearl. The latter possessed remarkable abilities even without refinement, while the millennia-old purple heart herb required a skilled alchemist for its preparation. A misstep in the refining process could render all investments futile, thus dampening the competitive spirit among the bidders. Ultimately, the purple heart herb was acquired by Lin Jianfeng for 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The subsequent auction items consisted of refined, earth-grade magical treasures, each fetching a considerable price, and the event soon approached its conclusion. At that moment, Huang Qing and Song Long were seated in an exclusive VIP room on the 9th floor, exchanging smiles at the successful outcome of the auction. Huang Qing was discussing plans to invite a few fellow practitioners for a drink after the event. Abruptly, Huang Qing's disciple, Fong Man, burst into the VIP room, exclaiming, "Master, trouble has arisen. A group of masked individuals has invaded Yunjianfang, looting various shops. Master Li has instructed me to urgently inform you and Master Song to provide assistance, and we must temporarily halt the auction." Upon hearing Fong Man's words, Huang Qing furrowed his brow and sighed, "Alas, what is destined to come will eventually arrive. Brother Song, it appears my sect leader's predictions were indeed accurate. This auction has proven quite tumultuous. Let us make haste." As Huang Qing and Song Long were about to embark on their journey, a few individuals suddenly leaped from the crowd below, wielding flying swords and magical artifacts, launching an assault on Hu Yin, who was still presiding over the auction on stage. Upon witnessing this scene, Hu Yin appeared to have anticipated the attack. He swiftly activated a mechanism at the auction platform, causing a protective magical array to illuminate around the stage. This barrier hindered the assailants, allowing Hu Yin to escape with the remaining treasures through a hidden passageway. The spectators below were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, caught off guard by the sudden chaos. The initial attackers, realizing Hu Yin had fled, dispatched 2 of their number to pursue him, while the rest surged towards the stunned crowd to unleash their assault. In the face of this turmoil, even those who were oblivious to the situation hastily summoned their magical artifacts and flying swords for protection. Some managed to fend off this wave of aggression, while others, due to their limited cultivation, suffered injuries, and a few tragically lost their lives on the spot. Upon seeing the sudden attack on Hu Yin, Huang Qing leapt down from the viewing platform of the VIP room, charging towards the assailants. However, he was intercepted by another individual mid-flight. After engaging in battle, Huang Qing discerned that this person was also a formidable opponent at the late stage of the Golden Core. Carefully scrutinizing his adversary, Huang Qing realized he did not recognize him. Suspecting that he had infiltrated the auction disguised, Huang Qing demanded, "Who dares to cause trouble in the territory of my Baiyan sect?" The man spoke. "Who might you be?" It turned out to be Huang Fengzhi from the Baiyan sect. "Huang Qing, spare us your trivialities. Since we have arrived, do you think we fear your modest Baiyan sect?" After uttering these words, a fierce battle ensued between him and Huang Qing. Both were formidable experts at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and the shockwaves from their confrontation wreaked havoc on the surrounding area. The already chaotic crowd descended further into disarray. Before long, as the skirmishes escalated, the 7th and 8th floors of the Tingyun Tower, where the auction was held, were left in ruins. At that moment, it became evident that the turmoil extended beyond the auction venue. The entire Yunjiang Square had devolved into chaos, with individuals engaged in combat all around. The tower had been protected by a barrier, shielding the attendees from the external chaos, but upon witnessing the unfolding situation, some people immediately abandoned their opponents and rushed towards the exit. Among them were various shop owners and those with relatives nearby. As they bolted out, others quickly followed suit. Among the crowd were Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Hua. Lin Jianfeng had intended to flee with Zhang Hua as soon as the upheaval began. However, they were intercepted midway by an individual, causing a delay until now. Upon bursting out of the Tingyan Tower, Lin Jianfeng was struck by the scene of utter chaos in Yunjiang Square, where combatants clashed and some opportunists seized the moment to snatch treasures amidst the turmoil. Determined to escape this perilous place, Lin Jianfeng summoned his flying sword and soared towards the outskirts of Yunjiang Square. At that moment, an individual approached Lin Jianfeng and addressed him, "Xinyan Daoist, I implore you to pause. My master has issued a command, requesting your esteemed presence as a guest. Please accompany me." The visitor was of average height, with a gaunt visage and eyes that squinted slightly, revealing a glint of coldness reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Fixated on both Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Hua, Lin Jianfeng shielded Zhang Hua behind him and inquired, "Oh, esteemed friend, may I ask who your master is? That he would seek the company of a mere itinerant cultivator such as myself?" The man responded with a sinister smile, stating, "The identity of my master is beyond your reach to discern. As for the reason for your summoning, it is because my master has taken an interest in your remarkable skills in artifact forging and wishes to take you under his wing. You ought to be grateful and not waste time here, lest my master grows impatient. Now, shall we proceed, or do you wish to test your strength against me?" With that, he produced a magical artifact, revealing a soul-calling banner ensconced in a swirling mass of dark energy, its formidable aura unmistakably indicative of a powerful demonic sect treasure. Upon perceiving the soul-calling banner, Lin Jianfeng remarked, "Ah, so you are an associate of the demonic sect. In that case, I shall refrain from conflict, for I would not wish to suffer humiliation. Please, lead the way." Having said this, Lin Jianfeng permitted the man to take the lead. However, at that moment, the individual suddenly struck at Lin Jianfeng, declaring, "I believe it would be prudent for you to comply quietly before I escort you to meet my master." Lin Jianfeng observed his opponent charging towards him as if he were already prepared. He swiftly lifted his flying sword, which clashed with the soul-calling banner. Though the banner was made of wood, the impact with Lin Jianfeng's sword surprisingly produced a sound akin to metal striking metal. With a resounding clang, the opponent's soul-calling banner was nearly knocked from his grasp. Stunned, he had not anticipated that his mid-stage golden core strength would be outmatched by Lin Jianfeng. Unbeknownst to him, while Lin Jianfeng currently exuded an aura of a novice in the golden core stage, he originally possessed the prowess of a perfected golden core practitioner, making comparisons with ordinary early-stage golden core cultivators utterly unfounded. Furthermore, the unique cultivation technique he practiced rendered him significantly more formidable than his peers in the same realm. In fact, Lin Jianfeng could endure a prolonged confrontation with a late-stage golden core cultivator like Huang Qing, though he might not triumph. Huang Qing would undoubtedly incur a cost to secure victory. Additionally, the opponent had underestimated Lin Jianfeng's capabilities, fearing that a heavier strike might injure Lin Jianfeng. He refrained from fully unleashing the power of the soul-calling banner, instead wielding it like a mere club with the intention of incapacitating Lin Jianfeng. This oversight led him to be at a disadvantage right from the onset of their encounter. Seizing the moment of his opponent's negligence, Lin Jianfeng launched a fierce offensive, swiftly inflicting several sword wounds upon the opponent. Just as it seemed the opponent would meet his demise at Lin Jianfeng's hands, he suddenly erupted, releasing a beam of black light from the soul-calling banner, which did not strike Lin Jianfeng, but instead surged towards Zhang Hua. However, Lin Jianfeng displayed no inclination to rescue Zhang Hua. Instead, he directly instructed Zhang Hua, utilize your divine sense to block that dark light. After uttering this command, he summoned his flying sword and pierced the assailant. Even after the physical body was vanquished, the assailant's soul attempted to manipulate the golden core to escape. But Lin Jianfeng swiftly seized the golden core, instantaneously imprisoning the soul within it using alchemical fire. Only after Lin Jianfeng retracted the dark light did Zhang Hua exhale in relief, preparing to inquire about the events. Yet Lin Jianfeng interjected, "Let us postpone our conversation. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our departure from Yunjiefang, for this place is fraught with peril." With that, he stowed the corpse and the soul-summoning banner into his storage pouch, then took Zhang Hua by the hand and ascended on the flying sword, departing from Yunjiefang. Chapter 27. Speculation. Lin Jianfeng guided Zhang Hua eastward, deliberately concealing their traces to avoid confrontations. They traversed from day to night, finally halting the flying sword over a location more than 1,000 li away from Yunjiefang. Utilizing the flickering lights below, Lin Jianfeng located a mortal city and descended. The two sought refuge in an inn, and once they entered their guest room, they took their seats. It was only then that Zhang Hua inquired, "Old Lin, what transpired? Everything seemed well this morning. Why did calamity suddenly befall Yunjiefang?" So much had occurred today that Zhang Hua felt utterly bewildered, remaining in a state of confusion. After settling down and sipping a cup of tea, Lin Jianfeng began to recount the information he had gathered over the past few days. This matter nearly jeopardized the auction at Yunjiefang, had it not been for the considerable stock held by the Baiyun sect. The hard-earned reputation of the auction house would have been irreparably tarnished. Although the auction proceeded as scheduled, the recent attack undoubtedly inflicted significant damage on Yunjiefang's business, leaving uncertainty regarding how long it would take to recover. Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's remarks, Zhang Hua pondered for a moment and inquired, "Old Lin, since you possess such extensive intelligence, the Baiyun sect must also be aware of these developments." Lin Jianfeng replied, "Indeed, the Baiyun sect is fully cognizant of these circumstances. If they were unaware, they would not have dispatched Huang Qing, the leader of a peak, to Yunjiefang. Moreover, he has invited Song Long from Qingling Mountain. Both of them are formidable practitioners at the late Golden Core stage. And there exists an unwritten rule within the cultivation world that nascent soul experts should not act against Golden Core cultivators without due cause. Thus, in the absence of nascent soul interference, these two late Golden Core experts are already regarded as significant figures." Zhang Hua then questioned, "So? This implies that the Baiyun sect anticipated the potential attack on Yunjiefang. Why, then, proceed with the auction? Could they not have chosen a different time?" Lin Jianfeng explained, "The decision to hold the auction at Yunjiefang was not devoid of calculation. Firstly, although those individuals engage in coercive buying and selling, they have yet to target the market directly. They merely procure items from various sections. Therefore, it is not guaranteed that an incident will occur. Secondly, the Baiyun sect and Qingling Mountain also intend to probe the true identity of the instigators behind these events. However, such actions entail considerable risk, and the losses incurred by Yunjiefang are quite substantial." Zhang Hua remarked. Lin Jianfeng took another sip of tea and responded, "The losses are not as severe as you might think. Since it has already been determined that an attack is imminent, Yunjiefang has made ample preparations. Many of the prized possessions in the shops have been relocated, and during your recent days of seclusion, most of the lower-tier cultivators and mortals within Yunjiefang have been safely evacuated. Rather than viewing this as an attack, it might be more accurate to say that Yunjiefang has laid a trap, waiting for others to fall into it." At this point, Zhang Hua felt somewhat reassured and said, "A group of cunning scoundrels. Nonetheless, even so, the losses to Yunjiefang cannot be trivial. On my way out, I observed that many shops within Yunjiefang had been destroyed. Ultimately, it is Yunjiefang that bears the brunt of the losses." Lin Jianfeng replied, "This is beyond our control. Furthermore, if we are not afraid of thieves, why should we fear their intentions? Yunjiefang remains in place and is not going anywhere. It is perpetually at risk of being attacked. If we were to live in constant vigilance against others, we might as well close the doors altogether." Zhang Hua considered this and found it reasonable, but upon deeper reflection, he inquired, "Old Lin, Do you think those who orchestrated the attack on Yun Jianfeng are affiliated with the bullies who resort to coercive tactics? Lin Jianfeng had not contemplated much initially. It was only when Zhang Hua mentioned it that he began to ponder. After a moment of reflection, Lin Jianfeng replied, "It's hard to say. Those who engage in coercive buying may frequent various sects, yet they have not resorted to attacking any of them. One must remember that even under normal circumstances, Yun Jianfeng is home to 2 or 3 golden elixir masters, alongside numerous foundation establishment cultivators. This force is formidable, rivaling some Xin-level sections. Moreover, it is not solely backed by the Baiyun sect. Many shops have powerful patrons as well. It perplexes me that these individuals have not targeted even the yellow-level sects, yet would choose to assault Yun Jianfeng." Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's words, Zhang Hua added, "Then, Old Lin, could it be that someone is intentionally stirring the waters, planning to attack Yun Jianfeng and then frame another party?" Lin Jianfeng acknowledged, "That is indeed a possibility, but..." He hesitated as he spoke. Zhang Hua waited a moment, noticing Lin Jianfeng's silence, and quickly inquired, "But what?" For Lin Jianfeng at that moment, regaining his strength took precedence over all other matters. Setting aside the issue for the time being, he and Zhang Hua retired for the night. The following morning, after both had risen, Lin Jianfeng said to Zhang Hua, "I shall step out for a while to scout the vicinity for a suitable place to meditate. You may remain here and await my return in the meantime." Chapter 28. Set a small goal. As Zhang Hua walked along the path, he reveled in the gentle warmth of the morning sun, feeling a profound sense of relaxation that had long eluded him. This sensation was not merely absent in this new world, even during his time on Earth. Such tranquility had been a rarity. Perhaps this feeling was a vestige of his youth. While strolling, a poem unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, and he found himself reciting it aloud. "When I am free of all burdens, with a fortune of countless riches, I shall no longer be busy, but savor the splendor of the world." Upon reaching the end of the verse, a smile broke upon Zhang Hua's face. Deep within, he understood that such leisurely moments would become increasingly scarce. The death of that golden core cultivator before his eyes had starkly illuminated the reality that he was no longer enveloped in the safety he once took for granted on Earth. The specter of life and death loomed close, palpable enough for him to sense the chilling terror of mortality. If even a golden core cultivator could meet such a fate so abruptly, what of his own precarious position as merely a chi-refining disciple? Had that cultivator resorted to a conventional assault rather than a mental attack, Zhang Hua might very well have perished alongside him. To alter his current predicament, he must grow stronger, stronger than Lin Jianfeng, stronger than any nascent soul cultivator, until he reached a point where no threat could imperil him. Only then could he hope to recapture the serene state of mind he currently enjoyed. Indeed, Zhang Hua was acutely aware that relinquishing the path of cultivation would afford him a more leisurely existence in the mortal realm. Yet, he comprehended even more profoundly that abandoning his cultivation was no longer an option. If he were to do so, he might as well have never set foot in this world at all. Having already chosen this path, Zhang Hua resolved to pursue it with unwavering determination. Much like during his time on Earth when he delved into the study of transdimensional travel. At that juncture, he faced ridicule and discouragement from others. But such adversities did not deter him from his singular focus on completing his research. Now, reflecting on his journey, he had arrived in this new world, which validated his convictions. Moreover, a new avenue had emerged, one that enabled him to achieve feats previously confined to the realms of novels and television, or to the fabric of dreams. With these possibilities now within his grasp, what reason could he possibly have to abandon his quest? As Zhang Hua traversed this path, the fluctuations of his thoughts transformed his aura, shifting from a tranquil demeanor to one radiating sharp intensity. This metamorphosis altered his entire presence, significantly impacting the trajectory of his future. He resolved to establish a modest objective for himself, to first amass a fortune of 100 million. No, he decided to focus initially on reaching the golden core stage of cultivation. Contemplating the prospect of attaining the nascent soul stage felt utterly unrealistic at this moment. Thus, He aimed to cultivate to the golden core stage, which would provide him with a solid foundation of strength in this world. Zhang Hua refrains from cultivating within the city due to Lin Jianfeng's counsel, which suggests that cultivating in densely populated areas results in the chaotic intertwining of earthly spiritual energy, influenced by the surrounding populace. This indiscriminate mingling severely hampers the progress of ordinary cultivation, save for specific techniques. Ideally, the most favorable cultivation sites are situated above spiritual veins. However, most of these veins have been claimed by various sections. For instance, within Yun Jianfang, there exists a minor spiritual vein, which is why the Baiyun sect established a marketplace there. Within the protective array, Zhang Hua dedicates himself wholly to his cultivation. In truth, the experience of genuine cultivation is profoundly comforting. The true energy flows within his body akin to the ministrations of a masterful masseur. This unique form of massage penetrates even the internal organs, providing an exquisite sense of ease, particularly during the exhilarating moment of a breakthrough in one's realm. Such feelings can be intoxicating, explaining why cultivators often retreat for extended periods. Currently, Zhang Hua has successfully unblocked 7 of the 12 primary meridians. Including the Ren and Du meridians, he has opened a total of 9. His internal reservoir of true energy surpasses that of an average practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, a condition typically reserved for those endowed with heavenly spiritual roots. Furthermore, Zhang Hua has devised a systematic approach for his upcoming cultivation, aiming to unblock all 14 meridians. At that juncture, his sheer reservoir of true energy would rival that of a practitioner in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Other abilities such as formations, talismans, weapon refining, and alchemy, which practitioners aspire to master, remain untouched by Zhang Hua, leaving the timeline for his eventual mastery a mystery. Currently, under Lin Jianfeng's guidance, Zhang Hua has shifted his focus from merely unblocking meridians to strengthening and expanding those already opened, continuously drawing in the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to enhance the quality of his true energy. This approach serves to solidify his foundation, ensuring he can advance further along his path. Chapter 29. Envisioning oneself as Zhang Hua cultivates in this manner, drawing the celestial energies into his being. He begins to feel the nurturing essence of these energies enveloping him, gradually fostering a sensation of merging with the surrounding universe. This state is precisely what practitioners seek, a harmonious union of heaven and man. Generally, those with insufficient cultivation find it challenging to attain such a state. However, Zhang Hua's formidable spirit allows him to achieve this level of refinement at this stage. The protective array disc prepared for Zhang Hua by Lin Jianfeng was acquired during the second day of the Yun Jianfang auction. This disc is of mid-grade quality within the mysterious tier, designed for practitioners in the foundational stage. It not only serves a protective function, but also gathers the surrounding celestial energies during cultivation, possessing a spirit-gathering effect. Moreover, it has the ability to create illusions, rendering the array invisible to those outside of it, and providing a degree of obstruction to the practitioner's spiritual awareness, making it a commendable magical artifact. Zhang Hua, immersed in his cultivation, continued his practice until the early hours of the following day. After a day of rigorous training, he found that the quantity of true energy within him had not only failed to increase, but had actually diminished. However, the quality of that energy had notably improved, a fortunate outcome attributed to Lin Jianfeng's insightful guidance. Without such counsel, Zhang Hua might have blindly pursued the unblocking of his meridians and the enhancement of his true energy, ultimately risking a fragile foundation that could prevent him from attaining profound realms of cultivation. Even if he were to reach the golden elixir stage, he could still face peril during the golden elixir tribulation, potentially falling victim to the wrath of the lightning. Upon completing the refinement of his true energy, Zhang Hua chose not to conclude his training immediately. Instead, he allowed the true energy to flow naturally within his body, directing his mental focus towards the cultivation of his soul. He was keenly aware that his rapid progress was due to the strength of his soul, which surpassed that of other cultivators. This very strength had once saved his life. had his soul not been so resilient. The final strike from the demonic cultivator he faced alongside Lin Jianfeng could have claimed his existence. Yet, despite his understanding, he lacked the appropriate methods to cultivate his soul. Lin Jianfeng had not imparted any specific techniques to him. He merely advised Zhang Hua to engage in more visualization practices, suggesting that such exercises would facilitate soul cultivation. Zhang Hua did not believe that Lin Jianfeng was withholding secrets or training methods out of malice. Rather, he surmised that there were reasons that prevented Lin Jianfeng from sharing this knowledge with him. Consequently, Zhang Hua bore no resentment towards Lin Jianfeng, recognizing that the latter's actions were rooted in profound considerations. Zhang Hua had been contemplating his flying sword, achieving preliminary success. Thus, when it came to selecting a magical artifact for mental projection, he opted for the sword pellet as his treasured possession. However, after prolonged contemplation, Zhang Hua realized that merely envisioning the flying sword was not significantly beneficial for the cultivation of his spirit. Consequently, he resolved to visualize something more intricate. Ultimately, he decided to focus on the human body itself, the entity he yearned to understand most intimately. Of course, Zhang Hua had previously visualized himself. During the initial stages of his internal visualization practice, he had indeed contemplated his own form, albeit then merely to fulfill the exercise of introspection. This time, however, he intended to employ external visualization, reimagining a version of himself anew. This endeavor was markedly different from his prior attempts, as it demanded a meticulous attention to detail, extending to every subtle aspect of his physical being. As a result, the pace of his visualization was considerably slower than before, yet this was precisely what Zhang Hua sought. Only through such thorough examination could he identify his shortcomings and strive for improvement. Nevertheless, those reflections would have to wait for another time. This particular session of visualization was undoubtedly the most exhausting Zhang Hua had experienced throughout his cultivation journey. After concluding this demanding exercise, he stretched his stiffened limbs, only to collapse directly within the protective confines of the formation. Fortunately, the array shielded him, for otherwise, even a wild beast could have claimed his life at that moment. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, Zhang Hua finally awoke. Upon his awakening, he gently circulated his vital energy, discovering that the speed of its flow was swifter than ever before. Moreover, his spirit felt more refined than in previous instances, a testament to the benefits gained from his recent cultivation. However, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Initially, he had never anticipated that he would faint from overexertion in his practice. Had it not been for the protective array, he might have encountered dire consequences. After thoroughly reflecting on this oversight, Zhang Hua stowed away the array's formation plate and descended the mountain, hastening towards the city. As Zhang Hua pondered these matters, he quickened his pace towards the inn. Chapter 30. Lianshan Temple. Upon arriving at the inn, Zhang Hua found a Taoist priest awaiting him. Clad in a cerulean robe and bearing a whisk upon his back, the man appeared to be in his 40s. Zhang Hua scrutinized him with his spiritual sense and discerned that he was, in fact, a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. The Taoist approached Zhang Hua, performed a respectful bow, and introduced himself. Wuyang Tianzuan, I am Su Danyuan, also known as Longlu. I hail from Sanlian Mountain, located 300 miles to the north, where I serve as the abbot of Lianshan Temple. I have been instructed by Master Lin to await your arrival. Here is a letter left by Master Lin, which I must deliver into your hands. After reading the letter, Zhang Hua turned to Su Danyuan and replied, Thank you for your patience, Taoist Su. I have perused the letter, and we shall set off at once. Su Danyuan refrained from saying much, settling the bill at the inn and generously rewarding the informant. He then departed the city with Zhang Hua, traversing several miles to seek a secluded spot. Upon finding a quiet location, they took flight on a sword, heading northward. After approximately an hour of soaring, they arrived at a mountain, which, from a distance, appeared as three interconnected peaks, thus earning the local designation of the Three Linked Mountains. Upon reaching the summit, Su Danyuan guided Zhang Hua directly to the rear courtyard of a Taoist temple. The young acolyte, busy with cleaning, promptly greeted Su Danyuan, exclaiming, Welcome, Master. Disembarking from his flying sword, Su Dongyuan inquired of the acolyte. From within, the voice of Lin Jianfeng resonated. Good, please come in. At that moment, the door to the room swung open on its own. As Zhang Hua and Su Dongyuan entered, they found Lin Jianfeng seated cross-legged in the center. His gaze fixated upon them. Su Dongyuan approached and performed a respectful gesture before addressing Lin Jianfeng. Senior, please take a look. He gestured toward Zhang Hua. Upon seeing Zhang Hua, Lin Jianfeng remarked to Su Dongyuan, "You have worked hard. You may retire to rest now. Take this time to organize your questions regarding your cultivation, and I shall assist you once I conclude my current tasks." "Thank you, Senior. I shall take my leave," Su Dongyuan replied, exiting and gently closing the door behind him, leaving only Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Hua in the room. Lin Jianfeng scrutinized Zhang Hua, who felt somewhat uneasy, mistakenly believing that his absence during cultivation had displeased Lin Jianfeng. However, Lin Jianfeng chose not to address this concern. After observing Zhang Hua for a moment, he stated, "You have changed." Suddenly uttering such a statement, Zhang Hua found himself utterly perplexed. If it had been a conversation between lovers, there would have been some rationale, but Lin Jianfeng's abrupt remark startled Zhang Hua. He quickly responded, "What's the matter, old Lin? Why this outburst?" Lin Jianfeng continued, "Your demeanor has shifted. It has become resolute, no longer clouded by confusion. It seems these past few days have profoundly impacted you." "Oh, so that is what you meant. You startled me. I almost thought you harbored some feelings towards me." "Indeed. I have discovered a new objective. I intend to cultivate to the golden core stage first, and then advance to the nascent soul and even the divine transformation stage." Zhang Hua replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Zhang Hua's words, Lin Jianfeng remained silent, not because he doubted Zhang Hua, but because anyone unfamiliar with him might perceive his statements as either boastful or insane. However, Lin Jianfeng did not share this skepticism. Having spent considerable time with Zhang Hua, he recognized that once Zhang Hua set a goal, he would pursue it with unwavering determination, regardless of how impractical it might seem. Zhang Hua had a remarkable ability to devise strategies to achieve his ambitions. Lin Jianfeng believed that Zhang Hua would indeed realize his aspirations, for their objectives were aligned. Lin Jianfeng, too, aimed to restore his strength, overcome the tribulations of the nascent soul stage, and ultimately transcend to the divine transformation stage. Thus, Lin Jianfeng would not seek to undermine Zhang Hua. Rather, he would exert even greater effort in his cultivation to prevent Zhang Hua from surpassing him. Given Zhang Hua's current pace of advancement, it is entirely conceivable that one day he might indeed catch up. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly achieve your goals. Lin Jianfeng reassured not only Zhang Hua but also himself. Inquisitive, Zhang Hua inquired about Lin Jianfeng's presence in this location, prompting Lin Jianfeng to recount his tale. After parting ways with Zhang Hua that day, he had embarked along the course of the Earth's veins in search of a suitable place for seclusion. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered nearby and discovered a commendable spiritual vein, albeit one already claimed by a mysterious level sect. Left with no alternative, he continued along the vein until he stumbled upon the three linked mountains. This range sat atop a tributary of the spiritual vein. Although it could not compare to the main vein in terms of spiritual energy, it was the most suitable location Lin Jianfeng could find at that moment. Ascending the mountain, he was astonished to discover a temple at the convergence of spiritual energy. As Lin Jianfeng scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he noted that within the temple, there was but a solitary foundation establishment cultivator engaged in meditation, none other than Su Dongyuan, the individual he had just encountered. Su Dongyuan was originally a solitary cultivator who, after over 30 years of arduous practice, finally succeeded in establishing his foundation. Throughout his cultivation journey, he frequently aided the mundane authorities, assisting in the apprehension of criminals or helping affluent merchants exorcise malevolent spirits. Over time, his contributions were recognized by the government, which rewarded him by permitting him to erect a Taoist temple atop the mountain and appointing him as its abbot. Such circumstances were rather commonplace during the Great Shun dynasty, as the royal family comprised cultivators themselves. Consequently, numerous officials and generals within the dynasty were also practitioners of the mystical arts. Moreover, should any court officials be mere mortals, the emperor would often assign cultivators to protect them. Chapter 31. Parting upon concluding his meditation, Su Donyuan was startled to find an individual before him. Despite having set up defensive arrays during his cultivation, someone had approached him silently. His immediate instinct was to draw his sword and strike. However, as Lin Jianfeng released his aura, Su Donyuan quickly sensed that he was confronted by a golden core cultivator. He promptly halted his aggressive stance, rose to his feet, and deeply bowed to Lin Jianfeng, saying, "Junior Su Donyuan pays his respects to the esteemed elder. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Lin Jianfeng regarded Su Donyuan for a moment before responding. "You have encountered a deviation in your cultivation. Do you not possess the methods for foundational establishment?" Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's inquiry, Su Donyuan discerned that this venerable figure bore no ill intent. Rather, he might offer guidance for his cultivation. Naturally, Su Donyuan wished to seize such an opportunity. As for any future demands from the elder, he could not concern himself with that at the moment. He promptly replied, "Esteemed elder, I am but a solitary cultivator who, through fortuitous circumstances, obtained a foundation establishment pill, which allowed me to successfully complete my foundation establishment. Although I possess a cultivation method, I have traversed many a winding path in my practice due to the absence of guidance from a senior adept. Given that you have graced this place with your presence today, I humbly beseech you to impart some wisdom regarding my cultivation." Lin Jianfeng, observing Su Dongyuan's earnestness, decided to dispense with any further preamble. He spoke directly, "I am surnamed Lin, and like you, I am a solitary cultivator, wandering through the mountains and rivers in pursuit of enlightenment. Recently, I have had some insights during my practice and sought a secluded location for meditation. Upon observing this place, I found it quite suitable. I wish to utilize it for my retreat. Of course, I shall not impose upon you without recompense. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, I shall gladly provide answers and, as a token of gratitude, bestow upon you a precious item. What say you?" Su Donyuan, upon hearing this, quickly responded, "Your generosity humbles me, esteemed elder. I shall defer to your wishes." Lin Jianfeng added, "Before my retreat, I require some spiritual herbs for alchemy. Do you know if there are any nearby markets frequented by cultivators?" "Indeed, esteemed elder, there are several markets in the vicinity, notably one associated with the Xian-level sect." "Yiming sect," Su Donyuan replied. Lin Jianfeng pondered for a moment and realized that it was indeed the very Xian-level sect he had passed on his journey. "I have another disciple in a city 300 miles to the south, and I shall go to fetch him," Lin Jianfeng said. Su Donyuan promptly replied, "Senior, I would be honored to accompany you. I am quite familiar with the nearby market." "Very well." After their conversation, the two proceeded to the local market to procure the necessary spiritual herbs. During this expedition, Su Donyuan, a foundation-level loose cultivator, experienced for the first time the essence of affluence as Lin Jianfeng spent over 500 mid-grade spiritual stones in the market of Lingming sect. This expenditure even astonished the sect's leader, as Lingming sect was merely a sect, significantly inferior to the sect of Baiyun sect, and its market was modest, making encounters with such wealthy patrons like Lin Jianfeng exceedingly rare. After recounting their previous encounters, Lin Jianfeng turned to Zhang Hua and inquired, "What about you? Where have you been these past few days?" Zhang Hua shared his experiences of cultivating in the mountains, but Lin Jianfeng found his reckless approach to be exceedingly concerning, advising him to avoid such perils in the future. Then Lin Jianfeng continued, "Old Zhang, I will soon be entering a prolonged period of seclusion for my cultivation. What are your plans? Will you remain here to cultivate or venture out for some experience?" In truth, it is common for cultivators to seek out experiences during their journeys, as the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Without the tempering of worldly experiences, one may ultimately find their heart's resolve faltering. Thus, Lin Jianfeng posed this inquiry. Zhang Hua pondered for a moment. "I intend to explore this world, after all." My purpose in coming here is to witness more of this new realm and to experience a greater variety of events. Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly. Indeed, I believe you will. It's beneficial to venture out. Remaining solely by my side would cause you to miss out on many intriguing experiences. However, promise me that you will not easily succumb to death, for I am eagerly awaiting your attainment of the nascent soul stage to aid me in avenging my grievances. Please refrain from being overly sentimental. Your declarations tend to bring misfortune upon me, Zhang Hua replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianfeng recognized his own sentimentality and promptly retrieved several treasures from his storage pouch, presenting them to Zhang Hua. Take these, they are for your protection. As Zhang Hua accepted the items, he discovered several vials of elixirs, including those for restoring vital energy and assisting in cultivation, and surprisingly, a vial of foundation establishment pills. I appreciate these elixirs, but I shall not require the foundation establishment pill. Given my recent progress in cultivation, I am confident that I can achieve the foundation establishment stage without its aid, Zhang Hua remarked. Then he inquired, what purpose do these items serve? He held in his hand a spherical iron ball the size of an egg and looked to Lin Jianfeng for clarification. Do not tamper with that. It is a defensive tool I prepared for you, known as the Thunderbolt. Its power is equivalent to the full-force palm thunder unleashed by a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core. Lin Jianfeng quickly intervened to stop Zhang Hua from playing with it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua hastily stowed the Thunderbolt away. Noting that Lin Jianfeng had provided him with a total of 7 of these formidable devices. Such tremendous power, he exclaimed. The name is somewhat amusing, isn't it? So, Lao Lin, can this be used to contend with golden elixir stage cultivators? Zhang Hua inquired with curiosity. At this moment, Lin Jianfeng felt a tinge of indifference towards him and replied, if this object were in my possession, it could indeed be employed against golden elixir stage cultivators. But in your hands, it would prove ineffective. Why? Although this item possesses great power, it must make contact with the enemy to unleash its potential. Do you believe you currently possess the capability to strike a golden elixir stage cultivator? Lin Jianfeng retorted. Oh, regardless, thank you, Lao Lin. I shall descend the mountain now. Very well, off you go. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Hua exited the room, waved farewell to Lin Jianfeng, and uttered goodbye before closing the door. Just as Lin Jianfeng felt a twinge of sadness at the departure of his only friend, the door suddenly swung open again, and Zhang Hua poked his head in, saying, Lao Lin, I apologize. Could you spare me some spirit stones? Chapter 32, The 7 Spirits. Ultimately, Lin Jianfeng bestowed upon Zhang Hua 50 medium-grade spirit stones and cautioned him not to flaunt his wealth. He then escorted Zhang Hua down the mountain. In truth, Lin Jianfeng had been contemplating how to best arrange for Zhang Hua's situation over the past few days. It was no longer appropriate for Zhang Hua to remain by his side, as he genuinely needed to enter seclusion for cultivation. This period would not be brief, and even after he regained his strength, he would have to confront a more formidable challenge, the tribulation of transcending to the nascent soul stage. This tribulation is exceedingly perilous, with a staggering 99% of golden elixir stage cultivators perishing beneath its weight. Should Lin Jianfeng find himself struggling to overcome this tribulation, not only would he be unable to protect Zhang Hua, but he might also inadvertently place him in jeopardy. Whenever Lin Jianfeng reflects on the incident, he feels that rather than asserting he protected Zhang Hua, it is more accurate to say that Zhang Hua secured for him an opportunity to vanquish his adversaries. Furthermore, had Zhang Hua not chosen to accompany Lin Jianfeng, he would have likely never encountered such peril. Hence, Lin Jianfeng inquired of Zhang Hua whether he wished to depart and explore this world, a sentiment Zhang Hua had previously expressed during their conversations back on Earth. After vocalizing his thoughts, Zhang Hua leaned over the balcony railing and began to retch. Lin Jianfeng glanced at the beer in his hand, and then at the heaving Zhang Hua, muttering to himself, what a lamentable tolerance for alcohol. It is but a single bottle. In a remote region of Yunzhu, deep within an unnamed mountain, a dilapidated shrine stands, where 6 individuals have gathered. clad in voluminous black garments and donning human skin masks to obscure their identities. These figures are unrecognizable to one another. However, a closer examination of their auras reveals that all 6 are practitioners of the Golden Core stage, with the most formidable among them being a consummate Golden Core master. 3 are at the late Golden Core stage, while the remaining 2 possess mid-level Golden Core prowess. One of the late-stage Golden Core practitioners addressed the leader, the master of the Golden Core, saying, "Fuxia, when will the corpse dog arrive? We have already awaited his presence for 2 hours." This location is a mere 100 miles from the territory of the Baiyun sect. If we are discovered by their Yuaning elder, we shall have no means of escape. The figure known as Fuya remarked, "Very well, Tunziai, let us wait a moment longer. This gathering is summoned by our master, and the Shurgo will undoubtedly not dare to miss it." He was tasked with creating unrest at Yunjiangfang, but fortune did not favor him. It is said he encountered Huang Qing from the Baiyun sect and Song Long from Qingling Mountain. Ultimately, he was compelled to reveal his complete mastery of the Golden Core realm to temporarily fend off these 2 and retreat from Yunjiangfang. He should be on his way here now. The 6 individuals present were unaware of each other's true identities. They met veiled, referring to one another by code names based on the 7 souls: Shurgo, Fuya, Cain, Tunziai, Faidu, Chuhui, and Sholun. They shared a common master, a figure shrouded in mystery. None of those present knew the true visage of this master, yet they were all acutely aware of his formidable strength, which was at least at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. If told that their master had attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul, they would not be surprised, for he commanded not only these few Golden Core cultivators, but also at least 3 others at the nascent soul stage, known by their code names: Tianhun Taiguang, Minghun Xuangling, and Daihun Yujing. These 3 were formidable experts at the nascent soul stage, and anyone capable of compelling such individuals to serve would undoubtedly be extraordinary. 3 adept practitioners at the nascent soul stage, along with their enigmatic leader of uncertain strength, constitute a formidable force of 4 nascent soul cultivators. This collective power is already comparable to the overt might of celestial level sections. Moreover, there lurks a palpable intuition among them that the leader may possess additional formidable subordinates. If this conjecture holds true, the influence wielded by this leader would not be insignificant even among the celestial level sections. However, it is essential to acknowledge that the celestial level sects are not to be underestimated. Even the weakest among the 9 celestial sects, the Danxia sect, is guarded by 3 nascent soul masters. Considering that these celestial sects likely harbor hidden experts, the notion of there being 5 nascent souls is not far-fetched. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, the force commanded by this leader has the potential to sway the grand currents of the world. At that moment, the 6 individuals sensed an approach from the northeast, prompting them to heighten their vigilance and adopt defensive postures. A gentle breeze wafted through, yet no one emerged from that direction. As they stood in perplexity, a sudden cough resonated from behind them, followed by the utterance, "I appreciate your patience, dear friends." Upon hearing this cough, the 6 practitioners instinctively dispersed, with some summoning their defensive treasures while others prepared to strike. However, upon turning to behold the newcomer, they halted their actions, though their wariness remained palpable. The individual before them was none other than the Golden Core cultivator known as Corpse Dog, who had previously engaged in combat with Huang Qing at Yunjiang Workshop. This individual stands as the most formidable among the group, and what renders him particularly terrifying is not merely his immense strength, but also his peculiar agility. His mastery of concealing his presence renders him almost undetectable, which is precisely why he has been entrusted to lead the team into the perilous depths of Yunjianfang to sow chaos. At this moment, Fuxia spoke up. "Very well, now that the corpse hound has arrived, I shall summon the master." Chapter 33, The Mysterious Master Before Us. Fuxia retrieved a small wooden figurine shaped like a human from his storage pouch. He then produced a jade vial, uncorked it, and poured a single drop of blood from within. This drop shimmered with a radiant glow, representing the blood of a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. As the blood fell upon the wooden figurine, they waited for several minutes, and suddenly, a consciousness attached itself to the figurine, endowing it with a semblance of life. Upon the awakening of the figurine, the 7 present respectfully bowed and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the master." At that moment, a voice emanated from the figurine. "Fu Shi, how has the mission progressed?" The figurine exhibited no further reaction but inquired, "What is the extent of our losses?" The tone carried an air of impatience. Fu Shi, visibly flustered, responded, "Moreover, the golden core cultivator dispatched by the master for soul summoning has also perished in this endeavor." "What did you say? The soul summoner is dead? How did that happen?" Clearly, this news incited great fury in the master, as his voice grew stern. At that juncture, the corpse hound interjected, "Master, the soul summoner you sent was slain by the Xian Yinjun Ren within Yunjian Fang." "Xian Yinjun Ren?" "It is indeed the individual you mentioned, who is suspected to be a master in the realm of artifact refinement. Yet, is it not said that this person is merely a loose cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core? How could he possess the strength to slay a mid-Golden Core soul summoner? Could it be that he has concealed his true power?" Mu Jiao voiced his skepticism. "Your Excellency," the report began, "I was not present during the event in question. I only learned of it from my subordinates afterward. Although this Xian Yinjun Run is merely at the early stage of the Golden Core, his strikes are ruthless, and his swordplay is exceedingly exquisite. Moreover, the Soul Summoner initially did not prepare to kill this Xian Yinjun Ren. Thus, he did not exert his full strength at the onset, intending instead to incapacitate him and then bring him along. However, this lapse allowed the opponent to seize the initiative, leading to a fierce counterattack that ultimately resulted in his demise. The corpse dog relayed the situation he had pieced together from his subordinates and his own analysis to the leader. Upon hearing this, the assembly of individuals present exhaled in relief. It became apparent that each of them possessed a prominent identity, being core experts from their respective sects, compelled to join this organization through coercion and inducement. Among them, the swallowing thief remarked, "Farewell, for I have no desire to maintain further contact with any of you. Every time I operate alongside you, it feels as though my head is precariously perched on my belt, engaged in ventures fraught with the specter of imminent death. I shall take my leave now. Do not see me off." With that, the swallowing thief mounted his flying sword and swiftly departed, observing his exit. The remaining individuals also chose to part ways, leaving only the corpse dog and the arrow of ambush behind. The corpse dog retorted, "Enough of your idle chatter, Fu Shi. You promised me that you would arrange for an additional mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, which is why I agreed to go to Yunjianfang. Yet, the mid-stage Golden Core soul summoner you arranged set off to apprehend that Xian Yinjun Run, forcing me to reveal my true strength to escape from Huangqing and Songlong. How do you intend to compensate me? If your response does not meet my expectations, I may very well take action against you right now." Fu Shi chuckled lightly. "Dear corpse dog, it is not my intention to ensnare you. You must understand that the soul summoner was dispatched directly by our superior, unlike us who are merely recruited by him. He operates under the direct jurisdiction of our leader and does not heed our arrangements. His impulsive actions must have been a command from our superior. I shall report the entirety of this incident to him, and as for your compensation, given our superior's manner of dealing, he will undoubtedly satisfy you." "Humph." The corpse dog grunted softly. "Who exactly is this superior of yours, and why is he capturing so many alchemists and artifact craftsmen? What is his ultimate goal?" "Dear corpse dog, that question puts me in a predicament. Not only do I not know our superior's true identity, but even if I did, do you think I could divulge it to you? Furthermore, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Sometimes it is better to remain ignorant than to know too much. It is precisely because I know too much that I find myself without freedom. As for the recruitment of so many alchemists and artifact craftsmen, rest assured there is a purpose behind it. However, I am not at liberty to disclose the particulars. I can only inform you that the landscape of the cultivation world is about to undergo significant changes, so it would be wise for you to prepare in advance." Fu Shi spoke mysteriously. After Fu Shi concluded his words, he turned and departed on his flying sword. The corpse dog, observing his exit, transformed into a wisp of gentle breeze and drifted southwest. Within Yunjian Fang, Li Feibai was diligently organizing the restoration of the buildings. The damage within Yunjianfang was exceedingly severe. The central structure, Tingyunlu, had been nearly reduced to rubble due to the clash involving the corpse dog and the trio of Huang Qing, Song Long, and himself. Numerous other shops suffered considerable destruction as well. Fortunately, Yunjianfang was affluent, and Li Feibai planned to erect a taller edifice on the original site. Subsequently, Li Feibai learned that the attack had not been confined to Yunjianfang alone. Several markets within a 1,000-mile radius had also endured significant harm. In contrast, Yunjianfang, having prepared in advance, sustained the least damage among them. Thus, Li Feibai resolved to seize this opportunity to promote Yunjianfang vigorously, aiming to elevate its reputation and attract a greater number of cultivators to his establishment. He anticipated that Yunjianfang would flourish even more than before. Indeed, for someone like Li Feibai, it could be said that he was more a merchant than a cultivator. The leader of Baiyun sect had once remarked that if Li Feibai's cultivation prowess matched even half of his business acumen, he would have long surpassed Huang Qing to achieve the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Chapter 34. The White Cloud Sect. Subsequently, a nascent soul cultivator established the White Cloud Sect atop White Cloud Mountain, adopting the title of White Cloud True Monarch. However, this event transpired 3 millennia ago. Presently, the adept of the nascent soul stage within White Cloud Mountain is Ling Tao, the disciple and grand student of the White Cloud True Monarch, renowned as the sword god of White Cloud. Mastering the art of flying swords, he has devised the celebrated 18 techniques of the Listening Cloud Flying Sword, which have garnered significant attention from the Heavenly Sword sect among the 9 great celestial sects. Practitioners from the Heavenly Sword sect frequently visit to seek his wisdom. Huang Qing approached the central hall and respectfully bowed to the 3 individuals seated before him, saying, "Disciple Huang Qing, here to pay respects to the sect master and my 2 esteemed uncles." The current sect master of the White Cloud sect, El Tianyang, occupied the principal seat in the center. With a fair complexion and a dignified countenance, he appeared even more handsome than Li Feibai, although slightly younger than Huang Qing. He had initiated his training earlier, thus serving as Huang Qing's senior brother. However, his formidable strength justifies his position as the sect leader, having attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Furthermore, El Tianyang, still in the bloom of youth at just over 4 centuries, harbors the potential to ascend to the higher realm of nascent soul, making him the individual closest to that level within the White Cloud sect. El Tianyang addressed Huang Qing. "We have been awaiting you, junior brother Huang. Please, take your seat." Huang Qing expressed his gratitude and then took his designated position as the representative of Lingyuan Peak, which ranks 4th within the White Cloud sect. Huang Qing occupied the 2nd seat on the right side. After Huang Qing took a seat, Lu Tianyang inquired, "Junior brother Huang, we are all aware of the general circumstances of your journey. Indeed, it has been a challenging endeavor for you." Huang Qing promptly replied, "What the sect leader says is too much. I cannot accept the notion of hardship for the sake of the sect." Upon hearing Lu Tianyang's words, everyone present was taken aback, for the matter at hand was of great significance and could not be taken lightly. Immediately, Ding Wu, the esteemed leader of the 6 Peaks and the master of Yuhua Peak, spoke up. "Sect leader, given the gravity of this situation, what plans do you and our revered ancestor have?" Ding Wu, being the eldest among Huang Qing's generation, had achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Hearing Lu Tianyang's statement, he continued, "Our Baiyun sect is located in the southwestern region of Dasan, with the 2 demonic sects merely a hangzhou away. Should these demonic sects launch a large-scale assault on Dasan, our Baiyun mountain will undoubtedly suffer. The priority now is to ascertain how we can protect ourselves under such circumstances." After Ding Wu spoke, another voice emerged, asking, "Sect leader, does the Dasan court have knowledge of these intricate details?" The speaker was an elder responsible for external affairs, named Shintagang. Lu Tianyang glanced at him and responded, "Although this matter is well concealed within the 2 demonic sects, I believe the Dasan court has caught wind of it. They may even be more informed than we are." Just as Shintagang was about to add more, He was interrupted by another elder, who queried, "In that case, sect leader, if the Dasun court requests our sect to send representatives to confront the two demonic sects, how shall our Bayan sect respond?" Upon uttering these words, another individual immediately interjected, asserting that it was only natural to heed the intentions of the Great Shun. For as subjects of the Great Shun, we must undoubtedly contribute our efforts. After hearing this, the others swiftly expressed their divergent opinions. And what had once been a tranquil hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. After a considerable time, El Tianyong finally spoke, exclaiming, "Enough!" This exclamation, infused with El Tianyong's true essence, resonated quietly, yet effectively silenced the clamorous assembly. Instantly, the hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 35. The Great Shun Court. El Tianyong arrived at a courtyard situated on the rear mountain of the Baiyun sect, the residence of Ling Tao. In his leisure moments, Ling Tao often engaged in cultivation within this courtyard, seldom venturing to the front mountain. As El Tianyong approached the entrance of the small courtyard, the door opened of its own accord, and Ling Tao's voice beckoned from within, "Come in." Upon entering the courtyard, El Tianyong discovered an elderly man with white hair and a white beard seated in a pavilion, adorned in a flowing white robe. It was none other than the Baiyun sword god, Ling Tao. At that moment, Ling Tao sat within the pavilion, wielding his flying sword, delicately polishing it with a white silk scarf, his movements gentle, as if he were caressing not a sword, but a beloved. El Tianyong stepped closer, bowed respectfully, and said, "Disciple pays respects to the Grandmaster." "Spare the formalities, sit down," Ling Tao replied. El Tianyong settled onto a stone bench beside Ling Tao, and then spoke, "Grandmaster, I trust you are aware of the situation at the front mountain. Indeed, some of our junior brothers have conspired with the forces of the Great Shun and the demonic sect. May I inquire, Grandmaster, how ought we to deal with these individuals?" Ling Tao sheathed his flying sword and inquired, "As the sect master, how shall you handle this matter?" He nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed as such. However, Master Ancestor, with the demonic sect poised to establish a nation, it is inevitable that conflict will arise with the Great Shun. Our sect is perilously close to the territory of the demonic sect. If they truly invade, how shall we respond?" El Tianyong voiced his concerns. "There is no need for alarm. Our Baiyun sect is, after all, a terrestrial-level sect, and with our advantageous position, whether it be the demonic sect, the Lin family, or other celestial-level sects, they would need to think twice before attempting to confront us. Thus, whether it is the demonic sect or the Great Shun, both sides will likely seek to win us over. As long as we refrain from making any declarations or hastily choosing sides, neither party will be eager to take action against us," Ling Tao explained. At that moment, a flying sword suddenly appeared before Ling Tao, bearing a message inscribed upon it. "The holy teaching of heaven has given birth to a holy son, establishing a nation in the south, named Tianyuan." After reading the contents of the message, Ling Tao handed the flying sword to El Tianyong and mused aloud, "Now, the Great Shun Court and the royal Lin family must be in disarray. In the central city of Tianshun, the capital of the Great Shun, within the Hall of Supreme Harmony where officials gathered to deliberate, civil and military officials congregated in groups, discussing the implications of the demonic sect's sudden establishment. Some advocated for an immediate military response, while others contended that although the demonic sect had founded a nation, the territory it claimed was never under the jurisdiction of the Great Shun, rendering any military action unjustifiable and precipitous. However, there are those who advocate for preemptive measures, insisting that a strong military presence should be stationed at the borders to thwart any potential incursions by the cult. Amidst the fervent debate, a sudden voice rang out, proclaiming, "His Majesty has arrived." A youth, appearing no older than 20, emerged from the back of the hall and took his place upon the central dragon throne. This young man was none other than Lin Yu, the reigning emperor of the Great Shun dynasty, clad in a black ceremonial robe and adorned with a purple gold crown. A treasured sword hung at his waist. Once seated, the civil and military officials arranged themselves in 4 rows according to their ranks within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, bowing respectfully towards the emperor, uttering, We pay our respects to your majesty. The customs of the cultivation world differ significantly from the rigid protocols of ancient Chinese feudalism. Thus, there was no need for the officials to kneel or chant "Long live the emperor." Furthermore, the emperor here merely handled the mundane affairs of state as entrusted by the Lin family, lacking the supreme authority and status typically associated with an emperor in Chinese history. Although the royal lineage of the Great Shun has always borne the surname Lin, the dynasty is not solely governed by the Lin family. Gentlemen, you are excused from formalities. Lin Yu stated. Thank you, your majesty. The reason for summoning you all here is clear, as I trust you are aware of the situation at hand. The two cults have established the Heavenly Origin Kingdom with the intent of opposing our Great Shun. Do you have any strategies to counter this? Lin Yu inquired. One of the military generals responded directly, Your Majesty, I believe we should dispatch a formidable army to exterminate the two cults and obliterate their so-called Heavenly Origin Kingdom. At that moment, a figure emerged from the assembly and addressed the gathered crowd. Your Majesty, while the two demonic sects have established their realms, their territories were not originally part of our Great Shun. Thus, should we recklessly engage in warfare against them, it would surely result in the suffering of our people and the depletion of our resources. Such actions would likely incite the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the populace, ultimately proving detrimental to our Great Shun. Another voice chimed in, Your Majesty, it is imperative that we dispatch troops to quell this uprising. Should we acknowledge the nations founded by these demonic sects? What is to stop the Buddhist sect from declaring its own sovereign state, or the Taoist sect from doing the same? If this continues, we will see a proliferation of nations, leading to inevitable chaos across the realm, with dire consequences for us all. Such rhetoric, though persuasive, overlooks the grim reality. If our Great Shun were to launch an unprovoked attack against the demonic sects, we must consider not only the vast resources and manpower required, but also the likelihood that other sects would join the fray. Rather than a mere fragmentation of states, we could ignite a full-scale conflict within the realm of cultivation. Who among you can assure that our Great Shun would endure to the end? As the ministers began to bicker once more, a commanding voice rang out. Enough. Let us cease this discord and heed the wisdom of an elder. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent, their attention turning to the venerable figure standing at the forefront of the scholars. This was none other than the Chancellor of the Great Shun, Wen Yongzhen. His stature was formidable. Not only did he hold the prestigious title of Chancellor, but he was also the former leader of the esteemed Haoran sect, possessing mastery at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. His deep-seated trust from the Lin family further solidified his position, rendering him one of the most influential figures in the realm. At this moment, as he began to speak, a natural hush fell over the assembly, and the heated debate ceased. Once all present in the Hall of Supreme Harmony had quieted, when Yongzhen addressed the assembly, Your Majesty, may I inquire how the esteemed elder members of the Lin family plan to respond to this matter? The ministers, after hearing this, recalled that despite their animated discussions, the situation diverged significantly from the usual statecraft. The crux of the issue rested with the 9 great heavenly sects, and ultimately, it would be the Lin family, as one of these sects, that would need to intervene for a resolution. In Chapter 36, Bandits, Lin Yu spoke up, Minister 1 and esteemed officials. I must inform you that I have just received a decree from our ancestral patriarch. The patriarch has stated that the establishment of the demon sect is an irrevocable reality. Regardless of how our Great Shun attempts to evade this matter, a peaceful resolution is unattainable. Therefore, we should focus our considerations on how to confront the impending conflict. The patriarch referred to by Lin Yu is the sole consummate master of the Lin family, a figure of immense strength within the entire realm of cultivation, whose words carry significant weight within the Lin family. Upon hearing this, when Yongzhen replied, Then the old minister understands the way forward. Your Majesty, please issue an immediate command to General Jinnan in Hangzhou, instructing him to mobilize the army to station at the borders of Hangzhou, standing guard against the incursions of the demon sect. Additionally, summon commanders from several other states to proceed to Hangzhou for support. It is also imperative for several elder members of the Lin family to take action. And we should reach out to the elder members of the local sects that have close ties with our great Shun, urging them to join forces in Hong, Qing, and by states to guard against potential surprise attacks from the adept practitioners of the demon sect. Once our forces are assembled, we can strike with overwhelming might against the followers of the demon sect. After Wen Yongzhen spoke, another individual addressed the emperor, stating, "Your Majesty, strict regulations must be enforced within the territory of the Great Shun. Each government office should register and investigate any unfamiliar cultivators appearing in their jurisdictions, in order to guard against potential disturbances instigated by individuals from the demonic sections." Other officials swiftly presented new suggestions, analyzing the currently possible scenarios and devising strategies accordingly. The Great Shun dynasty has been established for over 3,000 years, and the ministers within the court each fulfill their distinct roles with clarity. Once a target is identified, the efficiency of their operations is certainly unparalleled by any sect. The Lin family of the royal lineage has excelled among the 9 great celestial sects precisely because of this astute and capable cadre of ministers, enabling them to maintain the imperial throne. Regardless of the bustling activity within the court of the Great Shun, Li San, as an ordinary man, remained oblivious to these affairs. At that moment, he was attending to his tea stall, preparing tea for the guests passing by. Li San was currently holding a teapot, pouring water for a young gentleman. This gentleman, enjoying his drink at the tea stall, was none other than Zhang Hua. At this moment, Zhang Hua glanced at the map in his hand. Confirming his location and assuring himself that he had not lost his way, he prepared to continue his journey. After tossing a few copper coins onto the counter, Zhang Hua turned to leave the tea stall situated at the rural crossroads. Upon receiving the money, Li San noticed Zhang Hua heading east and called out, "Esteemed guest, please take care as you depart." Zhang Hua turned around, his expression tinged with curiosity as he regarded the attendant, inquiring, "Good sir, is there something else? Have I perhaps underpaid?" Li San hastily replied, "No, esteemed guest. You have generously offered a considerable sum. However, may I boldly inquire if you are indeed preparing to journey towards the desolate city? If so, it would be prudent for you to take a detour." "Why?" you may ask. It is because, although the path you are currently on is the most direct route to the desolate city, it is fraught with peril. Li San continued, "You see, esteemed guest, while there may be wild beasts along this road, they are not the greatest threat. The most formidable danger lies with the bandits. Should you choose this route, you will traverse a place known as Bone Mountain. This mountain had no name until a band of robbers claimed it as their own and designated it Bone Mountain. These bandits have established dominion here, preying upon unsuspecting merchants passing through. Thus, I earnestly advise you to reconsider your choice of path." Zhang Hua inquired, "With bandits occupying the mountain, surely there are officials who seek to apprehend them?" "There have been attempts," Li San replied. "However, the authorities have suffered considerable losses without success in capturing these brigands. Sending a few officials proves futile, while sending a larger contingent only causes the bandits to retreat deeper into the mountains." Zhang Hua pressed further, "Have there been no attempts to enlist the aid of skilled cultivators to deal with these miscreants?" His question stemmed from the fact that the Great Shun dynasty was under the stewardship of the Lin family, one of the 9 great celestial sects, and many cultivators held positions within the court. Even commoners could afford to hire wandering cultivators for assistance. Intrigued, Zhang Hua asked, "Tell me, do you not fear these bandits while running your establishment?" Zhang Hua chuckled and remarked, "I beg to differ, my friend. There is a saying, trouble comes from within when one sits idly at home." Li San responded, "Sir, please refrain from jesting." After speaking, Li San suddenly sensed that the atmosphere in his tea stall had taken a turn for the worse. He glanced around and noticed 2 patrons at a nearby table outside, fixated on him. A chill ran down his spine as he observed the fierce expressions and piercing gazes of these 2 individuals. The other customers inside the tea stall also felt the tension and hastily placed their money on the table, gathering their belongings and hastening to leave. The 2 men outside paid no heed to the departing patrons. Once the last of the customers had exited, they finally stood up and entered the tea stall. Both bore an intimidating demeanor. One was balding with a receding hairline, resembling a Mediterranean, while the other was a hefty fellow. The latter spoke first. "Baldy, don't you think the lack of solitary travelers descending from the mountain is due to this lad spreading tales about us?" The Mediterranean man concurred. "You're absolutely right, Fatty. If it weren't for someone spreading rumors, we wouldn't find our paths so deserted on Baigushan." After exchanging these words, they fixed their gaze intently on Li San. Have you ever heard the saying, "Illness enters through the mouth, and calamity emerges from it"? At this moment, Li San was paralyzed with fear. He had intended to warn Zhang Hua that solitary travelers were often kind-hearted, fearing for their safety, and that occasionally a few would express gratitude by offering him a few coins. He remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had drawn the attention of the denizens of Baigushan. Chapter 37. Exorcising evil. As Li San stood in a state of bewilderment, Zhang Hua suddenly took 2 steps forward, positioning himself between the 2 thieves and Li San. He spoke, "Gentlemen, this fellow's warning was merely meant for my well-being. If there are grievances to address, let them be directed at me. I happen to have several dozen taels of silver here. You may take them and let this incident be forgotten. What do you say?" Zhang Hua felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Li San. Had it not been for his timely caution, he might have unwittingly ventured into the perilous White Bone Mountain and found himself in grave danger. The stout thief sneered, "If you had quietly slipped away moments ago, it would have been of no concern to you. Yet, since you chose to be so oblivious, do not blame my brother and me for our lack of scruples. After all, whether we slay 1 or 2, it matters little. Baldy, make your move." Upon hearing this, the Mediterranean thug swiftly drew a dagger from his bosom, grinning menacingly as he advanced towards Zhang Hua. Observing the impending threat, Zhang Hua wasted no words. He unleashed a palm strike aimed at the Mediterranean man. As the Mediterranean saw Zhang Hua's movement, he lunged forward with the dagger, aiming for Zhang Hua's palm. However, in the next moment, both he and the stout thief were left in a state of shock. The dagger, upon making contact with Zhang Hua's palm, felt as though it had struck solid steel, rendering all of the Mediterranean's force utterly futile. At that moment, Zhang Hua's inner energy surged forth, and the Mediterranean was propelled backward as if struck by a carriage. Crashing through the tea stall and landing violently on the road, blood spurting from his mouth as he lay incapacitated. Upon witnessing such a scene, the portly man immediately faltered and hastily knelt down before Zhang Hua, exclaiming, "Esteemed sir, I am but a fool who fails to recognize greatness. I deserve to perish. I beseech you, spare my life." He then began to kowtow fervently. However, at that moment, one of his hands slowly crept towards his bosom. Zhang Hua, finding a stool, placed it in front of the rotund figure and seated himself, addressing him, "Cease your pretense. You possess something within your garments, do you not? Reveal it to me, that I may behold your treasures." Zhang Hua's spiritual perception had already discerned that the man concealed an object exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy. The portly man, taken aback by this revelation, lifted his gaze to Zhang Hua, then abruptly thrust his hand into his bosom, retrieving a talisman. Just as he prepared for a desperate attempt to activate the talisman, a flying sword pierced through his chest, and he collapsed helplessly. Witnessing this harrowing spectacle, Li San was paralyzed with fear, sinking to the ground, initially believing himself doomed. He found that he had survived while the 2 who sought to harm him had met their demise. This dramatic turn of fate left Li San's mind in a state of utter bewilderment. Zhang Hua approached the trembling Li San, who, upon seeing him draw near, quickly knelt and implored, "Esteemed sir, no, revered immortal, I beseech you, do not take my life." "Why would I wish to kill you?" Zhang Hua inquired, amusement evident in his tone. Upon realizing that Zhang Hua bore no intention of silencing him permanently, Li San suddenly comprehended that this individual was not a bandit. Rather, the 2 slain individuals were the true marauders. He hastily exclaimed, "Immortal, I was mistaken. How foolish of me. You would never harm me. Your actions are aimed at ridding the world of evil, serving the common good." Zhang Hua replied, "Enough of your nonsensical prattle. It seems you can no longer maintain this tea stall. Here, take this modest sum of silver and pursue a different endeavor." With that, he retrieved a 10-tael ingot of silver from his storage pouch. though Li San was initially hesitant to accept it, fearing Zhang Hua's ire. He quickly took the silver and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Zhang Hua then disregarded Li San and approached the corpulent man. He extracted the talisman clutched in the man's hand. Scrutinizing it closely, it turned out to be a commonplace fire arrow talisman, easily purchasable in the markets frequented by cultivators, where one could buy a handful for a mere few coins. 10 of them combined would fetch no more than a low-grade spirit stone. However, when employed against martial practitioners among mortals, such a talisman could indeed prove remarkably effective. The two men appeared to possess only rudimentary martial skills, yet they had resorted to possessing such a defensive measure. It seemed evident that there were cultivators upon the Whitebone Mountain. Yet, one would think that even a rogue cultivator could manage a decent living. How had they sunk to the level of banditry? Zhang Hua found himself perplexed by this conundrum. However, Zhang Hua had other matters to attend to, so he set aside his previous thoughts. Grasping the corpulent figure in the Mediterranean corpse that had been forcefully expelled, he found the combined weight of these two individuals, over 300 pounds, to be as light as 2 bags of rice. With the lifeless bodies in tow, Zhang Hua ventured into the nearby dense thicket. After traversing several miles along the rugged mountain path, he deemed the location satisfactory, likely to be devoid of human presence. He then laid the two figures to rest and proceeded to search their persons, uncovering a handful of scattered silver coins. Noting the absence of any other possessions, Zhang Hua made his way to a nearby clearing. He summoned his inner energy, concentrating it within his palms, and struck the ground before him with a resounding force. In his imagination, the impact would create a substantial crater, yet upon execution, while the gust generated by a strike did scatter the twigs and fallen leaves around, the earth merely stirred up a modest amount of dust, failing to yield the grand pit he had envisioned. Standing there in awkwardness, Zhang Hua obediently retrieved his flying sword, employing it as a makeshift shovel to excavate a hole ample enough to accommodate the two bodies, subsequently burying them within. As he completed this laborious task, a light sheen of perspiration began to form on his forehead. Had he known it would be so exhausting, he mused, he should have left these two individuals at Li San's establishment. Zhang Hua's decision to dispose of the bodies stems from his underlying unease regarding the act of murder itself. Is it fear? Perhaps, though it is not entirely accurate to assert so. In the moment of taking a life, Zhang Hua experiences a blend of trepidation and an involuntary thrill, along with a myriad of emotions that intertwine in a complex tapestry. Despite his apparent resolve in slaying the two individuals, he is acutely aware that the path he has chosen will inevitably lead to conflict with others. He understands that hesitance in taking a life could very well result in his own demise, prompting him to engage in extensive psychological preparation from an early stage. Yet, Zhang Hua still perceives himself as an ordinary individual, not a remorseless killer dismissive of human life. This marks his inaugural experience of murder, albeit against two bandits. He does not seek to excuse his actions. Rather, he acknowledges that the acquisition of power has indeed altered his psyche, or perhaps transformed it significantly, allowing him to act with such ease in taking lives. This leads him to ponder a profound question. Could this be a case of his mental fortitude not keeping pace with his growing strength? Chapter 38. State of mind. Although Zhang Hua is a novice in the realm of cultivation, his passion for novels has endowed him with a modicum of understanding regarding various concepts. A person with a sufficiently developed state of mind would not be blinded by wealth. Even upon unexpectedly acquiring a fortune, their psyche would remain largely unchanged, thus averting potential disastrous consequences in the future. Similarly, it is rather unrealistic to expect an ordinary individual who suddenly acquires superhuman abilities to transform into a superhero. Instead, the likelihood of becoming a formidable villain is far greater. The external powers that do not align with one's inner mindset and perspective may not enhance an individual's life. Rather, they might lead one to become ensnared by external influences while neglecting their true essence, ultimately resulting in erratic behavior. When Zhang Hua committed murder, he felt a fleeting thrill, accompanied by an unsettling infatuation with his newfound strength. Upon realizing this, he experienced a pang of trepidation. as he sensed he was straying from his true self. As someone who professes to be a scientist, his sole desire should be knowledge, not power. After some contemplation, Zhang Hua resolved to proceed with greater caution in the future. However, he did not intend to second-guess every situation. When faced with challenges, he would handle them as they arose. Just like now, Zhang Hua was determined to eliminate the band of mountain thieves on Whitebone Mountain, not out of a profound sense of justice, but because he believed that ignoring the situation would adversely affect his inner peace. Having made up his mind, Zhang Hua prepared himself. Even if there were cultivators among the thieves, he felt confident in his ability to confront them. After all, the very fact that a cultivator led a band of mortals to seize control of the mountain indicated that their strength was likely not formidable, much like a lion would never lead a flock of sheep. Zhang Hua, assessing the strength of the bandit-s cultivator, could only surmise that the individual's prowess might reach, at most, the early stages of foundation establishment, with a more likely scenario being that of a mere ninth-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Nevertheless, Zhang Hua resolved to approach the confrontation with utmost seriousness, preparing to unleash the thunderbolt he had received from Lin Jianfeng, ready to deploy it should the cultivator prove overwhelmingly formidable. This decision was certainly not born from mere curiosity regarding the thunderbolt's potency. Absolutely not. With all necessary preparations meticulously arranged, Zhang Hua set forth. Although the journey encompassed several dozen miles of mountainous terrain, it was swiftly traversed given Zhang Hua's current capabilities. Upon arrival, he discovered that the Whitebone Mountain indeed presented a formidable stronghold, explaining the local officials' inability to subdue it. Zhang Hua chose to first survey the landscape, for being unfamiliar with the terrain in such a remote area could lead to an unfortunate ambush. Employing his superior spiritual sense, which surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, Zhang Hua conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the bandit stronghold. His vigilance paid off, as he identified numerous hidden sentinels and traps. He silently commended his cautious approach. Had he not been so prudent, he might have fallen victim to a perilous ambush. After all, the bandits numbered over 200, some even equipped with crossbows. While Zhang Hua was indeed a cultivator, he was not of the golden core stage, and should he be targeted by a volley of crossbow bolts, his current strength might not suffice to ensure his safety. In such a scenario, he could very well find himself in grave danger. However, Zhang Hua was acutely aware of a fundamental principle. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. He resolved to locate the cultivator within the bandit stronghold. Once that individual was subdued, the rest would be easily managed. Rather than hastily infiltrating the lair, Zhang Hua sought a nearby location to establish a defensive formation and began to meditate in tranquility. When the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, he donned a dark ensemble and obscured his face with cloth, stealthily entering the stronghold. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he deftly evaded the patrolling guards and hidden sentinels, ultimately arriving at a shed piled high with firewood. Zhang Hua's perception detected the presence of an individual inside, who was currently consuming food. Zhang Hua intended to glean information about the stronghold from this person. The shed's door was secured, held shut by a wooden beam, making it difficult for an ordinary individual to open. However, this posed no challenge for Zhang Hua. He drew forth his flying sword, guiding it skillfully through the crack in the door, and severed the wooden beam with a swift stroke. With that, he pushed the door open and promptly closed it behind him. Under the astonished gaze of the occupant, Zhang Hua swiftly approached and, before the individual could react, covered their mouth with his hand. "Shoo, if you value your life, refrain from making noise," he cautioned. The individual nodded vigorously in response. Releasing his grip, Zhang Hua observed as the person struggled to swallow the morsel in their mouth, finally exclaiming after a prolonged moment, "You nearly choked me." It was at this moment that Zhang Hua realized the individual before him was merely a child of around 12 or 13 years. "Child, what is your name?" Zhang Hua inquired. The boy replied, "My surname is Yu, and my name is Chengxi." As Zhang Hua listened to Yu Chengxi speak, he discerned that she must be an educated child. He inquired, "Are you a child of this mountain stronghold?" "No," she replied. I was abducted by bandits and brought to this mountain. I originally hailed from Jueching. My father intended to relocate nearby to conduct business. Unfortunately, we encountered a band of robbers on the way who pillaged us. My father was slain, and our belongings were taken. I was quite young at the time, and the bandits spared my life, forcing me to perform menial tasks instead. As Yu Chengxi recounted her tale, tears streamed down her face. Even in her sorrow, she wept quietly, refraining from making loud noises, suggesting that this child was accustomed to such grief. Upon hearing Yu Chengxi's plight, a surge of anger ignited within Zhang Hua. To be candid, Zhang Hua was not inherently a person driven by a strong sense of justice. Rather, he was one who approached matters with a calm, analytical demeanor, often perceived as indifferent. Initially, he harbored no intention of annihilating the bandits, but after witnessing the child's suffering, he felt that his previous notions were rather naive. Chapter 39. Slaying the bandits. Zhang Hua did not offer words of comfort to Yu Chengxi. Instead, he asked, "Could you tell me how many bandits there are? Who among them are skilled fighters, where they are located, and most importantly, how many cultivators reside on the mountain and what their levels of cultivation are?" Zhang Hua pondered. Are there truly 3 cultivators? However, he assessed that the 2 leaders were not highly skilled, which should pose no significant threat. Though their master warranted careful consideration, Zhang Hua resolved to eliminate the 2 leaders first and asked Yu Chengxi, "Can you tell me where those 2 leaders are currently situated?" To the north, nestled on the mountainside, lies a spacious courtyard known as the Gathering Hall, where the 5 chieftains typically reside. Yu Chengxi inquired, "Esteemed immortal, do you think you can manage alone? There are quite a few bandits around here. It would be wiser to summon some friends for added safety." Zhang Hua, observing the young lad, felt a sense of admiration for his cleverness. Logically, the boy's suggestion was sound. However, having only parted ways with Lin Jianfeng a few days prior, and considering Lin Jianfeng was likely in seclusion now, disturbing him would be inappropriate. Furthermore, it would not do to rely on Lin Jianfeng for every predicament. Had he wished to do so, he ought to have remained in Sanlian Mountain, awaiting Lin Jianfeng's emergence. Having reflected on this, Zhang Hua wasted no further time and set out directly towards the gathering hall where the chieftains convened. The hall was not far from the storeroom, and Zhang Hua arrived swiftly. He first concealed his presence before leaping over the courtyard wall, stealthily approaching the gathering hall. At that moment, the hall was ablaze with light, and Zhang Hua, hidden in the shadows, peered inside. He observed a dozen individuals reveling and drinking, with the 5 chieftains seated at the center. Notably, he discerned that 2 of them bore a distinct aura of cultivation, setting them apart from the others. Zhang Hua surveyed the individuals within the gathering hall and discerned that they were all bandits, devoid of captives like Yu Chengxi to serve them. Noticing the absence of guards around the hall, he resolved to unleash his full strength. He directed his focus towards the more formidable chief bandit, first enchanting himself with talismans of agility, immense strength, and indestructibility. Subsequently, he summoned his flying sword and, with all the might he could muster, maneuvered it directly towards the chief. Before the bandits, who were engrossed in their revelry, could register the imminent danger, the sword soared past them, targeting the chief who was leisurely sipping from his wine bowl. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes of his comrades, the chief was pierced through the throat by the sword, causing a mingling of wine and blood to cascade from his wound. This strike was a testament to Zhang Hua's full might, and given the element of surprise, the chief, a practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement, had no time to react before meeting his demise. After dispatching the chief, the flying sword swiftly redirected towards the second chief. Sensing the impending threat, the second chief hastily reached for his own sword. However, his prowess paled in comparison to that of the first chief, as he was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Coupled with his intoxication, his movements were sluggish, and he offered no resistance as the flying sword severed his head from his shoulders. At this moment, Zhang Hua had just burst into the gathering hall, launching an immediate assault on the bewildered bandits within. With one hand deftly maneuvering a flying sword, he seized a dagger intended for slicing meat from the table, and began to engage the group of marauders. Among the bandits, aside from the chief and the second in command, The rest were mere mortals. Though the other 3 leaders had some martial training, their skills were insufficient to contend with Zhang Hua. In the blink of an eye, he had incapacitated a considerable number of the bandits, leaving none to escape. When only one remained, Zhang Hua paused. This individual, trembling with a blade in hand, appeared to differ in attire from the typical bandit garb, instead resembling a scholar. Initially, he quivered, clutching the knife, but upon hearing Zhang Hua's inquiry, he hastily discarded the weapon, standing obediently. Zhang Hua asked, "Who are you? How did you come to be in this bandit's lair?" The man, intent on concocting a deceitful tale, was interrupted before he could formulate his response, as a dagger swiftly pierced the top of his foot. He yelped in pain, "Ouch. That hurts terribly. Don't think of deceiving me. Speak the truth." Zhang Hua, having noticed the man's shifty eyes, anticipated his intent to fabricate a lie, thus delivering a swift lesson. Now, devoid of any ulterior motives, the man promptly recounted his circumstances to Zhang Hua with utmost sincerity. It turns out that this individual was indeed a learned man, holding the title of a scholar. However, he was far from being a commendable character. He served as the assistant to the magistrate of the nearby Liqing County. In truth, this mountain stronghold had long established collusion with the magistrate of Liqing County. The magistrate provided protection and intelligence to the bandits, while these outlaws would share a portion of their plunder with him. Most significantly, the bandits would assist the magistrate in dealing with certain troublesome individuals. For instance, the wealthy merchant whose family was exterminated was orchestrated for assassination by the magistrate. Ultimately, the merchant's fortune was seized by the bandits, but his shops were appropriated by the magistrate's men. This assistant acted as the liaison between the magistrate and the bandits. Zhang Hua did not anticipate such unexpected intelligence. However, he currently had no time to concern himself with the corrupt magistrate 100 miles away. Instead, he inquired of the assistant before him, "Are you aware that there is a cultivator on this mountain?" "Indeed, I am aware. That cultivator was procured for this stronghold by the magistrate," the assistant replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua realized there were further details to uncover and urged, "Please elaborate." The assistant then proceeded to relay all that he knew to Zhang Hua. Chapter 40. The Kill of Foundation Establishment through the assistant's account. Zhang Hua finally grasped the entire sequence of events. It was revealed that the magistrate of Liqing County, during his tenure as deputy magistrate, had handled a case involving the mysterious disappearance of villagers in the vicinity. The number of missing persons continued to rise, and due to the complexity of the case, the magistrate had commanded the deputy magistrate to take charge of the investigation. The county magistrate, possessing a certain degree of capability, ultimately discovered that all the missing individuals had once visited a small local temple. He subsequently dispatched individuals to investigate the temple, only to uncover that a monk residing there was responsible. It transpired that this monk had been practicing dark arts, requiring the complete blood essence of a person each month to enhance his cultivation. Upon uncovering this matter, the magistrate refrained from reporting it or directly sending someone to apprehend the monk. Instead, he sought the monk out personally. What transpired thereafter remains uncertain, but the two men conspired together. The monk assassinated the originally appointed county magistrate and, accompanied by his 2 disciples, fled to the Bone Mountain to establish a stronghold. The magistrate, in turn, found several scapegoats to swiftly conclude the case, and through bribery, ascended to the position of county magistrate of Lai County. The monk then instructed his 2 disciples to engage with a band of robbers and outlaws in the vicinity of Lai County, ultimately forming the Bone Mountain stronghold. They coerced passing merchants and travelers to be taken to the mountain, facilitating the monk's cultivation while simultaneously amassing considerable wealth. The magistrate's aide also participated in these schemes, acting as an intermediary between the magistrate and the monk, earning a substantial amount of silver in the process. This aide relayed all the information he possessed to Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua then inquired, "Are you aware of the monk's level of cultivation?" To which the aide candidly responded, "I truly do not know." Upon hearing Zhang Hua's inquiry, the aide promptly nodded in agreement, repeatedly expressing his reluctance to flee. Zhang Hua refrained from engaging in further conversation with the advisor and promptly sought out the lifeless bodies of the chief and deputy bandit leaders. From their remains, he retrieved 2 small storage pouches, discovering within them only a handful of low-grade spiritual stones, mediocre artifacts, and talismans, lacking even a single decent elixir. Without hesitation, Zhang Hua stowed these items into his own storage pouch and exited the Hall of Unity. Upon emerging from the hall, he noticed a gathering of mountain bandits poised to invade. As they caught sight of Zhang Hua, they prepared to strike, however, with little time to spare for idle chatter. Zhang Hua unleashed his flying sword, swiftly dispatching the leading assailants. The remaining bandits, upon realizing Zhang Hua was a cultivator, hastily discarded their weapons and fled in every direction. Zhang Hua chose not to linger with the bandits but rather hastened towards the rear mountain. Acutely aware that his delay in the Hall of Unity may have allowed someone to inform the monks residing there. While traversing the path, he suddenly sensed a flying sword hurtling toward him. Reacting quickly, he propelled his own sword to intercept it. The 2 blades clashed in midair, sparking brilliantly against the backdrop of the inky night. Zhang Hua's heart raced. During the earlier confrontation, he discerned that his opponent was likely a Foundation establishment cultivator, albeit one still in the early stages, yet still stronger than him at present. In a precautionary move, he gripped the Thunderbolt Child tightly in his hand, ready to strike at a moment's notice. At that moment, a monk-like cultivator appeared along the mountain path, precisely the individual referenced by the advisor moments before. Zhang Hua faced him, wielding his flying sword protectively before him. The monk approached to a distance of over 20 meters and inquired, "Who are you, and why have you come to disturb my Whitebone Mountain?" Zhang Hua remained silent, instead directing his flying sword to launch an attack. The monk, perceiving Zhang Hua's actions, ceased his inquiries and engaged his own flying sword in a fierce duel against Zhang Hua's. Their mastery over the flying swords displayed a remarkable parity. Zhang Hua benefited from the superior quality of his sword, while the monk drew upon his robust vital energy. Consequently, the confrontation evolved into a balanced contest. After a period of intense engagement, the monk realized that he was unable to gain the upper hand with his sword. He felt a twinge of astonishment. Zhang Hua's ability to counter his flying sword had already taken him by surprise. Initially, he had perceived Zhang Hua merely as a chi refining stage cultivator, attributing his success to mere fortune. However, after this prolonged exchange, the monk recognized that luck was not the sole factor at play. From his storage pouch, the monk retrieved several talismans and promptly activated a golden light talisman against Zhang Hua. Anticipating the monk's actions, Zhang Hua had already prepared a defensive spirit talisman. As the monk unleashed the golden light talisman, Zhang Hua swiftly employed his defensive solidification talisman, utilizing 3 of them due to his apprehension regarding the monk's Foundation establishment stage prowess. Upon witnessing Zhang Hua's extravagant use of spirit talismans, the monk felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. It is important to note that the monk had always been a solitary cultivator, primarily interacting with others of the same ilk, who were often impoverished. A common trait among these solitary practitioners is their frugality. Every spirit stone, elixir, and talisman must be meticulously accounted for. Thus, Zhang Hua's lavish expenditure on talismans appeared to them as if a group of underprivileged individuals were observing a wealthy heir squander money. This spectacle ignited the monk's competitive spirit, compelling him to capture Zhang Hua, for he sensed that the latter possessed something far superior. Unbeknownst to the monk, Zhang Hua indeed harbored treasures that could prove perilous to his life. Realizing that spirit talismans were ineffective, the monk resolved to close the distance and engage Zhang Hua in hand-to-hand combat. He believed that, as a practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage, he could easily subdue someone at the chi refinement stage. Furthermore, the monk possessed a formidable technique known as the Weeping Blood Divine Palm, which he had mastered. The monk summoned his true energy, enveloping his hands, which transformed into a deep crimson hue. With remarkable speed, he charged towards Zhang Hua. However, this played right into Zhang Hua's strategy. As the monk closed the distance, Zhang Hua deftly maneuvered his flying sword to launch a series of swift attacks, momentarily distracting the monk. Seizing the opportunity, Zhanghua activated the Thunder Child in his grasp. This egg-sized orb descended swiftly before the monk and erupted with a resounding explosion. The shockwave powerful enough to send Zhanghua hurtling backward. Suspended in midair, Zhanghua lamented internally, "Old Lin, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Why did you not inform me of the Thunder Child's formidable power?" Chapter 41. Enveloped in Yin energy, Zhanghua lay on the ground, taking a considerable amount of time to gather himself before rising. His clothing was tattered and torn, but fortunately, he bore no external injuries, thanks to the 3 protective talismans he had inscribed on his body earlier. Nonetheless, the explosion of the Thunder Child had inflicted some internal damage. Trembling, Zhanghua made his way to the spot where the monk had stood, discovering a large crater measuring 2 meters across, within which lay the charred remains of a corpse. Gazing into the pit, Zhanghua pondered, "Had this struck me, the thought alone is terrifying." However, according to Old Lin, the Thunder Child's power was akin to that of a golden core cultivator's palm thunder. It appeared that Zhanghua needed to expedite his training, striving to attain the golden core stage at the earliest opportunity. Zhanghua gazed into the depths of the pit, where lay the lifeless body of the monk, surrounded by a scattering of items. It appeared that the recent explosion caused by Lazenzi had damaged the monk's storage bag, resulting in its contents spilling forth. After extricating the monk's body from the pit, Zhanghua gathered the scattered belongings, discovering that aside from a few spirit stones and some elixirs contained within vials, the rest had been rendered useless. He collected the spirit stones and meticulously searched the monk's person, only to find a book concealed close to him. This tome, crafted from an unknown material, remarkably remained unscathed amidst the chaos of the explosion. Among the items, a bloodstained flying sword caught his eye, unmistakably a weapon forged by the monk for nefarious purposes. He secured the sword and made his way to the front mountain. Upon arrival, Zhanghua observed that most of the bandits had fled, and he had no intention of pursuing them, recognizing the futility of such an endeavor. Fortunately, a clerk remained. He summoned the clerk and Yu Qingxi, who had been hiding in the woodshed, instructing Yu Qingxi to gather the laborers from the bandit stronghold into the assembly hall. Among them were the elderly, infirm, and those unable to fend for themselves, approximately 20 individuals, all forcibly taken by the bandits to toil for them. While there had once been some young people among the captives, they had either perished during the monk's training or succumbed to the allure of joining the bandits. Once he had rounded up these individuals, Zhanghua dispatched others to scour the stronghold for any remaining treasures. It was discovered that some of the wealth within the stronghold had been entirely plundered by the bandits who had scattered after the loot. In their quest for treasure, these marauders engaged in fierce conflicts, resulting in numerous fatalities. Ultimately, it was Zhanghua's keen perception that led him to uncover a significant cache of gold and silver hidden within a cave on Whitebone Mountain, a private treasury belonging to the chief and deputy chieftains. Zhanghua distributed the riches among the people, allowing them to descend the mountain. Grateful for their newfound fortunes, they expressed their heartfelt thanks to Zhanghua before departing, leaving only Yu Qingxi and the steward behind. Yu Qingxi remained as he had lost all his family and had nowhere else to go, while the steward stayed due to Zhanghua's continued utility. Once the others had been sent away, dawn broke brightly. Zhanghua, accompanied by Yu Qingxi and the steward, ventured to the back mountain where the monk practiced. There, they discovered that the monk had constructed a lavish dwelling in a secluded valley. However, an unsettling chill emanated from the vicinity of the house, which, despite its picturesque surroundings, had become eerily foreboding due to the pervasive coldness. Leaving Yu Qingxi and the steward outside, Zhanghua approached the entrance of the courtyard. Upon pushing open the door and stepping inside, he felt the oppressive atmosphere intensify. Zhanghua pondered to himself how the monk could endure residing in such a ghastly place day after day. He thoroughly searched the rooms within the courtyard, finding only materials for weapon forging and alchemy. Confused, Zhanghua mused that the heavy presence of Yin energy must originate from a specific source, and he wondered where that source might be. Zhanghua, undeterred, continued his search. To his astonishment, he discovered a covered well within the courtyard. Upon lifting the lid, He peered into the depths and was met with a palpable aura of malevolence emanating from the well. This sinister energy was so pronounced that, for a practitioner of Zhang Hua's considerable spiritual prowess, it was visibly tangible. Resolute in his intent to investigate further, he first fortified himself with protective talismans before descending into the well. Upon reaching the bottom, he stumbled upon a cavern that unveiled the source of the ominous energy. A gruesome sight awaited him within. The cave was filled with the remains of approximately 100 corpses, resembling desiccated husks, as if their lifeblood had been thoroughly siphoned away. The sight nearly made Zhang Hua retch. It was undoubtedly the most horrifying scene he had witnessed in over 30 years. Had it not been for his rigorous training, which had fortified his spirit, he might have fainted from sheer terror. These bodies were, in fact, the unfortunate victims of a monk's sinister practices, whose blood was extracted for the sake of malevolent cultivation. The lifeless bodies were carelessly discarded into the cavern from the well, and the damp, cold environment had preserved them, resulting in the oppressive aura that now pervaded the space. Zhang Hua reflected, "Oh, monk, you have truly brought this fate upon yourself." Chapter 43. Zhang Hua takes on a disciple. Zhang Hua initially intended to detain the county magistrate, planning for his assistant to summon someone to report the specific situation to higher officials. He envisioned that after the officials arrived and interrogated the magistrate, the Deshun dynasty would take appropriate action against him. However, he was unprepared for the magistrate to commit suicide out of fear of punishment. Now that events had unfolded in this manner, Zhang Hua, though regretful, did not dwell on the matter excessively. After all, the magistrate had brought his fate upon himself, and death was merely the conclusion of his actions. He summoned his assistant to prepare a few personnel and proceeded to retrieve the over 100 corpses stored in his spatial pouch, instructing his assistant to arrange for their burial. Nonetheless, the sheer number of bodies spread across the courtyard of the rear office overwhelmed the attendants tasked with handling them. These attendants called for a coroner, who examined each corpse. Faced with the overwhelming quantity and the heavy aura of death, the coroner advised that the bodies should first be cremated to prevent decomposition and the spread of disease. Zhang Hua did not interfere with the handling of the bodies, as he believed it best to leave such matters to those with experience. Thus, he entrusted the task to the coroner. "Cheng-Si, come here." Zhang Hua seated himself on a chair and beckoned Cheng-Si to his side. He inquired, "Do you have any relatives left in this world?" Standing beside the chair, Cheng-Si pondered for a moment before responding. "Master, my mother passed away early, and after my father's death, I became an orphan. Now, I have nowhere to go." For Yu Cheng-Si, although she had escaped the abyss of Baigushan, her current existence remained one of aimless wandering, devoid of a true sanctuary. The thought of this stirred a profound sorrow within her, a feeling so intense that it nearly brought her to tears. Yet, she held back her emotions. For even in her present circumstances, life was infinitely preferable to serving her father's murderer daily on Baigushan. However, if Zhang Hua were to abandon this child, he truly lacked the heart to do so. This predicament made matters all the more complicated. What should be done? Perhaps Zhang Hua had hesitated too long. As Yu Cheng-Si suddenly knelt before him, imploring, "Immortal, you are my only hope. I am willing to remain by your side, serving you faithfully. Please take me with you." With that, she bowed her head in reverence. Upon hearing that Zhang Hua agreed to take her along, she instinctively lowered herself again, but was halted by Zhang Hua's hand. He said, "Ah, you may follow me, but there is one thing you must remember. Do not kneel indiscriminately. Do you understand?" Although Yu Cheng-Si was puzzled by his insistence, she could only respond, "I understand." She gazed at Zhang Hua, as though she had further inquiries, yet struggled to articulate them. Observing her hesitation, Zhang Hua inquired, "Do you have any other questions?" Yu Cheng-Si spoke up, "Such an immortal as yourself, I cannot call you that. It feels inappropriate to address you by name. How should I refer to you then? Perhaps my lord?" Zhang Hua chuckled at this and pondered for a moment before replying, "Yu Cheng-Si, would you like to become my disciple?" Yu Cheng-Si never anticipated that Zhang Hua would take him on as a disciple. However, given Zhang Hua's declaration, Yu Cheng-Si promptly knelt and bowed his head, saying, "Master, Please allow your disciple to pay his respects." Zhang Hua was momentarily taken aback, as he himself was uncertain why he had made such a proclamation. Nonetheless, he was not one to renege on his words, so he accepted Yu Chengxi's deep bow with grace. In Zhang Hua's subconscious, he felt a profound sympathy for the young boy, who had lost his mother at a tender age, only to have his father murdered by bandits shortly thereafter. Captured by these same brigands, Yu Chengxi was forced to labor for the very men who had taken his father from him, enduring hunger and cold while suffering their abuse. As a result, despite being 14, he appeared no older than 12, a consequence of perpetual malnourishment. While pity played a significant role in Zhang Hua's decision, a more personal motive lingered within him. As a scientist, he harbored an inherent desire to share his research with the world. The inability to showcase the scientific achievements he had acquired through his time-traveling experience left him with a lingering sense of regret. Furthermore, his progress in cultivation was stifled by Lin Jianfeng's interference, preventing him from revealing his findings to the public. This absence of acknowledgement weighed heavily on Zhang Hua's heart. Thus, he resolved to impart his cultivation methods to a single individual, allowing him to conduct experiments while ensuring that his research would not remain in obscurity. It was for these two reasons that Zhang Hua decided to take Yu Chengxi as his apprentice. At present, Yu Chengxi has acquiesced, and Zhang Hua is prepared to impart some foundational knowledge to him. At this juncture, the book Balian Jinjing provided by Lin Jianfeng has once again proven its worth. Zhang Hua entrusted this tome to Yu Chengxi, encouraging him to study it during his leisure moments. Subsequently, Zhang Hua and Yu Chengxi resided at the inn for another day. On the following morning, Zhang Hua settled the bill and departed from Liqing County with Yu Chengxi. Merely 2 days after Zhang Hua's departure, Liqing County was visited by two groups of individuals. The first group comprised officials from the Deshun dynasty, who, upon hearing of the events transpiring in Liqing County, promptly dispatched personnel to investigate the matter. Among these officials, the clerk was interrogated for several days. Ultimately, after uncovering the intricacies of the incident, although the clerk was spared execution, he was relieved of his duties. This reprieve was attributed to his prior merits and the considerable sums he expended to secure his safety. The second group consisted of several cultivators, also affiliated with the Deshun court. However, their purpose in visiting was not to probe into the case, but rather to investigate Zhang Hua himself. It appears that Zhang Hua's recent actions had been reported to the higher authorities. Consequently, while one faction was dispatched to address the issue concerning the county magistrate, another was keenly interested in the sudden emergence of this cultivator. After all, this period is distinctly different from previous eras. A cultivator revealing the grave transgressions of a county magistrate and publicly denouncing him before a gathering of citizens is a remarkable occurrence, culminating in the magistrate's demise. In the past, such matters might not have garnered significant attention. However, given that the Great Shun dynasty has recently encountered its most pressing dilemma since its inception, this behavior appears to incite the public's discontent, raising suspicions of instigating unrest. Consequently, authorities promptly dispatched cultivators from the court to investigate Zhang Hua's circumstances. Chapter 44. The Divine Captors. This group of 5 cultivators included 3 in the foundation establishment stage, with the leader being a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. They hailed from the Divine Captors, a specialized department within the Great Shun Court dedicated to addressing crimes committed by cultivators. The individual referred to as the elder brother shook his head and remarked, "Better to wrongfully execute than to let a culprit escape. Given the current circumstances, we must exert our utmost effort. Consider this. Capturing just one cultivator wreaking havoc within our Great Shun territory yields rewards several times greater than before. Would you not wish to seize such an opportunity to increase your gains?" Moreover, assessing the situation on the ground, it was evident that this individual possessed only foundation establishment level strength, making him an easily attainable target for us. It became clear that these individuals were not novices in such endeavors. However, the recent circumstances prompted them to exploit this chance for substantial profit. Upon hearing this plan, the one referred to as the third brother did not hesitate to prioritize their mission, stating, "Very well, Let us first attend to business and secure this individual swiftly, lest he vanish and we face the wrath of our superiors." The others nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood. We shall heed your guidance, third brother." After the 5 individuals reached a resolute decision, they commenced their preparations in the surrounding area. These individuals possessed a unique technique from a secretive sect known for its extraordinary skills and apprehension. Among their repertoire was a particular spell designed specifically for locating individuals. This spell enabled them to discern the general whereabouts of a target by detecting the lingering essence on objects left behind by the fugitive. However, the effectiveness of this spell was considerably constrained. The items must still bear the essence of the individual, and a significant amount of time could not elapse, or else it would become challenging to distinguish the trail. Having scoured leeching without success in finding any useful items, they ventured to the ominous Bone Mountain, where they indeed discovered several objects imbued with the essence of Zhanghua. Among these were traces of blood shed by Zhanghua following an injury, the mask he had used to conceal his identity, and a knife he had wielded. This marked the first occasion in their lengthy pursuit that they had uncovered such a multitude of items connected to their quarry. It was for this reason that the third member had posited earlier that Zhanghua was not a malevolent disruptor. Gathered in a circle, the 5 placed the items bearing Zhanghua's essence in the center and collectively channeled their energy. Gradually, a faint wisp of smoke began to rise from the objects, ethereal and insubstantial, yet resilient against the wind. This smoke appeared to point resolutely in a specific direction, the northeast, precisely the path Zhanghua had taken. Having completed their task, they pressed onward without delay towards the northeast. At this moment, Zhanghua had acquired a horse-drawn carriage, carrying Yu Qingxi along the path to Jueqing. This place was not only Yu Qingxi's hometown, but also Zhanghua's original destination. According to the map provided by Su Dongyuan, just beyond Jueqing lay a marketplace for cultivators, which Zhanghua intended to visit and procure some items. Having departed from Liqing County 2 days prior, Zhanghua had been imparting knowledge about cultivation to Yu Qingxi throughout the journey. To be frank, Yu Qingxi was not a prodigy in this regard. In fact, his aptitude for cultivation was rather lacking, compounded by the fact that his health was quite poor. After enduring considerable hardships on Baigushan over the years, his frail physique had suffered greatly. Zhanghua had expended significant effort in nurturing Yu Qingxi's health. However, this experience had also granted Zhanghua valuable insights. For instance, while treating Yu Qingxi's injuries, he had devised a rather practical method for healing, which he deemed an unexpected gain. Although Yu Qingxi's talents were not exceptional, he cherished this rare opportunity and thus approached his cultivation with great diligence. To facilitate the opening of Yu Qingxi's meridians, Zhanghua initially transferred his own vital energy into Yu Qingxi's body, which aided the latter in sensing the flow of qi. While it is generally inadvisable to hasten growth unnaturally, Zhanghua had his own plans. After all, attempting to cultivate a barren land without fertilization would yield poor results. By the afternoon, they had arrived at the gates of Jueqing. Unlike Liqing County, Jueqing was classified as a prefecture within the administrative hierarchy of the Dasan dynasty, which consisted of 4 levels: state, commandery, prefecture, and county. The city of Juchengfu is situated at the intersection of Yunzhou and Kunzu, serving as a vital conduit for communication between the 2 regions, thereby holding significant geographical importance. Upon entering the city gates of Juchengfu, Zhanghua observed that it far surpassed the county seat of Licheng in both size and prosperity. Zhanghua first accompanied Yu Qingxi to purchase clothing and other necessities, and subsequently, the 2 found a tavern to lodge in. Zhanghua was not inclined to set off on their journey too early. The situation was entirely different now that Yu Qingxi was with him. Moreover, Yu Qingxi had yet to open his first meridian, and thus could not be deemed a cultivator. Zhanghua resolved to wait until Yu Qingxi had successfully opened a meridian before continuing their travels. He believed that this would only delay them by 2 or 3 days. This assumption stemmed from Zhanghua's own experience, as he had opened his meridians in a relatively short span of time, leading him to underestimate the challenges involved. He naively thought that as soon as Yu Qingxi's health returned to normal, he would swiftly open his first meridian. This misconception could be attributed to Lin Jianfeng, who had never shared the arduous realities of cultivation with him, nor had he personally experienced such difficulties. Born into the royal Lin family, one of the 9 great celestial sects, Lin Jianfeng had had experts within his clan assist him in opening his meridians from infancy and had been bathed in spiritual herbs, receiving elixirs daily as he grew up. Consequently, Lin Jianfeng had not encountered the hardships typically associated with the early stages of cultivation. Chapter 45. The Pursuit of Zhanghua for the Average Cultivator. Achieving the first level of qi refinement within the first month of practice is considered a remarkable talent. However, an individual like Zhanghua, who can attain this level in just a few hours, transcends mere genius and enters the realm of the extraordinary. Yet, Zhanghua remains oblivious to such norms, as he plans to linger within the confines of Jueqing Prefecture for several days. On the very night of Zhanghua's arrival in Jueqing, the 5 members of the Divine Capture sect also entered the city. However, they refrained from taking any rash action against Zhanghua. The 5th among them inquired of the leader, "Brother, the boy is within the city. What shall we do? Should we strike tonight?" "No," the leader replied. "The higher-ups are watching closely. If we act recklessly within the city, it could lead to significant destruction. Should the prefect of Jueqing report us, we would not only forfeit any glory, but could also find ourselves dispatched to Hangzhou to deal with the demonic sect, which would be quite undesirable. What shall we do now?" One of the others asked. "We wait. This boy will eventually leave Jueqing, or we shall devise a means to lure him outside the city. In the coming days, we will take turns monitoring him with our spiritual senses. An opportunity to strike will surely present itself." Having resolved their strategy, the 5 sought a nearby location to rest, taking turns to observe Zhanghua with their spiritual senses. They believed their surveillance to be impeccable, as they excelled in this art. Unless they were monitoring someone of significantly higher cultivation, they would not be easily detected. What they remain unaware of is that the individual they are currently surveilling is far from ordinary. Initially, as they scanned Zhanghua with their spiritual senses, he paid little heed. However, as the night wore on, he discerned that multiple spiritual presences were probing his vicinity, which piqued his interest and made him realize he was being watched. Zhanghua, utilizing his superior spiritual senses, located the source of the scrutiny and discovered 5 individuals in a nearby in monitoring him. Choosing discretion, he summoned Yu Chengxi to his side, bestowing upon him a sum of silver and spirit stones, with the crucial addition of his defensive array plate, imparting the knowledge of its operation. The spirit stones were intended for setting up the protective formation. At dawn, Zhanghua exited the inn and made his way towards the city gates, promptly followed by the 5 watchers. Confirming their presence behind him, he sent a mental message to Yu Chengxi, instructing him to wait a moment before departing the inn. Upon exiting the eastern gate of the city, Zhanghua sensed the 5 were poised to act, yet at that instant, he accelerated, unleashing his flying sword and soaring into the air. The 5 immediately pursued him. Meanwhile, Yu Chengxi had just emerged from the inn after settling the bill and departed. Fortunately, as a native of the city, he was familiar with the surroundings and found another inn to stay in. Once in his room, he proceeded to set up the defensive array plate. Zhanghua, riding on his flying sword, soared eastward. This was Zhanghua's inaugural experience of sword flight, a feat he could accomplish only after engaging in combat with a monk and subsequently unblocking a meridian within himself. Initially, his speed was rather modest, but as he became accustomed to the sensation, it transformed into a fluidity akin to riding a bicycle, allowing him to attain greater velocity. However, a pressing dilemma presented itself. He found himself unable to decelerate. The 5 members of the Divine Capture sect, trailing closely behind him, comprised 2 individuals who had yet to master sword flight due to their cultivation being at the 9th level of qi refinement. Nevertheless, they formed a formation that interconnected their vital energies, enabling all 5 to fly with remarkable speed, rapidly closing the distance to Zhanghua. Noticing a dense forest ahead, Zhanghua dove into the thicket, skillfully maneuvering his sword to gradually reduce his speed. The 5 pursuers followed him into the woods, where they observed Zhang Hua light from his sword unsteadily. They too descended, surrounding him in a strategic formation, each guarding a specific direction as they approached. Gazing at the five before him, Zhang Hua inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" The leader replied, "We mean no harm. We are from the Divine Capture sect and seek to discuss certain matters concerning Chung County and Bone Mountain." "Ah, I see," Zhang Hua responded. "Had you mentioned this earlier? We might as well sit down and converse in detail." As Zhang Hua spoke, he made a motion to sit cross-legged. The five individuals exchanged glances and followed suit, settling down beside him. However, at that moment, Zhang Hua suddenly leapt aside, evading a flying needle. Simultaneously, his spiritual sword darted into the soul of one of the early-stage foundation-building cultivators present, traversing through the cultivator's sea of consciousness and inflicting immediate harm. Zhang Hua had sensed that these five had begun monitoring him since the previous night, anticipating their ill intentions. Their relentless pursuit to this location confirmed his suspicions. These individuals were undoubtedly a threat. The members of the Divine Capture sect were taken aback by Zhang Hua's ability to evade the surprise attack, and now one of their own had already fallen. They hastily summoned their flying swords, engaging in combat with Zhang Hua. Aware that his life was at stake, Zhang Hua could not afford to be careless. He unleashed his flying sword to strike at the injured cultivator. "We must protect second brother," exclaimed the one referred to as third. At that moment, the two ninth-layer Qi refining cultivators joined forces to shield the second brother. Yet, Zhang Hua swiftly darted to the side, and in that instant, a thunderous talisman slipped from his grasp, enveloping the trio in a tempest of lightning. In the blink of an eye, they perished beneath the onslaught, leaving only the first and third, both foundation-building cultivators, stunned in disbelief. Zhang Hua dared not linger for a moment. He immediately soared eastward on his flying sword. It was only after a brief pause that the two remaining cultivators regained their senses and prepared to pursue him, though trepidation held them back from acting recklessly. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Chapter 46. The meridians are unblocked. Both the second elder brother and the fourth and fifth younger brothers have perished. In the air, two beams of sword light sliced through the atmosphere. Standing atop the swords were two individuals, one of whom inquired, "Elder brother, when shall Lu Fenghan arrive?" These two were the remaining elder and third member of the five divine captors. Their team had suffered the loss of 3 members, leaving only the 2 of them, who now dared not recklessly pursue Zhang Hua any further. They were genuinely reluctant to contact any Golden Core experts, for Zhang Hua had demonstrated strength only at the foundation establishment level. Given that 3 of their 5 had already fallen while attempting to capture a mere foundation establishment individual, summoning a Golden Core expert for the same task would be tantamount to courting death. Ahead, Zhang Hua soared on his flying sword, arriving directly at his intended destination, the Xuanzong market known as Qixingfang, located east of Jueqing. This marketplace fell under the jurisdiction of the nearby Xin-level sect, Qixingmen. Although it could not compare to the renowned Yunjianfang, celebrated across the Qingyun provinces, it nonetheless held a respectable reputation in the vicinity of Jueqing. Upon entering Qixingfang, Zhang Hua sought a secluded spot to change his attire. He donned the concealment jade pendant crafted by Lin Jianfeng and employed the disguise techniques he had learned from Lin Jianfeng to alter his appearance. His visage transformed from a somewhat gaunt face to that of a slightly plump, cherubic countenance. Though the changes were subtle, it would be challenging for those unfamiliar with him to connect the 2 faces. Zhang Hua proceeded directly to the vicinity of the spiritual vein in Qixingfang, where there existed tranquil chambers specifically designated for cultivators to engage in seclusion. By providing a requisite number of spirit stones, cultivators were permitted to utilize these chambers for their meditative practices. Upon entering one of these serene rooms, Zhang Hua promptly sealed the entrance. Once inside, he finally allowed himself a modicum of relaxation, sitting cross-legged within the central spirit-gathering formation. He began to replenish his depleted vital energy while reflecting on the circumstances that had led him to this predicament. He realized that his lack of thorough consideration in addressing certain issues had culminated in several problems, which in turn had attracted the pursuit of his assailants. Henceforth, he resolved to remain vigilant at all times. Furthermore, he acknowledged the inadequacy of his strength. Had he possessed greater power, those 5 individuals would not have dared to confront him. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Hua resolved to fully open his meridians, believing that doing so would grant him the strength equivalent to that of a mid-stage foundation cultivator. At that juncture, he would possess the confidence to face his adversaries. Without a moment's delay, he commenced his cultivation. Meanwhile, the 2 members of the divine capturing sect arrived in Qixingfeng. The third brother inquired, "Elder brother, do you believe that individual is undoubtedly within this Qixingfeng?" Just now, his aura suddenly vanished, and aside from this place, I cannot conceive of any other location capable of concealing one's presence. Thus, it is highly likely that he is indeed within Qixingfeng. The elder brother replied, "Very well. Let us proceed to search for this scoundrel. Do not rush. I have just inquired with Lu Fenghan through the communication talisman, and he will arrive shortly. Now, brother, let us commence our investigation. Indeed, time is of the essence. You shall examine the nearby inns to see if any travelers have taken residence, while I will investigate the secluded chambers and shops in the vicinity." Both individuals possessed experience in pursuing fugitives, allowing them to swiftly determine their investigative direction. They refrained from seeking out the members of the 7 Stars sect, primarily due to their uncertainty regarding Zhang Hua's connection to the sect. If Zhang Hua were indeed a cultivator of the 7 Stars sect, approaching its members would be tantamount to courting disaster. Therefore, they resolved to clarify the matter before making further plans. If it turned out their adversaries were not affiliated with the 7 Stars sect, they would be at ease. However, should they discover that their opponents were indeed from the sect, they might find themselves at an impasse. Had they seized Zhang Hua at that moment, regardless of his sect affiliation, they could have devised a means to bring him to justice. Yet now that Zhang Hua had fled to this location, apprehending him would not be as straightforward. "Third brother, let us go. Lu Fenghan has arrived outside the 7 Stars Square." "What? Do you expect the 2 of us to welcome him?" the third brother retorted with discontent. "Alas, third brother, the circumstances dictate our actions. Furthermore, his status and strength are inherently superior to ours. It is fortunate that he can assist us in this perilous moment. Please refrain from speaking later. Simply observe my lead," the eldest brother instructed. As the 2 individuals exited the 7 Stars Pavilion, they encountered a young cultivator standing at the entrance. Despite his youthful appearance, this cultivator had already attained the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. He was none other than Lu Fenghan. The elder and the third member approached Lu Fenghan, bowing respectfully and addressing him, "Greetings, Captain Lu. I am truly sorry for the trouble you've endured on this journey." Lu Fenghan was the captain of an elite team within the Divine Captor sect, and the members of this team were required to be at least at the mid-foundation establishment stage, far beyond what Zhao's team could compare. Who would have thought I would encounter such a formidable opponent this time, resulting in significant injuries among my brothers? "I will be relying heavily on you, Captain Lu," Zhao Kai, the elder, admitted with a hint of embarrassment. In the past, when Lu Fenghan was not as powerful as he was now, he had received assistance from Zhao Kai. Lu Fenghan dreaded the notion of being indebted to others, especially as he was on the verge of facing the Golden Core tribulation. Once he became a Golden Core cultivator, repaying such debts would not be so easily accomplished. Thus, when Zhao Kai sent him a message, he rushed to respond without hesitation. "Certainly, I understand that you are preparing for the Golden Core tribulation, Captain Lu. If it were not for the life-threatening nature of this matter, I would not dare to disturb you," Zhao Kai stated, displaying his awareness of the situation. "Very well, please tell me about the current circumstances. Have you identified the whereabouts of the adversary?" Lu Fenghan inquired. "Recently, the circumstances have been peculiar, rendering it challenging for us to ascertain which sect aligns closely with our Deshun. To rashly provoke local sects may prove detrimental to both Deshun and ourselves." "Indeed. I shall heed Captain Lu's admonition. Now, let us proceed within," Lu Fenghan remarked. The trio re-entered the 7 Stars Square, where Lu Fenghan instructed the 2 to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, inquiries regarding Zhang Hua's whereabouts were underway, while Zhang Hua himself had made notable progress. From the onset of his cultivation, Zhang Hua sensed a distinct difference in this experience compared to previous ones. Although his past cultivation had been swift, this time the flow of his vital energy surged with remarkable velocity. The vital energy within him bubbled forth, exhibiting an extraordinary vitality unlike the tranquil state it had previously maintained. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hua, both cultivators and mundane martial artists can better harness their internal energy during confrontations, thereby enhancing its activity. This phenomenon elucidates why those frequently engaged in combat experience a more rapid augmentation of their prowess, seizing the opportunity presented by his heightened vital energy. Zhang Hua commenced the circulation of this energy, embarking on the task of unblocking the remaining 4 meridians. In no time, he successfully cleared one of them, remarkably feeling no obstruction in the process. This efficiency arose from Zhang Hua's naturally greater reservoir of vital energy compared to the average cultivator, coupled with the fact that he had nearly purged the malevolent blood from his system. Thus, the unblocking of his meridians proceeded with unprecedented swiftness. Zhang Hua had always been particularly cautious, refraining from hastily unblocking his meridians out of concern for the stability of his foundation. However, given the current circumstances, he could no longer afford such reservations. Enhancing his strength had become the foremost priority. He took out spirit stones, utilizing the ethereal energy within to replenish his depleting reserves, and began to assault the remaining 3 meridians. After 2 days, Zhang Hua finally opened his eyes, which now shone with an extraordinary brightness, illuminating the dim meditation chamber. At that moment, he realized he had successfully unblocked all the meridians in his body, feeling that his strength had at least reached the mid-foundation stage. Nevertheless, he did not hastily rise. In such a state, it was imperative to replenish his energy to solidify his newfound realm. Taking out more spirit stones, Zhang Hua embarked on another round of cultivation. It was only after an additional day that he finally stood up. Over the course of these 3 days, Zhang Hua had consumed 20 medium-grade spirit stones in his efforts to unblock his meridians, followed by another 10 to stabilize his realm. Gazing at the remaining 20 medium-grade spirit stones, he muttered to himself, "Had I known these spirit stones were so fleeting, I would have requested a few more from Lin Jianfeng." In truth, Zhang Hua was unaware that without the considerable assistance of these medium-grade spirit stones, he would not have been able to unblock his meridians so swiftly. The difference between medium-grade and low-grade spirit stones in terms of energy storage was minimal. What truly distinguished them was the quality of the energy contained within. Without the support of such pure spiritual energy from the mid-grade spirit stones, it would have been utterly impossible for Zhang Hua to swiftly open his meridians. Chapter 47. Injury to the Golden Core. On the 4th day of waiting outside the Divine Capture Sect, Zhang Hua finally prepared to emerge. Before exiting the meditation chamber, he had meticulously arranged all necessary countermeasures and equipped himself with every available means of defense. Once he stepped out of the chamber, Zhang Hua had not ventured far when he encountered 3 individuals. He recognized them. 2 were the very same from the recent confrontation with the Divine Capture Sect. However, it was the figure standing in the center who captured Zhang Hua's keen attention, as he sensed that this individual possessed the greatest strength among the trio. Feigning nonchalance, Zhang Hua walked past them when suddenly, he heard the man in the center call out, "Hey, wait a moment." Without waiting for a response, Zhang Hua swiftly unleashed his flying sword, which darted directly toward the man's face. Lu Fenghan was taken aback. The 3 had spent several days searching within the 7 Stars Square and had finally pinpointed their target to this location. Initially, he had merely inquired upon sensing the rapid fluctuations of true energy emanating from Zhang Hua, but he was unprepared for an immediate attack. However, the flying sword posed no threat to Lu Fenghan. As the sword approached, he deftly sidestepped its trajectory and, without deploying his own weapon, struck out toward Zhang Hua's position with a swift motion, releasing a dark beam from his palm that transformed into a long black whip. After Zhang Hua's flying sword missed its target, he sensed impending danger and remained vigilant against Lu Fenghan before him. As soon as Lu raised his hand, Zhang Hua swiftly altered his position, narrowly evading Lu's strike. Realizing his initial attack had failed, Zhang Hua prepared for a countermove. In an instant, he detonated the earlier flying sword. It turned out that this sword was not his own, but rather a wicked artifact belonging to a monk he had slain. Zhang Hua had kept it tucked away in his storage bag, neglecting it until this moment. During his recent seclusion, he had examined all his belongings and discovered a method to utilize it. Within the 100 Forging sect, there existed a spell capable of detonating magical artifacts for offensive purposes, allowing these treasures to exhibit extraordinary powers akin to those of Thunder God, detonating at critical moments. However, the potency of such an explosion depended on the artifact's quality. Once detonated, the artifact would be rendered useless, a luxury only sects proficient in forging like the 100 Forging sect could afford to develop. Lu Fenghan and the other two were taken aback by Zhang Hua's unexpected maneuver, causing a moment of panic. Nevertheless, the trio, despite their surprise, possessed considerable strength and managed to shield themselves from the explosion of the flying sword, though the third member, being slightly weaker, sustained minor injuries. Seizing the opportunity amidst their disarray, Zhang Hua commanded the flying sword to make his escape. Yet, Lu Fenghan was not one to let Zhang Hua flee so easily and immediately pursued him. The two individuals commenced their pursuit within the confines of the 7-star square. Zhang Hua and Lu Fenghan exhibited remarkable speed, swiftly distancing themselves from the other two. Along the way, Lu Fenghan frequently unleashed spells to assault Zhang Hua, who, while evading, retaliated, causing a considerable uproar throughout the 7-star square. Several foundational stage practitioners within the square attempted to intercept Zhang Hua and Lu Fenghan, yet both adeptly evaded their efforts. In fact, Lu Fenghan injured several of them, inciting further hostility towards him. Ultimately, Lu Fenghan found himself with no alternative but to produce a token. Upon activation, the token floated around him, serving as proof of his affiliation with the Divine Captor sect. He then proclaimed, "The Divine Captor sect is at work. Those of trivial concern, please withdraw. Anyone who can assist in capturing the individual ahead will be generously rewarded by the sect." In truth, Lu Fenghan was reluctant to reveal his identity as a member of the Divine Captor sect, as he had arrived in this locale under a personal guise. His official station was not near the city of absolute desolation, and leaving his post was inherently against protocol. Furthermore, his reckless disturbance within the territory of the 7-star sect could lead to severe repercussions should his superiors become aware. However, witnessing Zhang Hua on the verge of escaping the 7-star square, Lu Fenghan considered that concealing his identity any longer would result in a far greater loss if Zhang Hua managed to flee. By unveiling his affiliation with the Divine Captor sect, the individuals who had just moments ago contemplated attacking Lu Fenghan immediately ceased their actions, regarding him with newfound caution. Lu Fenghan had no intention of entangling himself with these individuals. As he observed Zhang Hua growing increasingly distant ahead, he resolved to pursue Zhang Hua without further delay. Meanwhile, Zhang Hua was on the verge of exiting the 7-star pavilion when a sudden, booming voice rang in his ears, declaring, "Who dares to disrupt my 7-star pavilion? Are you both tired of living?" It turned out that the chaos caused by Zhang Hua and Lu Fenghan within the pavilion had attracted the attention of a powerful golden core expert. Zhang Hua was momentarily stunned by the forceful shout, his soul momentarily shaken, and he felt a fleeting loss of control over his body. Fortunately, Zhang Hua's spirit was equally robust and resilient, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. However, this incident heightened his vigilance as he mused internally. That voice must have been a form of soul attack. The approaching golden core expert, Gunan Shan, was equally startled. Although the individual before him was merely at the foundation establishment stage, the strength of his soul was indeed remarkable. Gunan Shan's soul-binding technique had failed to subdue him. As an elder of the 7-star sect, Gunan Shan possessed a foundational level of golden core cultivation. While his skills were not exceptionally profound, he was adept at soul attacks, and his soul-binding technique could exert extraordinary influence even over mid-stage golden core cultivators, let alone foundation establishment practitioners. The fact that he could not subdue Zhang Hua prompted Gunan Shan to exercise caution. While Zhang Hua withstood Gunan Shan's soul-binding attack, Lu Fenghan, who lacked such formidable spiritual resilience, found himself overwhelmed. At that moment, Lu Fenghan felt dizzy and disoriented, struggling to maintain control over his body, which felt excessively heavy. Gu Nanshan chose to disregard Lu Fenghan, who was on the verge of losing his balance, and instead addressed Zhang Hua, saying, "Young one, which sect do you belong to? And what brings you to create disturbances in my Qixing Square?" Gu Nanshan was somewhat uncertain of Zhang Hua's origins. After all, possessing such formidable spiritual prowess could indicate that he was a disciple from a major sect. Acting impulsively could lead to dire consequences, hence his inquiry into Zhang Hua's background. Once Gu Nanshan had made up his mind, he prepared to strike. Upon witnessing Gu Nanshan's intent, Zhang Hua breathed a sigh of relief. He had been at a loss for words when Gu Nanshan first questioned him, but now that action was imminent, he recognized that he had no choice but to respond. In truth, Zhang Hua was not genuinely qualified to confront Gu Nanshan. However, he possessed a secret weapon, his spiritual artifact, the Mind Sword Pill. This artifact had begun to manifest the results of Zhang Hua's visualization, appearing almost ethereal. Its surface shimmered with radiant light, captivating to behold. Remarkably, this Mind Sword Pill could remain concealed, making it nearly undetectable to ordinary cultivators. At that moment, Zhang Hua unleashed the Mind Sword Pill, directing it to pierce Gu Nanshan's sea of consciousness. Once inside, the pill sought to invade Gu Nanshan's spirit, but the latter, having sensed the threat, swiftly employed his spiritual defenses to thwart the intrusion. Gu Nanshan was taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation that Zhang Hua possessed such a formidable soul artifact. It is noteworthy that the crafting of such an item is neither akin to magical powers nor to the soul banners. It necessitates a certain strength of the practitioner's soul. Without this requisite strength, the resulting artifact would lack potency and efficacy. Typically, only those at the late Golden Core stage embark on the creation of soul artifacts. While Zhang Hua was merely at the foundation establishment stage, which caught Gu Nanshan off guard. Nevertheless, although Zhang Hua's soul sword had begun to exhibit its power, it remained a formidable challenge to injure Gu Nanshan, who was a Golden Core cultivator adept at soul attacks himself, indicating that Gu Nanshan's soul was considerably stronger than that of an average early Golden Core practitioner. However, at this moment, Zhang Hua exhibited remarkable resolve, opting to detonate his soul artifact. In that fleeting moment, Gu Nanshan experienced a brief shock to his soul, rendering him unable to control his body for a second or two. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hua, with unwavering determination, unleashed 2 thunder talismans immediately after detonating the soul artifact. In an instant, the talismans reached Gu Nanshan, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. To Zhang Hua's astonishment, Gu Nanshan sustained injuries from the talismans. Without daring to assess Gu Nanshan's condition, Zhang Hua swiftly mounted his flying sword and fled towards the outskirts of Qixing Square, with the other cultivators along the way refraining from obstructing him. After a considerable moment, Gu Nanshan finally regained his composure. It became evident to him that trouble was imminent the moment he witnessed Zhang Hua summon the Thunderbolt Child. He forcefully suppressed the excruciating pain in his spirit and intervened to thwart the advance of the Thunderbolt Child. Subsequently, Gu Nanshan summoned his defensive talisman, which successfully mitigated the explosive force of the Thunderbolt Child. Nevertheless, he sustained significant injuries, the most severe being to his spirit. The explosion of Zhang Hua's spiritual talisman alone would not have inflicted such grave damage. However, the subsequent release of the Thunderbolt Child left Gu Nanshan no time to tend to his spiritual wounds, resulting in even greater harm. Chapter 48. Zhang Hua's escape despite his injuries. Gu Nanshan's formidable strength allowed him to suppress the pain with his true essence. He refrained from revealing his condition to others, primarily because it would be humiliating for a master at the Golden Core stage to suffer wounds at the hands of someone at the Foundation Establishment stage. It was not entirely unreasonable for Gu Nanshan to harbor such thoughts, as there was indeed a vast disparity in spiritual realms and cultivation levels between him and Zhang Hua, which led to his misjudgment. Ironically, It was this very misunderstanding that afforded Zhang Hua the opportunity to escape his predicament. Although Gu Nanshan chose not to pursue Zhang Hua, there were still several matters within the Seven Stars workshop that required his attention. He summoned Lu Fohan and the other two members from the Divine Capture sect to his side. By this time, Lu Fohan had already recovered and was filled with apprehension upon witnessing Zhang Hua injure Gu Nanshan. It is well known that Gu Nanshan possesses the formidable strength of the Golden Core stage. Logically speaking, inflicting harm upon Gu Nanshan using Thunderbolt would be nearly impossible. Although Thunderbolt boasts considerable power and, if wielded adeptly, could indeed pose a threat to a Golden Core cultivator, the effectiveness largely depends on the wielder's capabilities. Under normal circumstances, given Gu Nanshan's level of cultivation, even a Foundation establishment practitioner utilizing Thunderbolt would find it futile to strike him. However, Lu Fenghan had just observed that Gu Nanshan appeared momentarily dazed, which rendered him unable to evade Zhang Hua's Thunderbolt attack. Unbeknownst to Lu Fenghan, this lapse was caused by the explosive impact of Zhang Hua's Mind Sword, which had disrupted Gu Nanshan's consciousness, preventing him from dodging in time. Lu Fenghuan's ignorance of these circumstances only heightened his sense of dread. He pondered that had Zhang Hua directed his efforts against him instead of Gu Nanshan, he would have lacked the strength to withstand the explosive force of two Thunderbolt strikes. Yet, at this moment, Lu Fenghan could no longer afford to dwell on Zhang Hua, for he faced a pressing dilemma, the challenge posed by Gu Nanshan. Approaching Gu Nanshan, Lu Fenghan first offered his respects, addressing him with deference. I am Lu Fenghan, an inner disciple of the Divine Capture sect, honored to meet Elder Gu Nanshan. Remarkably, prior to encountering Lu Fenghan, Gu Nanshan had not exhibited such ire. However, upon their meeting, his temper flared. Due to the unfavorable reputation of the Divine Capture sect in the realm of cultivation, as it is an establishment of the Great Shun dynasty, akin to the Imperial Hounds, it has clandestinely committed numerous atrocities against cultivators, thus earning the disdain of orthodox sections. Had it not been for Lu Fenghuan's mission to apprehend individuals here, Gu Nanshan would not have suffered such a significant loss of face. Consequently, Gu Nanshan's demeanor towards Lu Fenghan was far from cordial as he remarked, "Indeed, the Divine Capture sect has truly flourished. A few mere Foundation establishment juniors dare to wreak havoc in my 7-star workshop. Now, with the chaos they've instigated resulting in substantial losses for my establishment, what do you propose we do about it?" Although Gu Nanshan harbored deep resentment towards Lu Fenghan and his companions, he refrained from taking action against them. Recognizing that they were the hounds of the Great Shun dynasty, and one must consider the master before striking the dog. However, refraining from confronting them did not imply that Gu Nanshan intended to let them depart unscathed. Rather, he planned to impose considerable difficulties upon them. Lu Fenghan, discerning Gu Nanshan's intent, realized he had encountered a setback and had no choice but to agree to compensate for the losses incurred by the 7-star workshop. At this juncture, the terms of compensation would be dictated solely by Gu Nanshan. Lu Fohan and Zhao Kai, having nearly stripped themselves of all possessions to extricate themselves, managed to escape. Upon exiting the 7-star workshop, Lu Fenghan fixed a fierce gaze upon Zhao Kai and stated, "Brother Zhao, I have repaid your favor. Do not come seeking my assistance in the future. As for this matter, you shall handle it as you see fit." With that, Lu Fenghan disregarded the two and swiftly departed the scene aboard his magical artifact. Zhao Kai and the third brother remained in a daze. Initially arriving as a group of 5 brothers, intent on capturing a cultivator to gain favor with their superior. However, to their dismay, not only did they fail to apprehend anyone, but they also suffered the loss of 3 comrades, leaving only 2 of them behind. Furthermore, they had incurred the wrath of Lu Fenghan, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, which likely meant that Lu would no longer regard them with any semblance of goodwill. This situation aptly illustrated the age-old adage, a failed theft results in greater losses, as one ends up losing both the prize and the soldiers. Meanwhile, after injuring Gu Nanshan, Zhang Hua hastily departed from the 7-star square. striving to put as much distance as possible between himself and the scene. To be frank, Zhang Hua was also severely wounded. Detonating the mind sword pill was no trivial ordeal. Even with his resilient soul, he could not escape the toll it took on him. Forcing himself to endure, Zhang Hua managed to fly several hundred miles away, but soon found it increasingly difficult to suppress his injuries. After confirming that no one was pursuing him, he spotted a small mountain ahead. With no other options, he decided to rest there. Upon entering the mountain, Zhang Hua sought a concealed spot to hide, setting up a minor illusionary array around him to mask his presence. Once he had taken all necessary precautions, he began the arduous process of healing. Typically, cultivators with injured souls would consume specific elixirs to mend their damaged essence. In the absence of such potions, they would refrain from using their souls excessively, allowing for natural recovery. However, Zhang Hua found himself without any soul-repairing elixirs, and with the looming possibility of being pursued. He could not afford to wait for his soul to mend itself naturally. Thus, he was left with no choice but to recklessly utilize his already compromised soul to expedite his recovery. Fortunately, the strength of Zhang Hua's soul is indeed astonishing, and he has never fully harnessed the capabilities of his soul until now. This recent restoration has enhanced his control over it. After expending considerable time, Zhang Hua has managed to achieve a preliminary repair of his soul's injuries, stabilizing his condition. At this juncture, he dared not linger any longer and chose to relocate. He then took flight on his sword, soaring outward. Zhang Hua devoted many days to finding a suitable place to recuperate, never staying too long in any one location. And this turmoil stretched over the course of a month. By this time, he had completely healed the wounds of his soul. Moreover, his mastery over it had ascended to a new level. Zhang Hua's visit to Jueqing was primarily to retrieve his disciple, Yu Qingxi. He worried incessantly about what might happen to Qingxi if those seeking him could not locate him. After all, Qingxi had committed no transgressions. It pained Zhang Hua to think of the suffering his young disciple had already endured. He could not forgive himself if his own blunders were to endanger Qingxi. Upon arriving at the inn where he had previously lodged, Zhang Hua, failing to detect any trace of Qingxi, continued his search beyond the inn. It was within a nearby residence that he finally caught a glimmer of evidence. He discovered that there was a particular area within the house where his consciousness could not penetrate, piquing his curiosity. Had it not been for his newfound proficiency in controlling his soul, he might have easily overlooked this anomaly. Before arriving at the residence, Zhang Hua, filled with urgency, first utilized his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings. Upon discerning no suspicious elements, he scaled the courtyard wall and entered the yard. The yard consisted of merely 3 rooms, designed with one illuminated and 2 shrouded in darkness. Zhang Hua approached one of the windows, pressing his form close, and discovered that a corner within was obscured from view. He recognized that this was the effect of the defensive array he had entrusted to Yu Qingxi. Zhang Hua understood that while the array concealed the interior from the outside, it still allowed those within to perceive the outside world. Thus, he spoke to announce his presence, ensuring those inside were informed. Yu Qingxi, having dispelled the defensive formation, approached Zhang Hua and inquired, "Master, is it truly you?" Each day, under such emotional strain, Yu Qingxi had to remain perpetually vigilant to evade detection while simultaneously dedicating time to cultivation, for at this moment, cultivation was the only endeavor he could pursue. Over the past month, Yu Qingxi had diligently practiced, reaping preliminary results. He had successfully opened his first meridian and had ascended to the first level of qi refinement. Zhang Hua gazed at Yu Qingxi, witnessing his disciple standing before him, torn between tears and restraint, which tugged at his heartstrings. Zhang Hua could only imagine the plight of a child who had endured hardship for years, finally emerging from suffering, only to find himself once again ensnared in fear and anxiety after just a few days of respite. Such an experience would be disheartening for anyone. Zhang Hua first comforted Yu Qingxi with a few words, then remarked, "All right, Qingxi, gather your belongings. We must hasten our departure from this place." Yu Qingxi replied, "Very well, Master. Wherever you go, I shall follow." I will never part from you again." Despite her words, tears continued to stream down her face. Chapter 49. Folai Mountain. Zhanghua led Yu Qingxi out of the desolate realm, embarking on a relentless journey for several days until he received a piece of news that compelled him to pause. The two factions had thus far avoided direct confrontation, but when they did engage, the consequences were catastrophic. On the very first day of battle, the casualties exceeded 80,000, with foundational and chi refining cultivators suffering losses in the hundreds. Remarkably, this toll was recorded before any golden core cultivators had entered the fray. As the days progressed and golden core cultivators joined the conflict, the losses among the mortal armies diminished, yet those among the cultivators escalated dramatically. Amidst the chaos of battle, even golden core practitioners found it challenging to ensure their own safety, for the battlefield was overcrowded, and one could easily fall prey to a sudden ambush. Although golden core cultivators possessed formidable strength, they could not guarantee the ability to deflect every arrow or stone that rained down upon them. Mistakes were inevitable, and injuries could easily arise, leading to potential death amidst the tumult. If golden core cultivators faced such peril, one can only imagine the plight of foundational and chi refining cultivators. This precarious situation elucidates why the Great Shun, despite having only one celestial-level sect publicly supporting it, was able to suppress numerous other celestial and terrestrial sections. Even the most formidable celestial sects cannot withstand the encroachment of a million-strong army. Moreover, the Great Shun Court commands far more than merely 1,000,000 soldiers. However, the Great Shun Court is cautious and refrains from rashly provoking these sections. Despite the sect's apparent inability to resist such overwhelming forces, their members are adept in the art of flying swords, making it exceedingly difficult for the army to pursue these cultivators should they choose to flee. Thus, both parties rely on and remain wary of one another. They engage not only on the battlefield, but also dispatch cultivators to disrupt each other's territories, though in this scenario, the Great Shun finds itself at a disadvantage. Upon learning of these circumstances, Zhanghua began to understand the reasons behind his pursuit. His prior actions had led to misunderstandings. Consequently, he felt no psychological burden. After inquiring about his current location, he discovered that he had indeed traveled a considerable distance over the past few days. Zhanghua had already exited the borders of Yunzhou and entered the territory of Kunzu, currently residing in Yiyang County within Baohua Prefecture. Here, he sought information and found that this locale boasted no renowned cultivation sects. Most were insignificant factions lacking even a single golden core cultivator. Not far to the east of Baohua Prefecture lay a minor yellow-grade sect, albeit quite distant. Zhanghua resolved to cultivate in this area, feeling acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Previously, under Lin Jianfeng's tutelage, he had not grasped the significance of strength. Now, he recognized that had he been a golden core cultivator, his past deeds would not have caused him such distress. Zhanghua chose a small mountain as a sanctuary, a place where the environment is pleasant, with clear waters and lush greenery. Most significantly, deep within this mountain lies a modest spiritual vein. While ordinary cultivators would struggle to discern its presence, Zhanghua, with his keen perception, discovered that although the vein was small, its spiritual energy was remarkably pure, radiating a mesmerizing violet-blue luminescence that suggested its considerable quality. Inquiring with the locals, Zhang learned that this mountain is named Folai Mountain. It is not particularly high, standing at around 100 meters, and its limited expanse further enhances its stature. The mountain is adorned with a scattering of trees, yet it remains largely uninhabited. At the foot of the mountain lies a grand lake, dotted with a few small islands, where occasionally one might spot small boats belonging to local fishermen casting their nets. The exquisite environment filled Zhanghua with immense satisfaction. He first sought to ascertain whether the mountain had an owner and discovered that it fell under the jurisdiction of Yiyang County. Should Zhang wish to erect any structures upon this mountain, he would require official approval from the county. Thus, he made his way to the county office of Yiyang. This visit to the county office felt markedly different from his previous trip to the county office of Liqing, where his intentions had been far more sinister. This time, Zhanghua was prepared to engage in earnest discussions. Upon arriving at the county office, he was escorted to meet the county magistrate. Zhang had already gathered some information about this official. According to local sentiment, the magistrate was known for his integrity, a commendable leader, albeit with a notable bias against practitioners of the mystical arts. It must be noted that the magistrate of Yiyang County harbors a certain disdain for cultivators, and this sentiment seems to permeate the entire Bao'er Prefecture's officials. Zhang Hua, uncertain of the specifics, approached the magistrate without disclosing his identity as a practitioner of the mystical arts. Upon entering the inner hall, he beheld a man clad in official robes, diligently attending to the day's affairs. Zhang scrutinized the youthful magistrate, who appeared to be in his 30s, exuding vitality and integrity. Upon noticing Zhang's entrance, the magistrate forewent pleasantries and inquired directly, "What brings you here, sir?" After briefly perusing the documents presented, he found them to be in order but still felt compelled to ask, "What purpose do you intend to serve in this locality, Mr. Zhang?" Considering the magistrate's evident aversion to cultivators, Zhang realized that mentioning the construction of a temple or similar establishment would be inappropriate. However, stating the intention to build a residence seemed equally unsuitable for the area. Thus, he steeled himself and replied, "I plan to establish an academy upon the mountain." To Zhang's surprise, this declaration elicited a remarkable response from the magistrate, who rose with palpable excitement and exclaimed, "Mr. Zhang, do you truly intend to found an academy?" Faced with the magistrate's enthusiasm, Zhang could only affirm, "Indeed." In light of this revelation, the magistrate declared, "If that is the case, I cannot permit you to sign this contract. The area is insufficient. I shall take it upon myself to allocate a larger expanse of land, enabling you to construct a grand academy." "Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. I shall attend to the matter immediately." With that, the magistrate of Yiyang County stepped out. Zhang Hua did not anticipate such an outcome. He had initially sought merely a modest space for his cultivation, yet unexpectedly, he found himself with a greater opportunity. However, Zhang Hua felt somewhat perplexed. He had not intended to establish such a grand establishment. Originally, he only required a few acres of land sufficient for his residence. And now he was to construct an academy, akin to founding a school. This undertaking would undoubtedly incur expenses and time far exceeding his initial projections. Contemplating these matters left him somewhat overwhelmed. Nevertheless, Zhang Hua was not one to dwell on gains and losses. Since circumstances had unfolded as they had, he decided not to overthink it. After all, it was merely a matter of spending a little more silver. Ultimately, he consented to the magistrate's request. After engaging in conversation with the county magistrate, he learned the reason behind his enthusiasm. It turned out that the magistrate, surnamed Yi and named Wanzhou, was a native of Yiyang County. He had served as the magistrate for 3 years and had long aspired to establish an academy in the county. However, his efforts had met with failure on several occasions. For an academy differs from a private school in significant ways. Private schools cannot accommodate a large number of students at once, and they lack extensive collections of books. Moreover, the establishment of an academy requires substantial financial resources, which Yiyang County did not possess. Attempts to solicit contributions from the local wealthy were met with reluctance. Thus, Yi Wanzhou's dream of founding an academy remained unrealized. Now, with Zhang Hua's arrival and his intention to establish the academy, Yi Wanzhou was naturally elated. However, while Yi Wanzhou was elated, Zhang Hua was far from happy. He realized that he was now alone, accompanied only by a disciple who was merely 14 years old. How could the two of them possibly establish a school? Moreover, running a school required books, ink, paper, and writing tools. Zhang Hua was genuinely regretting his decision to propose the establishment of the academy. In Chapter 50, Yi Qingxi, being a child at heart and having studied for several years, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Zhang Hua's intention to open an academy. "That sounds wonderful, master. Establishing a school will benefit the community, and we can select promising students to recruit as my junior disciples." Zhang Hua, upon hearing Yi Qingxi's words, found some merit in his reasoning. He had overlooked this aspect. There were indeed advantages to founding an academy. Thus, he resolved to proceed with the plan. Establishing the academy necessitated the construction of buildings. But Zhang Hua did not intend to manage this himself. Instead, he visited the county office again and sought the help of the county magistrate, Yi Wanzhou, to connect him with individuals capable of constructing classrooms, dormitories, and a dining hall. Zhang Hua would finance the endeavor, for although Yi Wanzhou held the position of magistrate, he was an honest official without the funds to manage such affairs. Furthermore, the finances within the office could not be used without proper authorization, as every expenditure required meticulous documentation. It turned out that Yi Wanzhou had previously requested funding for the academy, but his integrity had prevented him from engaging in the necessary dealings, resulting in the funds never being allocated. Zhang Hua initially provided Yi Wanzhou with some silver coins, instructing her to arrange for the constables to commence their search. However, Zhang Hua's wealth was rather limited, amounting to only a few hundred taels when accounting for both gold and silver. Establishing an academy would require no less than 1,000 taels. And when one factors in the cost of stationery, furniture, and various garments, the expenses would easily exceed 2,000 taels. This does not even include the fees for hiring instructors. After all, it would be inappropriate for Zhang Hua himself to take on the role of a teacher. Consequently, Zhang Hua found himself short on funds. Nevertheless, as a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, he may lack material wealth, yet he possessed an abundance of treasures. For instance, the private hoards of the chief and deputy of Skull Mountain were filled with numerous valuable items. While these treasures may not hold significant value in the eyes of cultivators, they are perceived as priceless by mortals. Zhang Hua ventured to Baohua County to liquidate these treasures, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a man of considerable wealth, boasting assets in excess of 100,000. He then set about acquiring the necessary books for students and hiring teachers, dedicating himself to this endeavor for over a month. Although Zhang Hua did not engage in cultivation during this time, his extensive efforts allowed him to draw closer to the daily lives of ordinary mortals in this world. It became evident that not everyone here was a high-level practitioner. These common folk, much like those on Earth, lived their lives free from excessive intrigue. In fact, they tended to be more sincere in their dealings, with only a few harboring minor ulterior motives, primarily driven by their desire for a better existence. This lifestyle has rendered Zhang Hua's existence more vivid and comfortable, a sensation he has not experienced in quite some time. Yet, this way of life has not extinguished his fervent pursuit of enlightenment. Zhang Hua has preserved his quest for knowledge, not in the manner of traditional cultivators seeking the path of cultivation, but rather in his belief that all things possess their own intrinsic path. He harbors an inquisitive spirit towards the myriad wonders of the world, including, but not limited to, the path of cultivation itself. After more than 2 months, Zhang Hua finally managed to organize the academy, which was now officially inaugurated. With the support of the county office of Yeyang, he employed several renowned educators with generous salaries to serve as instructors at the academy, subsequently beginning the recruitment of students from the vicinity of Fenglai Mountain. Furthermore, Yi Wanzhou graciously presented a plaque naming the institution Fenglai Academy, thus marking its establishment. Zhang Hua implemented a grading system akin to that of schools on Earth, conducting examinations for both the teachers and students to facilitate management. Once these tasks were accomplished, he finally found the time to embark on his path of cultivation. Each evening, he would ascend to a cave near the summit of Fenglai Mountain for his practice, a location where spiritual energy converged abundantly. After dedicating over a month to its transformation, the cave had been remodeled. It now resembled a stone chamber rather than a mere cave, furnished only with a stone bed, which served as Zhang Hua's meditation and cultivation space. Zhang Hua does not expound upon profound scientific principles, but rather shares relatively fundamental knowledge. Nevertheless, having received an advanced education on Earth, his pedagogical philosophy surpasses that of the local instructors by leaps and bounds. Consequently, despite the simplicity of his teachings, they are delivered with remarkable vividness, capturing the earnest attention of his audience. Presently, the student body at Fenglai Academy comprises approximately 100 individuals, all hailing from impoverished families residing in the vicinity. The academy's location in Yeyang County is somewhat remote, Thus, the children of affluent families would typically engage private tutors instead of enduring the hardships of studying at Fenglai Mountain. Zhanghua does not impose exorbitant fees on these children. He collects a nominal amount from those who can afford it, while others desiring to learn are welcomed without charge. However, he assigns these students manageable tasks, embodying a work-study approach. This too is a facet of education, as it instills in them the understanding that there are no free lunches in this world. In his spare time, Zhanghua observes the students discreetly, contemplating the selection of those with commendable character to impart his cultivation techniques. Thus far, although he has identified several promising candidates, he remains in a phase of careful observation, refraining from imparting the methods of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a year has elapsed since Zhanghua's arrival at Fenglai Mountain. One day, while he is meditating in the stone chamber, Yu Chengxi enters, bows respectfully, and announces, "Master, junior brother has arrived." "Understood. Let him in," Zhanghua said. At that moment, a figure entered from outside, the county magistrate of Yiyang, Yuanzhou. Ever since Zhanghua established the Fenglai Academy, Yuanzhou had been visiting frequently, spending time in Zhanghua's company. One day, he happened to arrive while Zhanghua was delivering a lecture. Intrigued, Yuanzhou sat in as an audience member, but soon found himself captivated by the discourse. Zhanghua remarked, "Here, I urge everyone to pay close attention. The world often lauds the bond of mutual support, yet they fail to realize that such sentiments can only flourish in dire circumstances, rather than being a noble virtue. It is more akin to the desperate camaraderie of the weak. If one possessed true strength, they would not find themselves in such a plight." Upon hearing this, Yuanzhou felt a flicker of doubt in his heart, yet he refrained from interrupting Zhanghua's lecture. Only after the class ended did he seek out Zhanghua to discuss the matter. Once the lecture was concluded, Yuanzhou invited Zhanghua to a pavilion atop the mountain and inquired, "Sir, I observed that your words earlier seemed to express disdain for the bond of mutual support. Do you not find the ability to lean on one another and offer care in times of hardship to be admirable?" Zhanghua shook his head in response, saying, "Brother Yi, your perspective is quite misguided." As he spoke, he gestured towards the expansive lake before the pavilion. If there were two fish in this lake that swam together daily, it would not merely be termed mutual support. Rather, these fish would either share a profound affection or possess a kindred spirit. However, should this lake dry up, and the two fish encounter one another in a diminutive mud puddle, even two completely unrelated fish would engage in acts of mutual support, not for the sake of others, but solely to ensure their own survival. What nobility or value can be spoken of? It is, as I previously stated, merely the instinct of two weak beings seeking warmth and a means of survival. Since then, Yuanzhou visited more frequently, often seeking Zhanghua to discuss various matters. Zhanghua, far from being averse, found himself increasingly in sync with Yuanzhou, and their conversations deepened significantly. Gradually, their discussions transcended the confines of literature. At times, Yuanzhou would even inquire about the ways of governance. Although Zhanghua had never held an official position, he had witnessed much during his time on Earth and was indeed able to offer Yuanzhou some valuable insights. From that point onward, whenever Yuanzhou encountered difficulties, he would seek Zhanghua's counsel, who provided solutions one by one. This led Yuanzhou to regard Zhanghua as a sage. One day, he unexpectedly proposed to take Zhanghua as his master. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua replied, "Isn't our friendship sufficient? Why have you suddenly made this request?" Yuanzhou responded, "With such remarkable talent, you are surely not an ordinary person. I, lacking in ability, wish to learn more from you. Since I have benefited from your guidance, it is only fitting that I formally acknowledge you as my master." Yuanzhou, after repeated entreaties, found Zhanghua at a loss, and thus he spoke, "In principle, accepting you as my disciple is not a significant matter, yet there is one thing you must understand. I am not a conventional teacher." Upon hearing Zhanghua's words, Yuanzhou could no longer suppress the question that had long lingered in her heart. "I have long sensed, sir, that you are unlike any ordinary instructor, yet you have remained silent on the matter. Now that you have broached it, I dare to inquire, what exactly is your true profession?" Zhanghua then revealed, I am a practitioner of the mystical arts. At this revelation, Yu Wanzhou sighed in relief. Ah, now it all makes sense. I had suspected as much. Chapter 51. The blood-weeping scriptures. Upon hearing Yu Wanzhou's response, Zhang Hua inquired, "If you had already anticipated my identity as a practitioner, why then did you consent to my establishment of an academy here? I have been told that you are not particularly fond of practitioners." Yu Wanzhou replied, "Some of what you have heard is indeed misinformed. It is true that I harbor little regard for those who come to Yang County to erect temples and monasteries. However, my disdain is reserved for those charlatans who seek to deceive the good people of Yang for their own gain. I cannot extend such contempt to true masters. After all, in the halls of the great Shun dynasty, there are countless esteemed practitioners who benefit the populace. How could I dare to show anything but respect to true practitioners? Would you not agree? What you may not be aware of, sir, is that within Yang County, or indeed throughout the entirety of Baohua Prefecture, spiritual veins are exceedingly scarce, and those that do exist are of rather low quality. This scarcity has inevitably resulted in the absence of genuinely accomplished individuals establishing sects or schools in this region. Consequently, Baohua Prefecture lacks true masters. In my youth, I encountered a number of nefarious characters who came here to propagate their doctrines, deceiving the populace and swindling them of their wealth, while also afflicting many with various ailments. Ultimately, these charlatans were apprehended by the imperial court, which then vigorously publicized their transgressions. Yet, despite this, there remain individuals who steadfastly cling to their beliefs, creating a lingering malevolence. This has fostered a certain prejudice among the officials of Baohua Prefecture towards practitioners of the spiritual arts. I see, Zhang Hua could envision such a situation. It is reminiscent of certain cults and pyramid schemes in China, which indeed bring ruin to the community. After listening to Yu Wanzhou's account, Zhang Hua came to understand that Yu Wanzhou was not merely opposed to cultivators, and thus accepting him as a disciple posed no issue. Subsequently, Zhang Hua consented to take Yu Wanzhou as his apprentice without any formal initiation rites. After Yu Wanzhou performed a ceremonial bow of respect, he was considered a student. Although Yu Wanzhou was older, he had entered the path later than Cheng Si, thus being regarded as Cheng Si's junior disciple. This event transpired over 3 months ago, and now Yu Wanzhou has been Zhang Hua's disciple for 3 months. Yu Wanzhou's aptitude is quite comparable to that of Yu Chengxi. Both are merely ordinary individuals, lacking exceptional talents. Consequently, their progress in cultivation has been rather sluggish, coupled with their busy daily lives. Despite having practiced for 3 months, Yu Wanzhou has only managed to open a single meridian, remaining a novice at the first level of qi refining. In contrast, Yu Chengxi has been diligently shadowing Zhang Hua, who not only elucidates matters of cultivation daily, but also periodically employs his true energy to adjust Yu Chengxi's meridians, thereby facilitating a more rapid advancement in his training. Presently, Yu Chengxi has attained the 4th level of qi refining. Yu Wanzhou's visit to Zhang Hua was motivated by the need to discuss certain matters. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Hua has scarcely left Fenglai Mountain, spending his days either in cultivation or imparting knowledge to the students. He has also been tasked with handling various affairs of the academy, leaving little time for outings. However, since accepting Yu Wanzhou as his disciple, this situation has seen a slight improvement. As a former county magistrate, albeit of modest rank and lacking a network within the realm of cultivation, Yu Wanzhou is nonetheless privy to certain information regarding the spiritual world through official documents. Previously, such matters held little significance for him, but now, having taken Zhang Hua as his mentor and successfully opened a meridian, he has embarked on the path of cultivation. Although his abilities may be limited, he is, in essence, a cultivator and thus has developed an interest in relevant intelligence. While he disregards trivial information, he diligently records significant details to relay to Zhang Hua at a later time. Today, Yu Wanzhou arrived with knowledge of a matter of great significance, prompting an immediate visit to Zhang Hua. This issue transcends the realm of cultivators, extending to the entirety of the Shun dynasty. It appears that after over half a year of conflict between the Deshun dynasty and the two factions of the demon sect, both sides have incurred countless losses among mortal armies and numerous cultivators at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, leading to a resolution at last. This conclusion does not stem from a decisive victory for the Deshun or a defeat, but rather from the intervention of other celestial-level sects that sought to mediate and halt the hostilities. Subsequently, both parties designated representatives to convene at an agreed-upon location for negotiations, with additional representatives from other celestial sects present to witness the proceedings. Thus, the protracted standoff may ultimately render the sacrifices made in vain, as both sides prepare to embrace a truce. Naturally, neither side is particularly eager to concede. However, they find themselves with little choice. Given that the mediators comprise 5 celestial sects, aside from the Dragon Court, including 3 Taoist sects and 2 Buddhist sections. In truth, both factions have grown weary of the conflict at this juncture. Despite the formidable might of the Deshun, bolstered by numerous armies and the support of the Lin family, the demon sect factions remain equally powerful. Particularly when considering the prowess of their cultivators, the two factions are nearly on par with the Deshun. Even if the mortals emerge victorious in battle, extinguishing the influence of the demon sect remains a formidable challenge. The demonic sect hesitates to engage further in battle. The populace of Tianyuan, established by the sect, is inherently fewer than that of the Great Shun. This conflict has primarily mobilized adherents from within the sect, and as the duration of the fighting extends, it becomes evident that the demonic sect stands to suffer losses. At such a juncture, the sect may be compelled to deploy formidable cultivators to confront the Great Shun directly. This would no longer involve the lower-tier practitioners of the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, but rather those of the Golden Core and nascent soul realms. Such a scenario would be intolerable not only for the demonic sect, but also for the Great Shun, leading to a stalemate where neither side dares to escalate the conflict significantly. For over 6 months, Great Shun has refrained from deploying a substantial military force to aggressively assault Tianyuan, fearing that a desperate response from the demonic sect could result in mutual destruction, a loss that neither side can afford. Yi Wanzhou conveyed these insights to Zhang Hua, who, upon reflection, grasped the current predicament. The situation resembles that of 2 nuclear-armed nations. Ultimately, any conflict between them will culminate at the negotiating table. Should one party be cornered, both will inevitably suffer, especially with other external forces seeking to exacerbate the situation. Thus, neither side is genuinely inclined to risk a full-scale confrontation, as such an outcome would merely benefit other sections. The fact that, despite over half a year of warfare, no nascent soul experts have intervened speaks volumes about the underlying dynamics at play. Zhang Hua chose to set aside this matter for the time being. To him, it felt akin to listening to a news broadcast. Once it was over, it was simply over. Given his current capabilities, he felt unqualified to engage in such affairs, and thus he paid little heed to them. During this visit, aside from sharing intelligence, Yi Wanzhou had other matters to discuss with Zhang Hua. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Hua had not been idling away his time in Fenglai Mountain. Rather, he had made significant breakthroughs in addressing the issue of the malevolent blood. Since discovering the malevolent blood, Zhang Hua had been eager to find a means to expel it from the body, yet he had struggled to devise an effective method. Due to his formidable spiritual essence, he could use his spiritual awareness to guide the expulsion of the malevolent blood. However, not everyone possessed a spirit as robust as Zhang Hua's. Typically, novice cultivators have weak spiritual essences and thus cannot employ the same techniques to expel the malevolent blood as Zhang Hua could. While seeking assistance from a late-stage Golden Core expert could potentially help these Qi refinement practitioners expel the malevolent blood, it is rare for such experts to have the leisure to engage in such tasks. Therefore, Zhang Hua had long been in search of an appropriate method to eliminate the malevolent blood from the human body. Ultimately, persistence bore fruit as he indeed discovered a viable solution, largely thanks to the book he obtained from the monk at Whitebone Mountain. Zhang Hua had initially found little opportunity to peruse the book until one day, while preparing to forge a flying sword for Yu Qingxi. He unearthed the tome from his storage pouch and felt compelled to explore the techniques it contained. Upon a meticulous reading, Zhanghua discovered that the book was titled the Weeping Blood Sutra. This tome, akin to Zhanghua's own refined Truth Sutra, chronicles the cultivation methods from the Qi refinement stage to the Golden Course stage, representing a profound system of spiritual practice. The text was transcribed by another individual, and in addition to the content of the Weeping Blood Sutra itself, it contained personal insights that this person had gleaned during their cultivation journey. However, upon reviewing some of these recorded experiences, Zhanghua discerned that the individual had erred in their practice. It became evident that the Weeping Blood Sutra diverged from the orthodox methods of the Xianmen school, which emphasized a steady and methodical approach to cultivation, advancing step by step. This gradual progression results in a slower cultivation pace, but enables practitioners to master their abilities with greater finesse. In contrast, the Weeping Blood Sutra outlines a rapid advancement technique, facilitating swift enhancements for its practitioners. Yet, this expedience often leads individuals to become entranced by the exhilarating sensation of rapid power growth, ultimately causing them to lose themselves in such emotional intoxication, thus easily straying onto a path of perdition. Therefore, Zhanghua contended that this technique demands a high degree of integrity and moral fortitude. Should one's spiritual resolve be insufficient, it is entirely possible to end up like that monk who, in pursuit of the sutra's powers, resorted to harming others. Such a path inevitably culminates in one's own demise. Chapter 52. The Pure Spirit and Cleansing Blood Technique. Zhanghua, despite not discovering a solution to the issue of the malevolent blood within the crying blood scripture, drew inspiration from several of its methods. This led him to develop a viable technique. Initially, Zhanghua gathered an array of elementary cultivation methods for validation. After numerous experiments and confirmations, he ultimately crafted a groundbreaking cultivation technique, which he named the Pure Spirit and Cleansing Blood Technique. This technique is divided into 15 levels. Each level represents a breakthrough in the refinement stage. Upon reaching the 10th level, one enters the foundation establishment stage. Advancing to the 14th level entails unblocking all 14 meridians within the body. Upon achieving the 15th level, the practitioner undergoes a comprehensive purification of the entire being. At this point, the cultivator can be compared to those in the later stages of foundation establishment. The final task then becomes the continuous enhancement of the purity of one's vital energy and the expansion of the internal meridians. Once a certain threshold is reached, preparations for condensing the golden core can commence. After the completion of this technique, Zhanghua encouraged Yu Qingxi to engage in practice. Through diligent cultivation over time, Yu Qingxi began to witness initial results. It is worth noting that Yu Qingxi endured considerable hardship for the sake of the Pure Spirit and Cleansing Blood Technique, as Zhanghua lacked suitable subjects for experimentation. Consequently, he had no choice but to use his own disciple as a test subject. Having missed the opportunity to conduct experiments on himself, it is not that Zhanghua is unwilling to subject himself to experimentation. Rather, having nearly expelled the malevolent blood from his own body, the burden of the experiment must inevitably fall upon Yu Qingxi. Originally, Yu Qingxi possessed rather poor aptitude, but after practicing the Pure Spirit blood purification technique, his capabilities gradually improved. The reduction of malevolent blood facilitated a more rapid circulation of his true energy, while the enhancement of his spiritual consciousness made his cultivation significantly easier than before. However, the Pure Spirit blood purification technique does present certain challenges, such as a relatively slow cultivation speed, requiring a gradual approach. Its effectiveness in enhancing aptitude cannot be compared to that of certain spiritual elixirs. Nevertheless, its long-term benefits are considerable, as, over time, an individual's aptitude can elevate to a remarkably high realm, surpassing even the limits of those elixirs. Naturally, if one were to simultaneously consume elixirs while practicing the Pure Spirit blood purification technique, the results would be even more pronounced, resulting in swifter cultivation. Zhanghua has not transmitted the entirety of the Pure Spirit blood purification technique to Yuanzhou, not out of a desire to withhold knowledge, but rather because the technique is still in its infancy, with numerous issues yet to be resolved. Consequently, Zhonghua intends to impart only the first 5 tiers of the technique to Yuanzhou, which are the most secure at this stage. As for Zhonghua himself, he has devoted this time to practicing the technique he developed, keenly observing any shortcomings. During his cultivation, he has indeed uncovered aspects he had previously overlooked, prompting him to make necessary revisions. He imparted the first 5 levels of the pure spirit cleansing technique to Yuanzhou, providing guidance to ensure her cultivation process proceeded without error. By the time Yuanzhou had mastered it, 3 days had elapsed. Fortunately, she had arranged matters before her departure, allowing for such an extended period to engage in this practice. After sending Yuanzhou down the mountain, Zhonghua immersed himself once more in the study of formations. Over the past 6 months, aside from creating this technique, he had resolutely devoted himself to fortifying his knowledge in other areas. Zhonghua, who had previously neglected the arts of weapon forging, alchemy, talismans, and formations, now sought to deepen his understanding in these domains. Recognizing the superficiality of his prior grasp on spells, this endeavor not only broadened his perspective on cultivation, but also instilled a sense of trepidation regarding his past impetuous actions. Zhonghua realized that he had previously encountered only those of limited skill. Had he faced true masters of forging, alchemy, formations, or talismans, he would have found himself utterly outmatched, perhaps even meeting his demise at their hands without ever having the chance to strike back. Zhonghua pondered. When faced with a master of weapon forging, if he were to recklessly unleash Thunderbolt, the expert could employ various techniques to temporarily halt the explosion, rendering Thunderbolt ineffective. Moreover, given the expertise of his opponent, it was likely that they possessed numerous treasures capable of withstanding the explosion of Thunderbolt. Conversely, an adept alchemist might wield potions, which could either be elixirs or toxins. Regardless of their nature, these substances manifest in diverse forms. For instance, certain poisons exist as noxious vapors, the mere inhalation of which could induce unconsciousness or even death, let alone the myriad other forms of toxins. Confronted by such a master of poison, one might not even comprehend the manner of their demise. As for talismanic masters, their array of talismans is boundless and immensely potent. Some of the more formidable spiritual talismans could rival the power of Thunderbolt itself. In the presence of such a formidable opponent, the instant they unleashed their might, Zhonghua would likely find himself overwhelmed. Furthermore, masters of formations are adept at setting traps, should they establish their formation in advance. It would be exceedingly difficult for Zhonghua to escape once ensnared. However, unlike others, Zhonghua felt no trepidation. Instead, he regarded these challenges as worthy of exploration. Thus, he had been diligently studying these subjects, and over the past 6 months, he had acquired a preliminary understanding of them. However, this has caused Zhonghua to experience a slight stagnation in his cultivation. Yet, he is not overly concerned, as he feels that his pace of advancement has been rather swift, which is not ideal, particularly within the 7-star square. The forced breakthroughs undertaken to escape have somewhat destabilized his foundation. Thus, he intends to utilize this half-year to solidify his cultivation. During this period, Zhonghua has made preliminary progress in mastering certain alchemical and crafting techniques through the practice of the 100 Refinements True Scripture. Consequently, he plans to select either array formation or talisman crafting for further study. Presently, his primary focus is on the art of array formation. Zhonghua's approach to array formation diverges significantly from that of others. While most practitioners employ external materials for their formations, such as stones or trees, some adept individuals can utilize the natural landscape, including mountains and rivers. The most formidable practitioners can even manifest formations from thin air, becoming living arrays themselves, a feat attainable only by those who have reached a certain level of mastery. Furthermore, array masters often forge array flags as their treasured artifacts. These flags possess various attributes and can be arranged according to specific orientations when needed, thus forming an array. Conversely, those less skilled in array formation may resort to purchasing array discs, typically crafted by array masters. These discs, which include both array flags and disks, lack the dynamism of the flags used by array masters themselves. Generally, an array disk can only establish a single formation, and even the highest quality disks are limited to 2 or 3 formations at most. The so-called formation plate is essentially a predetermined arrangement of positional flags, which, when properly placed and activated with true energy or spirit stones, serves its purpose. However, the formation masters possess a multitude of flags, which they deploy according to their location and specific needs, rendering their methods far more adaptable and potent. For Zhang Hua, this intricate interplay of arrangements is precisely his forte. Although he has not formally studied the orthodox methods of formation, he perceives that the act of arranging formations is fundamentally a matter of computation. In Zhang Hua's understanding, whether it pertains to alchemy, artifact forging, talismans, or formations, all of these disciplines are rooted in mathematics. In alchemy, mastering the dosage and proportions of spiritual herbs, the fluctuations of fire temperature, and the timing of the process greatly reduces the likelihood of failure in concocting elixirs. The same principle applies to artifact forging. Consequently, Zhang Hua swiftly grasped the nuances of both alchemy and forging, achieving a level of proficiency that rivals those who have devoted decades to these arts. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Zhang Hua underestimates the complexities of alchemy and forging. Despite his grasp of certain techniques, he remains far from the mastery exhibited by seasoned experts. This distinction is easily comprehensible. After all, while a student familiar with mathematical theorems may solve a problem, the leap to becoming a mathematician is substantial. In his quest to practice formations, Zhang Hua dismantled the formation plate gifted to him by Lin Jianfeng, yet he gleaned numerous insights in the process. However, Zhang Hua is currently confronted with a grave dilemma. He finds himself devoid of spirit stones. This unfortunate circumstance has led to a stagnation in his cultivation. Nevertheless, Zhang Hua has expended all his spirit stones, and now the most pressing issue he faces is the need to earn money. Chapter 53. Longshan sect. Zhang Hua exerted tremendous effort to finally restore his damaged defensive array disc, which consequently rendered him more familiar with such formations, allowing for a significantly smoother usage than before. Subsequently, he departed from Fenglai Mountain, harboring concerns that the members of the Divine Capture sect might still be in pursuit of him. Therefore, he altered his appearance, even going so far as to modify the appearance of his flying sword. The originally pure black sword was now coated with a layer of silver, transforming it into a brilliant silver hue. However, this silver plating did not affect its functionality. Zhang Hua made his way directly beyond the boundaries of Baohua County, primarily because the lack of significant sects within the region meant there were no upscale markets. He intended to journey to Longshan County, located several thousand miles away, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Longshan sect, the largest prefectural sect in the province of Kunzu. This area boasts numerous prominent markets, which is precisely why Zhang Hua aimed to venture there. The Longshan sect possesses considerable strength and, more importantly, maintains a favorable relationship with the Deshun dynasty. Many individuals from the sect serve in positions within the Deshun court. In contrast to other prefectural sects such as Baiyun sect and Qingling Mountain, the Longshan sect enjoys greater trust from the Deshun dynasty, which is why the court granted them the governance of a county, thus establishing Longshan County. Due to the influence of the Longshan sect, the entirety of Longshan County is bustling with the activities of many cultivators. Numerous mortals engage in businesses related to these practitioners, such as trading in spiritual herbs and precious resources. Consequently, acquiring such items here is somewhat more affordable than in other locales. Upon entering Longshan County, Zhang Hua first sought out a small marketplace, where he visited a shop selling elixirs and medicinal herbs. He successfully sold several elixirs he had crafted during the Qi refinement stage, earning a modest sum of over a dozen low-grade spirit stones. Holding these low-grade spirit stones, Zhang Hua felt a pang of frustration, reflecting that Lin Jianfeng could earn approximately 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones in just over a month, albeit aided by the favorable winds of the Yunjiang auction house. In stark contrast, Zhang Hua found his own earnings rather meager. leading him to long for Lin Jianfeng more than ever before. However, Zhang Hua had no intention of following the conventional path of an ordinary alchemist to accumulate spirit stones. In truth, he had seldom worried excessively about finances. During his time on Earth, he had been an exceptional scientist, often participating in research projects that yielded substantial sums, regardless of the outcomes, often netting him hundreds of thousands. What he lacked were significant research funds, particularly for ambitious projects like multiverse traversal, which required billions. Zhang Hua excelled in the sale of knowledge, and he was confident that once he showcased his abilities to discerning individuals, he would soon amass a considerable fortune in spirit stones. Thus, the few low-grade spirit stones he currently possessed sufficed for his immediate needs. Departing from the quaint marketplace, Zhang Hua made his way directly to Longshan City. Longshan City, the capital of Longshan Prefecture, stands apart from other regional capitals. It is one of the rare cities within the Deshun dynasty where the number of cultivators surpasses that of ordinary mortals. Thus, it is often referred to as the City of Cultivators. Such cities are scarce throughout the realm, typically under the control of celestial-level sections. The fact that a terrestrial-level sect like the Longshan sect possesses such a city is indeed a privilege bestowed upon them by the Deshun dynasty. This city is a gathering place for numerous skilled cultivators and is replete with countless cultivation shops. In contrast, the Yunjiang market is merely a modest establishment, incomparable to the grandeur of Longshan City, a hub for practitioners of cultivation. While Longshan City is nominally affiliated with the Longshan sect, the sect itself holds very few enterprises within the city, operating only a handful of shops. Their primary source of income derives from the collection of rents and taxes from other establishments. This situation is attributed to the unique characteristics of the Longshan sect's disciples. The sect's founding ancestor was a general who fought alongside the royal Lin family during their conquests. Consequently, the sect's cultivation methods are characterized by their fierce and vigorous nature, with their spells primarily designed for grand battles. The members of the sect are not particularly skilled in the delicate arts of alchemy or artifact crafting. Rather, they focus on the study of military strategies and tactics. Most of the accomplished disciples eventually depart to serve as generals in various regions of the Deshun dynasty. It is precisely for this reason that the Longshan sect is esteemed as the military academy of the Dazhun court, attracting many individuals sympathetic to Dazhun who send their kin to cultivate within its ranks. The Dazhun dynasty bestows numerous privileges upon the Longshan sect. In the Dazhun dynasty, apart from the Longshan sect itself, the Haoran sect has also contributed a significant number of civil officials. These two major sects can be said to constitute half of the Dazhun dynasty's power. Zhang Hua's purpose for this journey is to impart his knowledge within Longshan City, a place that influences the majority of cultivators in the Dazhun territory. Upon arriving in Longshan City, Zhang Hua first explored the surroundings and procured some materials for refining weapons. He then sought out a facility equipped with a geothermal furnace for his crafting endeavors. After paying with spirit stones, he entered the refining chamber and spent several days within. Upon emerging from the chamber, Zhang Hua held 3 items in his hands. With these 3 possessions, he proceeded to the largest trade market in Longshan City. This marketplace is remarkable, featuring establishments run by the most esteemed sects within the cultivation community, alongside numerous shops supplying raw materials. The daily sales figures here are astonishing, leading some to regard the Longshan sect as the wealthiest among the terrestrial sects, second only to the Balian sect. Zhang Hua made his way directly to the alchemy zone within the market, where he had learned that a competition for alchemists is held monthly. The victors not only receive generous prizes, but also attract the attention of shopkeepers eager to recruit them. Zhang Hua arrived with the intention of participating in the alchemical competition. Yet his true aim was not to seek the position of an alchemist, but rather to draw attention. After registering and receiving a badge, he entered the assessment venue, an open-air square bustling with spectators, including those dispatched by alchemy shops in search of skilled alchemists. The competition was far from straightforward. It did not commence by allowing participants to immediately utilize the alchemical furnace, as the spiritual herbs required for the tests were not without cost. and the organizers were not so extravagantly wealthy. Moreover, should a participant's lack of skill result in an explosion of the furnace, the repercussions would be significantly more severe. Thus, after registration, a series of preliminary tests were conducted. The first test was quite simple. The organizers provided a collection of herbs, specifically the primary ingredient for the chi-replenishing elixir, the gathering spirit grass. While this herb was inexpensive, its quality varied greatly. Contestants were tasked with selecting the finest specimen from their allotment of gathering spirit grass. For someone as spiritually adept as Zhang Hua, this challenge posed no difficulty. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, he identified the highest quality specimen and promptly presented it to the testing personnel. Having completed this task with remarkable swiftness, Zhang Hua was naturally permitted to proceed to the next test. The second test proved to be far more intricate. This particular assessment required mastery over the control of genuine fire. Approaching a cauldron, Zhang Hua was tasked with elevating the temperature within, yet he had to exercise restraint, ensuring it did not ascend to perilous levels. Inside the cauldron lay a piece of azure jade, known as yang jade. Although it was merely an ordinary gem worn by mortals, should its temperature reach a certain threshold, it would transform into a white hue, thus becoming true yang jade, a substance of considerable value to cultivators, its worth significantly heightened. However, should the temperature exceed this critical point, the jade would shatter, rendering it utterly useless. This challenge was a testament to the alchemist's ability to regulate their own fire. At this moment, Zhang Hua produced a precious tool he had prepared in advance. This artifact featured a long probe topped with a dial marked with graduations. To any observer from Earth, it would be instantly recognizable, for it resembled a thermometer. Indeed, it was a thermometer. Rather than hastily commencing the process of refining true yang jade, Zhang Hua raised his voice to the spectators outside, declaring, "Attention, everyone. I am about to begin." The commanding tone of his voice drew the attention of those present, even if they were initially bewildered. This was precisely the outcome Zhang Hua desired. He then inserted the thermometer's probe into the cauldron, channeling his true energy to elevate the internal temperature. As the heat intensified, the needle of the thermometer began to rise incrementally. As the thermometer's needle ascended to a scorching 1800 degrees, Zhang Hua ceased the flow of his vital energy and gradually began to lower the temperature within the alchemical furnace. With the descent of the furnace's heat, the thermometer's needle likewise returned to its initial position. Upon completing these tasks, Zhang Hua retrieved the true yang jade, which had been scorched to a brilliant white by the true flames. Cradling the jade in one hand and the thermometer in the other, he addressed the assembled crowd. "Come forth, everyone, and observe. With this thermometer in my possession, the creation of true yang jade shall no longer pose a challenge. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test it yourselves." At that moment, an individual emerged from the throng and approached Zhang Hua, declaring, "I shall give it a try." Chapter 54. Alchemy. This individual was, in fact, a pawn orchestrated by Zhang Hua, named Wang Fei, a local of Longshan City. He had not been admitted into the ranks of the Longshan sect due to his modest talents. Consequently, he had to rely on some rudimentary techniques for his cultivation, currently attaining only the 9th level of chi refinement. Such individuals were plentiful within Longshan City, often working in shops as assistants, earning a decent income that surpassed that of many independent cultivators. Wang Fei was merely a worker from the workshop where Zhang Hua had recently employed the earth fire furnace for crafting, and Zhang Hua had promised him several spiritual pills as compensation once their task was completed, leading him to join the endeavor. Although Zhang Hua currently lacks spirit stones, he possesses an abundance of self-crafted elixirs and spirit tools. In fact, if he were to sell these items, he could easily acquire several medium-grade spirit stones. However, their worth is far too minimal to meet Zhang Hua's standards. Before the onlookers, Zhang Hua demonstrated to Wang Fei the proper usage of the thermometer, and soon after, Wang Fei began to follow his instructions. Initially, the examiner standing nearby intended to intervene, but after Zhang Hua discreetly offered him a vial of elixir, he chose to turn a blind eye. Indeed, wherever one goes, there are always those eager for spectacle. As Zhang Hua began to engage with the crowd, A throng quickly gathered, and when Wang Fei, the novice, was introduced, the number of spectators swelled even further. Notably, even among those who remained at a distance, some were utilizing their spiritual senses to keep a constant watch on the unfolding events. After all, they were cultivators. Not only did they possess keen eyesight, but for those with profound cultivation, their spiritual awareness could easily replace mere sight. These adept individuals could effortlessly discern what transpired within the crowd through their spiritual perception. As Wang Fei commenced raising the temperature within the alchemical furnace using his true qi, it became evident that among those in the qi refining stage, few chose to concoct their own elixirs. The primary challenge lay in the high failure rate during the refining process, often resulting in the loss of substantial materials. Thus, it was not uncommon for one to expend 10 portions of ingredients only to yield a single elixir, rendering the purchase of elixirs far more economical in the end. According to Zhang Hua's analysis, the situation is, in essence, quite straightforward. The most significant factor is that the cultivators in the qi refinement stage possess insufficient spiritual awareness, rendering them incapable of penetrating the intensely high temperatures within the alchemical furnace. Consequently, they cannot consistently monitor the furnace's temperature, even when they attempt to observe. They can only rely on the color of the flames within, an endeavor that necessitates a certain level of experience. Moreover, even experienced individuals find it challenging to achieve precise control. Hence, with Zhang Hua's thermometer, one can intuitively ascertain the temperature inside the alchemical furnace. Before long, Wang Fei had raised the temperature to approximately 1800 degrees. He then began to gradually lower the temperature, ultimately extinguishing the true fire within the furnace. From it, he extracted a flawless, snow-white true sun jade. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, and soon, a flurry of discussions ensued among the crowd. Some shopkeepers began to deliberate on the value of the thermometer. At that moment, Zhang Hua spoke again, urging the crowd to quiet down. Once the attention was once more upon him, he continued, "Esteemed guests, I have 2 additional items that can also be utilized during the alchemical process. Shortly, I will invite this young brother," he gestured towards Wang Fei, "to participate in the forthcoming alchemical competition. Those who are interested may accompany us to observe whether the items I have brought prove to be effective." In fact, over the past few days, Zhang Hua has been diligently engaged in the creation of 3 essential instruments: a thermometer, a precise balance scale, and an accurate timer. Frankly speaking, these 3 items may not appear particularly remarkable to individuals on Earth. However, in this realm, they fill significant gaps in their respective domains. It is not that the practitioners of this world are incapable of measuring time, weight, and temperature, but rather that their methods are predominantly based on the movement of the sun, often neglecting the measurement of seconds. Indeed, seconds are not the smallest unit of time here. There are other units such as flashes and moments, yet these are merely abstract concepts. Few would meticulously calculate the number of flashes or moments they have experienced. The majority still rely on quarters of an hour, often disregarding minutes altogether, which poses a challenge for the precise timing required in alchemy. As for weighing, although scales exist in this world, few can achieve accuracy down to the gram, making Zhang Hua's scale, which can measure to the milligram, quite extraordinary. If practitioners can accurately control the dosage of medicinal herbs in their future alchemical endeavors, they will likely produce far fewer failed elixirs. The thermometer, on the other hand, will allow for precise temperature control during the alchemical process. Previously, practitioners relied on experience or spiritual awareness to gauge temperature. However, with the introduction of the thermometer, the success rate of their alchemical creations is poised for significant enhancement. Zhang Hua has crafted 3 highly precise measuring instruments. Although they do not yet reach the pinnacle of measurement standards on Earth, they have already surpassed those of an entire era in this world. Initially, the organizers of the alchemy competition were reluctant to bend the rules for Zhang Hua, but they could not withstand the incessant clamoring of the onlookers. Moreover, some organizers expressed a keen interest in Zhang Hua's creations, ultimately conceding to his request. However, they made it clear that should Zhang Hua emerge victorious, no prizes would be awarded. Zhang Hua was indifferent to the prizes, which were merely valued at 2 medium-grade spirit stones, while such rewards may entice ordinary cultivators. For someone like Zhang Hua, who spends lavishly, these spirit stones hold little worth. Having successfully passed the first 2 rounds of testing, Zhang Hua had already qualified to refine elixirs. The current challenge involved the creation of one of the most difficult elixirs for the qi refinement stage, known as the Tongmai pill. This elixir serves as an auxiliary aid for cultivators seeking to break through their realms, yet it is notoriously challenging to produce, often resulting in failed concoctions. Consequently, the value of this elixir remains exceedingly high. Upon receiving the recipe provided by the organizers, Zhang Hua examined it and felt confident that his measuring instruments could significantly enhance the success rate of alchemical endeavors within the cultivation community. The recipe specified 2 taels of century-old ginseng, 3 taels of earth skin from plants over 50 years old, 5 taels of century-old dragon grass, 1 tael of dried chicken heart fruit, half a tael of fritillaria, and finally, half a tael of century-old reishi mushroom. Refinement method: gently catalyze ginseng, ground flaxseed, and tonglong grass over a low flame for 3/4 of an hour. Subsequently, add chicken heart fruit and fritillary bulb, then switch to a vigorous flame for 1/4. Finally, incorporate reishi mushroom and adjust to a medium flame for another quarter, resulting in the formation of the elixir. Observing this ambiguous formula, Zhang Hua lamented, "No wonder alchemy in the realm of cultivation is so arduous. The instructions are so nebulous that one is compelled to explore through experience. This complexity renders the grasp of the essence of a new medicinal concoction exceedingly challenging from the outset, thus complicating the art of alchemy." Zhang Hua reinterpreted this formula: 10 grams of century-old ginseng, 15 grams of ground flaxseed aged over 50 years, 25 grams of century-old tonglong grass, 5 grams of dried chicken heart fruit, 5 grams of fritillary bulb, and finally, 5 grams of century-old reishi mushroom. Begin by refining the ginseng, ground flaxseed, and tonglong grass over a gentle flame at a temperature between 80 to 100 degrees Celsius for 45 minutes, allowing their medicinal properties to be released. Then, add the chicken heart fruit and fritillary bulb, transitioning to a temperature of 180 to 200 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes. Finally, introduce the reishi mushroom and adjust the temperature to approximately 150 degrees Celsius for another 15 minutes. Conclude the process by employing the technique to yield the elixir. Zhang Hua presented this new formula to Wang Fei, initially instructing him on the use of his balance scale and timer. He then guided Wang Fei to follow the stipulations of the formula diligently. Wang Fei commenced by weighing the medicinal herbs provided by the organizers, discovering that the quantity was considerably abundant, approximately 3 times the amount specified in the formula. He proceeded to separate these herbs according to the requirements of each portion before embarking on the alchemical process. Honestly, this was Wang Fei's inaugural attempt at alchemy. Although he had been employed in a place that provided earth-fire furnaces for cultivators and had occasionally utilized the furnace himself during his spare time, his experience was limited to smelting ores. Alchemy is a meticulous endeavor. A moment's carelessness could render the elixir futile, consequently wasting the precious spirit stones expended on purchasing the spiritual herbs. Thus, Wang Fei had never ventured into the realm of alchemy until now. It was Zhang Hua who approached Wang Fei, promising a generous reward, which prompted Wang Fei to agree to act as a proxy. Initially, he believed it would be a simple task of refining sun jade into true sun jade, even without a thermometer. Wang Fei was confident that with his years of experience interacting with the furnace, he could successfully produce true sun jade. However, Zhang Hua unexpectedly tasked him with the more complex process of alchemy, leaving Wang Fei feeling quite uncertain. Yet, as Wang Fei hesitated, Zhang Hua promptly increased the reward to a foundational elixir. At this juncture, Wang Fei felt compelled to take the plunge. After all, he was already a 9th-layer qi refinement cultivator, and for the past 2 years, he had been diligently saving spirit stones to purchase a foundational elixir. The prospect of receiving one simply by following Zhang Hua's instructions and adhering to the steps of alchemy was too enticing to resist. With all his focus devoted to the task at hand, Wang Fei meticulously controlled the temperature within the furnace while simultaneously monitoring the timer. As time elapsed, the concoction within the furnace gradually transformed into a translucent, paste-like substance. Soon, he approached the final step, but due to his overwhelming anxiety, Wang Fei momentarily forgot the method of condensing the elixir. This is also due to Wang Fei's lack of experience in alchemy, as he had practiced the art of forming pills very little, which is why he momentarily forgot due to anxiety. However, at that moment, the voice of Zhang Hua reached Wang Fei's ears. Focus your mind, cultivate tranquility, embrace the void, let the energy surge forth, gather and take shape. Condense. Chapter 55. The Lion's Generous Offer. The crowd present gazed at the successfully crafted channeling pill, sparking a flurry of discussions. Wang Fei was momentarily stunned, astonished that his first attempt at alchemy had resulted in success, particularly with the challenging channeling pill, known to be difficult to refine during the qi refinement stage. Reflecting on the 3 items he had utilized, Wang Fei felt a surge of emotion. If he could possess 3 such treasures, perhaps he could achieve remarkable feats in the realm of alchemy in the future. Zhang Hua, however, seemed unfazed by this, and spoke again. You may have doubts regarding these 3 items, suspecting that this young brother is merely a pawn I hired. I must admit, he indeed is someone I invited. However, I believe many esteemed alchemists among us can discern that this young brother does not possess the ability to refine spiritual pills. Here lie 2 more sets of materials for crafting channeling pills. Anyone interested is welcome to give it a try. As soon as Zhang Hua uttered these words, the onlookers prepared to step forward for an experiment. However, at that moment, one individual suddenly emerged from the crowd, positioning himself at the forefront. Upon his arrival, the others hesitated to advance. Zhang Hua observed this person closely and discerned that he was a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment. Without disclosing his name, the individual approached Zhang Hua directly, intent on testing the 3 treasures Zhang possessed. Zhang Hua surmised that this person was likely sent by the organizers. Eager for a first-hand experience, he refrained from elaborating further and explained the usage of the balance scale, timer, and thermometer to the man. After receiving the items from Zhang Hua and mastering their operation, the individual proceeded to the alchemy furnace to commence the refinement of the meridian opening pill. After a span of over half an hour, the elixir was successfully concocted. He returned the items to Zhang Hua and, clutching the pill he had produced, exited the crowd without uttering another word to him. Zhang Hua realized that this man had indeed come to test his 3 devices and was now likely seeking his superior with the refined pill in hand. Once the individual departed, Zhang Hua inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to conduct an experiment?" At that moment, another person entered, eager to begin testing. Zhang Hua scrutinized this newcomer and recognized that he was no ordinary individual. Clad in a crescent white robe, with a blue silk cord tied around his waist, and wearing straw sandals, the man's hair and beard were white, yet his face bore no wrinkles, exuding an ethereal, immortal demeanor. Most importantly, he was enveloped by true essence, signifying that he was a master of the golden core stage. Moreover, his true essence was significantly more profound than that of Gunash Shan, whom Zhang Hua encountered in the 7-star square, suggesting that this individual possessed at least mid-golden core cultivation. Upon the man approaching him, Zhang Hua first bowed in respect, saying, "Junior Zhang Hua pays his respects to the esteemed elder." Zhang Hua was well aware of the elder's intentions, so he apologized to the individual who was about to test the items and then handed over the objects he held to Wu Changsheng. After receiving them, Wu Changsheng, without needing an introduction from Zhang Hua, discerned the usage of the 3 items at a glance, for they were not particularly intricate creations. Once he comprehended their functions, Wu Changxing returned the items to Zhang Hua and addressed the waiting individual, saying, "Young brother, have you learned how to use them? If so, please feel free to give them a try. Allow me to observe from the side." The individual, who had initially thought he would miss the opportunity to test Zhang Hua's treasures, was hesitant to act in the presence of this golden core expert. However, upon hearing Wu Changxing refer to him as young brother, He was taken aback and quickly replied, "Elder Wu, you are too kind. I have indeed learned how to use these 3 treasures and shall begin the refining process now." As this individual was about to commence the refinement of the spiritual elixir, Wu Changxing turned to Zhang Hua and inquired, "Taoist Zhang, you seem unfamiliar. May I ask from which celestial realm you hail?" Wu Changxing remarked, "Ah, my friend, you are too modest. There is no need for us to discuss the hierarchy of seniors and juniors. I observe that your strength suggests you are on the verge of entering the golden course stage." Zhang Hua could only chuckle and replied, "If you prefer not to be addressed as senior, I shall amend my title to Elder Wu henceforth." Wu Changxing then said, "Ah, that is appropriate, Zhang Daoyu. I have a matter I wish to confirm with you. Might you be so kind as to enlighten me?" Zhang Hua responded, "Please, go ahead." The elder continued, "I would like to inquire about the origins of these 3 treasures you possess. Could you possibly recommend their creator?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua stated, "As for these 3 treasures, they were indeed crafted by myself." Wu Changxing was taken aback. The significance of these items was substantial. He had initially assumed they were forged by Zhang Hua's master for promotional purposes. However, if they were truly the creations of Zhang Hua himself, it would greatly enhance his value. Wu Changxing quickly said, "Zhang Daoyu, to think you possess such remarkable alchemical skills. Might you be willing to share the method of crafting these treasures with the Longshan sect? If so, I shall personally ensure you are granted the position of Foreign Affairs Elder." Upon hearing that Wu Changxing could freely offer him such a position, Zhang Hua realized the elder's considerable standing within the Longshan sect. He quickly replied, "Oh, Elder Wu, I am unworthy of such generosity. The title of Foreign Affairs Elder is beyond my aspirations." Upon hearing Zhang Hua's words, Wu Changxing felt a surge of exhilaration. However, as a powerful elder of the Longshan sect, he had endured numerous experiences. Though his heart brimmed with joy, his countenance remained composed. Wu Changxing was also not inclined to believe Zhang Hua's rhetoric about expressing gratitude for recognition. He sensed that Zhang Hua had ulterior motives. Indeed, Zhang Hua had his own demands. Otherwise, he would not have feigned such a display. He then stated, "However, during my recent cultivation, I find myself lacking spiritual stones. Might Elder Wu be so generous as to assist me?" Initially, Wu Changxing anticipated a more substantial request from Zhang Hua. Upon learning that it was merely for spiritual stones, he felt a wave of relief. While the Longshan sect might not possess an abundance of other resources, spiritual stones were certainly plentiful. Wu Changxing promptly inquired, "May I ask how many spiritual stones you require, Taoist Zhang?" Zhang Hua, observing Wu Changxing's demeanor, discerned that while the elder might lack in other areas, he certainly had an ample supply of spiritual stones. Thus, he decided to ask for a considerable quantity for the method to refine a particular treasure. "I request 100 superior spiritual stones. What say you, esteemed elder?" Zhang Hua believed this to be a bold request, given that the method for a single treasure typically warranted 100 superior spiritual stones, equating to the value of 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Consequently, the methods for 3 treasures would amount to 30,000 middle-grade stones, a significant sum in Zhang Hua's estimation. While Zhang Hua awaited Wu Changxing's counteroffer, to his surprise, the elder did not negotiate. Instead, Wu Changxing readily affirmed, "Agreed. It is settled. Brother Zhang, you truly honor me with your regard. Such esteem for me, Wu Changxing, is commendable. Excellent, excellent. Ah, how remiss of me, Wu Changxing, to broach such a significant matter with you, my brother, at this moment. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Disciple, hasten to inform the Dragon's Rest that I shall host a grand banquet today, and it is imperative that my newly acquainted brother is honored as my guest." At this juncture, Wu Changxing, forsaking even the term friend, directly addresses Zhang Hua as brother. Observing Wu Changxing's evident delight, Zhang Hua comprehends a singular truth. His business venture has incurred a loss. Meanwhile, the individual who had previously concocted the elixir has successfully crafted the meridian opening pill and approaches Wu Changxing, presenting the pill along with 3 treasures of Zhang Hua. After bowing respectfully, he addresses Wu Changxing, saying, "Elder Wu, please take a look." Wu Changxing, in a state of great joy, examines the elixir, and nods approvingly before speaking to the man. Well done, indeed. You may keep the elixir for now, shortly. You and the one who assisted Zhang Hua earlier, Wang Fei, shall accompany my disciple to collect some spirit stones. Wu Changxing then leads Zhang Hua into the Dragon's Rest, where the innkeeper has been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Wu Changxing, the innkeeper hurriedly approaches, first bowing in reverence, and then escorts Wu Changxing to the most opulent private room within the establishment. Zhang Hua gazed upon the Dinglong residence, noting its remarkable opulence. The edifice rose 8 stories high, yet its elevation surpassed that of a typical 9-story building. Astonishingly, the structure was constructed from the rare dragon willow, a material typically reserved for the crafting of exquisite weapons. Although not particularly extraordinary as a forging material, this dragon willow was nonetheless a quality substance. Classified as a mid-grade spiritual resource, the fact that it had been employed in the construction of an inn was a testament to the extravagant nature of the establishment, a level of luxury that Zhang Hua could scarcely fathom. Previously, he had believed that the Zhu Xian building and Ting Yun building within Yun Jianfang were exceptionally lavish. However, in comparison to Dinglong residence, they seemed to occupy entirely different realms. At that moment, Zhang Hua could only feel one thing. He had incurred a significant loss. Chapter 56. Refining the recipe. Wu Changxing and Zhang Hua were ushered directly to the 8th floor of Dinglong residence, the pinnacle of its opulence. Wu Changxing gestured for Zhang Hua to take a seat at a table laden with an array of fine food and drink. After inviting Zhang Hua to sip from a cup of wine, Wu Changxing inquired, "Young Master Zhang, do you wonder why I hold such high regard for these 3 treasures of yours?" "Indeed, I am eager to learn," Zhang Hua replied. Truth be told, even without Wu Changxing's prompting, he had been inclined to ask, while Zhang Hua possessed confidence in the value of his 3 items. The extent to which Wu Changxing esteemed them left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Wu Changxing downed the wine in his cup and spoke, "It is quite simple. The reason I hold this view is that I can discern the value of these 3 treasures. Although their intrinsic worth is considerable, they possess certain limitations. For alchemists below the golden core stage, these artifacts are indeed beneficial. However, their utility diminishes significantly for practitioners at the golden core stage." Zhang Hua found himself in agreement with Wu Changxing's assertion. Upon reaching the golden core realm, one's mastery over time management and the precise dosage of spiritual herbs during the alchemical process becomes exceptionally refined. It could be said that their skills surpass those of the timers and scales crafted by Zhang Hua himself. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that experts at the golden core stage possess formidable spiritual awareness, enabling them to mentally penetrate the alchemical furnace. This not only allows them to monitor the internal temperature continuously, but also to make timely adjustments based on the condition of the herbs, capabilities that Zhang Hua's thermometer simply cannot match. To be candid, the optimal use of these 3 treasures would be in the hands of individuals lacking alchemical experience. Ironically, this very fact enhances their value to our Longshan sect. As Wu Changxing paused, Zhang Hua, recognizing the cue, inquired, "And why is that?" Wu Changxing then revealed, "It is because our Longshan sect is in dire need of novice alchemists." Zhang Hua was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Wu Changxing noticed Zhang Hua's confusion and chuckled, saying, "Is it that you have heard the rumors that my Longshan sect consists solely of uncultured brutes, lacking any transmission of knowledge regarding alchemy and artifact crafting?" Zhang Hua indeed harbored such thoughts, and upon being pointed out by Wu Changxing, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Wu Changxing laughed heartily and continued, "There is no need for you to be concerned, Brother Zhang. The misunderstanding that the world harbors towards my Longshan sect is, in part, fueled by our own actions. Although we may not rival the esteemed sects such as Balian sect and Danxia sect, which specialize in these arts, we can hold our own against the Xian-level sects, such as the Tianduanzong and Dantingmen in Yunzhou, where you belong. The primary reason for our lack of renown in alchemy and artifact crafting is that the elixirs and treasures we produce are predominantly intended for military use, making them unsuitable for commercial sale." Upon hearing Wu Changxing's explanation, Zhang understood that the artifacts crafted by Longshan's sect were akin to those produced in an armory for the military. In truth, he had also heard from Lin Jianfeng that many sects possess their own unique or secret recipes for alchemical potions and artifacts, which are not publicly shared. To fully unleash the power of these creations, specific techniques are required, and the various sects of the cultivation world are tacitly aware of this. What is truly available on the market are merely ordinary items. Wu Changxing continued, although our Longshan sect boasts alchemists capable of concocting elixirs, there exist several potions within our sect that are seldom refined. Among these is a potion known as the hunger relief pill, which bears resemblance to the fasting pills utilized by cultivators, yet it is intended for the consumption of mortals. The crafting of this particular elixir does not necessitate profound skills. Instead, it merely requires an adept understanding of temperature and timing. However, for cultivators in the qi refinement stage, mastering these elements with precision proves to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, your timer and thermometer, Zhangxian, are perfectly suited to address this issue. Nonetheless, the production of such an elixir is often deemed a thankless endeavor. Firstly, the hunger relief pill holds no value for cultivators, despite its considerable demand among mortals, which paradoxically results in little financial gain. Furthermore, the alchemist must possess a certain level of mastery over the art, ideally around the 7th layer of qi refinement, to accurately control the heat and timing required for its preparation. Yet, once one has attained such a level of cultivation, who would be inclined to produce a potion that holds no utility for themselves and is of little monetary worth? Consequently, even if one were to learn the art of crafting this elixir, they would likely find it unappealing due to the lack of benefits and the potential hindrance to their own cultivation. As a result, the majority of the tasks related to the production of this elixir are assigned to disciples by the sect, compelling them to engage in its refinement. With the advent of timers and thermometers, disciples of lower cultivation levels can now concoct hunger relief elixirs. After all, the armies within the Great Shun are numerous. By augmenting the supply of these elixirs, the marching speed and enduring combat capabilities of the Great Shun forces will be significantly enhanced. This single factor has resolutely convinced Wu Changxing to acquire the methods for crafting these 3 items from Zhang. Moreover, these treasures possess considerable commercial value, and should he be able to market them within Longshan City, it would undoubtedly bring substantial business opportunities. Upon realizing this, Zhang understood why Wu Changxing held such esteem for the 3 treasures he had refined. At that moment, a figure ascended from downstairs. It was none other than Wu Changxing's disciple. The young man approached, cradling a wooden box, performed a respectful gesture towards Wu Changxing, and then took his place behind him. Wu Changxing then spoke. "Come, Zhang Xinbei, allow me to introduce you. This is my disciple, Chen Xinghe. Xinghe, do not forget to pay your respects to the elder." Chen Xinghe, appearing no older than 15 or 16, indeed possessed the countenance of youth, but his cultivation level had already reached the foundation establishment stage, marking him as a prodigy. With a look of resignation, he addressed Zhang, saying, "I, Chen Xinghe, pay my respects to Elder Zhang." Zhang found this amusing. Truth be told, unless one is closely acquainted, seniority is typically determined by cultivation level. It was rather awkward for a foundation establishment cultivator to bow to another of the same realm, addressing him as elder, a gesture that naturally would not be welcomed. However, Chen Xinghe was well aware of Wu Changxing's peculiar habit of referring to others as brothers. In his youth, he had formed brotherly bonds with a multitude of older generations, and now, rather amusingly, he had begun to do the same with those younger than himself. In the past, this was somewhat forgivable, as Wu Changxing's acquaintances were primarily cultivators of the Golden Core stage. Yet, now, he had even started to refer to foundation establishment cultivators as brothers, which irked Chen Xinghe considerably. Nevertheless, after experiencing much, Chen Xinghe had developed his own method of coping with such situations. Typically, when confronted with this sort of scenario, he would request a meeting gift from the elder, for the title of elder was not one to be casually accepted. Thus, Chen Xinghe addressed Zhang, saying, "As a junior of limited cultivation, I humbly request that the esteemed elder provides guidance. Might the elder impart a spell or bestow upon me a treasured item, enabling me to progress further on my path of cultivation? Upon hearing Qin Shinghe's request, Zhang Hua thought to himself, well, this lad is quite audacious, openly asking for items. Merely by addressing me as elder, he seeks either a treasure or a spell. This is quite the deal, but alas, I am unprepared for either. Just as Zhang Hua was grappling with this dilemma, Wu Changxing interjected, admonishing Qin Shinghe. Shinghe, how can you be so disrespectful? Withdraw at once. In truth, in the past, Wu Changxing would not have scolded Qin Shinghe. After all, the acquaintances that Wu Changxing had made were all cultivators at the Golden Core stage. And Qin Shinghe had expressed similar sentiments back then, although he was merely at the Qi refinement stage at that time. A skilled practitioner at the Golden Core stage could easily dismiss him with a few casual teachings or a trinket. However, Qin Shinghe had recently advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage, while Zhang Hua himself was still at the same level. Thus, when Qin Shinghe sought items from Zhang Hua, it was twofold. Zhang Hua was unprepared, and even if he had something, it would likely not meet Qin Shinghe's expectations. Should Qin Shinghe display disdain, it would undoubtedly embarrass Zhang Hua. Consequently, Wu Changxing hurriedly intervened to stop Qin Shinghe. Yet, Zhang Hua understood Qin Shinghe's intentions. He was deliberately implying that he was unworthy to act as a senior in front of Qin Shinghe, aiming to humiliate him. At this juncture, if Zhang Hua did not produce something of value, he would indeed find himself in a precarious position. Zhang Hua first addressed Wu Changxing. Brother Wu. Although Wu Changxing had consistently referred to Zhang Hua as younger brother, Zhang Hua had hesitated to reciprocate with the term brother until now. Brother Wu, Qin Shinghe makes a valid point. As an elder, it is only natural for me to assist the younger generation. While I may lack unique spells or extraordinary treasures, I do possess a rare alchemical formula that Qin Shinghe might find useful. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Hua retrieved paper and pen to inscribe the formula. Upon examining the document, it became evident that it contained the formula for the Tongmai pill, recently refined by Qin Shinghe. However, this version exhibited slight variations from the original recipe. The text specified 13 grams of century-old ginseng, 12 grams of ground earth herb aged over 50 years, 22 grams of century-old dragon grass, 7 grams of dried chicken heart fruit, 3 grams of fritillaria, and finally, 2 grams of century-old reishi mushroom. The procedure commenced with the gentle heating of ginseng, ground earth herb, and dragon grass at 110 degrees for 43 minutes to allow their medicinal properties to be released. Subsequently, the chicken heart fruit and fritillaria were added, and the temperature was increased to 175 degrees for 12 minutes. Finally, the reishi was incorporated, and the temperature was adjusted to a steady 160 degrees for an additional 15 minutes. This formulation diverged slightly in both the quantities of the ingredients and the refining times and temperatures compared to the original recipe. After Zhang Hua pinned the adjustments, he handed the document to Qin Shinghe, stating, "Take it." Chapter 57. Becoming a guest elder upon receiving the formula from Zhang Hua. Qin Shinghe glanced at it and noted the minor adjustments made to the quantities and the refining times and temperatures. He remarked, "The changes are so trivial. What purpose do they serve? Only by trying will you discern its efficacy." Zhang Hua replied calmly, lifting his cup to sip his wine. Seeing Zhang Hua's demeanor, Qin Shinghe felt a twinge of irritation. He set down the wooden box and hurriedly descended the stairs without bidding farewell to Wu Changxing. Zhang Hua, however, seemed unfazed, commenting, "Dear brother Wu, it is not what you think. I see that young Chun possesses a pure heart, which will greatly benefit his path of cultivation." Wu Changxing refrained from saying much further, simply continuing to invite Zhang Hua to drink. While the two were immersed in their revelry, Qin Shinghe ascended once more, holding a delicate alchemy furnace. This particular furnace differed from those commonly utilized in the marketplace, which typically harness the energy of the earth's fire or veins to generate heat. Instead, this petite furnace could be activated using true essence or spirit stones, rendering it a more portable version. Qin Shinghe had borrowed this alchemy furnace from the esteemed Dinglong Pavilion, the largest tavern in Longshan City, which not only served as an inn but also housed a marketplace. Secluded meditation chambers, and rooms dedicated to alchemical and artifact crafting endeavors, resources that were certainly plentiful. Qin Shenghe placed the furnace directly at the center of the table, then meticulously measured the required amount of spiritual herbs using a balance scale before depositing them into the furnace to commence the alchemical process. As Wu Changxing's disciple, Qin Shenghe possessed remarkable innate talent and prior experience in alchemy, allowing him to operate the furnace with utmost ease. In this instance, he adhered strictly to Zhang Hua's prescribed formula to validate its efficacy. The alchemical process unfolded over the course of more than half an hour. And as they approached the final step, the attention of the three gathered individuals fixated upon the furnace. Utilizing the condensation technique, Qin Shenghe conjured 5 spirit pills from within the furnace. These 5 channeling pills exhibited a subtle distinction from the 5 he had previously crafted in the marketplace. While those earlier pills were already of commendable quality, the newly produced channeling pills surpassed them in grade. Qin Shenghe placed the 5 newly refined channeling pills on one plate and retrieved another 5 pills he had concocted earlier at the market, placing them on a separate plate. He then set both plates upon the table. The 3 individuals present began to compare the 2 sets of channeling pills. In terms of appearance, the newly refined pills exhibited a remarkable transparency, reminiscent of exquisite jadeite, reflecting the sunlight in radiant hues, while the original 5 pills showed a certain degree of impurities, resembling a murky, glutinous rice soup, with a semi-transparent quality that lacked the brilliance of the newly crafted ones. As for the aroma, the scent of the new pills was ethereal and delicate, easily overlooked unless one paid close attention, whereas the fragrance of the earlier concocted pills was notably more potent, indicating that the new pills were more refined and free from excess volatilization. Consequently, the medicinal properties of the newly refined channeling pills would endure longer than those of the original batch. Wu Changxing picked up one of the new pills, inhaled its fragrance, and then placed it directly into his mouth. To accurately assess the efficacy of the elixir, one must experience its effects firsthand. After consuming it, Wu Changxing remarked, "Indeed, this is a superior channeling pill." Upon hearing this, Qin Shenghe could scarcely believe it. He, too, took a pill and consumed it, subsequently widening his eyes in astonishment as he stared blankly at Zhang Hua. In truth, elixirs, akin to magical artifacts, possess varying levels of quality beyond their inherent grade, which can be classified into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite. Inferior elixirs are merely passable concoctions, rife with impurities yet not rendered entirely ineffective. Nevertheless, their worth remains rather low, typically employed by wandering cultivators. These inferior elixirs often resemble opaque beeswax in appearance. Medium elixirs represent the mainstream within the realm of cultivation. To earn the title of alchemist, one must master the refining techniques for at least 5 types of elixirs, with a success rate for producing medium elixirs not falling below 50%. Otherwise, one cannot rightfully claim the title of alchemist. Most shops specializing in elixirs predominantly offer products of this grade. Superior elixirs serve as a distinguishing line between alchemists and grandmasters of alchemy. To be regarded as a grandmaster, one must achieve at least a 30% success rate in producing superior elixirs. Of course, some alchemists may occasionally experience fortuitous moments, enabling them to craft superior elixirs. The efficacy of superior elixirs significantly surpasses that of medium elixirs, and their value is considerably higher as well. Supreme elixir. Such a grade of elixir cannot be obtained merely by sheer luck. It necessitates the alchemist to attain the esteemed rank of a grandmaster in alchemy to have any chance of concocting it. Essentially, it is a rarity, bordering on the legendary. It is said that the appearance of such a potion resembles exquisite crystal, translucent and resplendent, with some even adorned with exotic runes that shimmer within. However, even the esteemed Wu Changxing has never laid eyes upon such a concoction. Now, Qin Shenghe, employing the alchemical techniques imparted by Zhang Hua, has succeeded in producing a superior elixir with only a 30% success rate, typically achievable only by a master alchemist. This revelation is nothing short of astonishing for Chen Xinghe. While he remains engulfed in disbelief, Wu Changxing shares an even greater astonishment. He is acutely aware of Chen Xinghe's capabilities. Although Chen Xinghe has dabbled in alchemy, he cannot yet be deemed an alchemist. Yet, he has accomplished what should only be within the realm of a master alchemist. Should this technique prove universally applicable, it would bestow upon their Longshan sect a formula for a superior elixir, a closely guarded secret in any realm. The mere existence of such a formula would be valued at no less than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, Wu Changxing contemplates deeper implications. Realizing that he has underestimated the worth of the 3 items presented by Zhang Hua, and, more critically, he recognizes that he has undervalued Zhang Hua himself. Wu Changxing had already endeavored to regard Zhang Hua with utmost respect, treating him with courtesy, even going so far as to humble himself, despite his golden core cultivation, to forge a connection with this junior of foundation establishment. However, the value that Zhang Hua now displays is such that, not to mention his peers, even Wu Changxing would gladly address him as Senior Zhang. At this moment, Wu Changxing cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Xinghe, why are you standing there in a daze? Shouldn't you express your gratitude for your Uncle Zhang's generous gift?" Upon hearing Wu Changxing's words, Chen Xinghe finally came to his senses. He hurriedly approached Zhang Hua, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, and respectfully addressed him. "Nephew Chen Xinghe pays his respects to Uncle Zhang. Thank you for your generous gift. I am profoundly grateful. I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. I hope you can forgive my youthful ignorance. I sincerely offer my apologies." After speaking, Chen Xinghe picked up the wine jug, poured a cup of wine, and respectfully presented it to Zhang Hua, saying, "I humbly request you to drink this cup, uncle." Observing Chen Xinghe's earnestness, Zhang Hua chose not to be overly formal and accepted the cup, drinking it in one gulp. Witnessing this, Wu Changxing burst into hearty laughter and said, "Ah, Brother Zhang, it feels like we have known each other for ages. I have a small request. I see your vast knowledge and potential, even if your current cultivation is not high. You previously mentioned that you did not wish to join our Longshan sect as an elder. However, I would like to invite you to become a guest elder of our sect. What do you think, my dear brother?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hua replied, "Brother Wu, this indeed sounds favorable, but there is one matter I must mention beforehand. I wonder if you would be willing to listen." Wu Changxing initially perceived a hint of hesitation in Zhang Hua and harbored concerns regarding Zhang's willingness to engage. However, upon hearing that Zhang had matters of significance to discuss, he surmised that Zhang harbored certain reservations. Wu inquired, "Dear brother Zhang, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to share." Wu Changxing, do not shy away from any issues within the domain of Deshun. There is truly nothing within the purview of the Longshan sect that we cannot address." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua recognized Wu's sincerity and decided to forego any pretense. He recounted his harrowing journey through Baigushan, detailing how he had slain the county magistrate and subsequently evaded pursuit by the agents of the Divine Capture sect, ultimately recounting the tumult he had caused at Qixingfeng. Zhang felt reassured by Wu's response and, in his presence, restored his original appearance, declaring, "Hearing you speak thus, Brother Wu, I am at ease. From this day forth, I shall be a guest elder of the Longshan sect." As the two had nearly finished their meal, Wu Changxing signaled for the remnants to be cleared away. They then retreated to a tranquil setting to partake in tea and converse. Wu harbored no doubts regarding his judgment, for his ascent to the esteemed position of elder in Longshan and his stewardship over the commerce of Longshan City were testament to his keen discernment and extensive network. Conversely, Zhang Hua had his own motivations. He sought a legitimate identity and, more importantly, he was in dire need of spirit stones. By forging a connection with the Longshan sect, he anticipated an abundance of spirit stones in the future. The two did not wait long before Chen Xinghe arrived once more, this time holding a wooden box. He placed both the previous box and the current one before Zhang Hua. Wu Changxing opened the box, revealing a neat arrangement of 300 superior spirit stones within one, while the other contained 200 superior spirit stones alongside a token. These were all prepared by Wu Changxing for Zhang Hua. Upon seeing these items, Zhang Hua did not hesitate to take them, and then found a blank jade slip to inscribe the methods for crafting his timer, balance scale, and thermometer, along with their calibration techniques. Wu Changxing was elated upon receiving it. He arranged for Zhang Hua to stay in the finest accommodations within Longshan City. Over the next few days, Zhang Hua truly experienced the advantages of being a guest elder. Firstly, he enjoyed discounts while shopping, and more importantly, he garnered respect wherever he went. Even Golden Core experts treated him with courtesy. One day, Wu Changxing brought Zhang Hua to a workshop dedicated to crafting magical treasures, where they were producing none other than the 3 items Zhang Hua had developed. Wu Changxing personally retrieved a newly crafted set of magical treasures for Zhang Hua to examine. As Zhang Hua held them, he noted that Wu Changxing's craftsmanship surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Wu Changxing then inquired, "Dear brother, do you think it is appropriate to price this set of treasures at 10 middle-grade spirit stones?" Upon hearing the price, Zhang Hua mused to himself, "Goodness. When it comes to shrewdness, it is undoubtedly Wu Changxing who excels. The materials for this set of items amount to merely 20 low-grade spirit stones. And considering the labor cost for the refining, the total expense would not exceed 50 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, selling it at this price yields a profit of 20-fold. Truly, there is no business without cunning." Despite his thoughts, Zhang Hua maintained a cheerful demeanor and replied, "That sounds agreeable, after all. The value of this treasure to cultivators is immeasurable." Wu Changxing chuckled heartily and said, "I have already arranged for the announcement to be made in the coming days. In a month, there will be a store in Longshan City dedicated to selling this treasure. My foolish brother also wishes to share that I intend to allocate 10% of the profits from the sale to you, esteemed brother. What do you think?" Wu Changxing's maneuver was quite astute, as he could secure Zhang Hua's allegiance without significant expenditure. Of course, those with a narrow vision might contemplate harm towards Zhang Hua. Yet Wu Changxing understood the value of a living Zhang Hua far surpasses that of a deceased one. Hence, he would never resort to such short-sighted actions. Zhang Hua was naturally pleased with the situation. After all, he had initially sustained losses in his sales, and now Wu Changxing had graciously compensated him to some extent. Zhang Hua felt that Wu Changxing was indeed formidable, as this arrangement effectively prevented him from selling goods to multiple parties. Furthermore, if he were to acquire any other valuable items, Wu Changxing would be the first person to come to mind. This strategy could be considered a win-win situation. Zhang Hua expressed his gratitude, saying, "I sincerely thank you, Brother Wu." In the following days, Zhang Hua began to lavishly procure various items in Longshan City. His usual extravagant purchasing habits escalated to the point where he spent over 200 high-grade spirit stones, a pace of expenditure that astonished even Wu Changxing. Consequently, Zhang Hua unabashedly commenced his cultivation. To be honest, Zhang Hua himself felt that his progress in cultivation was remarkably swift. However, despite his thorough self-assessment and inquiries with Wu Changxing, he found no issues with his cultivation. In fact, his foundation appeared to be more solid than that of others at the same level, contrary to the common scenario where rapid cultivation results in a shaky foundation. One advantage Zhang Hua possessed was the understanding that since events were unfolding favorably, he would simply allow things to take their natural course. Thus, he continued his cultivation in a methodical manner, occasionally pausing to observe his own progress. One day, Wu Changxing visited Zhang Hua, bearing 3 exquisitely packaged treasures. He addressed Zhang Hua, saying, "Dear brother, I have regrettably overlooked an important matter, and I have come to discuss it with you." "Please, Brother Wu, do go on." Dear brother, I must confess that I have entirely forgotten to inquire about the names of these 3 treasures. I humbly beseech you to enlighten me." I see. Brother Wu, the instrument for measuring temperature is called a thermometer, the device for measuring time is known as a timer, and the apparatus for weighing is a scale referred to as a balance. Upon hearing this, Wu Changxing furrowed his brow and said to Zhang Hua, "Dear brother, might we consider renaming these items?" "Why so?" Zhang Hua inquired, somewhat puzzled. Wu Changxing elaborated, "You see, dear brother, irrespective of the quality of a product, A resonant name can significantly enhance its value. I do not mean to suggest that the names you have chosen are inadequate. On the contrary, they quite clearly convey the purpose of these treasures. However, if we could devise more appealing names, would it not facilitate their sale even further? What say you? Upon reflecting on Wu Changxing's words, Zhang Hua acknowledged, "Indeed, you are correct. There are numerous examples on Earth where a well-chosen name can yield substantial benefits. And once a product gains recognition, it may even create a considerable brand effect. Much like those renowned luxury goods, the mere brand itself can be worth a fortune. Thus, the importance of a good name cannot be overstated." Consequently, Zhang Hua and Wu Changxing deliberated for an extended period, ultimately deciding to rename the timer as chronometer, with chrono signifying time, thus embodying the essence of time measurement. As for the balance, they deemed its name satisfactory and decided to retain it. The thermometer has been renamed the temperature probe, primarily because it features a long needle designed for insertion into the alchemical furnace. Previously, these instruments were prefixed with the name Longshan, thus transforming into the Longshan celestial measuring device, the Longshan balance, and the Longshan temperature probe. Collectively, they are referred to as the three treasures of celestial insight, signifying that mastery of these three artifacts enables profound understanding of the celestial principles. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and Wu Changxing's establishment was finally opened, aptly named Celestial Insights. He constructed a grand 5-story shop within the original alchemical market, occupying an impressively vast area. Besides offering the aforementioned three treasures, the shop also provided spiritual herbs, alchemical furnaces, alchemy rooms, and rest areas, making it a comprehensive venue. Several alchemical furnaces were set up inside, with individuals utilizing the three treasures to concoct various elixirs, while additional furnaces were available for onlookers to experiment with these prized items. The atmosphere in Longshan City buzzed with excitement, drawing countless cultivators to witness the spectacle. Wu Changxing addressed the crowd, proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, I invite you to listen. For the next 3 days, our newly launched 3 treasures of celestial insight will be available at a 20% discount. Furthermore, those who purchase the 3 treasures within this period will receive a VIP card. This card entitles you to discounts and points for purchases made at any shop within Longshan City. Accumulate enough points, and you may upgrade your VIP card, granting you access to even greater discounts." Upon hearing the news, everyone was invigorated and hastened to purchase the celestial treasures. The concept of the VIP card was initially shared by Zhang Hua with Wu Changxing, as Zhang Hua had encountered numerous such endeavors during his time on Earth. Even a slight application of his experience was immensely beneficial to Wu Changxing. In the 59th chapter, Lin Jiaming, it becomes apparent that the sales revenue of Longshan City over the past 3 days had surged to unprecedented levels, multiplying by several dozens compared to before. The Longshan sect alone accrued a tax revenue of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the sect possessed various enterprises of its own, yielding even greater profits. Notably, the celestial treasures had sold over 100,000 sets, and while the profits from these were modest, the cultivators who purchased them naturally sought to utilize the treasures, which in turn necessitated the acquisition of medicinal herbs. This consumption depleted the spirit herb inventory of Longshan City accumulated over the years, leading to a staggering transaction volume. Furthermore, in a rather shrewd move, Zhang Hua proposed that Wu Changxing establish a consumption leaderboard in the heart of Longshan City. Any cultivator who made purchases during these 3 days would be eligible for the list, with the top 10 highest spenders receiving a treasure provided by the Longshan sect. This initiative significantly stimulated the spending desires of the cultivators. Consequently, the business activity in Longshan City over these 3 days surpassed that of the previous 3 months combined. While Wu Changxing rejoiced at this success, Zhang Hua remained undistracted, persistently engaging in his cultivation, increasingly sensing that he was nearing the golden core stage. Recently, Zhang Hua has been diligently absorbing the ethereal essence of high-grade spirit stones to enhance the density of the true energy within his body. Once the concentration of true energy condenses into true essence, he can prepare for the tribulation, It is important to note that the true essence formed during the foundation establishment stage is not the true essence in the fullest sense. Only after transcending the golden core tribulation can one truly convert their true energy into genuine true essence. Nevertheless, the current density of true energy within Zhanghua is already remarkably high, positioning him at the late stage of foundation establishment by the standards of an average cultivator. Furthermore, the meridians within Zhanghua are more numerous than those of typical cultivators, resulting in a total true energy surpassing that of ordinary late-stage foundation establishment practitioners. At this juncture, Zhanghua must begin preparing the necessary items for the tribulation. However, he is disinclined to approach the tribulation as a conventional cultivator would. Consequently, he enlisted the assistance of Wu Changxing to gather numerous records of tribulations experienced by other cultivators. Many of these tribulations were captured on film, particularly among the larger sects, primarily to accumulate experience for future generations. However, it is generally deemed inappropriate for those not on the verge of tribulation to view these recordings, as it may instill a sense of fear, thus counteracting the intended purpose. Zhanghua informed Wu Changxing that he would soon enter seclusion and requested the disciples of the Longshan sect to assist him should any needs arise during this period. Wu Changxing readily agreed, and with that, Zhanghua commenced his seclusion. Meanwhile, far away in the Sanlian mountains of Yunzhou, Lin Jianfeng had already emerged from his own seclusion. After enduring a period of seclusion for over half a year, Lin Jianfeng has now attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Remarkably, he has surpassed his previous mastery of the Golden Core, and he now senses the imminent approach of the Yuaning calamity. However, Lin Jianfeng is preparing to gather the necessary items for his tribulation, bearing in mind the deep-seated vengeance that fuels him. He understands that relying solely on his own strength would prove insufficient. Thus, he seeks to organize his own forces and inquires about the recent happenings in the cultivation world from Su Donyuan. Although Su Donyuan has diligently gathered intelligence without neglect, his limited cultivation level results in the information being neither precise nor timely, leading Lin Jianfeng to temper his expectations. As anticipated, Su Donyuan could only relay some general circumstances within Yunzhou and widely circulated information in the cultivation community. Amongst this was news regarding the recent situation between the Great Shun dynasty and the Demon sect. It appears that since the intervention of the 3 Taoist sects and 2 Buddhist sects from the 9 great heavenly sects, a ceasefire has been established between the Great Shun dynasty and the Tianyuan kingdom, with both sides engaged in negotiations. The negotiators representing the parties are the vice leader of the Huangquan sect, Ganyang Qiuo, and Lin Jiaming, a Yuaning expert from the royal Lin family. It is revealed that Lin Jiaming is the very individual responsible for Lin Jianfeng's expulsion from the Lin family. It was he who pursued Lin Jianfeng, forcing him to detonate an incomplete magical artifact, which ultimately led to Lin Jianfeng's unexpected journey to Earth. Upon receiving news about Lin Jiaming, Lin Jianfeng inquired specifically about Lin Jiaming's situation from Su Donyuan. Given Su Dongyuan's relatively modest abilities, his knowledge was rather limited. However, Lin Jiaming's reputation was formidable, and Su Donyuan was aware of certain well-known facts. Lin Jiaming had transcended the Yuaning tribulation 3 centuries ago, attaining the Yuaning stage. Unlike other Yuaning experts of the Lin family who retreated to the ancestral grounds for solitary cultivation, he chose to reside in Tianshan City, the capital of the Great Shun dynasty. The dynasty conferred upon him the honorary title of King of Swords, a nominal position devoid of overt authority. Yet it hardly curtailed his clandestine efforts to amass influence. Consequently, many regarded Lin Jiaming as the foremost spokesperson of the Great Shun dynasty. After all, the emperor of the Great Shun was replaced every 50 years, while Lin Jiaming, the King of Swords, had held his title for nearly 3 centuries. Indeed, the forthcoming negotiations were entrusted to him. However, Lin Jianfeng had managed to regain his composure, for Lin Jiaming's current strength and influence were exceedingly formidable. Based on Lin Jianfeng's understanding, Lin Jiaming had at least reached the mid-Yuaning stage. and it was not out of the question for him to forcibly advance to the late Yuanying stage at the expense of his lifespan. Lin Jianfeng felt that the likelihood of Lin Jianming achieving the late Yuanying stage was substantial, as their acquaintance spanned over 300 years, revealing Lin Jianming to be a ruthless and cunning individual. Lin Jianfeng recognized that Lin Jianming was merciless toward his enemies, yet even more so toward himself. Lin Jianfeng pondered within himself, I must seize the moment, for I must swiftly attain the Yuanying stage. Otherwise, the chasm between myself and Lin Jianming shall only widen. Meanwhile, far away at the borders of Hangzhou lies a vast expanse of undulating mountains, among which stands a particularly towering peak known as Duanshan Peak. At this moment, a group of cultivators has gathered in a circle atop the peak. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that all present are indeed masters of the Yuanying stage. There are more than a dozen such adept practitioners, yet amidst the crowd, two individuals exude an extraordinary aura. One is clad in a black robe adorned with yellow silk thread depicting a long river. His hair and beard are entirely white, and his face is etched with wrinkles resembling deep ravines, yet his eyes shine with an uncanny brightness, as if capable of piercing through the human heart. He is none other than Gongyang Qiuo, the deputy leader of the Yellow Spring sect. Opposite him sits Lin Jianming, who bears a striking resemblance to Lin Jianfeng, both possessing the countenance of handsome men. Dressed in a bright yellow robe, Lin Jianming's demeanor surprisingly rivals that of the seasoned Gongyang Qiuo. The two are engaged in a discussion regarding the negotiations between the Deshun dynasty and the Tianyuan kingdom. At this juncture, Gongyang Qiuo's face is contorted with rage as he exclaims, Mingjian Wang, are your demands not excessively unreasonable? The negotiations were initiated by the 9 great celestial sects, yet you, Lin Jianming, dare to present such outrageous requests. Do you not fear the reproach of the other sects? Lin Jianfeng said nonchalantly, you may choose to refuse. It merely prolongs the conflict. However, this demand is a decree from my family's ancestor, and it must be fulfilled. Do you think I fear the other 5 sects more? Or do I fear my own ancestor more? It turned out that both parties had been engaged in negotiations for some time, and they had agreed upon a method of compensation. The 2 demonic sects had decided to concede, preparing to offer something to the Great Shun, thus allowing for a peaceful resolution. Yet, Lin Jianming had suddenly put forth a request. He insisted that the Tianyuan kingdom change its name, arguing that as a small nation, it ought not to bear such a title. The Great Shun intended to rename it as you. This was something that Gong Yangsua could not accept, for such a change would imply that the Tianyuan kingdom was being bestowed a name by the Great Shun, signifying its acknowledgement of the Great Shun as a superior power, thus reducing the Tianyuan kingdom to a vassal state. This was intolerable for the 2 demonic sections. If that were to happen, why would they have to struggle to establish their own nation? They might as well remain under the rule of the Great Shun. However, Lin Jianming's stance was unyielding, leaving Gong Yangsua with no room for rebuttal. In this situation, it was evident that the Great Shun sought not only to kill, but also to crush the spirit of its opponents. At this moment, a figure who had been standing behind Gong Yangsua suddenly spoke. Lin Jianming, you have gone too far. This person was Qian Wanli, the left protector of the Chongqing sect. And apart from Gong Yangsua, he was the only other one present from the demonic sects who had reached the nascent soul stage. Gong Yangsua halted Qian Wanli from continuing his discourse and turned to Lin Jianming, remarking, I have long heard tales of the Lin family's Lin Jianming, notorious for his arrogance. Today, I find those tales to be undeniably true. Since you have chosen to act in such a manner, it would be futile for me to linger here any longer. Fellow friends, allow me to take my leave. The latter part of his statement was directed towards the surrounding individuals, most of whom were prominent figures from the 3 sects of Taoism and the 2 sects of Buddhism, along with several Yuan-ing cultivators from lesser sections. Witnessing the breakdown of negotiations between the 2 parties, they felt a sense of helplessness, yet each harbored their own agendas and chose not to intervene. Consequently, Gong Yangsua did not press the matter further and departed from Duanshan Peak with Qian Wanli and several Yuan-ing experts from his own sections 3 days later. The members of the 3 sects of Taoism and the 2 sects of Buddhism had all departed. At this moment, Lin Jiaming was situated in a Taoist temple not far from Diyuan City, where a scenic viewing platform graced the rear mountains of the temple. Accompanying him was an unassuming Taoist priest who, surprisingly, was also a Yuaning master. The two were seated across from each other at a stone table, upon which lay a go board. The Taoist priest produced 3 items and placed them before Lin Jiaming, stating, "Master, I have ascertained that the so-called heaven-reaching treasures recently appearing in the military originated from Longshan City. The 3 treasures before us are, in fact, the inventions of Zhonghua." Lin Jiaming picked up one of the items, a timing device now known as the Liangzhou Biao, and inquired, "Have you determined who the true inventor is?" The Taoist spoke, "I have ascertained the facts. Last month, an individual of modest cultivation arrived in Longshan City. It is said that he possesses only foundational level skills, yet he harbors a remarkable treasure. He allowed others to experiment with it, which consequently drew the attention of Wu Changxing. It must be said that Wu Changxing has quite the discerning eye. He promptly acquired the method to forge this treasure and subsequently commenced mass production, even establishing a shop named Chantian Pavilion in Longshan City dedicated to this item." Lin Jiaming furrowed his brow, lamenting, "If only these 3 treasures could manifest sooner, I would not need to dispatch so many alchemists to capture. Yao Jing, convey a message to Faidu, Chou Wei, and Shoufei of the 7 Souls. Inquire if any of them are available to seize an opportunity to bring this Zhonghua to me. Is it wise to recklessly apprehend someone in Longshan City?" The Taoist known as Yao Jing remarked, "Let them engage with this person first. It would be prudent to invite him over. If that fails, we can resort to force later." Lin Jiaming suggested, placing a game piece upon the board. Yao Jing understood the course of action and lifted his own piece, capturing Lin Jiaming's formidable dragon. Seeing his imminent defeat, Lin Jiaming hastily scrambled the pieces and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Yao Jing. "Also, confer with Tai Guang and Xuangling about launching an assault on the Hongshan camp. It would be ideal to eliminate the main commander, Changxing, as well." Lin Jiaming, aware that he could not evade his responsibilities, nonchalantly remarked, "It's of no consequence. I have already dispatched others to launch an assault on the demonic sect's main camp. It is not so simple to quell this conflict. After investing such extensive time and effort, to conclude it so hastily would result in significant loss for me." With that, he rose without hesitation, preparing to depart. Left behind, Lin Jiaming murmured to himself, "Zhonghua, where did such a figure emerge from, and with such treasures in tow? It seems I must not underestimate the heroes of this world." For Lin Jiaming, his ambitions had transcended the mere aspiration of attaining the Yuanying stage. He had previously resorted to treachery against his closest ally, his 4th brother, to win the favor of the Lin family's elder. He had witnessed his elder brother succumb to madness as a result of the techniques he had provided, ultimately perishing during the tribulation of the Yuanying stage. His 2nd and 3rd brothers, possessing inferior talents, posed no threat, yet he had contrived opportunities to eliminate them as well. His 5th and 6th sisters, like the other younger siblings, presented no danger to him either. He now stood as the most accomplished practitioner among his peers, the foremost heir to the next clan leader. And his ambitions extended far beyond merely becoming the head of the Lin family. Lin Jiaming believed that the existence of 9 major celestial sects in the cultivation realm was excessive. 1 celestial level sect sufficed, and that would be the Lin family, under his own dominion. The manner in which Lin Jiaming conducts himself is largely attributed to the early demise of his father during his youth. Had it not been for the protection of his grandfather, his ascent would have been arduous. Lacking paternal support, Lin Jiaming had access to far fewer resources than his cousins. Nevertheless, through sheer determination and relentless effort, he not only kept pace with his peers in cultivation, but also distinguished himself among them, emerging as one of the foremost practitioners. His rapid advancement inevitably incited jealousy among his brothers. Although the Lin family is renowned as a lineage of cultivators, it also bears the flaws typical of a secular royal family, characterized by fraternal discord and rivalry that resembles that of competitors rather than brothers. In this environment, only his 4th brother, Lin Jianfeng, maintained a close relationship with him. However, Lin Jianfeng also stood as his fiercest rival. In a fortuitous turn of events, Lin Jianming stumbled upon a cultivation technique suited for the nascent soul stage. Yet, this particular method was not a legitimate one, but rather a technique from the demonic sect. Ingeniously, Lin Jianming facilitated his fourth brother's acquisition of this technique. Once he confirmed that Lin Jianfeng was practicing this forbidden method, Lin Jianming divulged the information to his elder brother. True to form, his elder brother reported the matter to their grandfather, the current patriarch of the Lin family. In a fit of rage, their grandfather expelled Lin Jianfeng from the family. Yet, I remain uneasy about my fourth brother, Lin Jianfeng, who has been expelled from the Lin family. Ultimately, I conspired with the malevolent forces of the demonic sect to deal with him, forcing him to detonate his treasured artifact. The intensity of that explosion is still vividly etched in my memory. I am grateful that I acted decisively. Had I waited until Lin Jianfeng achieved mastery and entered the nascent soul stage, it would have been utterly impossible for me to confront him. Chapter 61. Return to Yun Jianfeng and Yun Jianfeng. Nearly a year has passed since the last calamity struck. Remarkably, rather than succumbing to despair, Yun Jianfeng has flourished even more in the wake of that disaster. Throughout this year, the ongoing conflict between Dazhong at the Hunan border and Tianyuan has prompted many cultivators to hoard treasures essential for cultivation and battle. Every cultivator strives to accumulate valuable items for self-preservation. In light of these circumstances, Yun Jianfeng has allied with the talisman experts of Qingling Mountain, the weapon artisans of Tianduanzong, the alchemists of Dantingmen, and the formation masters of Qianhuashan to introduce a series of convenient weapons tailored for lower-tier cultivators. These weapons are not only sold to Dazhong, but also clandestinely offered to the two factions of the demonic sect, thus profiting from the war. Consequently, in less than a year, Yun Jianfeng has amassed a fortune in spirit stones that would have taken a decade to accumulate previously. Today, Li Feibai is examining three treasures presented by his subordinates, the three treasures of the sky. As the renowned master of the market in Qingyan Prefecture, Li Feibai immediately recognized the immense commercial value contained within the three celestial treasures upon learning of their existence. He was acutely aware of the profound impact these artifacts could have on the world of cultivation. After all, if they could be replicated, there would be no need to journey all the way to Longshan City for procurement. However, the thought of crafting such treasures brought to mind the esteemed Xian Yinjinren, who had visited his Yunjian workshop a year prior. If only this master of artifact refinement were still present, the task of replication would undoubtedly be much simpler. Alas, since the unfortunate incident that befell Yunjian workshop, Xian Yinjinren had not been seen again. According to reports from his subordinates, the day he departed, he had slain a cultivator at the Golden Core stage before vanishing without a trace. Later, when Li Feibai ventured to the site where Xian Yinjinren had engaged in combat, he discovered remnants that bore the hallmarks of a mid-Golden Core cultivator struggle. His subordinates recounted that the confrontation had been brief, with Xian Yinjinren swiftly dispatching his opponent, which instilled a sense of trepidation in Li Feibai. He had initially perceived Xian Yinjinren as merely an ordinary early Golden Core cultivator, unaware of the hidden depths of his strength. Evidently, he harbored sinister intentions. This realization filled Li Feibai with a sense of relief. Had the incident not occurred, Xian Yinjinren might have become the artifact master of his Yunjian workshop. Were he to turn against Li Feibai, the latter would have found it exceedingly difficult to defend himself. Just then, a messenger entered, announcing, "Master, Xian Yinjinren requests an audience." Li Feibai was taken aback upon hearing the name of Xian Yinjinren. Just as he pondered the individual, the presence materialized before him. Could it be that this time the other party truly harbored intentions detrimental to him? Nonetheless, having cultivated to the mid-stage of the Golden Elixir realm, Li Feibai was not one to shy away from confrontation. Thus, he uttered, "Please, allow me to personally welcome you," deciding to adhere to the customary approach of old. This time, however, his approach to the door was markedly different from the last. Previously, he had sought the company of a renowned artifact master, flanked by his senior brother. which had inadvertently lent him an air of superiority typical of established sect cultivators towards solitary practitioners when he faced Lin Jianfeng. This occasion bore no resemblance. He was about to greet an individual capable of swiftly dispatching a mid-stage golden elixir cultivator, and he found himself without any allies, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. As he stepped beyond the threshold, he discovered Lin Jianfeng standing alone outside. Yet, upon observing him now, Li Feibai sensed a palpable change. Lin Jianfeng had regained his pinnacle of the golden elixir stage, and even in quietude, he exuded an unmistakable aura of distinction. This demeanor was reminiscent of the feeling Li Feibai experienced in the presence of his senior brother, LV Tianyang, the esteemed leader of the Baiyun sect. Witnessing this transformation stirred a profound melancholy within Li Feibai. Acknowledging the formidable strength of his counterpart was one matter, yet confronting it in reality evoked an entirely different sentiment. Li Feibai hastened to stand before Lin Jianfeng, bowing deeply in respect. "Ah, Brother Xinyan, your esteemed presence graces my Yun Jianfang, illuminating our humble abode. Pray, why did you not notify me in advance, so that I might adequately prepare for your arrival?" Indeed, Li Feibai humbly referred to himself as a younger brother, a testament to his willingness to set aside pride. Lin Jianfeng, observing Li Feibai's demeanor, understood his character and did not underestimate him. He extended a hand to assist Li Feibai in rising from his bow and replied, "How could I dare, Masterly? Your words are far too kind. The last time such significant upheaval occurred at Yun Jianfang, I was unable to assist due to my injuries, which was indeed my fault. I do not deserve such courtesy from you." Lin Jianfeng spoke with a calm demeanor, attributing his involvement to mere coincidence. With Lin Jianfeng's acknowledgement, Li Feibai became even more courteous. The two exchanged pleasantries at the entrance for quite some time, both displaying utmost politeness. It was only after Li Feibai had ushered Lin Jianfeng into the sitting room and they were comfortably seated that Li Feibai inquired, "What brings you here, dear friend Xinyan?" Lin Jianfeng replied, "I have come for the same purpose as before, to procure items necessary for cultivation. I have visited several markets, yet I still lack certain treasures, which is why I seek your assistance, Master Li." Without hesitation, he listed his requirements: 10 pounds of Tianfang jade essence, a vial of Xian water true essence, a single piece of Rulong wood, 100 pounds of Baizha divine iron, and 1 pound of Qishao divine sand from Qingling Mountain, among others. After Lin Jianfeng reported these items, Li Feibai's eyes widened in astonishment. These treasures were of superior earthly quality and celestial grade, typically utilized in the crafting of nascent infant artifacts. While it is true that some artifact craftsmen might employ a few of these items for golden core level treasures, Lin Jianfeng had listed each one as essential for the creation of artifacts meant for nascent infant practitioners, indicating that he intended to forge something meant for those at the nascent infant stage. The implications were clear. A golden core cultivator utilizing treasures of such caliber was undoubtedly preparing for tribulation. Upon realizing this, Li Feibai's gaze towards Lin Jianfeng shifted, reflecting his surprise. Just under a year ago, he had encountered this individual at the early stage of the golden core realm, and now he was preparing to face the formidable tribulation of the nascent infant stage. This stark contrast nearly unsettled Li Feibai's resolve. Li Feibai inquired, "Brother Xinyan, the items you seek hold considerable value. Some of them are not in my inventory. Perhaps you could first take what I currently have in stock?" "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to fetch them at once. Please bear with me for a moment," replied Li Feibai, summoning his disciple to retrieve the requested items. While waiting, Li Feibai posed a question to Lin Jianfeng. "Brother, there is something I wish to inquire about, if you would be so kind as to enlighten me. Are you, perchance, intending to forge a treasure of the nascent infant with such a plethora of earthly and celestial artifacts?" Though Li Feibai was aware that he should not pry, his curiosity compelled him to ask. After listening, Lin Jianfeng replied, "Indeed, I am intent on forging a treasure of the nascent soul." Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's admission, Li Feibai inquired, "Then, why did you conceal your cultivation when you last visited Yunjian workshop? Was there some ulterior motive?" As soon as he uttered these words, Li Feibai regretted it. Should the other party harbor any ill intentions, he would find himself in peril. However, upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's response, Li Feibai realized that he had been overly suspicious. Nevertheless, another question loomed in his mind. Who exactly was this Xian Yanjinren? He had not heard of any golden core perfected being by that name, leading him to wonder if it was an alias. Yet, feeling cautious, Li Feibai refrained from probing further, choosing instead to conceal his doubts. His current priority was to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Jianfeng. After all, if the latter were to ascend to the nascent soul stage, their social standings would diverge significantly, making any attempts to curry favor futile. Li Feibai instructed his servants to prepare a feast while he engaged Lin Jianfeng in casual conversation about recent happenings in the cultivation world. When he handed over the storage pouch to Li Feibai, he took a moment to inspect its contents, noting that they were incomplete. However, he understood that these items were nearly all that could be gathered from within the workshop. Returning the pouch to Lin Jianfeng, Li Feibai expressed, "My dear fellow, I am quite embarrassed. I had my people scour every corner of Yunjian workshop, yet we have managed to assemble only the celestial square jade essence, the pleated divine iron, and the crimson cloud divine sand. Regrettably, we possess none of the other items you seek. Please have a look." Lin Jianfeng took the storage bag and, after examining its contents, remarked, "It's quite all right. Managing to gather these items is already commendable." Chapter 62. Resuming old pursuits, Lin Jianfeng inquired of Li Feibai, "May I ask, Master Li, how many spirit stones are required for these items?" According to Li Feibai's initial intention, he had no desire to charge spirit stones. However, the value of these items was exceedingly high, distinctly surpassing that of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures akin to fire melting true copper. The quality and quantity of these materials were overwhelmingly superior, and thus their worth was undeniably substantial, even without raising the price. Acquiring them would necessitate over 300 high-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, in the current period, their value was likely to appreciate, potentially yielding a profit exceeding 10% of previous sales. Li Feibai was not in a position to simply give these items away. Consequently, he resolved not to undercharge Lin Jianfeng, candidly stating the original price of 330 high-grade spirit stones. This figure had already rounded down, and for Li Feibai, even this reduction represented a significant loss, especially considering he could have charged more. Thus, upon revealing this price, Li Feibai felt a pang of regret. He lamented not only the spirit stones he would forego, but also worried that Lin Jianfeng might remain unaware of the current market value of these items, potentially leading him to express ingratitude or criticize Li Feibai for his inability to foster friendships or offer a discount. After all, in this world, avarice was rampant, and self-serving individuals were even more prevalent. However, Li Feibai was overly concerned. Lin Jianfeng was well aware of the current market value of such items and recognized that Li Feibai had indeed offered him a substantial discount. Nevertheless, regardless of the extent of this concession, Lin Jianfeng found himself lacking the spiritual stones necessary for payment. After all, having recently emerged from seclusion, he possessed but a meager supply of spiritual stones. Yet, Lin Jianfeng had his own means. He produced an object of peculiar appearance, one that Li Feibai did not recognize. Observing Li Feibai's bewilderment, Lin Jianfeng extended the item towards him, saying, "This is a weapon known as a pistol. You may liken it to a repeating crossbow, albeit possessing greater power and far more convenient to wield." Li Feibai took hold of the pistol and examined it closely. Had Zhang Hua been present, he would have readily identified it as a revolver. Although it was Li Feibai's first encounter with such a firearm, he instinctively grasped the handle, aimed the muzzle towards the distance, and pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed, and a hole appeared in the wall Lin Jianfeng had targeted. With Li Feibai's golden core stage consciousness, he was astonished to find himself unable to keep pace with the bullet's speed. It was then that he comprehended the formidable nature of this weapon. While its power might not be sufficient to harm a golden core cultivator, its velocity could indeed catch one off guard. An enhancement in power would render it even more formidable. Holding the pistol, Li Feibai inquired of Lin Jianfeng. My dear Xianyan, this treasure is commendable, but its inability to inflict damage upon golden core cultivators diminishes its value considerably. Lin Jianfeng remarked, Of course I am aware, but masterly. What are your thoughts on using this treasure against Foundation establishment stage cultivators? Li Feibai pondered for a moment, recalling the speed of the bullet he had just witnessed, and replied, If it is to confront cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, it would undoubtedly be effective. Precisely, Lin Jianfeng responded casually. This handgun is specifically designed for dealing with Foundation establishment stage practitioners. For confronting golden core stage cultivators, however, I possess other means, the worth of which you are surely cognizant. Having thought this through, Lin Jianfeng commenced the crafting of the handgun. In truth, the process of forging a handgun was rather straightforward. While its efficacy against ordinary individuals was substantial, it paled in comparison when facing cultivators. Thus, Lin Jianfeng undertook modifications. He inscribed several formations upon the handgun to enhance the bullet's velocity, and similarly engraved armor-piercing formations on the bullets themselves. There existed a multitude of materials to choose from, and as a result, Lin Jianfeng successfully forged several revolvers. The choice to manufacture revolvers was due to their fewer components, making them easier to create. He also crafted some other types of firearms, yet these were reserved solely for his own people, as Lin Jianfeng was not inclined to expose anything that could pose a threat to him. While Li Feibai may not grasp this intricacy, the handgun itself undoubtedly held significant market value, for many lower-tier cultivators required protective artifacts for their survival. Li Feibai inquired of Lin Jianfeng, I am indeed capable of acquiring and selling handguns, yet I am uncertain how many you possess. With a wave of his hand, Lin Jianfeng revealed over 100 handguns scattered across the ground. He then addressed Li Feibai, I shall forge additional ones in due course. For now, consider these as a deposit for the treasures previously mentioned. I will be residing at the Juxian building for the next few days. Should you have any matters to discuss, feel free to send someone to find me. Afterward, Lin Jianfeng stored his belongings in a spatial pouch and was about to take his leave when he suddenly noticed the 3 treasures atop the table. He found them somewhat familiar, not because he had encountered the Santian Sanbao before, but rather due to their distinctive appearance. Curiously, he asked, Li Fangzhu, may I inquire as to what these 3 items are? At that moment, Li Feibai's attention was fixated on the handguns on the ground. Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's question, he rose and replied, I was just about to consult you, esteemed Xinyan. These treasures are known as the Santian Sanbao, recently offered for sale by the Longshan sect, specifically intended for alchemical purposes. The Liangzhou Biao serves to measure the time required for alchemy. The Tian Ping is utilized to assess the quantity of medicinal herbs, and the Liang Wenjun measures the temperature within the alchemical furnace. I was hoping you could assist in uncovering the methods of crafting these treasures. Should you succeed, you need not provide the remaining spirit stones. Lin Jianfeng gazed upon the towering treasures and immediately discerned their origin as the handiwork of Zhang Hua. He picked up the chronometer, resembling a pocket watch, adorned with a dial marked from 1 to 12, indicating the hours, accompanied by minute and second hands. Additionally, there was a button that, when pressed, activated the millisecond dial, an embodiment of a conventional timer, employing Earth's timekeeping method without any conversion. In truth, when measured by the standards of the cultivation realm, this device could not be deemed a proper timepiece, for time in the world of cultivation does not adhere to the 24-hour day. If calculated by the hour, a single day approximates closer to 26 hours. Nevertheless, for the purpose of alchemy, this clock sufficed. Zhang Hua was not lacking in intelligence and had made slight adjustments to ensure correspondence with the temporal flow of this world. With each minute comprising 65 seconds instead of the conventional 60, Lin Jianfeng briefly examined the methods of crafting these items and understood how to replicate them, even possessing the capacity for enhancement. However, he resolved not to assist Li Feibai, as these creations belonged to Zhang Hua. Yet, Li Feibai's remarks inadvertently revealed Zhang Hua's whereabouts, which Lin Jianfeng had long sought. Despite his desire to locate Zhang Hua, he had been thwarted by a lack of information. Nonetheless, Lin Jianfeng did not intend to pursue Zhang Hua immediately, as he faced the impending tribulation of his nascent soul. His primary focus remained on overcoming this critical juncture. In truth, had Lin Jianfeng sought out Zhang Hua, he would have been spared the worry of acquiring spirit stones. Unbeknownst to Lin Jianfeng, Zhang Hua had amassed considerable wealth and could easily afford to procure the materials necessary for crafting magical artifacts. After casually deflecting Li Feibai's inquiries, Lin Jianfeng made his way to his residence. This time, he was staying at the Zhuxian building, which was now overseen by a different individual, as it was rumored that Yin Ming had perished during the recent attack. Lin Jianfeng had been assigned to the most prestigious courtyard of the Zhuxian building, the very one previously occupied by Song Long, for his current strength commanded respect wherever he went. Soon, two individuals approached Lin Jianfeng, initially bowing in deference. Su Dongyuan then spoke, "Master, we have successfully sold those items, and here are the spirit stones from the sales for your review." With that, Su Dongyuan presented a pouch filled with spirit stones. Upon inspection, Lin Jianfeng noted a mixture of superior and medium-grade spirit stones, totaling less than 100 superior-grade stones. These had been procured as Lin Jianfeng had prepared several treasures and elixirs for Su Dongyuan and his companion to sell. The substantial number of spirit stones acquired was largely due to the recent unrest in Hangzhou, which had driven prices upward. After putting away the spirit stones, Lin Jianfeng remarked, "Thank you for your hard work. Please take these elixirs for your own use." He then retrieved some elixirs from his storage bag and distributed them to the two men. Su Dongyuan and Qiu Jinping exchanged a glance, unable to conceal the joy swelling within their hearts. Indeed, ever since they had begun their training under Lin Jianfeng, their progress had undergone a tremendous transformation. This remarkable advancement was attributed not only to Lin Jianfeng's guidance, but also to a special elixir. This elixir, known as the Tai Xian Pure Blood Pill, was a unique concoction crafted by Lin Jianfeng himself, offering immense benefits to cultivators during their training. The two often mused that if Lin Jianfeng were to sell this elixir publicly, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune. Chapter 63. The arms dealer Lin Jianfeng was well aware of the efficacy of his elixir, yet the process of crafting such a spiritual pill was no simple task. Though the spiritual herbs utilized were not exceedingly rare, the refinement process was intricate, resulting in a low yield of finished products. At this juncture, Lin Jianfeng found himself contemplating Zhang Hua, who had been diligently developing techniques to expel the malevolent blood from within the body, a skill that Lin Jianfeng currently deemed essential. One of the properties of the Tai Xian Pure Blood Pill was its ability to remove evil blood from the human body, thereby enhancing the consumer's natural aptitude. This effect was precisely what allowed Su Dongyuan and Qiu Jinping to perceive a marked acceleration in their cultivation. Thus, by employing this elixir, Lin Jianfeng could attract a cadre of cultivators who initially possessed modest potential, turning them into loyal followers. However, such a precious elixir would not be sold openly. Its value was too significant for mere commerce, serving instead as a means to win hearts and minds. Through the use of this spiritual pill, along with the magical artifacts he had crafted, Lin Jianfeng successfully gathered a group of cultivators around him, forming an organization he named the Taishan Sect. Lin Jianfeng declared himself the leader of the Taishan Sect, yet this sect diverged from the typical cultivation sects, exhibiting a remarkable degree of organization and discipline. Each member was assigned specific duties, resembling a corporate structure, primarily intended to prepare for the confrontation with Lin Jianming. To confront Lin Jianming, Lin Jianfeng recognized that the first step was to attain the Yuaning realm. After all, merely relying on his perfected golden core stage left him unqualified to stand before Lin Jianming. After entrusting the Tai Xian Pure Blood Pill to Su Dongyuan and Qiu Jinping, Lin Jianfeng shared his subsequent plans with them before sending them away from Yun Jianfang to fulfill their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Jianfeng awaited the arrival of Li Feibai, who was expected to seek his assistance. During their transaction, Lin Jianfeng deliberately withheld additional bullets from Li Feibai. The crafting methods of those bullets were intentionally encrypted by Lin Jianfeng, making it exceedingly difficult for others to replicate. Even if imitation were attempted, the results would likely be subpar, thus establishing a significant source of income for Lin Jianfeng in the future. As Li Feibai employed the pistol multiple times, he increasingly recognized the weapon's formidable nature. Remarkably, this armament could also prove effective in the hands of ordinary mortals. Li Feibai reflected on the recent emergence of the heavenly treasures, which enabled lower-tier cultivators to refine pills more effectively, and now, the advent of the pistol seemed to bridge the gap in strength between lower and higher-tier cultivators. Was the world on the brink of a monumental transformation? However, now that the pistols were devoid of ammunition, they bore little more value than scrap metal, significantly diminishing their worth. However, Li Feibai was acutely aware that even though the value of the handgun had diminished, he had not incurred significant losses. Furthermore, he had no intention of selling such an item. He had come to realize that Lin Jianfeng was likely not a novice in the trade of such goods within the marketplace. Yet, the current absence of handguns in the market indicated that those who had acquired them had surrendered these items for use within their sections. Naturally, Li Feibai would not relinquish such a potent weapon. At present, he understood that if he desired ammunition, he must approach Lin Jianfeng directly. Although he had contemplated the possibility of replicating the bullets, his recent experiment revealed that he could not discern their unique qualities through his spiritual awareness. Additionally, there were certain powdered substances within the bullets that were entirely unfamiliar to him, suggesting that Lin Jianfeng had undoubtedly employed some secret techniques in their fabrication. If he were to attempt replication without caution, the outcome might not be as advantageous as purchasing directly from Lin Jianfeng. The immediate priority was to procure a sufficient supply of ammunition from Lin Jianfeng for contingency purposes, while the decision to replicate in the future would depend on the internal circumstances of the sect. Thus, Li Feibai personally visited Lin Jianfeng. Upon arriving at Jushin Tower, he was escorted by the innkeeper to the entrance of Lin Jianfeng's courtyard, where he instructed the innkeeper to deliver a formal greeting card, seeking an audience with Lin Jianfeng. Upon receiving Li Feibai's card, Lin Jianfeng found it amusing, noting the excessive formality exhibited by Li Feibai. Nevertheless, he did not neglect the matter. Instead, he personally rose and exited the courtyard to welcome Li Feibai. After all, Li Feibai held the esteemed position of the external affairs elder of the Baiyun sect and was also the master of Yunjianfeng in the grand scheme of the cultivation world. His status was comparable to that of the leaders of other general Xian-level sects, thus not insignificant. Hence, Lin Jianfeng would not presume too much, especially considering he had yet to reach the nascent soul realm. He invited Li Feibai into the courtyard, which was considerably larger than the one he had first occupied at the Jushin building. The courtyard featured rockeries, corridors, and a rather elegant pavilion, where Lin Jianfeng invited Li Feibai to sit. Lin Jianfeng then inquired, "Master Li, what brings you here on this occasion?" Li Feibai observed Lin Jianfeng's feigned ignorance, feeling a flicker of irritation. Nevertheless, he maintained a cordial demeanor as he replied, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to pay my respects to you, my friend. Additionally, there is a small matter for which I require your assistance." Lin Jianfeng responded, "Oh, what matter necessitates your personal visit, Master Li?" "It concerns the purchase of some pistol ammunition from you. I wonder what the price for such ammunition might be," Li Feibai stated, fixing his gaze on Lin Jianfeng, barely managing to suppress his rising frustration. In truth, Li Feibai had contemplated that although Lin Jianfeng had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, he could not contend with him directly. However, he had the backing of his sect. Within the sect, there were numerous experts at the Golden Core Great Perfection level. Without delving too deeply, the sect leader and several esteemed elders alone amounted to 3 or 5 such individuals. Even if Lin Jianfeng were to ascend to the nascent soul realm, the sect had ancestral figures of that caliber stationed within, making them not overly fearful of Lin Jianfeng. Naturally, Li Feibai dared not express his thoughts openly. After all, the Baiyun sect was not intimidated by a soon-to-be, tribulation-transcending Golden Core cultivator. However, Yun Jianfang was a different story. If Lin Jianfeng truly intended to stir trouble within Yun Jianfang, the consequences could surpass the previous attack's devastation. Last time, He had been prepared, yet even so, many cultivators had perished. Not to mention, the former proprietor of the Jushian Tower had lost his life in that assault. Lin Jianfeng sensed Li Feibai's ire, albeit suppressed to the best of his ability. Recognizing this, Lin Jianfeng decided against further jesting. He spoke plainly. As for the bullets, I shall indeed sell them to you, Master Li. However, given that these are consumables capable of bringing even Foundation establishment cultivators to their demise, and considering their ease of use, suitable not only for low-level cultivators, but even for mortals, I believe it reasonable to price them slightly higher than standard talismans. Hearing Lin Jianfeng's willingness to sell, Li Feibai achieved his objective. Yet, when informed that the price would exceed that of ordinary talismans, he was already prepared for this eventuality. Thus, he inquired directly, "What exactly is the asking price? Please feel free to state it." Lin Jianfeng chose not to be evasive, stating plainly, "We are familiar acquaintances, and the prices you offered earlier were quite generous. Therefore, I shall not demand much. How about this? For each bullet, I propose a price of 5 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think of this valuation, Master Li?" The quotation from Lin Jianfeng truly unsettled Li Feibai for quite some time. Although the value is not particularly high, considering that the prices for spirit talismans employed by foundational stage cultivators in the current market are quite similar, the distinction lies in the duration of their effectiveness. Most of these talismans, aside from a few offensive ones, maintain their efficacy for a considerable time after use. In contrast, bullets, once fired, are effectively rendered void. Thus, in this regard, bullets are indeed slightly more costly. Nevertheless, this value aligns closely with Li Feibai's expectations, and in his eyes, these bullets are worth the spirit stones. After a moment of hesitation, Li Feibai stated, "Very well, Xin Yan, you are quite straightforward. Let it be 5 bullets for 1 spirit stone. May I inquire how many bullets you currently possess?" Lin Jianfeng replied, "Today, I am providing you with a total of 112 handguns, each valued at 150 medium-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, I shall ensure that you receive a total of 200 handguns. As for the remaining 30 superior-grade spirit stones, I propose to offset that with bullets. Does that sound acceptable?" Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's proposition, Li Feibai calculated swiftly. 30 superior-grade spirit stones equate to 300,000 inferior-grade spirit stones, and with each bullet valued at 5 inferior-grade spirit stones. This implies that Lin Jianfeng is prepared to furnish him with 60,000 bullets. The sheer volume startled Li Feibai. This revelation led him to ponder whether Lin Jianfeng possessed some unique method for crafting bullets. Otherwise, manufacturing such a vast quantity would require an extensive amount of time. Moreover, the bullets offered by Lin Jianfeng were of the conventional type used on Earth, utilizing explosives, which certainly simplifies the crafting process. The true challenge lies in the formulation of explosives. As for the specially processed bullets, Lin Jianfeng possesses those as well, but naturally, these are reserved for his personal use. In Chapter 64, The Eye of Heaven, Lin Jianfeng lingered in Yunjianfang for 3 additional days, each day dedicated to the crafting of handguns and other treasures. Once Qiu Zhengping delivered the subsequent ammunition, Lin Jianfeng entrusted the handguns and bullets to Li Feibai before bidding farewell and departing from Yunjianfang. Lin Jianfeng still had several rare materials yet to gather, and this time he intended to venture to other markets in search of fortune. Unexpectedly for Zhonghua, after envisioning the 3 majestic treasures, he discovered something peculiar. Particles of light from the surrounding spiritual energy began to merge into the 3 treasures he had visualized, resulting in their swift materialization. Remarkably, their solidity surpassed that of the sword pellet he initially envisioned. By integrating these 3 treasures of consciousness into his spirit, Zhonghua distinctly sensed a gradual strengthening of his soul. Driven by curiosity, he immersed his spirit into these 3 treasures and realized that their rapid formation was enhanced by a force known as the power of belief. This power of belief, akin to the ethereal essence of incense or virtue, is indeed perceivable in this realm of cultivation, with both the Buddhist and demonic sects having methods to harness its potential. The emergence of this formidable power of belief can be attributed to certain cultivators who, after utilizing their self-invented treasures of the towering heavens, reaped significant benefits. This engendered a sense of gratitude towards the treasures among these practitioners, and gradually, the collective willpower of the multitude coalesced into this energy, known as the power of belief. Notably, this belief is directed towards the treasures of the towering heavens rather than towards Zhonghua. Once Zhonghua envisioned these treasures, the power of belief finally found a tangible entity to attach itself to, thus converging here. Furthermore, as the treasures of the towering heavens have been predominantly sold in Longshan City, the density of belief power accumulated here is remarkable, enabling swift convergence. The augmentation of belief power that Zhonghua presently experiences has also significantly enhanced his spiritual essence. This revelation allowed Zhonghua to discern the reason for the accelerated pace of his recent cultivation. As the treasures of the towering heavens rapidly took form, Zhonghua conceptualized yet another creation, or alchemical furnace, capable of accommodating the treasures of the towering heavens, thereby integrating them. Upon envisioning this furnace, Zhonghua placed the now-formed treasures atop it. Instantly, a radiant brilliance erupted within his consciousness, causing his head to emanate light, startling Zhonghua himself. However, this phenomenon proved fortuitous. Following the formation of this artifact, Zhonghua distinctly sensed a significant advancement in his spiritual essence, bringing him perilously close to the spiritual essence of a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Seizing the opportunity presented by the current auspicious winds, Zhonghua undertook a profound introspection of his entire being, rectifying the deficiencies that had lingered in his cultivation over time. Upon completing this introspection, he was suddenly struck by an extraordinary sensation. He felt distinctly altered from his former self. Remarkably, with his eyes closed, Zhonghua discovered he could perceive every detail within the confines of the secluded chamber where he meditated. This newfound clarity was unlike the vague outlines he typically discerned through his spiritual awareness, which resembled the imagery produced by thermal imaging or ultrasonic visualization, insufficient for a true understanding of his surroundings. Now, however, even with his eyes shut, he could see the entirety of his environment with a clarity that surpassed mere sight. For instance, he could observe the intricate formations of the array surrounding him, witnessing the flow of spiritual energy within it. Astonishingly, he even identified the areas where the energy was feeble. Curious, Zhonghua gently probed one of these weak points with a modicum of force, and the array instantaneously collapsed. In that fleeting moment, he was startled to realize he could also see the pathways of energy coursing through his own meridians. Alarmed by this revelation, Zhonghua opened his eyes and gazed at his hand, which appeared unremarkable to the naked eye. The surroundings had returned to their ordinary state. The array still lay there, albeit in ruin. He conducted numerous experiments, only to find that he could not consistently access that extraordinary state. Determined to understand this phenomenon, Zhonghua ventured outside to seek the counsel of Wu Changxing, inquiring if he had ever encountered a similar experience or if there were any explanations for this remarkable occurrence. Subsequently, according to Wu Changxing, this phenomenon can be likened to the opening of the heavenly eye within the Taoist tradition or the divine eye in Buddhism. However, Wu Changxing himself had not delved deeply into this subject, leaving him somewhat unclear about the specifics. After listening to Wu Changxing's exposition, Zhonghua began to gather information regarding the opening of the heavenly eye. Upon compiling the accessible materials, he ultimately unearthed a more fitting explanation from his recollection of the 6 penetrations in both Taoism and Buddhism. The so-called 6 penetrations in Buddhism include the divine eye, divine ear, the ability to understand the minds of others, knowledge of past lives, the ability to traverse great distances, and the attainment of liberation from defilements. In contrast, the 6 penetrations in Taoism consist of vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness. In Zhonghua's context, the Buddhist interpretation equates to the divine eye, while the Taoist view corresponds to vision, often referred to colloquially as the opening of the heavenly eye. However, The ability to open this eye is not uniformly attainable by all practitioners. Rather, the level of mastery varies among individuals. If we are to elaborate, employing one's spiritual consciousness to introspect and observe the surrounding environment is also a manifestation of the divine eye. Nevertheless, it is said that certain individuals possess the capacity to utilize the divine eye to gaze into the heavens or delve into the underworld. For instance, in Chinese mythology, Yang Jian's divine eye can discern the transformations of Sun Wukong and even wield supernatural powers in combat. This brings us to the necessity of discussing the detailed elucidation of the divine eye within Buddhism, which categorizes it into 5 distinct types: the physical eye, the divine eye, the wisdom eye, the Dharma eye, and the Buddha eye. In the case of Zhonghua, he currently resides within the realm of the 5 eyes of Buddhism, specifically the insightful eye, which is a level surpassing the ordinary heavenly eye. Achieving such a state is rare even among the practitioners of Buddhism in the realm of cultivation. This condition arises from Zhonghua's spirit having reached a certain pinnacle, further enhanced by the power of faith, enabling him to make significant strides in this aspect. Zhonghua resolved to master this extraordinary ability, akin to an external enhancement. The more he could command it, the better. In the following month, Zhonghua diligently employed his heavenly eye, achieving a success rate of 50%. During this time, Wu Changxing had to contend with a constant stream of customers seeking the celestial treasures, including prominent figures from various regional and even celestial sections. This inundation kept Wu Changxing exceedingly occupied. To safeguard the refining methods of the celestial treasures from being illicitly acquired, he and Zhonghua devised encrypted formation symbols and altered the refining materials. Several of these materials were composed of alloys, which, under the circumstances of the cultivation realm, are challenging to analyze directly. Consequently, there are currently no counterfeit celestial treasures on the market. However, this has resulted in a drawback. The production of celestial treasures is not high. Due to his distrust of outsiders, Wu Changxing refrained from enlisting the help of external artisans, thus hindering the increase in production. For some minor sects, it is manageable, yet Wu Changxing remains notably resolute. However, when it involves procuring from sects of a higher echelon, particularly those of the earth level and above, he does not dare to be negligent. On this day, having just seen off several elders from an earth-level sect, a figure entered the sanctum of celestial heights. This individual was robustly built, with a nose reminiscent of a drunken man and a face marked with pockmarks, resembling the skin of an orange. Clad in a long black robe, he bore a gourd of wine at his waist. Upon spotting Wu Changxing, he approached with a smile and greeted him. "Marshal Dao, friend, it has been a while. How have you been?" The reason for his audacity was the wild crimson essence emanating from him, nearly coalescing into a tangible form, revealing his mastery at the peak of the golden core stage. Zhuo Jinqing chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion of titles. "What elder? You are being overly formal, Marshal Dao, friend." Although Wu Changxing felt a surge of frustration, he dared not display it. It is worth noting that Wu Changxing himself was also on the cusp of the golden core perfection. However, aware of the disparity in their strengths, he understood that he could not gain the upper hand against Zhuo Jinqing, who consistently exerted his dominance. Yet, upon reflection, Wu Changxing quickly deduced the purpose of this visitor's arrival. It was undoubtedly to seek the treasures of the sanctum. Chapter 65. Crossing the tribulation, gazing intently at Zhuo Jinqing. Wu Changxing's eyes were sharp, yet Zhuo appeared unfazed, maintaining his composure. Wu Changxing, his voice tinged with a hint of frost, inquired, "Elder Zhuo, it is rare for you to visit. If there is a matter at hand, I would appreciate it if you could speak candidly." Zhuo Jinqing chuckled and addressed Wu Changxing. "Elder Wu, are you truly expecting me to speak in such a manner? Is this the hospitality of your Longshan sect?" Reluctantly, Wu Changxing summoned Qin Xinghe to prepare a banquet at Dinglong residence, specifically arranging the table in the very room where he had once dined with Zhonghua. After escorting Zhuo Jinqing to Dinglong residence, Wu Changxing dismissed the attendants, leaving only Zhuo Jinqing and himself in the room. He then inquired, "Well, can we speak now?" Sipping his wine, Zhuo Jinqing exclaimed with delight, "What a fine wine! I was dispatched down the mountain by my master brother in haste, and I didn't even have a chance to savor a single drop along the way. My friend, let us not rush. Allow me to indulge in a few more cups before we discuss other matters." Wu Changsheng was quite vexed, yet he refrained from expressing his frustration. This was not only due to Zui Jincheng's status as a consummate golden core cultivator, but also because he hailed from the 100 Refinements sect. Although the 100 Refinements sect was classified as a terrestrial-grade sect, it was seldom regarded as such. In fact, within the realm of cultivation, it had long been treated as a celestial-grade sect. While they may lack proficiency in various areas, their mastery in artifact forging undoubtedly crowned them as the foremost authority in the cultivation world. Furthermore, it was rumored that the 100 Refinements sect possessed more than one Yuanying stage expert. Given this, the sect could indeed be classified as a celestial-grade sect. However, it remained terrestrial-grade, possibly due to its reluctance or the suppression from other celestial-grade sections. Yet, none dared to underestimate the Balian sect, which is why the royal Lin family would allow Lin Jianfeng, a scion of their lineage, to cultivate within its ranks. Moreover, various celestial-level sects would periodically send their disciples to the Balian sect for training. The Balian sect, in turn, showed no reluctance in sharing its knowledge. As long as one possessed the talent for weapon forging, they were welcome to learn, regardless of their sect or affiliation. Once a cultivator in the realm of the cultivation world was recognized as a master craftsman, they could apply to become a guest elder or even a senior elder of the Balian sect. This openness contributed to the Balian sect's esteemed position as the foremost sect for weapon forging in the cultivation realm, a title it has upheld for nearly 10 millennia. Thus, Wu Changsheng harbored a deep apprehension towards Zui Jincheng, fearing that if Zui Jincheng deciphered the secrets of crafting the celestial treasures, the coveted knowledge would be seized by the Balian sect. After indulging in a few bowls of wine, Zui Jincheng exhaled deeply and said, "Friend Wu, rest assured. My purpose in coming here is not to covet your celestial treasures. I have come to seek the one who can forge them." Wu Changsheng felt a sense of relief upon hearing that Zui Jincheng was not there for the treasures, but his heart sank again upon realizing that Zui Jincheng was there for Zhanghua. Wu Changsheng responded, "Elder Zui, you have arrived too late. The one capable of forging the celestial treasures has already departed from Longshan City." Zui Jincheng smiled lightly and said, "Elder Wu, there is no need to weave such fabrications before me. I have already conducted my investigation and discovered that this individual is named Zhanghua, currently residing within Longshan City and has not yet departed. I do not ask for much. All I require is your assistance in facilitating an introduction. As for the price, I can assure you that I will not disclose the method for refining the 3 heavenly treasures for a span of 50 years. How does that bargain strike you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Changsheng felt a chill of despair wash over him. It seemed that the Balian sect had indeed mastered the technique for refining the 3 heavenly treasures. However, a flicker of hope remained in Wu Changsheng's heart, as he speculated that Zui Jincheng might merely be attempting to deceive him. It was not until Zui Jincheng produced an object resembling the 3 heavenly treasures that Wu Changsheng's despair became absolute. The item Zui Jincheng unveiled, though slightly different from the version crafted by the Longshan sect, was composed of distinct materials. Nevertheless, its efficacy remained unchanged, serving as a complete substitute for the 3 heavenly treasures. This revelation underscored the profound foundation of the Balian sect. Whatever magical artifact fell into their hands, even if it could not be replicated exactly, an alternative could invariably be devised. With no other recourse, Wu Changsheng could only respond, "That is insufficient. I also require that the Balian sect refrain from selling the 3 heavenly treasures for the next 50 years. Zui Jincheng, upon hearing this, merely nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, that is not an issue. Now, all that remains is for you to take me to meet this Zhanghua." Upon hearing this, Zui Jincheng furrowed his brow, as he had other pressing matters to attend to, leaving him with limited time to wait. If Zhanghua were to enter seclusion for several years, he could hardly afford such a delay. However, according to the customs of the cultivation world, one must not recklessly disturb those in seclusion. If Zhuo Jinsheng were to intrude upon Zhang Hua at this moment, it might jeopardize the very matters he hoped to negotiate. Just then, a sudden loud crash echoed, and Wu Changsheng, after processing the sound, inwardly cursed, feeling as though one wave had yet to recede before another arose. He and Zhuo Jinsheng exited Dinglong residence, where they encountered Chen Xinghe, who was hurrying over. Wu Changsheng inquired, "What has transpired?" Chen Xinghe paused to catch his breath before responding, "Master, the secluded chamber of Zhang Hua, our esteemed Uncle Zhang, has been engulfed in flashes of thunder. It seems that Uncle Zhang is commencing his tribulation to attain the golden core. Ever since Zhang Hua became an honorary guest of the Longshan sect, Chen Xinghe had taken to addressing him as Uncle Zhang." Upon hearing this, Wu Changsheng grew anxious. It was indeed no surprise that Zhang Hua was undergoing tribulation, as Wu Changsheng had recognized his potential for golden core attainment upon their first meeting. However, the fact that Zhang Hua was attempting his tribulation directly within his chamber was entirely unexpected. Wu Changsheng was now deeply concerned for Zhang Hua's safety. Should anything happen to him, all of Wu Changsheng's prior investments would be rendered futile. To make matters worse, the calamity clouds that had been forming slowly began to coalesce at an alarming rate, seemingly responding to Zhang Hua's presence. However, due to Zhang Hua's curiosity about the origins and processes of the tribulation, he fully mobilized his true energy to his celestial eye, causing the tribulation to believe that he was prepared to undergo the trial. Consequently, it descended upon him without hesitation. Unprepared, Zhang Hua was struck by the first bolt of lightning, and fortunately, the tranquil chamber provided some protection. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Hua retrieved the array plate he had previously crafted, unfurling it to reveal a protective formation. Yet, he was aware that this formation was not particularly robust, so he did not expect it to shield him for an extended duration. After setting up the formation, he took out his flying sword, a creation of Lin Jianfeng. Although it was merely of low-grade Xian level, it was the finest treasure Zhang Hua had at his disposal at that moment. He could only hope that this flying sword, forged by Lin Jianfeng, possessed sufficient strength to withstand the impending tribulation. Nevertheless, even in such a dire situation, Zhang Hua did not forget to utilize his celestial eye to observe the tribulation. Through this scrutiny, he gained insights into the nature of the tribulation. While most cultivators focus on how to endure it, Zhang Hua was more intrigued by how it was generated and how it facilitated the advancement of cultivators. Through keen observation, Zhang Hua discerned that within the tempest of thunder, there existed certain natural formations of array symbols. These symbols constituted a variety of distinct formations. Some drew upon the surrounding spiritual energy, while others transformed this energy into the formidable force of lightning. Certain formations even manifested the powers of the 5 elements, which gradually permeated the body of the one undergoing tribulation after the descent of the thunderstorm, facilitating a swifter conversion of their true qi into true essence. However, despite Zhang Hua's insightful observations, he found himself powerless to influence these phenomena and could only rely on the experiences of his predecessors to withstand the thunderous tribulation. At that moment, the second tier of the thunderstorm descended. Chapter 66. The attainment of the golden elixir as the second wave of thunder descended. Zhang Hua met it head-on with his flying sword. The thunder erupted with a brilliant explosion, and in the wake of the blinding light, Zhang Hua felt a tumultuous surge of blood and energy within him. Following this encounter, the flying sword became severed from Zhang Hua's connection, seemingly rendered useless, if not utterly destroyed. This revelation struck fear into Zhang Hua's heart. The tribulations of the golden elixir stage consisted of 4 phases, and he was only at the second. With his sole-capable artifact now out of commission, he faced the daunting prospect of confronting the remaining tribulations with only his frail physical form against the wrathful thunder. Would his delicate being not be utterly ravaged in such a tempest? Nonetheless, Zhang Hua recognized that lamentation was futile at this juncture. He summoned every ounce of true qi within him to its utmost potential. Indeed, Zhang Hua's reservoir of true qi was remarkable. far exceeding that of an average individual at the perfected foundation establishment stage, for he had long since opened all 14 meridians within his body. Thus, the total amount of vital energy within Zhang Hua was approximately double that of others at the foundation establishment stage. If this were to be disclosed, few would believe it. As he channeled all his vital energy to its utmost limit, the third bolt of thunder descended once more. Zhang Hua concentrated the vital energy in his hands to confront the lightning. With a thunderous boom, even louder than before, he was struck down to the ruins below. Although he survived, he lay incapacitated, unable to move. At that moment, the fourth bolt of thunder began to gather, and Zhang Hua found himself powerless to act. His vital energy nearly depleted from the previous strike. The final tribulation was poised to descend. What could he do? Suddenly, he recalled a treasured artifact he had yet to utilize, the celestial furnace, composed of the three treasures, which he had been nurturing within his soul. Zhang Hua named this artifact the celestial furnace. He retrieved the furnace from within his soul and directed it towards the impending lightning tribulation. In an instant, the celestial furnace, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, met the impending tribulation. A dazzling display of seven-colored brilliance erupted, culminating in a blinding white light. The celestial furnace had absorbed not only the fourth bolt of thunder, but also the lingering clouds of tribulation. This outcome was entirely unexpected for Zhang Hua. He had never anticipated that his treasure possessed such capabilities. Had he known earlier, he would have summoned the celestial furnace long before. However, others were unaware of Zhang Hua's current predicament, particularly Wu Changxing and Zhuo Jinsheng. The two had just arrived near the site of Zhang Hua's tribulation. Observing that the thunderstorm of tribulation had ceased, Wu Changxing approached the fallen Zhang Hua amidst the ruins, retrieving a spiritual elixir from his possession and administering it to him. Upon seeing Wu Changxing at his side, Zhang Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him before succumbing to unconsciousness. Initially, Wu Changxing experienced a surge of anxiety at Zhang Hua's fainting, but soon sensed the internal transformation of Zhang Hua's vital energy into true essence. Realizing that he had successfully navigated the Golden Core tribulation, which allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. The location of Zhang Hua's tribulation was within the most esteemed retreat for cultivation in Longshan City, a sanctuary designed to concentrate spiritual energy. To prevent the depletion of this energy due to excessive practitioners gathering, such sanctuaries were constructed sparingly. This arrangement also shielded Zhang Hua's tribulation from disturbing others, nonetheless. Some cultivators were still affected. Among them were several adept practitioners at the Golden Core stage. Initially, these experts intended to investigate the situation, primarily because Zhang Hua's tribulation had compelled nearby individuals to either exit their meditative states prematurely or resulted in failed alchemical endeavors. Consequently, some were preparing to confront Zhang Hua for an explanation. Wu Changxing discerned the intentions of those surrounding him. He instructed the other Golden Core masters from the Longshan sect to safeguard Zhang Hua before addressing the assembly. Esteemed friends, he began, this incident has transpired unexpectedly, interrupting your tranquil cultivation. I, Wu Changxing, extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Longshan sect. Should any of you suffer losses due to this event, rest assured that our sect shall take full responsibility. Even for those who have not incurred any losses, we shall offer compensation. I humbly request that you grant the Longshan sect this favor and disperse for now. Among the onlookers, a few had initially harbored intentions of protest. However, upon noticing Wu Changxing's presence, they understood that he was not to be trifled with, especially given his recent prominence. Weighing their options, they ultimately chose to withdraw. Wu Changxing exhaled in relief, secretly thankful for the notable rise in his reputation. It was important to note that Longshan City currently lacked a city lord, being managed instead by 3 rotating elders. Coincidentally, Zhang Hua had arrived during his watch, and he seized this opportunity to elevate his standing within the Longshan sect. His popularity surged, and he held prospects of being appointed as the city lord. Should he attain this position, his status would transform remarkably. As Longshan City serves as the primary economic pillar of the Longshan sect, Becoming its lord would signify his ascension to the foremost position beneath the sect's patriarch. At that juncture, his identity and standing would be fundamentally altered. Without delving into other matters, it is worth noting that even when confronted with Zhuo Jincheng, one would not be so passive. This is precisely why Wu Changsheng holds Zhang Hua in such high regard. After all, the remarkable progress he has made is significantly attributable to Zhang Hua's invaluable contributions. At this moment, Zhang Hua finds himself in a state of profound contemplation, having devoted his entire consciousness to the towering furnace within his soul. Within this furnace, he observes the thunder tribulations being gradually absorbed. In this state, Zhang Hua diligently seeks to understand the essence of the thunder tribulations and the reasons behind their manifestation. Through the perception granted by his celestial eye, he discerns that the thunder tribulations cannot merely be categorized as thunder, for they do not align with his previous understanding of lightning. The energy contained within these tribulations is far more abundant than Zhang Hua could have ever envisioned. This energy transcends simple electric forces and is not merely a manifestation of the 5 elemental powers. It represents a more holistic form of energy. Moreover, this energy serves not only to cause destruction, but also to provide a form of replenishment or rectification for the one undergoing the tribulation. It supplements the energy required for ascension and repairs latent injuries within the body. More importantly, it facilitates a comprehensive purification of the individual, allowing them to experience a rebirth of sorts. Consequently, after successfully navigating the tribulation, the individual often perceives a notable increase in their lifespan, which elucidates the primary reason why cultivators feel a marked extension of their longevity post-tribulation. The reason why Zhang Hua's towering furnace is capable of sealing the thunder tribulation within lies primarily in the fact that the furnace itself is not an ordinary magical artifact, but rather belongs to the category of treasures of virtue and not just any such treasure. The towering furnace is, in essence, a treasure of Zhang Hua's divine consciousness, endowing it with capabilities that surpass those of typical magical artifacts. Coupled with the powers of the treasure of virtue, it thus becomes possible to confine the thunder tribulation within. Zhang Hua meticulously observed the thunder tribulation and the calamity clouds within the furnace, which were either absorbed by the furnace or, more accurately, assimilated by his own divine soul. Before he finally regained consciousness, Zhang Hua remained in slumber for a span of 10 days. Upon learning of Zhang Hua's awakening, Wu Changxing hurried to see him, relieved to find that Zhang Hua was already able to utilize his true essence to mend his damaged body. Wu Changxing addressed Zhang Hua, exclaiming, "Alas, my dear Zhang, you have truly alarmed me this time. When you face tribulation again, you must ensure you are adequately prepared. Do not act so recklessly as you did this time." With a countenance full of contrition, Zhang Hua replied, "Indeed, I failed to consider the situation carefully this time. I am also grateful to you, Brother Wu. I have heard from young Master Chun about the losses you incurred due to my oversight. Please deduct them from my share." Upon hearing this, Wu Changxing responded, "That mischievous lad, why speak of such matters? It seems my recent discipline has been insufficient. There is no need for such formality, dear Zhang. I shall not deprive you of your rightful share." Observing Wu Changxing's words, Zhang Hua silently mused. If it were not for your arrangement, would he have divulged this information to me in such a manner? However, Zhang Hua acknowledged Wu Changxing's sentiments, for he indeed had influenced other cultivators, and this influence could not be deemed benign. Had it not been for Wu Changxing's intervention, it would have been quite challenging for Zhang Hua, a newly emerged golden core cultivator, to withstand the situation alone. Reflecting on this, Zhang Hua continued, "Moreover, I have devised a new method for crafting a remarkable treasure for you, Brother Wu, which can be sold within the Celestial Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Wu Changxing's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly inquired, "Oh, my dear brother, have you truly created yet another extraordinary artifact?" Zhang Hua replied, "At present, it is merely an idea that requires your support. I need some rare materials from the heavens and earth, and I would appreciate your assistance in procuring them." Wu Changxing responded promptly, "Of course, I shall arrange for it without delay." After saying this, Wu Changxing noticed Zhang Hua appeared somewhat fatigued and chose not to disturb him further, rising to take his leave. Chapter 67. Imitating the celestial furnace. Once Wu Changxing had departed, Zhanghua refocused his mind inward, utilizing a meditative visualization technique to thoroughly examine his entire being. The initial point of focus was the newly formed golden core, which resembled a small yellow bean, now taking shape within his lower dantian. It was continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, transforming it into true essence. Zhanghua's vital energy had completely converted into true essence. However, due to the highly refined nature of this essence, his meridians had become noticeably depleted, necessitating the absorption of a substantial amount of spiritual energy to restore balance. However, Zhanghua was not inclined to wait idly for the gradual replenishment of his energy. Instead, he directly retrieved a high-quality spirit stone and set up a spirit-conducting array around himself to expedite the formation of his true essence. Upon awakening, Zhanghua found that Qin Shinghe had become quite busy. Just moments ago, his master had tasked him with gathering a considerable amount of rare materials from Longshan City for crafting, stating that Zhanghua intended to forge a new treasure. Qin Shinghe, displaying remarkable competence, managed to procure everything needed in just half an afternoon, and he was now on his way to deliver them to Zhanghua. Upon seeing Qin Shinghe enter, Zhanghua ceased his cultivation. Qin Shinghe had already been utterly impressed by Zhanghua after receiving a formula capable of producing high-quality spirit pills from him. Now that Zhanghua had ascended to the level of a golden core expert, Qin Shinghe was completely in awe. Consequently, apart from his master, the person Qin Shinghe admired most was undoubtedly Zhanghua. At times, he even felt that Zhanghua was more deserving of his respect than his own master, which motivated Qin Shinghe to diligently assist Zhanghua in every endeavor. Taking the storage pouch filled with rare materials from Qin Shinghe, Zhanghua extracted several items and summoned his towering furnace from his divine consciousness. Qin Shinghe, initially unsure of Zhanghua's next move, was taken aback when he witnessed the emergence of a dazzling alchemical furnace, radiant with 7 colors and faintly crackling with lightning. This spectacle left Qin Shinghe momentarily stunned, as he thought to himself, truly deserving of the title Uncle Master, so profoundly concealed, to possess such a remarkable treasure. Could it be that this artifact aided him in overcoming the final lightning tribulation? Zhanghua did not ponder too deeply. Instead, he resolved to utilize the refining materials brought by Qin Shinghe to replicate his own towering furnace. This was the new treasure Zhanghua intended to present to Wu Changxing. He categorized the materials and then directly employed his towering furnace as the refining device. In essence, the alchemical furnace is a general term. It can be used for both alchemy and artifact refinement. Although certain furnaces may have a preference, they fundamentally share a commonality. Zhanghua cast the materials into the towering furnace and then activated his alchemical fire to commence the refinement process. This endeavor spanned 2 to 3 days, during which Qin Shinghe ventured out multiple times to procure additional materials for Zhanghua. Wu Changxing observed this situation with a mix of joy and concern, particularly worried about the individual seated beside him, Zhuo Jincheng. Ever since Zhuo Jincheng witnessed Zhanghua overcoming the thunder tribulation, he had adopted a patient demeanor, waiting for Zhanghua to recuperate. After all, Zhanghua had attained the Golden Core realm and was unlikely to enter seclusion again. Thus, waiting another month or so would surely allow him to see Zhanghua. In truth, Wu Changxing had been concealing the news of Zhanghua's awakening from Zhuo Jincheng. Since Zhuo Jincheng had arrived alone, his grasp of the intelligence within Longshan City could not compare to that of Wu Changxing. Moreover, Wu Changxing had arranged for Zhanghua to reside directly within his estate, meaning that aside from Qin Shinghe and himself, no one else had access to Zhanghua. Consequently, Zhuo Jincheng remained unaware of Zhanghua's awakening. Nevertheless, even so, it should not take many days, for recently, Zhuo Jincheng has frequently sought out Wu Changxing to inquire about Zhanghua's progress, which has compelled Wu Changxing to remain by Zhuo Jincheng's side to prevent any indiscretions. Zhanghua has emerged from his trials with several towering furnaces, yet he remains unsatisfied. while utilizing the towering furnace for crafting magical artifacts. Zhang has discovered its seemingly boundless utility. It not only allows for precise temperature control, but also enables the differentiation of materials to be refined. Remarkably, the interior of the furnace encompasses multiple spaces, each capable of operating at distinct temperatures. And Zhang can employ his spiritual perception to thoroughly observe the internal composition of the refining materials, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success. However, the multitude of capabilities inherent in the towering furnace renders replication an almost insurmountable challenge for Zhang. Consequently, he has resolved to pursue a more attainable goal, to first create an alchemical furnace capable of temperature zoning. This endeavor has proven to be considerably simpler. The method of temperature differentiation that Zhang employs is quite straightforward, primarily inspired by the temperature zoning technique of Chongqing's hot pot, allowing him to delineate 9 distinct temperature zones within a single alchemical furnace, thereby achieving a harmonious balance of both literary and martial fire. In the realm of alchemy, the furnace intended for adept practitioners in the Golden Dance stage is tailored specifically for concocting elixirs utilized by those at the same level. These elixirs differ significantly. They require not only rare spiritual herbs, but also extraordinary materials from the heavens and earth, and even various metals for the alchemical process. The temperatures necessary to refine such materials are daunting, often soaring into the thousands or even tens of thousands of degrees. In contrast, certain spiritual herbs can be processed at a mere few dozen degrees. This disparity necessitates that alchemists possess exceptional mastery in their craft to successfully produce elixirs of this caliber. However, Zhang was determined to create a furnace that could assist those with lesser alchemical skills in enhancing their success rates. Thus, he found himself in a state of contemplation. After more than half a month, Zhang finally completed his first product, the celestial furnace. Yet, this furnace bore little resemblance to his treasured celestial furnace of consciousness. Its appearance was peculiar, adorned with 9 sets of accompanying celestial treasures, which only added to its distinctiveness. Upon presenting the celestial furnace to Qin Shinghe, Zhang noticed a blend of amusement and dismay on his face. After such a lengthy wait, Master Zhang had crafted a furnace that was, frankly, quite unattractive. Zhang, sensing Qin Shinghe's thoughts, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to lose face before Qin Shinghe and thus encouraged him to gather several formulas and spiritual herbs for further experimentation. Qin Shinghe acted swiftly, preparing everything Zhang required within a couple of hours. After all, as the chief overseer of alchemy, Wu Changxing's domain made such preparations quite manageable for Qin Shinghe. Zhang began by demonstrating the use of the newly crafted alchemical furnace, subsequently producing several elixirs that left Qin Shinghe utterly astonished. Although the furnace still possessed numerous areas for enhancement, it had already surpassed the standard alchemical furnaces of the cultivation realm by a significant margin. Under Zhang's guidance, Qin Shinghe also utilized the furnace for his own alchemical endeavors. He discovered its remarkable capabilities. Having recently developed a fascination for alchemy due to the influence of the 3 heavenly treasures, he had primarily been concocting elixirs suitable for qi refinement stage cultivators. However, after attempting to produce elixirs for foundation establishment stage cultivators, he realized the multitude of critical factors involved in their creation. A moment's inattention could easily result in a complete waste of a batch. Yet, Zhang's furnace adeptly addressed this dilemma. With it, Qin Shinghe could monitor the refining process of each spiritual herb and regulate their temperatures, significantly alleviating many of his challenges. Observing the elixirs produced by the furnace, Qin Shinghe inquired of Zhang, "Master Zhang, should I deliver this alchemical furnace to our master?" Chapter 68. The Formation of Treasures. Upon hearing this, Zhang remarked, "There is no need for haste. This is merely a prototype, still riddled with shortcomings and rather cumbersome to utilize. I intend to make some improvements before presenting it to your master." Qin Shinghe concurred. Indeed, this alchemical furnace is rather unappealing in its current form. It would be prudent to enhance its aesthetics before showing it to the master. Zhang Hua felt a twinge of embarrassment at Chun Xinghe's candid observation. However, at that moment, a voice from outside interrupted, proclaiming, "No need for that. I have already arrived." The voice belonged to Wu Changsheng, who had come to the door. Wu Changsheng opened the door and entered, accompanied by another individual. He gestured toward Zhang Hua and introduced, "Elder Zhua, this is my esteemed friend, Master Zhang Hua, who also serves as a guest elder of our Dragon Mountain sect." Zhang Hua was momentarily taken aback. He had merely considered himself a guest elder. Yet now he was being referred to as a guest elder of considerable stature. He pondered the implications of being labeled as a master. What did Wu Changsheng mean by this? Before Zhang Hua could voice his thoughts, Wu Changsheng continued, directing his attention to Zhuo Jinsheng. "Brother Zhang, this is Elder Zhuo Jinsheng from the 100 Refinements sect." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua felt a surge of astonishment. The 100 Refinements sect was no ordinary faction in his eyes. After all, Lin Jianfeng had bestowed upon him the cultivation technique known as the Heart of 100 Refinements, a revered practice of the 100 Refinements sect. Moreover, the methods he employed in artifact forging were fundamentally derived from the very tome of the Heart of 100 Refinements that Lin Jianfeng had provided. Could it be that Elder Zhuo had discerned his clandestine study of the heart and mistakenly assumed he was pilfering techniques from his sect, thus seeking to confront him? The mere thought sent a shiver of apprehension through Zhang Hua. Fortunately, with Wu Changsheng by his side, he feigned calmness and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting towards Zhuo Jinsheng, stating, "I am Zhang Hua, a humble disciple, honored to meet you, Elder Zhuo." Seeing that Zhuo Jinsheng was rather courteous, eased Zhang Hua's anxiety somewhat, as he perceived no immediate intent to strike against him. However, curiosity soon arose within him regarding the purpose of Zhuo Jinsheng's visit. Zhuo Jinsheng glanced at Wu Changsheng, who then addressed Zhang Hua, "You two converse. Xinghe, let us step outside." With that, he led Chun Xinghe out of the room. Only then did Zhuo Jinsheng speak, "Taoist Zhang, the primary purpose of my visit is simply to make your acquaintance." Zhang Hua found himself at a loss for words in response. Yet, Zhuo Jinsheng did not wait for Zhang Hua to inquire further. He promptly articulated the reason for his arrival. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua hastily replied, "Oh, I am truly flattered. I am but a novice in artifact forging. How could I presume to engage in an exchange? It is I who should be the one to learn from you." Upon hearing Zhang Hua's words, Zhuo Jinsheng remarked, "Oh, does Taoist Zhang harbor an interest in visiting our 100 Refinements sect?" Zhang Hua contemplated for a moment and realized that he truly yearned to visit the 100 Refinements sect. After all, this was the very sect that Lin Jianfeng had once visited, and it was renowned as the sacred ground for weapon forging. It could be said that aside from the 9 great celestial sects, the 100 Refinements sect was the place Zhang Hua most desired to experience. However, he faced a minor dilemma. His newly crafted alchemical furnace was not yet complete. Departing at this juncture would be rather inappropriate. So Zhang Hua resolved to finish the furnace before leaving Longshan City. He shared his thoughts with Zhuo Jinsheng, who was equally intrigued by the capabilities of Zhang Hua's new alchemical furnace. This led Zhuo Jinsheng to propose that they collaborate on the furnace's construction. Upon hearing this, Wu Changsheng was naturally delighted. After all, Zhuo Jinsheng was not only a master at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, but also a genuine master-level weapon forger, whose expertise was equivalent to that of 10 ordinary artisans. It was a rare opportunity to have someone of such caliber assist in their endeavor. When the new alchemical furnace was unveiled before Wu Changsheng, he was immediately struck with astonishment. This furnace was distinct in both appearance and internal structure compared to the alchemical furnaces commonly found in the cultivation world. Moreover, upon its initial use, Wu Changsheng discovered its boundless potential. Utilizing this furnace for alchemical concoctions significantly increased the likelihood of producing high-quality spiritual pills, provided that the recipe was recorded in sufficient detail and accuracy. This is yet another epic-making treasure. Holding this artifact, Wu Changsheng has begun to envision what the future of Longshan City will resemble. However, at this moment, Zhuo Jinsheng suddenly interjected, saying, "Martial friend, do not be too hasty in your joy. The allocation of this treasure has yet to be determined. Wu Changxing inquired, "What insights do you have, Brother Zhua?" Zhuo Jincheng replied, "This treasure is unlike the previous Santian Sanbao. After all, even if bestowed upon an alchemist of masterful caliber, it holds significant value, potentially enabling them to transcend a barrier and attain mastery in alchemy. Consider this, Brother Wu. Can a solitary elder of Longshan City truly grasp the essence of this treasure? It is likely that not even you, a mere elder and not the city lord, nor even the entirety of Longshan sect, could adequately claim such a substantial offering." After reflecting on Zhuo Jincheng's words, Wu Changxing found himself in a predicament. The Santian Sanbao had already rendered him a target for many. And should he unveil this new treasure, the adversaries he would face would not merely be the skilled Golden Core practitioners from various sects. He might even attract the attention of those at the nascent soul stage. Nevertheless, there exists a potential solution. He could entrust the method of crafting this treasure to the Imperial Lin family, allowing them to manage its affairs, thus alleviating some burden. However, this course of action would leave Longshan sect bereft of any benefits, much like the experience with the Santian Sanbao. The method for refining the celestial treasures has long been acquired by the Longshan sect from Wu Changxing, who subsequently presented it to the Lin family of the Imperial clan. Consequently, the rewards bestowed by the Lin family were utterly disproportionate to the value of the celestial treasures, which inevitably stirred a sense of greed within Wu Changxing. After all, compared to the 9 great heavenly sects, the 100 Refinements sect enjoys a far superior reputation. If a collaboration could be established with them, the benefits would undoubtedly accrue to him. Zhuo Jincheng, perceiving Wu Changxing's intentions, further fueled the flames of ambition by stating, "Moreover, there is a pressing concern that you, Brother Wu, must contemplate. The process of crafting this alchemical furnace is no simple feat. Even I would require considerable effort to achieve success. Have you considered how many master craftsmen the Longshan sect can muster for this undertaking?" This assertion indeed struck a sensitive chord with Wu Changxing. He reflected, "Indeed, I have observed the intricacies involved in the crafting of this treasure. Without the expertise of master craftsmen, it would be futile to attempt its creation." After a moment of contemplation, Wu Changxing inquired, "Then, Brother Zhua, what is your perspective on the ownership of this treasure?" He pondered for a moment before continuing, "I have no objections to the distribution method. However, there is one matter that must be clearly articulated in advance. I must submit the refining method of this alchemical furnace to our sect. By doing so, it will inevitably be relayed to the Deshun court and the Imperial Lin family. If the Lin family intervenes, it is likely that neither of our factions will benefit." Zhuo Jincheng chuckled in response, "Haha, am I not well aware of your predicament? Rest assured, even if entrusted to the Royal Lin family, it poses no concern. Although the Lin family is one of the heavenly sects, when it comes to artifact forging, no sect can compare to our 100 Refinements sect. At most, they will forge some treasures for their own use. Over the years, the Lin family has indeed amassed numerous methods for crafting treasures. Yet have you ever witnessed them directly selling anything?" Wu Changxing is well aware of this. Despite the Lin family's status as a heavenly sect, their true power largely derives from the Deshun court. After all, how many disciples can a cultivation family boast? Moreover, the internal dynamics of the Lin family seem somewhat tumultuous. While they possess many skilled practitioners, they fundamentally rely on the influence of the Deshun court. However, being part of a court necessitates a primary focus on stability, naturally steering clear of unnecessary troubles. Though they have various methods for crafting treasures, these are primarily produced for internal use by the court. This approach serves 2 purposes. First, to prevent their treasures from falling into the hands of others, and second, to avoid inciting resentment among those sects that have provided them with methods, which could lead to unnecessary strife. Chapter 69. The 9 Palace Furnace and Dao Patterns following this. Zhuo Jincheng and Wu Changxing engaged in a thorough discussion regarding future operational matters, even deliberating on how Wu Changxing could officially become the Lord of Longshan City, leaving Zhang Hua utterly bewildered by the conversation. Since Zhang Hua was disinterested in the discussion between the 2 individuals, he decided to immerse himself in cultivation. directing his focus towards his dantian. He observed his golden elixir, which had noticeably increased in size since its inception. However, Zhang Hua remained unhurried, as the presence of the three treasures of heaven consistently absorbed the power of belief, allowing his cultivation to progress more swiftly compared to the average practitioner in the golden elixir stage. He resolved to continue on his unique path. Yet this choice resulted in a lack of significant breakthroughs in his recent cultivation. Engaging his consciousness with the golden elixir, Zhang Hua was conducting an experiment. He intended to imprint the intricate patterns from the celestial furnace onto the golden elixir. This endeavor stemmed from the fact that the celestial furnace had absorbed the power of the thunder tribulation, resulting in a multitude of patterns adorning its surface. These patterns could either harmonize with one another or function independently, akin to written characters. Zhang Hua referred to them as Dao patterns, which were inherently mysterious. During his spare moments in recent days, he diligently experimented with the effects of these Dao patterns and had already grasped the functions of several. Zhang Hua had previously attempted to inscribe Dao patterns onto his own flesh, yet the results were not particularly pronounced, likely due to the incorrect patterns being employed. Nevertheless, these Dao patterns proved to be immensely beneficial during his weapon refining endeavors. Thus, Zhang Hua's current attempt to imprint the Dao patterns onto the golden elixir marked a significant step in his exploration. Zhang Hua currently bears one of the Dao patterns he has mastered, which primarily serves the purpose of naturally absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Should this Dao pattern be successfully inscribed upon the golden core, even without actively cultivating his own abilities, Zhang Hua's power would continue to grow relentlessly. While Zhang Hua was engrossed in his practice, he suddenly heard calls from Zhuo Jincheng and Wu Changsheng. He awakened from his meditation and looked towards the two. It turned out that their discussion had reached a conclusion, and they were now deliberating on other matters. Wu Changsheng inquired of Zhang Hua, "Brother Zhang, we have already come to an agreement on certain matters, yet there remains one issue for which we seek your guidance." Zhang Hua was taken aback. Typically, these two would finalize their decisions without consulting him, even determining the distribution of benefits on their own, leaving him without a voice. What could possibly require his judgment now? He replied to Wu Changsheng, "Pray, speak freely." Wu Changsheng continued, "The alchemical furnace has been completed, yet it lacks a fitting name. I wonder if you, brother, might have any thoughts on this? I had hoped to name it the Sky-Reaching Furnace, but brothers would disagree, hence I seek your opinion." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hua considered that while the name Sky-Reaching Furnace was not without merit, it was already the name of his own treasure, and the alchemical furnace differed significantly from his own. Therefore, he resolved to bestow a new name upon this furnace. Reflecting on the inspiration for this alchemical furnace, which stemmed from the 9-square hot pot of Chongqing, he thought it fitting to name it the 9-square furnace. Upon Zhang Hua revealing the name of the 9-palace furnace to Wu Changsheng and Zhuo Jincheng, the two contemplated momentarily before acquiescing. In the subsequent days, Zhang Hua first solidified his cultivation, subsequently indulging in an extravagant spree of acquiring spiritual herbs, elixirs, and materials, thus depleting a considerable sum of wealth. He then prepared to bid farewell to Wu Changsheng. Wu Changsheng, at the Dinglong residence, intended to dispatch some subordinates to accompany Zhang Hua, yet Zhang Hua declined the offer, given that he had already ascended to the golden core stage. Ordinary individuals posed little challenge to him, and Wu Changxing did not insist further. Nevertheless, Wu Changxing, out of concern, prepared an array of treasures for Zhang Hua, especially since Zhang Hua's soul flying sword had perished in the thunder tribulation, and he had been preoccupied with crafting the 9-palace furnace, leaving no time to forge a new flying sword or magical artifact. Zhang Hua graciously accepted all that was offered. This was also due to Zhang Hua's heightened spiritual awareness, which had advanced alongside his golden core achievement, now allowing his soul to rival that of an early nascent soul cultivator. He sensed 3 presences behind him, 2 at the mid-golden core stage and 1 at the late golden core stage. Given such formidable strength, even Zhuo Jincheng, a master of golden core perfection, would find it daunting to face 3 individuals of this caliber alone. Observing these 3 through his celestial eye, Zhang Hua noted their masked faces, rendering their true identities unrecognizable. The furtive demeanor of these individuals led Zhang Hua to surmise that they might harbor ill intentions towards him. However, since Zhang Hua had discovered the three of them first, he effectively seized the initiative, prompting him to take immediate action. Zhang Hua accelerated swiftly, altering his flight trajectory with remarkable agility, catching the three pursuers off guard. Initially, they merely assumed that he was anxious to reach his destination and did not suspect that he had noticed their presence. Yet, when Zhang Hua suddenly plunged into a colossal rain cloud, the three soon followed suit. Surprisingly, the rain cloud had not exhibited any thunder before, but once Zhang Hua entered, a tumultuous storm erupted, causing a brief moment of chaos among the trio. Nevertheless, being adept practitioners, they easily anticipated the thunder's movements and evaded its might without difficulty. Upon emerging from the rain cloud, they discovered, to their astonishment, that they had lost track of Zhang Hua. This revelation instilled a sense of dread within them. A mere early-stage golden core cultivator had managed to toy with them so effortlessly, which was indeed unsettling. The three individuals trailing Zhang Hua were none other than the non-poisonous, purifying, and foul-smelling members of Lin Jiaming's 3 souls and 7 spirits. They had been sent by the spirit of the abyss to summon Zhang Hua to Longshan City. Upon their arrival, they covertly awaited Zhang Hua's appearance, but coincidentally, he was undergoing tribulation at that time, subsequently being shielded by Wu Changxing, preventing them from approaching him. Left with no alternative, the trio could only bide their time, hoping for another opportunity to draw near Zhang Hua, unaware that this waiting period would extend to approximately 2 months. However, who would have guessed that Zhang Hua could escape right beneath the noses of the three? This revelation caught them all off guard, especially Fei Du, who had reached the late stage of the golden core. Fei Du bitterly remarked, "This brat must be lucky. If I ever find you again, I won't care about Wu Changxing or Zhuo Jinsheng. I will act directly and seize you first." Fei Du began to vent his frustrations. At this moment, Chu Hui interjected, "Do you think this kid might have discovered us and orchestrated this thunderstorm?" Having witnessed Zhang Hua undergo tribulation firsthand, the three were acutely aware of his capabilities. They knew that within the span of 2 months, a cultivator could at most stabilize their golden core realm, meaning that no matter how formidable Zhang Hua was, he was still merely at the early stage of the golden core. It was nearly impossible for a cultivator at this stage to detect the three of them. After all, considering the distance they had been following him, they were quite far away. To avoid detection, only Fei Du, at the late stage of the golden core, had used his divine sense to track Zhang Hua, while Chu Hui and Chou Fei were unable to ascertain Zhang Hua's position. Little did they realize that Zhang Hua's divine sense was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, they would have certainly approached the matter differently. In fact, Zhang Hua had been observing them from a short distance, enveloping himself in his divine sense, rendering their attempts to detect him futile, while he concealed himself deep within the clouds. As the three figures receded into the distance, Zhang Hua finally revealed himself. This encounter had left him thoroughly shaken. Despite being a cultivator at the golden core stage, which should inherently bestow significant strength, he found himself outmatched by each of the 3 individuals he had just encountered. His heart raced incessantly with anxiety. The experience had indeed been perilous. Upon spotting these 3, Zhang Hua had been preoccupied with devising strategies to evade them. His attention was drawn to a nearby rain cloud, and upon entering its embrace, he invoked the thunderous patterns embedded within his Dao markings. Fortunately, Zhang Hua had mastered the thunder Dao patterns more than any others, enabling the previously tranquil rain cloud to erupt with thunder, which subsequently targeted the 3 pursuers. This fortuitous turn of events granted Zhang Hua the opportunity to distance himself and conceal his presence. This incident deepened Zhang Hua's appreciation for the formidable nature of Dao patterns, solidifying his resolve to dedicate himself to their mastery. His grasp of Dao patterns had been rather rudimentary. Had it been more advanced, he might have even turned the tables on his adversaries. The distance from Fenglai Mountain to Longshan City was merely a few thousand miles, predominantly traversing mountainous terrain. Had he flown at full speed, he would have arrived in half a day. However, traveling by horseback proved to be a different matter altogether. It took him over 3 days, and this was with the aid of a movement talisman, which he activated only when he sensed no immediate threats in the vicinity. After delivering the items intended for Chengxi, Zhang Hua instructed someone to venture to the county to summon Yu Wanzhou to join him. Subsequently, Zhang Hua began to assess Yu Chengxi's progress in cultivation. Indeed, Yu Chengxi's innate talent was rather limited. During Zhang Hua's nearly 6-month absence from Fenglai Mountain, Yu Chengxi had made minimal advancements, currently only reaching the 6th level of qi refinement. However, Zhang Hua could discern Yu Chengxi's diligent efforts. Although there had been scant improvement in his cultivation realm, his continuous practice of the pure spirit cleansing blood technique had significantly enhanced his innate qualities. This indicated that Yu Chengxi's cultivation would accelerate over time, and one day he would catch up to those so-called prodigies. Zhang Hua provided Yu Chengxi with guidance on various cultivation issues, and soon after, Yu Wanzhou arrived, completing the gathering of his 2 disciples. Yu Wanzhou's situation was even more disheartening. Having started her cultivation later and facing similar constraints in talent, her progress was inherently slow. Furthermore, as the county magistrate, she was burdened with responsibilities that limited her training time compared to Yu Chengxi, resulting in no progress whatsoever over the past 6 months. This left Zhang Hua feeling quite vexed as a master at the Golden Course stage. He found it rather embarrassing that his disciples were still merely at the qi refinement stage. Yu Wanzhou, too, yearned for advancement in her cultivation, thus delegating her county duties to her deputy. In the following days, Zhang Hua began administering elixirs tailored to complement the pure spirit cleansing blood technique for both disciples. These elixirs promised to enhance the effectiveness of their cultivation efforts exponentially. Subsequently, the 2 individuals were trained in the rudimentary knowledge of spells and elixirs, a period that extended over a month. This arduous month of labor left Yu Chengxi and Yu Wanzhou utterly exhausted, particularly Yu Wanzhou, who had become alarmingly emaciated. Yu Chengxi, on the other hand, had successfully opened 9 of the 14 meridians, reaching the so-called 9th level of qi refinement. Under the guidance of Zhang Hua, he was now preparing to unlock several meridians from the 8 extraordinary vessels. Zhang Hua's intention for their training was not solely due to their painfully slow progress. He harbored another ambition, to refine the Qingling Jing Shueju. Therefore, he resolved to enhance this technique. This time, Zhang Hua planned a comprehensive transformation of the Qingling Jing Shueju, beginning with an upgrade in its nomenclature, thus designating the new version as Qingling Jing Shueju 1. This title was chosen because Zhang Hua intended to continually revise the technique, relying on data to substantiate these modifications. However, the data at his disposal was rather limited, comprising only his 2 disciples, Yu Chengxi and Yu Wanzhou. Thus, Zhang Hua contemplated the recruitment of additional disciples, aspiring to establish a new sect founded on the principles of the Qingling Jing Shueju. However, he approached this endeavor with caution. The Qingling Jing Shueju was still a work in progress, and although he sought to recruit disciples, he did not intend to teach them individually. Instead, he planned to seek out students within the Fenglai Academy for further instruction. Upon this observation, Zhang Hua discovered a child, one whom he had yet to recognize. After inquiring with Yu Chengxi, he learned that this child was an orphan. Arriving at the location only after Zhang Hua had departed from Fenglai Mountain. Given that Yu Chengxi was also an orphan, he decided to keep the child at the mountain, allowing him to study and learn during his free time. Yu Wanzhou, upon seeing this arrangement, wholeheartedly supported Yu Chengxi's decision, which consequently led to Fenglai Academy accepting a number of orphans. The institution's reputation had nearly transformed it into Fenglai Orphanage. Initially, Yu Chengxi feared that Zhang Hua would admonish him for taking such initiative. Thus he refrained from informing Zhang Hua proactively, believing that Zhang Hua, upon discovering the situation, would not oppose this endeavor given his character. It was only when Zhang Hua inquired today that Yu Chengxi revealed the circumstances. Naturally, Zhang Hua held no intention of reprimanding Yu Chengxi. Firstly, Yu Chengxi had committed no wrongdoing in his actions, and secondly, These children had inadvertently come under Zhang Hua's care. Gathering the orphans together, Zhang Hua was taken aback by the sight. Yu Qingxi and Yuan Zhou had indeed transformed their academy into an orphanage, having taken in over 20 children. From among these, Zhang Hua selected 9, the eldest being 13 years of age and the youngest merely 9. The remaining children were still quite young, and Zhang Hua did not intend to teach them cultivation at this stage. The backgrounds of these children were quite tragic. Some bore ailments, and others had disabilities. Zhang Hua, feeling compassion for their plight, resolved to first attend to their medical needs before imparting any teachings related to cultivation. The endeavor of treating the children consumed over a month of Zhang Hua's time. Given the inherent frailty of these young ones, they could scarcely endure the potency of the elixirs. Moreover, each child's ailment was distinct, which required Zhang Hua to exert considerable effort in their treatment. However, the fruits of his labor were indeed remarkable. After his meticulous care, all of the 20-odd children had returned to health. In the subsequent period, Zhang Hua commenced the instruction of the 9 children he had previously selected. Since these children had been studying under the guidance of the Academy's scholars, they were already familiar with the subjects Zhang Hua intended to teach. He began by elucidating the fundamental concepts of the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels, and the children exhibited a commendable aptitude for learning. Following this, the focus shifted to diligent cultivation. As Fenglai Mountain harbored only a modest spiritual vein, Zhang Hua established an expansive gathering array on the mountain to concentrate the surrounding spiritual energy, thereby facilitating a more accelerated cultivation process for the children. During this time, Zhang Hua devoted himself wholly to their training, with Chengxi consistently providing assistance. In reality, most of the children's cultivation was guided by Chengxi, while Zhang Hua primarily observed their progress and addressed any issues that arose during their practice. This endeavor spanned over 6 months, during which Zhang Hua finally accomplished the refinement of the Changling Jing Shueju 1. Chapter 71. The Spirit of Rejuvenation. The 2 sects of the Demon Gate and the Great Shun Dynasty have finally reached a peace agreement. The nation established by the Demon Gate sects, previously known as the Tianyuan Kingdom, has been renamed to Yu Kingdom, while Great Shun has retreated its troops, and both sides have agreed to cease hostilities, pledging mutual non-aggression. The swift conclusion of the negotiations can be attributed to the involvement of the Venerable Yu Fu, a late-stage nascent soul master from the Longshan sect. It all began over half a year ago, on a fateful night when a group of cultivators employing the techniques of the Demon Gate launched a surprise attack on the Hongshan garrison, led by 3 nascent soul experts. This assault inflicted severe losses on the garrison, particularly among the officers, many of whom were disciples of the Longshan sect. Most tragically, the commander of the Hongshan garrison, Feng Tiange, a disciple of the Venerable Yu Fu, was assassinated. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the court and beyond, even rousing the reclusive Yu Fu from his detachment from worldly affairs. In a fit of rage, Yu Fu, accompanied by 7 of his disciples, hurried to the Hongshan garrison. Expectations ran high that the Venerable Yu Fu would lead his disciples in a counterattack against the Demon Gate sections. However, in a surprising turn of events, after inspecting the bodies of his fallen disciples, he chose to downplay the incident. Yu Fu decided to leave his disciples stationed at the Hongshan garrison for its defense while he himself ventured to the ancestral grounds of the Lin family. The 3 individuals present represented the imperial family and the civil and military officials of the Great Shun dynasty, and their united presence signified the entirety of the Great Shun. Upon their arrival in Hangzhou, these 3 formidable experts paid no heed to Lin Jiaming. Instead, they made their way directly to the current capital of the 2 sects of the Demon Gate, Chongqing City, to pay their respects to the revered Holy Son, Qianyuan. It remains unclear what negotiations transpired between these 3 individuals and Qianyuan, but surprisingly, the 2 sects of the Demon Gate consented to change their national title without pledging allegiance, thus allowing for a semblance of peace. This unexpected turn of events thwarted Lin Jiaming's plans, leaving him perplexed as to how matters had escalated to such a degree. Acknowledging the futility of his original intentions, he resolved to instruct his subordinates to remain concealed, lest he expose any vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Though it appeared that the realm of cultivation had returned to its former tranquility, a multitude of hidden dangers lurked beneath the surface. For instance, the Baiyun sect discreetly dealt with a faction of disciples and elders who had been co-opted by the demon sect and the Deshun court. Other sects faced similar predicaments, resulting in significant losses among the Golden Core experts within the cultivation community, instilling a sense of dread among countless cultivators. Meanwhile, in Mingzhou, situated far from the strife of Hangzhou and located in the eastern territory of the Deshun court, near the Zikamen of the three Taoist sects, the region, although claimed by Deshun, bore an uncanny resemblance to the territory established by the two sects of the Demon Gate, with local officials possessing no authority whatsoever. The true authority lies with one of the 9 great heavenly sects, the Ziki sect. However, the Ziki sect is merely a single sect, and the practitioners of the Tao do not possess an overwhelming worldly desire. Hence, they permit the edicts of the Great Shun to be enacted here. Upon reaching the state where the two Buddhist sects reside, it becomes apparent that it resembles the former demonic sects, both refusing the jurisdiction of the Great Shun. Nonetheless, the Buddhist sects have not declared themselves as sovereign nations, possibly due to an essential difference between them and the demonic sections. This difference lies in the fact that the practitioners of the Buddhist sects harbor mutual disdain for one another, perpetually striving to eclipse each other's achievements. Consequently, among the 9 great heavenly sects, the influence of the Buddhist sects is, in reality, the weakest. In the depths of an unnamed mountain in Mingzhou, an individual has excavated the mountain's core to construct a clandestine base. This location produces countless magical treasures, artifacts, and various spiritual elixirs and charms daily, which are subsequently sold in various markets. At that moment, a dim, shimmering light approached the expansive lake near this base and then submerged into its depths. The entrance to this base is established within a large cavity at the bottom of the lake. At this moment, an individual awaited at the entrance of the base, and upon seeing the newcomer, approached to pay their respects. The one who entered was none other than the specter responsible for the assault on the Hanshan encampment. The specter inquired of the waiting individual, "Where is Xuangling?" The response was a high-pitched voice, reminiscent of that of a court eunuch. The specter did not engage in further conversation, but proceeded directly into the mountain's core. This base is expansive, containing various rooms within the mountain's interior, as well as numerous secret chambers beneath the earth. Arriving at the so-called laboratory, Yu Jing sought to enter, only to discover that the entrance was obstructed by an intricate barrier formation. With no other options, Yu Jing had to locate the eunuch from earlier and request him to use a communication talisman to summon Xuangling to unlock the door. After a considerable wait, the door creaked open, revealing a disheveled individual whose face was so grimy that it was impossible to discern their gender or age. Upon entering the laboratory, Yu Jing was greeted by a chaotic array of items scattered about, magical artifacts, spiritual elixirs, and the remains of both cultivators and magical beasts. Although this was not Yu Jing's first venture into Xuangling's domain, the atmosphere remained unsettling, causing an involuntary awkwardness to linger on his face. However, Xuangling appeared oblivious to Yu Jing's discomfort, inquiring in a voice that sounded as though it had not been used in ages. Hoarse and somewhat garbled, "Old man, what brings you here again?" Yu Jing tossed a treasure towards Xuangling, stating, "This is a gift from the master. See if you can replicate it." Upon examining the item, Xuangling's eyes sparkled with delight, promptly placing it under a light source for further examination. If Zhang Hua had been present, he would have recognized that the object Yu Jing provided was none other than the 9 Palaces furnace, a product of his collaboration with Zhujiancheng. With practiced ease, Xuangling disassembled the 9 Palaces furnace, swiftly reducing it to its constituent parts, and muttered to himself, not bad at all. This concept is quite innovative." Yu Jing understood Xuangling's disposition well, aware that once she became engrossed in something, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to heed other matters. Thus, Yu Jing hastily inquired, "The master has a question for you." After calling several times, Xuangling finally lifted her gaze to Yu Jing, conveying an urgency to proceed. Yu Jing suppressed her irritation and asked, "How long will it take for you to replicate this treasure?" Shuangling glanced at the disassembled Jiogong furnace and replied, "It won't take long, perhaps a little over a month." At that moment, Shuangling abruptly posed a question to Yu Jing. "Hey, old man, was this item crafted by the same person who created the towering treasures you previously provided me?" Startled by Shuangling's inquiry, which was atypical of her, Yu Jing paused. However, since the question was posed, she responded, "Indeed. This item was also invented by that Zhanghua." After Yu Jing spoke, she looked toward Shuangling, anticipating further questions. Yet, Shuangling had already immersed herself in the study of the Jiogong furnace. After waiting for a while, without receiving any attention from her, Yu Jing could only awkwardly exit the research room. Yu Qingxi observed the spiritual elixir before him and asked Zhanghua, "Master, what number elixir is this?" Zhanghua replied, "These elixirs are extraordinary. They are a new type developed specifically for the Qingling Jingxiweju, named the Jingxiwe Dan 2.7 model. Upon consuming the Jingxiwe Dan 2.7, practitioners can significantly enhance their cultivation speed while effectively improving their innate qualities. Truly a gem among elixirs. Haha." Observing Zhanghua's unwavering confidence, Yu Qingxi felt reluctant to dampen his master's spirits. In his heart, Yu Qingxi mused that his master excelled in many aspects, yet often produced an array of peculiar concoctions. Among these was the blood-purifying pill, version 2.7, of which several iterations had been created. This particular variant was just one among many, alongside the spirit-cleansing pill, which had reached version 1.4, and an assortment of other elixirs such as the Qi-activating pill and the purple heart pill, amounting to nearly 30 different types. While each elixir boasted its own efficacy, they were not devoid of complications. For instance, the previous version of the blood-purifying pill nearly caused a mishap for one of his junior disciples, who experienced severe hemorrhaging after consumption, leaving Zhanghua quite alarmed. Zhanghua demonstrated remarkable perseverance, embodying the spirit of resilience as he passionately dedicated himself to the exploration of new subjects. This time, however, he had exercised prudence, conducting animal testing on the new elixir prior to administering it to his disciples, ensuring no adverse reactions were observed. His disciples held deep trust in their master, for without his guidance, they might have perished on the streets. Thus, even when faced with some unpleasant side effects from the elixirs, they bore their trials without a hint of complaint, willingly consuming the concoctions provided by Zhanghua. Zhanghua watched his disciples with a mix of trepidation and concern, fully aware of the weight of responsibility he bore for these living souls. Yet, he recognized that without individuals to validate the efficacy of the elixirs, the potential for issues to arise would only increase. Thus, Zhanghua instructed his disciples to consume these elixirs, attentively observing them thereafter. Should any disciple exhibit adverse reactions, he would immediately employ his true essence to expel the medicinal energy from their bodies. In Chapter 72, while Zhanghua was keenly monitoring his disciples, a crimson luminescence suddenly streaked through the air from a distance. This crimson radiance moved with astonishing swiftness, and even Zhanghua, with his nascent soul-level awareness, could not react in time before it descended near Fenglai Mountain, plummeting into the expansive lake before it. Startled by this unforeseen phenomenon, Zhanghua quickly reassured his disciples and soared towards the location where the luminescence had fallen. Upon scanning the area with his spiritual sense, he soon discerned the nature of the crimson light. To his astonishment, it was a man, now unconscious. Zhanghua retrieved him from the lake, only to discover that this individual was a golden core cultivator. His hair had turned completely white, his face was lined with wrinkles, and his flesh had sagged, resembling an elderly man nearing a century in age. His body bore numerous scars, and crucially, the true essence within him was exceedingly turbulent. While his vital energy appeared almost depleted, it seemed that he had recently employed a secret technique that consumed his vital essence, allowing him to traverse such distances with remarkable speed. However, upon nearing this vicinity, his vitality had waned, rendering him incapable of sustaining himself, which ultimately resulted in his fall. Such a figure, considered a formidable master in the realm of cultivation, has unexpectedly arrived at his doorstep, seemingly bearing considerable internal injuries. Zhang Hua found himself at a loss. He brought this individual to his residence, first calming the turbulent energy within him using his own true essence, then administering some restorative elixirs to replenish the man's vital energy and blood. Given the uncertain origins of this golden core cultivator and his profound mastery, it would be ill-advised for Zhang Hua to risk an awakening that could lead to violence. Zhang Hua vigilantly watched over the man for 3 full days until he finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening, the man sensed that his surroundings were amiss and hastily attempted to rise and assess his situation. At that moment, Zhang Hua stepped forward to greet him. The sight of Zhang Hua triggered a look of wariness across the man's face. Understanding the source of his apprehension, Zhang Hua spoke reassuringly. "My friend, you are awake. Please remain still. I mean you no harm. You see, I was the one who saved you. Your injuries are not yet healed, but now that you are awake, you may examine your condition for yourself." After clarifying his intentions, Zhang Hua positioned himself at a respectful distance, indicating his lack of aggressive intent. The man, perceiving Zhang Hua's sincerity, utilized his spiritual sense to assess his own state and discovered the clear signs of healing, confirming Zhang Hua's words. Struggling to his feet, he bowed deeply to Zhang Hua and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor. I am Shangwan Bo, hailing from the esteemed Shangwan family of the cultivation world. I am profoundly grateful for your timely rescue, esteemed benefactor. However, I currently possess nothing of value to repay your kindness, and I humbly beseech you to accept my deepest bow." As I prepared to kneel, Zhang Hua intervened, stating, "There is no need for such formalities. I merely acted out of righteousness. I cannot accept such treatment from a fellow cultivator." Zhang Hua then inquired, "Might you enlighten me as to how you came to find yourself in my presence?" Upon hearing this, Shangwan Bo initially hesitated but eventually decided to reveal his circumstances. Indeed, he spoke truthfully. He was a scion of the Shangwan family, a lineage of cultivators. Although the Shangwan clan was relatively robust, it lacked any experts at the nascent soul stage, consisting solely of himself and 2 other golden core cultivators, thus barely qualifying as a sect of the Xian level. The Shangwan family resided far from Kunzu, in Lingzhou, which lies in the western region of the Deshun territory, adjacent to the realms of the Buddhist sections. Fortuitously, Shangwan Bo had managed to avoid the protracted conflict in Hangzhou, where over 30 golden core masters perished. Instead, he remained on the sidelines, supporting the nascent soul experts, which left him rather pleased. His close encounters with these advanced practitioners allowed him to seek answers to long-standing questions about his cultivation, resulting in notable progress in his long-stagnant practice. This aroused Shangwan Bo's interest, for it is well known that cultivators at the nascent soul stage are not ordinary individuals. Most of these adept practitioners, upon transcending, bequeath their treasures to their disciples. Consequently, it is not uncommon for earthly sects to possess more than one nascent soul artifact, each exhibiting formidable capabilities. This phenomenon has resulted in the gradual strengthening of these sects, eventually leading to the emergence of multiple nascent soul experts within their ranks, thereby elevating them to the so-called heavenly tier sections. This explains why there exist 9 heavenly tier sects, while earthly sects barely number 20. Many former earthly sects have vanished into the annals of history. The cultivator who located Shangwan Bo is a wandering practitioner from Yunzhou who identifies himself as Bao Qingxiu. He discovered a site at the confluence of Yunzhou and Lingzhou, believed to be the ascension ground of a nascent soul expert. Shangwan Bo could not help but be intrigued. Even if no treasures were to be found, acquiring the cultivation techniques of a nascent soul master would be a boon. Thus, he accompanied Bao Qingxiu to the border of Yunzhou and Lingzhou. Moreover, Bao Qingxiu did not extend his invitation solely to Shangwan Bo. He gathered a total of 5 participants, all adept at the golden core stage. Shangwan Bo noted that the individuals invited were primarily early and mid-golden core practitioners, with no one at the late stage. Upon inquiring, Bao Qingshu explained that his concern lay in the equitable distribution of any treasures they might uncover. He feared that should power dynamics shift, with stronger individuals overpowering the weaker ones, it could lead to discord. At that moment, Shangguan silently praised Bao Qingshu for his meticulousness and thoughtfulness, only to later realize that Bao Qingshu harbored malicious intentions. Bao Qingshu led Shangguan and the others to the boundary between Yunzhou and Kunzu, deep within an unnamed mountain. There, he guided them to a waterfall, behind which lay a hidden location. Upon their arrival, they discovered a vast cave concealed behind the waterfall. In the center of the cave, there was an intricate formation protecting a withered corpse. Bao Qingshu pointed to the figure within the formation and addressed the group. "Dear friends, do you see? This is the physical body of one who has transcended to the Yuanying stage, yet it is safeguarded by this formation, making it impossible for me to seize it alone. Thus, I implore your assistance." As they approached to examine the formation closely, they realized that it was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary golden core cultivator to have set it up, which lent credibility to Bao Qingshu's words. He continued, "Observe. This formation is linked to the spiritual veins beneath the ground, allowing it to operate for such an extended period. 3 years of research. I have discovered that this formation operates according to the principles of the 5 elements. Each of you possesses a 5-element spiritual body. If we align ourselves according to the positions of the 5 elements, we shall be able to break this formation." The assembled individuals, observing Bao Qingshu's profound understanding of the formation's mechanics, felt a twinge of doubt, for their relationships with him were not deep enough to warrant blind trust in his claims. Bao Qingshu discerned the doubts lingering among those present. Leading by example, he ascended to the golden seat, channeling his own powers as he addressed the assembly. "Esteemed guests, had I not been utterly incapable of dismantling this formation alone, would I allow a golden opportunity of the nascent soul stage to languish here for so many years? Whether you choose to believe me or not is inconsequential. Nevertheless, I must convey that gathering 5 individuals possessing the 5 elemental spiritual bodies, whose cultivation levels are comparably aligned, is a daunting challenge. Otherwise, I would not venture into a perilous place like Hangzhou." Upon hearing Bao Qingshu's words, the assembly subdued their initial apprehensions and took their respective positions, yet an air of vigilance remained among them. The 5 commenced their respective techniques, channeling their quintessence along the formation's pathways into the spiritual vein. The formation's core resided within the vein. Should they breach this core, they would be able to approach the remains of the nascent soul master. At that moment, the group exerted their utmost strength. A thunderous roar reverberated as the formation shattered. Chapter 73. The ancestor of the 5 elements Zhang Hua inquired. "Given the sound of the formation's collapse, it seems we have succeeded. Does this imply unforeseen complications ahead?" Shangguan replied, "Indeed, while we were initially elated by the sound of the formation's demise, I suddenly heard a companion exclaim that he was unable to move. It turned out that the true essence within these individuals, including that of Shangguan, had been drawn towards the corpse in the center. At this moment, everyone realized something was amiss and hastily invoked their spells in an attempt to break free, yet all efforts proved futile. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the direction of Bao Qingshu and shouted, "Look over there at Bao Qingshu." Everyone turned their gaze, only to be taken aback, unbeknownst to them. Bao Qingshu had transformed into a desiccated corpse, while the person within the formation had unexpectedly regained flesh and blood. It was then that they comprehended they had been ensnared in a cunning plot. The gathered individuals resolved to unite and extricate themselves from the confines of the formation. But after several attempts, they found no success. Meanwhile, the individual within the array had returned to a state resembling that of an ordinary person. Upon opening his eyes and surveying those present, he spoke, his voice unmistakably that of Bao Qingshu. He proclaimed, "I extend my gratitude to all my fellow practitioners. Were it not for your unwavering dedication, I could not have pilfered the remains of the illustrious 5-element ancestor, who is said to have left behind the legendary 5-element spirit body." He then erupted into a hearty laugh. Upon hearing the mention of the 5-element ancestor, The crowd finally grasped the identity of this figure at the nascent soul stage. It was revealed that over 2 millennia ago, a remarkable individual possessing all 5 elemental spirits, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, had suddenly emerged in the world. It is worth noting that even possessing a single elemental spirit is a mark of extraordinary talent, prompting the 9 great heavenly sects to seek such individuals for their ranks. Therefore, a being endowed with all 5 elemental spirits was truly a prodigy among prodigies, which had incited a fierce competition among them. Ultimately, this individual was taken under the wing of a nascent soul elder from the SUSI-MANHUA sect, one of the 3 schools of Taoism. This person, exhibiting remarkable talent, possessed a 5 elements spiritual body, which enabled them to cultivate at an astonishing pace, surpassing ordinary practitioners by more than 5-fold. Consequently, they swiftly ascended to the realm of Golden Core. However, upon achieving this milestone, they encountered a perplexing dilemma. No matter their efforts, they found it exceedingly challenging to reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. This predicament left them in a state of distress, despite being a prodigious talent and widely anticipated to become the next leader of SUSI-MANHUA due to their unique spiritual body. Their aspirations of attaining the nascent soul realm now seemed jeopardized. The elder of the 5 elements found their cultivation stagnated, remaining at the later stages of the Golden Core realm, which, in itself, was still commendable. At one point, a fellow disciple from SUSI-MANHUA sought to challenge the elder. Having just attained the peak of the Golden Core realm and brimming with confidence, believing they had surpassed the elder's capabilities. However, unbeknownst to them, despite the elder still being at the late stages of Golden Core, their 5 elements spiritual body endowed them with a robustness of true essence that far exceeded that of a typical Golden Core peak practitioner. Thus, during their contest, the challenger ultimately faced defeat. Yet, feeling humiliated by the loss, they refused to concede and resorted to a sneak attack on the elder. Left with no alternative, the elder was compelled to retaliate with considerable force, inflicting severe injury upon the assailant, nearly resulting in their demise. This situation has escalated considerably. It turns out that this individual possesses formidable connections within the SUSI sect, as his father is a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. Those at the nascent soul level are undeniably powerful figures within the realm of cultivation. After injuring his son, it was inevitable that there would be repercussions. Although the 5 elements ancestor was ultimately protected by his master, he still faced significant punishment, being expelled from the SUSI sect. Upon bidding farewell to his master, the 5 elements ancestor embarked on a journey to forge his own unique cultivation method. However, the path of self-creation is fraught with challenges, which left him perpetually trapped at the late Golden Core stage. This stark contrast in his circumstances, coupled with his lack of prior setbacks, led him to adopt an increasingly extreme approach. Moreover, the individual he injured suffered such severe damage that he would never have the opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage in his lifetime. It remains uncertain whether he could have achieved this level even without the injury, but judging by his demeanor, it seems unlikely he would have successfully navigated the tribulations of the nascent soul. Nonetheless, he harbors a belief that the 5 elements ancestor is to blame for his plight. Thus, he frequently beseeches his father for vengeance. While his father is aware that his son is at fault, the bond of parenthood compels him to permit his other disciples to descend from the mountain to confront the 5 elements ancestor. Thus, the situation escalated dramatically. The disciples descending the mountain found themselves bribed by the master's son. What was initially intended as a mere reprimand for the ancestor of the 5 elements transformed into a deadly confrontation. The ancestor, who harbored no desire to become adversaries with these individuals, was left with no choice but to rise in defiance. This resistance, of course, could not be half-hearted, resulting in numerous casualties. However, having slain disciples of the Purple Chi sect, the ancestor could not expect them to remain passive. Consequently, the sect dispatched individuals down the mountain in pursuit of the ancestor. Enraged, the ancestor unleashed fierce attacks, eliminating several more foes. This left no room for negotiation, leading the Purple Chi sect to issue a bounty for the ancestor's head. Yet, Inexplicably, the ancestor vanished, seemingly evaporating from existence, and this disappearance persisted for over 2 centuries. When he finally re-emerged before the world, he had ascended to the nascent soul stage. His return was marked by the slaughter of more than 10 golden core masters from the Purple Chi sect, which left them utterly astonished. In response, the sect sought solutions. As one of the 9 great celestial sects, the Purple Chi sect would not cower in fear merely because their opponent had attained the nascent soul stage. They dispatched 3 nascent soul cultivators to confront the ancestor, one of whom was the very cultivator responsible for the ancestor's earlier departure from the sect. The trio devised a plan to lure the ancestor into an immense formation. However, the ancestor's formidable strength and profound understanding of formations prevented him from being ensnared. Left with no other options, the 3 could only engage in a siege against the ancestor. This incident infuriated the ancestor of the 5 elements, who unleashed his unique skills, astonishingly holding his own against 3 adversaries without faltering. In a desperate bid, he ultimately inflicted mortal wounds upon arrival of the nascent soul stage. Despite sustaining grave injuries himself, he narrowly escaped the onslaught of the remaining 2 foes, and from that moment, the reputation of the ancestor of the 5 elements soared. None in the realm were unaware of his name. However, this marked the final appearance of the ancestor, for thereafter, he vanished without a trace, leading many to speculate that his severe injuries from that battle had ultimately led to his demise. The revelation of the ancestor's death in such a place left everyone astonished. At this juncture, Bao Qingshu spoke up, indicating that his arrival at this location was merely a stroke of luck. Bao Qingshu seemed convinced that all present would meet their end here, intending to provide them with a clear understanding of their fate. When Shangguan Bo reached this point in his narrative, Zhang Hua privately mused that this was indeed the hallmark of a villain who always spoke excessively at critical moments. It turned out that Bao Qingshu had discovered this transcendent site of the ancestor of the 5 elements a century prior by chance. Contrary to popular belief, the ancestor did not perish due to injuries sustained in battle. Rather, he had expended an excessive amount of his lifespan in the pursuit of creating a cultivation method suitable for his elemental spirit. It was only with the assistance of those golden core cultivators sent by the Ziki sect that the ancestor was able to ultimately forge his own technique. Although the disciples sent by the Ziki sect did not include any possessing the 5 elements spiritual body, many were nonetheless singular in their affinities, such as those embodying the fire or water spiritual bodies. While such individuals are rare within the yellow and profound level sects, they are not uncommon in the ranks of the 9 great heavenly sects. After the 5 elements ancestor eliminated these disciples, he meticulously gathered their remains for research, which serendipitously led him to uncover certain mysteries regarding spiritual bodies. This revelation filled the 5 elements ancestor with immense joy, and through his studies, he ultimately perfected his own technique, named the cycle of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This technique harnesses the power of the 5 elements within his being, utilizing the principles of mutual generation and restriction among the elements to maintain a state of equilibrium, thereby continuously enhancing their potency. Once the power of the 5 elements is sufficiently amplified, it enables the practitioner to attain the consummate stage of the golden elixir, subsequently allowing them to transcend the tribulation of the nascent soul and become a cultivator of the nascent soul phase. Chapter 74. Return to Longshan City. While this process may seem straightforward, the actual cultivation is fraught with challenges. The 5 elements ancestor expended countless years of his lifespan to ultimately achieve the nascent soul realm. His motive for slaying the golden elixir cultivators of the Ziki sect was, in essence, to seize their lifespans. Moreover, he had to contend with the onslaught of 3 nascent soul cultivators. In desperation, the 5 elements ancestor activated the cycle of the 5 elements within himself, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that ultimately allowed him to vanquish his foes. These are the records found by Bao Qingshu in a book within this cave. The predicament that now ensnares everyone present stems from the formation inscribed in the techniques left behind by the ancestor of the 5 elements. The purpose of this formation is none other than to seize the spiritual roots from other singular spiritual entities. Should one gather practitioners embodying the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, they could amalgamate these spiritual essences into a singular being, ultimately becoming a new entity of the 5 elements. This lamentation from the ancestor of the 5 elements arose from the realization that he alone possessed such a spiritual entity. Even though he created the Qian Kuan 5 elements cycle, no one could inherit it. In light of this, the ancestor devised this insidious formation. After Bao Qingshu elucidated the situation to those present, they finally comprehended why he had led them here. It turned out that Shangwan Bo was a water entity, while the other 3 individuals represented metal, wood, and fire, respectively. Bao Qingshu himself embodied the earth element. Thus, the 5 individuals present perfectly constituted the 5 elements' spiritual entity. However, even though everyone was now aware of the situation's intricacies, they found themselves ensnared in Bao Qingshu's scheme, leaving them with no viable options. Nevertheless, the attendees were all formidable gold core practitioners, not easily subdued. One individual spoke up, addressing the group. "Esteemed colleagues, heed my words. We find ourselves in a life and death moment. Let us cast aside our reservations and unleash our treasures upon him." Upon hearing this, a surge of ferocity ignited within the crowd, prompting them to brandish their magical artifacts and launch a relentless assault on Bao Qingshu at the center. At this moment, Bao Qingshu revealed his true prowess. He was not merely a mid-stage golden core cultivator, but rather one at the pinnacle of the golden core realm. As he unveiled his complete true essence, a stalemate ensued between him and Shangwan Bo along with his 3 companions. However, given the numerical advantage of Shangwan Bo's group, each possessing their own life-preserving treasures, the scene became chaotic. Some summoned flying swords, others unleashed thunderbolts, while yet others activated spiritual talismans. A dazzling display of magical light erupted, accompanied by an incessant cacophony, causing the entire cavern to tremble. At that juncture, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Fellow Taoists, attack the formation beneath us." The group quickly responded, launching a concerted assault upon the ground below. This effort proved effective, as they regained their mobility. However, while Shangwan Bo's party regained their ability to move, so too did Bao Qingshu, and it became apparent just how formidable he truly was. Indeed, Bao Qingshu, as a consummate golden core master, had previously held his ground against 4 opponents despite being immobilized. Now, with his full capabilities restored, the 4 found themselves hard-pressed to withstand his onslaught. After all, they had just suffered a significant depletion of their spiritual roots due to the earlier formation, which had thrown their true essence into disarray. What should have been full power was reduced to merely 60 or 70%. Compounded by their lack of experience in cooperative combat, this further diminished their strength by another 10%. Under such circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before those present would meet their demise. As the reality of their predicament became evident, their individual intentions began to surface. Initially united in their defense against Bao Qingshu's assault, one individual suddenly withdrew their treasure and made a hasty retreat towards the entrance of the cave. This situation was not dire. Initially, the 4 individuals could have contended with Bao Qingshu for a while. Though victory was unlikely, they could have ensured that none among them would suffer injury for the time being. However, with one person fleeing, the remaining 3 found themselves unable to withstand Bao Qingshu's onslaught. Consequently, Shangwan Bo and his companions had no choice but to escape. Each invoked their unique secret techniques, dispersing in 3 separate directions. Shangwan Bo employed a technique that ignited his vital energy, propelling him out of the cave. Because they fled in different directions, Bao Qingshu could not pursue them all simultaneously and was forced to chase after only one. Fortunately, he did not catch up to Shangwan Bo, allowing him to survive. This encapsulated Shangwan Bo's harrowing experience. Upon hearing him recount the events, Zhang Hua finally understood why Shangwan Bo had come to him. Zhang Hua listened with great interest. Yet a thought crossed his mind. Could Bao Qingshu potentially track him down as well? It was not an impossibility, and thus Zhang Hua recognized the necessity of preparing in advance. He reassured Shangwan Bo, encouraging him to continue resting. Since Shangwan Bo had awakened, he was capable of self-regulating his condition, a feat well within the abilities of a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. So Zhang Hua chose not to interfere further. Upon returning to Longshan City, Zhang Hua sought out Wu Changxing. Wu Changxing had become quite significant, as his achievements had been reported to the Yuaning elder, Yu Fu, of the Longshan sect. Yu Fu had directly commanded that Wu Changxing be appointed as the Lord of Longshan City. This position was of great import. Wu Changxing now ranked just below Yu Fu and the sect's leader in the Longshan sect hierarchy. Furthermore, a position as pivotal as that of the Lord of Dragon Mountain cannot be appointed even by the sect leader of the Dragon Mountain sect. It can only be decreed by Yu Feng, who possesses the Yuan-Ing realm. One can assert that Wu Changxing's standing has undergone a remarkable transformation compared to before. Upon encountering Zhang Hua once more, Wu Changxing exhibited immense joy, disregarding whether Zhang Hua had pressing matters, and ushered him into the Dragon Pavilion. They occupied the same private room as before, where an extravagant feast was laid out, more sumptuous than any prior occasion. Wu Changxing heartily drank with Zhang Hua, and it wasn't long before he began to speak in a drunken stupor. Such is the nature of intoxication. While the liquor may not inebriate all, some are rendered inebriated by their own merriment. Wu Changxing, reeking of alcohol, slurred through hiccups. "Brother Zhang, I raise a glass to you. Had it not been for your appearance, this esteemed position of Dragon Mountain Lord would never have fallen to me." Wu Changxing. With that, he downed a large bowl of wine in one gulp. Observing Wu Changxing's evident inebriation, Zhang Hua understood that discussing matters would be futile until he regained his composure. Ultimately, under Wu Changxing's insistence, Zhang Hua also succumbed to drunkenness. The following morning, as all awoke, Wu Changxing appeared somewhat sheepish but soon broke into joyous laughter. However, Zhang Hua remained focused on his priorities, stating, "Brother Wu, let us not hasten to discuss my estate. I have indeed come seeking your assistance with a matter." Upon hearing this, Wu Changxing feigned anger and said, "Zhang Xindi, what are you talking about? Your matters are my matters. There is no need to speak of trouble. Whatever difficulties you face, feel free to share, and I shall certainly do my utmost to assist you." Zhang Hua then recounted how he had rescued Shangwan Bo and the tribulations he had faced to Wu Changxing. Wu Changxing replied, "Xindi, therein lies your misstep. Had you encountered such a situation, you ought to have informed me sooner. It would have enabled me to investigate who sought to harm you. Now, alas, it has been half a year, and even as the Lord of Longshan City, it would be challenging to trace those who appeared in my city 6 months ago. In the future, you must convey such matters to me promptly." Wu Changxing chided Zhang Hua for his oversight. Acknowledging his previous error, Zhang Hua listened until Wu Changxing finished before responding, "Brother Wu, the reason I refrained from mentioning this matter was due to the current turmoil within the cultivation world. At that time, you were not yet the Lord of Longshan City, and 3 cultivators at the Golden Core stage, each a formidable master, could have created chaos in the city, leading to disastrous consequences. However, should any issues arise again, I will certainly inform you." Wu Changxing's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Chapter 75, Chun Changjin. Since Zhang Hua indeed had pressing matters to attend to, Wu Changxing, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not keep him any longer. In the past, although Wu Changxing was an elder of the Longshan sect, his position only afforded him 3 Golden Core cultivators as subordinates. However, the current circumstances are markedly different. As the Lord of Longshan City, Wu Changxing now commands a retinue of over a dozen Golden Core cultivators. Furthermore, the Longshan sect has assigned him a Golden Core consummate expert as a bodyguard, who also provides guidance in Wu Changxing's cultivation during their idle moments. Demonstrating his generosity, Wu Changxing has entrusted 3 of his idle Golden Core cultivators to Zhang Hua and specifically sought out his junior apprentice within the Longshan sect to accompany Zhang Hua and offer protection along the way. This junior apprentice is none other than Chun Xinghe's ancestor, named Chun Yuan, with the courtesy named Changgung. Due to Chun Changgung's lack of exceptional intellect, he did not pursue the study of military strategies like his fellow disciples of the Longshan sect, and thus did not rise to the rank of a great general. Consequently, he cultivated to the later stages of the Golden Core realm within the Longshan sect. One day, Qin Changgung received a letter stating that a child sought him out. Unfamiliar with the identity of the inquirer, he learned from the messenger that it was a descendant of his from the secular world. Curious, Qin Changgung agreed to meet. The visitor was none other than the young Qin Xinghe, who appeared emaciated and ragged, resembling a beggar. Qin Changgung inquired why Qin Xinghe sought him. Despite his tender age, Qin Xinghe, possessing a keen intellect, conveyed the general situation to Qin Changgung. Meanwhile, owing to Qin Changgung's earlier assistance, his family had thrived over the years, resulting in no one seeking out Qin Changgung. In the earlier years, a natural disaster struck my hometown, resulting in devastating floods that led to the Qin family being shattered and their lives lost. It was the grandfather of Qin Xinghe, the great-grandson of Qin Changgang, who contemplated the existence of a distant relative still practicing at the Longshan sect, uncertain of his survival. However, given that he was a cultivator, it was not uncommon for one to live for several centuries in the absence of illness or calamity. Thus, the intention to seek out Qin Changgang was born. Yet, the journey was fraught with remnants of the flood's destruction, making the paths exceedingly arduous. The family, beset by hunger and cold, fell ill, and their ailments persisted unabated. Ultimately, Qin Xinghe's father was compelled to bring the young Qin Xinghe to find Qin Changgang. In a desperate bid to save his son's life, he sacrificed the scant provisions they had left to Qin Xinghe. Tragically, Qin Xinghe's father succumbed along the way, overwhelmed by hunger and exhaustion. Qin Xinghe, on the brink of death himself, was fortuitously near Longshan City at that time, an area spared from disaster where the local populace managed to lead a semblance of a normal life. As he journeyed, begging for sustenance, he miraculously persevered until he reached the city. Upon encountering disciples of the Longshan sect, Qin Xinghe expressed his desire to find someone named Qin Yuan. However, as Qin Yuan was the birth name of Qin Changgang and not widely known, the disciples were largely unfamiliar with him. Nevertheless, the disciples of the Longshan sect were quite accommodating and first provided Qin Xinghe with a hearty meal before guiding him to a golden core stage cultivator, who ultimately directed him to Qin Changgang. It was at this moment that Qin Changjin encountered the last remaining scion of the Qin family. Relying on Qin Xinghe, he felt a profound sense of unease, reflecting on his decision to remain detached from worldly affairs in pursuit of spiritual cultivation. Yet, witnessing the plight of his kin and descendants stirred a pang of guilt within him. Without uttering a word, Qin Changjin resolved to keep Qin Xinghe by his side, intending to guide him in the path of cultivation. However, as he began to teach, he soon discovered that Qin Xinghe possessed commendable aptitude. Yet, a troubling realization dawned upon Qin Changjin. He lacked the skill to effectively instruct a disciple. He felt a deep sense of sympathy for the boy, often perceiving himself as indebted to him. Consequently, he found it difficult to be stringent in his teachings, and as a result, initially struggled to impart knowledge to Qin Xinghe. Acknowledging that this approach would hinder the boy's progress, Qin Changjin sought the assistance of his elder brother, Wu Changxing, to take Qin Xinghe as his disciple. Although Wu Changxing had already attained the later stages of the Golden Core realm and had numerous accomplished disciples, he could not refuse his junior brother's request. Thus, he readily accepted Qin Xinghe as his own disciple, elevating the boy's status significantly. Under Wu Changxing's tutelage, Qin Xinghe proved himself, swiftly establishing a solid foundation in his cultivation and emerging as a prodigy among his peers in the Longshan sect. With Wu Changxing's esteemed position having undergone a remarkable transformation, Qin Xinghe, as his cherished disciple, now enjoyed an extraordinary standing of his own. Due to Zhang Hua's request, Wu Changxing found himself unable to accompany him personally. Thus, he thought of his junior brother. Upon meeting with Qin Changgang, Wu Changxing expressed that Zhang Hua was indeed remarkable. Not only had he bestowed upon Qin Xinghe an exquisite alchemical formula, but he had also imparted considerable skills. Most notably, he had invented a plethora of magical artifacts, including the towering 3 treasures and the 9 palace furnace. Without Zhang Hua's contributions, Wu Changxing would not have attained his position as the lord of Longshan City. Now that Zhang Hua sought his assistance, Wu Changxing, having just assumed his responsibilities, could not join him on this journey, and thus he requested Qin Chang'an to step in. Upon hearing of Zhang Hua's impressive capabilities, Qin Chang'an was eager to forge an alliance and readily agreed to assist Wu Changxing, preparing to accompany Zhang Hua to Fenglai Mountain. Throughout the journey, Qin Chang'an engaged in discussions with Zhang Hua regarding the nuances of cultivation. As a late-stage Golden Core practitioner, his singular ambition in life had been the pursuit of mastery in cultivation. In his spare time, he delved into the study of alchemy, artifact forging, talismans, and formations. Sharing these interests with Zhang Hua, who proved to be equally knowledgeable, their conversations flourished with unique insights, leading to a growing camaraderie. As the discussions progressed, their rapport deepened, and those accompanying them also benefited from the exchange of wisdom. The surrounding cultivators, all of notable potential and superior cultivation levels compared to Zhang Hua, initially regarded him with skepticism. However, upon hearing Zhang Hua's distinct perspectives, they began to acknowledge and respect his formidable prowess. Before long, everyone began to share their insights regarding their cultivation experiences. As a result, those who initially felt a lack of familiarity with Zhang Hua gradually warmed up to him, creating a more congenial atmosphere than when they first departed from Longshan City. With growing camaraderie, their conversations became more engaging, transforming the journey into an enjoyable experience. While they were still immersed in their discussions, they arrived at Fenglai Mountain. Upon entering the Fenglai Academy, Zhang Hua noticed that Bao Qingxiu had yet to arrive, which put him at ease. Meanwhile, Shangwan Bo, who was still recuperating, detected 5 streams of mysterious light approaching. Initially on high alert, he relaxed upon recognizing Zhang Hua and promptly went to greet him. Zhang Hua, not dwelling on trivialities, invited Qin Changjin and the other 3 into his residence, where they took their respective seats as hosts and guests. Zhang Hua then asked Shangwan Bo to provide a detailed account of Bao Qingxiu's situation to the group. After listening, the attendees fell into thoughtful contemplation. Among them, Qin Changjin remained relatively unconcerned, confident in his own formidable strength. With the presence of 3 fellow disciples in Zhang Hua and Shangwan Bo, they boasted a total of 6 Golden Core practitioners, a force not to be trifled with within the realm of cultivation. However, the other 3 individuals did not share Qin Chang'an's singular focus on rigorous training. They were elite members of the Longshan sect, possessing a wealth of experience that far exceeded Qin Chang'an's, despite their slightly lower levels of cultivation. Among them, 2 were assigned by Yu Fu to assist Wu Changxing, named Hu Qianshan and Ding Long, while the third was Wu Changxing's eldest disciple, known as Zhuijin. Hu Qianshan first inquired with Zhang Hua about the current strength of Fenglai Mountain, discovering that apart from those present, no one else could offer assistance, not even possessing the qualification to observe from the sidelines. He suggested establishing a sanctuary to protect the disciples of Fenglai Mountain. Zhang Hua had anticipated this and, prior to their journey to Longshan City, had already instructed everyone to refrain from attending classes. Furthermore, he had arranged for his disciple, Yuan-O, to seek a new location within Yiyang County to establish an academy, which would subsequently relocate Fenglai Academy there. Upon hearing of Zhang Hua's preparations, Hu Qianshan remarked, "Since there are no ordinary people on the mountain, we shall designate Fenglai Mountain as our primary battlefield. Both Ding Long and I are adept at arranging formations. We can initially set up protective and confinement arrays to ensnare the enemy when the moment is critical. Moreover, we must remain vigilant regarding whether the adversary has allies. Should they approach with more than one individual, we must contemplate our capacity to contend with them. Thus, it is imperative to send timely communications to Longshan City. Fortunately, although not in close proximity, it is not too distant either. With our Golden Core cultivation, we can reach Longshan City in merely 6 hours. Relying on the protective formations, we should be able to withstand the onslaught." Though Hu Qianshan's thoughts leaned towards potential defeat before contemplating victory, this approach, albeit slightly dampening his spirit, constituted a prudent measure. At this moment, Ding Long interjected, "We must prepare some thunder talismans and treasures like Thunder Jinzi, as they could prove crucial in a critical moment. After all, it is not the thief we fear, but the thief who lingers in thought. If Bao Qingxiu does not arrive, we cannot remain on guard indefinitely. Thus, arranging formations and preparing these readily usable items is indeed necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuojin responded, "Both of you are considering scenarios where the adversary either does not come or arrives in significant numbers, leaving us unable to counter. However, if they do come, and especially if it is but one individual, we must ensure that they cannot escape upon arrival. Should they manage to flee, capturing them later would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, I propose that the 6 of us rehearse a formation for combat, ensuring that we can exert our utmost strength should they appear." The others concurred with Zhuojin's assessment. Zhang Hua initially intended to entertain everyone. However, both Qin Changgang and the 3 others were individuals of decisive action, seemingly unwilling to waste time on such matters. They promptly began preparing formations and the necessary talismans for combat. This preparation highlighted the distinction between sects and solitary cultivators. Hu Qianshan and Ding Long exhibited remarkable synergy, conducting a thorough survey of the entire Fenglai Mountain in a short span, subsequently arranging the formation according to their findings. Meanwhile, Qin Changgang efficiently prepared talismans and treasures akin to Thunder Jinzi. As Zhuojin commenced discussions with Zhang Hua regarding the coordination required for practicing formations, it became evident that Zhang Hua, being at the initial stage of the Golden Core, and Shangwan Bo, whose injuries had yet to fully heal, would assume supporting roles. Thus, the primary focus remained on Qin Changjin and the trio of Zhuojin, Zhang Hua, and Shangwan Bo. Their movements were remarkably swift, and within approximately 10 days, all preparations were completed. The transformation of Fenglai Mountain was striking compared to its previous state. Once deemed an inadequate location for cultivation, lacking both a protective formation and suitable spiritual veins, Fenglai Mountain now boasted a fortified formation, and Qin Changjin alongside Zhuojin had skillfully altered the surrounding earth veins, channeling several small spiritual veins to the site, thereby enhancing its spiritual resources and establishing it as a genuine sanctuary for cultivators. Among them, Zhang Hua was undoubtedly the most elated. With all arrangements in place, they awaited the arrival of Bao Qingxiu. Chapter 77. The enemy approaches each day. The 6 individuals, including Zhang Hua, gathered at Fenglai Mountain, anticipating Bao Qingxiu's arrival. This anticipation stretched over a period exceeding half a month. However, the group found little time for boredom. Their days consisted of practicing combined formations and providing Zhang Hua with supplementary lessons. As Qin Changjin grew more familiar with Zhang Hua, he recognized the latter's remarkable talent. Zhang Hua's insights into cultivation, alchemy, and artifact crafting were indeed unique and innovative. Nevertheless, he lacked foundational knowledge, particularly regarding spells and similar concepts. Consequently, Qin Changjin inquired, "Zhang Xian, how long have you been cultivating? It is not for me to say, but your prowess and cultivation are commendable among the practitioners at the nascent soul stage. You stand out as exceptional. However, your spells are rather rudimentary." In stating this, Qin Changgang endeavored to express his thoughts in a positive light. Zhang Hua was also aware of his own circumstances. He had advanced too swiftly in his training, resulting in a precarious foundation. Although his self-created cultivation method allowed him to keep pace with his cultivation level, he undeniably lagged in spellcraft. Yet, Zhang Hua refrained from disclosing the true extent of his abilities to Qin Changgang. After all, revealing that he had attained the nascent soul mastery in less than 2 years would indeed be astonishing. He could only ambiguously concede, "Indeed, Brother Qin speaks the truth. I do lack in foundational training. This is due to the absence of a dedicated mentor to guide me, which has led to my advancement in cultivation while neglecting the fundamental aspects." Subsequently, Qin Changgang, along with Hu Qianshan, Ding Long, and Zhuojin, commenced to tutor Zhang Hua. Meanwhile, Shangwan Bo was thoroughly entertained. The instruction took place without any attempt to shield him from the discourse. Naturally, he feigned ignorance, attentively listening. Moreover, as a practitioner in the mid-nascent soul stage, Shangguan Bo possessed certain familial spells of merit, which he seized the opportunity to share and discuss with Chen Changgang and the other three, thus ensuring that his attendance was not in vain. Under this instruction, the individuals realized that Zhang Hua was truly a prodigious talent. Not only could he grasp any teaching with remarkable ease, but in critical moments, he could also extrapolate knowledge adeptly. At times, his insights were so novel that they left others feeling enlightened. Eventually, the dynamic shifted from merely instructing Zhang Hua to a collaborative exchange among all. Even the likes of Hu Qianshan, Ding Long, and Zhuijin presented spells they themselves had yet to master, engaging in collective exploration and learning. This atmosphere proved immensely beneficial for everyone involved. Approximately a month had passed since Chen Changgang and his companions arrived at Fenglai Mountain. One day, after completing their formation drills, Hu Qianshan suddenly announced, "Everyone, be alert, someone is approaching." It turned out that Hu Qianshan had set up numerous detection formations around them. Whenever an unfamiliar cultivator passed by, these formations would emit warnings. This time, Hu Qianshan distinctly sensed that his array had been triggered. Zhang Hua and the others quickly gathered by Hu Qianshan's side and proceeded to the mountainside of Fenglai Mountain, which served as a crucial point in the mountain's protective formation, allowing them to observe the situation beyond the barrier. Indeed, all 6 individuals spotted a faint, ethereal light approaching from a distance. Although the luminosity of this light was dim, its speed was remarkable, indicating that the newcomer had deliberately concealed their presence. However, within the protective formation, the 6 were able to detect the intruder's movements through the array designed to probe external entities. Before long, Zhang Hua and his companions could discern the figure of the approaching individual. With a hushed voice, Shangguan Bo exclaimed, "It's Bao Qingxiu, that's him." Upon listening to Shangguan Bo's words, everyone promptly heightened their spirits, each preparing their magical artifacts to confront the impending threat. After a moment of observation, they discerned that Bao Qingxiu had arrived alone, which alleviated their concerns to some extent. After all, a solitary figure at the peak of the Golden Core realm would be a formidable opponent. Hidden within the protective mountain array, the 6 individuals were invisible to Bao Qingxiu outside the formation. They devised a plan to ensnare him within the protective barrier, intending to utilize its power to contain him. Knowing that, given their combined strength, they could eventually wear him down. However, although Bao Qingxiu remained unaware of the concealed protective array, he halted as he approached it. Trusting his instincts, he sensed that recklessly entering the mountain before him would spell danger. Thus, he paused and surveyed his surroundings. Bao Qingxiu had immense faith in his intuition. Indeed, cultivators who reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm possess remarkably accurate foresight, often saving their lives in critical moments. His instincts, or 6th sense, were exceptionally keen, surpassing that of ordinary practitioners, which further solidified his trust in this innate ability. The journey to his current level of cultivation was not solely reliant on his 6th sense. It was also a product of his meticulous caution. Before him, the seemingly tranquil mountain emanated an aura akin to a treacherous landscape of blades and flames, prompting Bao Qingxiu to resolve against advancing any further. Bao Qingxiu came to a halt, causing Zhang Hua and the other 5 in the formation to grow increasingly anxious. Particularly, Shangguan Bo felt a rising urgency within, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. To act recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he refrained from making any sudden movements, fixating his gaze intently on Bao Qingxiu. Suddenly, Shangguan Bo observed that Bao Qingxiu exhibited signs of retreat, prompting him to exclaim, "This is not good. He seems to have sensed something amiss and is preparing to flee." In truth, it was not only Shangguan Bo who discerned Bao Qingxiu's intent to withdraw. The others had also taken note. At this moment, Chen Chang'an, embodying the demeanor of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, remarked, "Since our adversary is unwilling to approach us, let us extend an invitation instead." With that, Chen Chang'an stepped beyond the protective mountain formation and, summoning his flying sword, approached within a short distance of Bao Qingxiu. At this juncture, Bao Qingxiu silently congratulated himself for initially underestimating the modest hill before him. To his astonishment, he discovered that the hill was encircled by a protective formation, which was not discernible from the outside, indicating the high caliber of this defensive array. Bao Qingshu inwardly expressed gratitude for his innate sixth sense. Had it not been for the premonition that stirred within him, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences.